The Long Revolution of the Global South. Toward a New Anti-Imperialist International. Samir Amin. Prologue. Successive Waves of the South's Awakening. This second volume of my memoirs offers a detailed account of my activities from 1970 up to June 2014 within the successive frameworks of the IDEP, the TWF, and the joint TWF/WFA. A large part of the material in this volume was previously published in French in 2008, which covers the period up to the beginning of the 2000s. I experienced the Bandung era from the inside in the exercise of my duties, first in Egypt, 1957 to 1960, then in Mali, 1960 to 1963. I gave an account of that period in the first volume of my memoirs. 2 The exercise of my duties at the IDEP and the TWF occurred during the declining phase of the Bandung era. This report of my activities during those years testifies to this decline. The contemporary period of the history that I experienced can be divided into three distinct periods. 1. The growth then stagnation of the Bandung era from 1955 to 1980. 2. The restoration of the new imperialist order called liberal globalization from 1980 to 1995, and 3. The beginning of the capitalist/imperialist system's implosion in 1995 and the parallel beginning of renewed struggles for another, better world, particularly in the new global South. The title of the French edition of this volume, The South's Awakening, reflects my view of this global history. The 20th century witnessed the development of an initial wave of victorious struggles to escape the hold of capitalism and/or imperialism. The victories of liberation from imperialist domination carried in themselves the potential of going beyond capitalism toward socialism. This first wave exhausted its capacities for development, which led, beginning in the 1980s, to the restoration of a new and savage capitalist/imperialist order, almost tantamount to colonization as pillage for the peoples of the South. But the new order, inherently unstable, has already been called into question by the rise of a second wave of the South's awakening. The challenge is more serious than ever, but is this second wave, like the first, going to occupy center stage only in the countries of the world system's peripheries, or is it going to start the concomitant transformation of the South and the North, with advances beyond capitalism in both areas of the globalized world? This work is considered a memoir, a personal account of my activities. But it seems useful to offer in this prologue a synthesis of my analyses of key issues, just as I did in the first volume, without which the reader would have trouble understanding the motivations behind my activities. First, I present three concise documents that clarify my analysis of the three successive moments of the history in question: 1. Bandung and the first globalization of struggles, 2. Generalized monopoly capitalism, and 3. Emergence and lumpen development. I supplement them with a brief exposé of what I understand by Maoism, understood as a form, and maybe stage, of the development of historical Marxism. Then I offer three documents that summarize my view of the major challenges confronting humanity: 1. The agrarian question, central for the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America; 2. The democratization of societies; and 3. The ecological challenge. These three documents will spare me much needless repetition because these questions always arise in debates on the radical left, and thus the arguments I have developed in my presentations could not disregard them. This is also true for other questions, such as international aid, which persistently reappears in debates, particularly in Africa. That is why I also thought it helpful to recall my arguments on these questions in various chapters of these memoirs. Bandung and the First Globalization of Struggles, 1955 to 1980. This text supplements what was presented in the first volume under the title Deployment and Erosion of Bandung 3. The governments and peoples of Asia and Africa proclaimed in Bandung in 1955 their wish to reconstruct the world system based on the recognition of the rights of up till then dominated nations. This right to development was the foundation of that era's globalization, implemented within a negotiated multipolar framework that was imposed on an imperialism that had to adjust to these new requirements. Bandung's success and not its failure, as is increasingly said without thinking, lies behind a great leap forward for the peoples of the South in education and health, in the construction of a modern state, often in the reduction of social inequalities, and in the path toward industrialization. Undoubtedly the limitations of these achievements, particularly the democratic deficit of national populist governments that gave to the people but never allowed the people to organize themselves, must be taken into account when assessing the era. The Bandung system was linked to two other characteristics of the post-war systems, Sovietism, and Maoism, and the welfare state of the social democratic West. These systems were certainly competing, even in conflict, although any conflicts were completely contained within limits that prevented them from expanding beyond local armed confrontations, but also, consequently, complementary. In these conditions, to speak of the globalization of struggles makes sense, since, for the first time in the history of capitalism, resistance occurred in every area of the world and inside of all nations, and thereby formed an initial step toward this globalization. The proof of the interdependence that characterized these struggles, along with the historical compromises that ensured stability in the management of such societies, was provided, conversely, by the changes that occurred after the parallel erosion in the developmental potential of the three systems. The collapse of Sovietism also entailed the collapse of the social democratic model. Its quite real social advances were necessary because they were the only possible way to face the communist threat. We can also point to the echo of the Chinese Cultural Revolution in 1968 Europe. The progress in industrialization that began during the Bandung era did not result from the logic of imperialism's deployment, but from the victories achieved by the peoples of the South. Certainly this progress fostered the illusion of catching up that appeared to be on the way to realization, whereas, in fact, imperialism, forced to make adjustments to the requirements of development in the peripheries, reconstructed itself around new forms of domination. The old opposition between imperialist countries/dominated countries, which was synonymous with the opposition between industrialized countries/non-industrialized countries, gradually gave way to a new opposition based on the centralization of the advantages derived from the 5 new monopolies of the imperialist centers: control over new technologies, natural resources, financial flows, communications, and weapons of mass destruction. The achievements of the period, along with their limitations, lead us to re-examine the central question of the bourgeoisie and capitalism's future in the system's peripheries. This is an ongoing question since capitalism's globalized deployment determines the fundamental inequality of the possibilities for bourgeois and capitalist development at the system's center and periphery through the polarizing effects produced by its imperialist nature. In other words, is the bourgeoisie in the peripheries necessarily forced to submit to the requirements of this unequal development? Is it, consequently, necessarily comprador by nature? Does the capitalist path, in these conditions, necessarily lead to an impasse? Or does the margin of maneuver from which the bourgeoisie can benefit in certain circumstances, which must be specified, allow it to pursue an autonomous national capitalist development capable of advancing in the direction of catching up? Where are the limits to these possibilities? To what extent does the existence of such limits force us to characterize the capitalist choice as illusory? Successive doctrinaire and black and white responses have been provided to these questions, first asserting one thing and then its opposite, always adapting ex post facto to changes that were never correctly envisioned in the first place, either by the dominant forces or the working classes. After the Second World War, the communists of the Third International described the bourgeoisie of the South as comprador. Maoism declared that the only possible path to liberation was the one opened by a socialist revolution by stages, led by the proletariat and its allies, the peasant classes in particular, and above all by their avant-garde mouthpiece, the Communist Party. Bandung was going to prove that this judgment was hasty, that under the leadership of the bourgeoisie, a national populist hegemonic bloc could advance development. The page turned on the Bandung era with the neoliberal offensive of oligopolistic capital from the imperialist center, the triad of the United States, Western and Central Europe, Japan. From 1980, the bourgeoisie of the South again appeared to be subjected to comprador status, clearly visible in the compulsory unilateral adjustment of the peripheries to the demands of the center, in some ways the reverse of the center's adjustment to the peripheries forced on it during the Bandung era. But hardly had this reversal occurred then, once again, in the so-called emerging countries, mainly China, but also in other countries like India or Brazil, a margin for maneuver became apparent, offering opportunities to advance on a path of national capitalist development. Analyzing the potential of these advances, as well as their contradictions and limitations, should remain the focus for debate, and need to be extended and deepened so we can construct effective strategies to coordinate struggles at local and world levels. 2. Generalized monopoly capitalism. Contemporary capitalism is a capitalism of generalized monopolies. What I mean by that is that monopolies no longer form islands, important as they might be, in an ocean of corporations that are not monopolies and consequently are relatively autonomous, but an integrated system, and consequently now tightly control all productive systems. Small and medium-sized companies, and even large ones that are not themselves formally owned by the oligopolies, are enclosed in networks of control established by the monopolies upstream and downstream. Consequently, their margin of autonomy has shrunk considerably. These production units have become subcontractors for the monopolies. This system of generalized monopolies is the result of a new stage in the centralization of capital in the countries of the Triad that developed in the 1980s and 1990s. Simultaneously, these generalized monopolies dominate the world economy. Globalization is the name that they themselves have given to the imperatives through which they exercise their control over the productive systems of world capitalism's peripheries, the entire world beyond the partners of the Triad. This is nothing other than a new stage of imperialism. As a system, generalized and globalized monopoly capitalism ensures that these monopolies derive a monopoly rent levied on the mass of surplus value, transformed into profits, that capital extracts from the exploitation of labor. To the extent that these monopolies operate in the peripheries of the globalized system, this monopoly rent becomes an imperialist rent. The capital accumulation process which defines capitalism in all of its successive historical forms is consequently governed by the maximization of monopolistic/imperialist rent. This displacement of the center of gravity of capital accumulation lies behind the continual pursuit of the concentration of incomes and fortunes, increasing monopoly rents, and captured mostly by the oligarchies, plutocracies, that control the oligopolistic groups, to the detriment of labor incomes and even the revenues of non-monopolistic capital. In turn, this continually growing disequilibrium is itself the origin of the financialization of the economic system. What I mean by that is that a growing portion of the surplus can no longer be invested in the expansion and strengthening of productive systems, and that the financial investment of this growing surplus is the only possible alternative for continuing the accumulation controlled by the monopolies. This financialization, which accentuates the growth in unequal distribution of income and wealth, generates the growing surplus on which it feeds. The financial investments, or, more accurately, investments of financial speculation, continue to grow at breathtaking rates, disproportionate with the rates of GNP growth, which itself then becomes largely false, or rates of investment in the productive system. The breathtaking growth in financial investments requires and sustains, among other things, the growth in the debt, in all its forms, particularly sovereign debt. When existing governments claim to pursue the goal of debt reduction, they deliberately lie. The strategy of financialized monopolies needs growth in the debt, which they seek and do not oppose, a financially attractive means to absorb the surplus from monopoly rents. Austerity policies imposed to reduce the debt, as it is said, actually end up increasing its volume, which is the sought-after consequence. The plutocrats, the new ruling class of obsolescent capitalism. The logic of accumulation lies in the growing concentration and centralization of control over capital. Formal ownership can be spread out, as in the owners of shares in pension plans, whereas the management of this property is controlled by financial capital. We have reached a level of centralization in capital's power of domination, such that the bourgeoisie's forms of existence and organization as known up to now have been completely transformed. The bourgeoisie was initially formed from stable bourgeois families. From one generation to the next, the heirs carried on the specialized activities of their companies. The bourgeoisie was built and built itself over the long run. This stability encouraged confidence in bourgeois values and promoted their influence throughout the entire society. To a large extent, the bourgeoisie as dominant class was accepted as such. Its access to the privileges of comfort and wealth seemed deserved in return for the services they rendered. It also seemed mainly national in orientation, sensitive to national interests, whatever the ambiguities and limitations of this manipulated concept might have been. The new ruling class abruptly breaks with this tradition. Some describe the transformation in question as the development of active shareholders, sometimes even characterized as populist shareholders, fully re-establishing property rights. This laudatory and misleading characterization legitimizes the change and fails to recognize that the major aspect of the transformation involves the degree of concentration in control of capital and the accompanying centralization of power. The new ruling class is no longer counted in the tens of thousands or even millions, as was the case with the older bourgeoisie. Moreover, a large proportion of the new bourgeoisie is made up of newcomers who emerged more by the success of their financial operations, particularly in the stock market, than by their contribution to the technological breakthroughs of our era. Their ultra-rapid rise is in stark contrast with their predecessors, whose rise took place over numerous decades. The centralization of power, even more marked than the concentration of capital, reinforces the interpenetration of economic and political power. The traditional ideology of capitalism placed the emphasis on the virtues of property in general, particularly small property, in reality medium or medium-large property considered to pervade technological and social progress through its stability. In opposition to that, the new ideology heaps praise on the winners and despises the losers without any other consideration. The winner here is almost always right, even when the means used are borderline illegal, if they are not patently so, and in any case they ignore commonly accepted moral values. Contemporary capitalism has become crony capitalism through the force of the logic of accumulation. The English term crony capitalism should not be reserved only for the underdeveloped and corrupt forms of Southeast Asia and Latin America that the economists, the sincere and convinced believers in the virtues of liberalism, denounced earlier. It now applies to capitalism in the contemporary United States and Europe. In its current behavior, this ruling class is quite close to that of the mafia, even if the term appears to be insulting and extreme. The political system of contemporary capitalism is now plutocratic. This plutocracy adapts itself to the practice of representative democracy, which has become low-intensity democracy. You are free to vote for whomever you want, which is of no importance since it is the market and not the Congress or Parliament that decides everything. A plutocracy also adapts itself elsewhere to autocratic forms of management or electoral forces. These changes have altered the status of the middle classes and their mode of integration into the global system. These classes are now mainly formed of wage earners and no longer of small commodity producers as before. This transformation manifests as a crisis of the middle classes, marked by a growing differentiation. The privileged, high salaries, have become the direct agents of the dominant oligopolistic class, while the others are pauperized. The profiteers, the new dominant class in the peripheries. The centers/peripheries contrast is not new. It has been part of the globalized expansion of capitalism from the beginning, 5 centuries ago. Consequently, the local ruling classes of the peripheral capitalist countries, whether independent or colonies, were always subaltern ruling classes, though still connected to their countries, drawing profits from their insertion into globalized capitalism. There is considerable diversity in these classes, which are largely derived from those that had dominated their societies before their submission to capitalism/imperialism. The reconquest of independence often led to the replacement of these older, collaborationist, subordinated classes by new ruling classes, bureaucracies, state bourgeoisies which were more legitimate in the eyes of the people, at the beginning, because of their association with national liberation movements. But here again, in the peripheries dominated either by the older imperialism, forms prior to 1950, or the new imperialism, from the Bandung era up to around 1980, the local ruling classes benefited from a visible relative stability. The disruptions caused by the oligopolistic capitalism of the new collective imperialism, the triad, truly uprooted the powers of all these older ruling classes in the peripheries and replaced them with a new class that I will call profiteers. The profiteer in question is a businessman, not a creative entrepreneur. He derives his wealth from his connections with the established government and the system's foreign masters, whether representatives of the imperialist states, the CIA in particular, or the oligopolies. He acts as a well-paid intermediary, benefiting from an actual political rent. This is the origin of most of the wealth he accumulates. The profiteer no longer subscribes to any moral and national values whatsoever. In a caricature of his alter ego in the dominant centers, he is interested in nothing other than success, in accumulating money, with a covetousness that stands out behind a supposed praise of the individual. Again, mafia-like, even criminal, behaviors are never far away. The formation of the new class of profiteers is inseparable from the development of the forms of lumpen development widely characteristic of the contemporary South. But the main axis of the dominant bloc is formed by this class only in the non-emergent countries. In the emergent countries, the dominant bloc is different. The dominated classes, a generalized but segmented proletariat. Marx rigorously defined the proletarian, a human being forced to sell his or her labor power to capital, and recognized that the conditions of the sale, formal or real to use Marx's terms, were always diverse. The proletariat's segmentation is not a new phenomenon. The description was more accurate for some parts of the class, like the 19th century workers in the new manufacturing sector or, a better example, the Fordist factory in the 20th century. Concentration on the workplace facilitated solidarity in common struggles and the maturation of political consciousness, but it also encouraged workerism in some historical Marxisms. The fragmentation of production resulting from capital's strategy of implementing the possibilities offered by modern technologies, without, however, losing control of subcontracted or delocalized production, weakens solidarity and strengthens diversity in perception of interests. Thus the proletariat seems to disappear just at the moment it has become more widespread. Forms of small, autonomous production, and millions of small peasants, artisans, and small merchants, disappear and are replaced by subcontracting work, large chain stores, etc. 90% of workers, in both material and immaterial production, become, in formal terms, wage workers. I have drawn certain conclusions from the diversification in wages. Far from being proportional to the costs of training for the required qualifications, this diversification is accentuated to the extreme. Yet this has not prevented a rebirth in the feeling of solidarity. We, the 99%, say the Occupy movements. This twin reality capital's exploitation of everybody and the diverse forms and violence of this exploitation is a challenge for the left, which cannot ignore the contradictions among the people and yet cannot give up on moving toward a convergence of objectives. This, in turn, implies a diversity in forms of organization and action by the new generalized proletariat. The ideology of the movement ignores these challenges. Moving to the offensive requires an inevitable reconstruction of centers able to think about the unity of strategic objectives. The image of the generalized proletariat in the peripheries, whether emergent or not, is different in at least four ways: I. The progress of the working class, visible in the emergent countries; 2. The persistence of a large peasantry that is, nevertheless, increasingly integrated into the capitalist market and consequently subjected to exploitation by capital, even if indirect; 3. The extremely rapid growth of survival activities resulting from lumpen development; and 4. The reactionary positions of large sections of the middle classes when they are the exclusive beneficiaries of growth. The challenge for the radical left in these circumstances is to unite peasants and workers, to use terms derived from the Third International, to unite workers, including the informal ones, the critical intelligentsia, and the middle classes in an anti-comprador front. New forms of political domination. Transformations in the economic base of the system and its accompanying class structures have changed the conditions for the exercise of power. Political domination is now expressed through a new style political class and a media clergy, both dedicated exclusively to serving the abstract capitalism of generalized monopolies. The ideology of the individual as king and the illusions of the movement that wants to transform the world, even change life, without posing the question of workers and people seizing power, would reinforce capital's new methods of exercising power. In the peripheries, an extremely caricatured form is achieved when lumpen development confides the exercise of power to a comprador state and class of profiteers. By contrast, in the emergent countries, social blocks of a different type exercise real power, which derives their legitimacy from the economic success of the policies implemented. The illusion that emergence in globalized capitalism and by capitalist means will make it possible to catch up with the centers, and the limitations, in fact, of what is possible in this context, and the concomitant social and political conflicts, open the door to different possible developments, moving either toward the best, in the direction of socialism, or the worst, failure and recompradorization. Obsolescent capitalism and the end of bourgeois civilization. The characteristics of the new dominant classes described here are not passing conjunctural phenomena. They strictly correspond to the operational requirements of contemporary capitalism. Bourgeois civilization, like any civilization, cannot be reduced to the logic of the economic system's reproduction. It includes an ideological and moral component, praise for individual initiative, certainly, but also honesty and respect for the law, even solidarity with the people, expressed at least at the national level. This value system ensured a certain stability to social reproduction as a whole and marked the world of political representations at its service. This value system is disappearing. Taking its place is a system without any values. Ignorance and vulgarity characterize a growing majority in this world of the dominants. A dramatic change of this kind heralds the end of a civilization. It reproduces what can clearly be seen from other eras of decadence. For all these reasons, I consider that contemporary oligopolistic capitalism must now be unequivocally described as obsolescent, whatever its apparent immediate successes, since the latter are completely absorbed into a path clearly leading to a new barbarism. I refer here to my study Revolution ou Decadence. Revolution or Decadence, already more than 30 years old. 4. The system of generalized monopoly capitalism, globalized, imperialist, and financialized, is imploding right before our eyes. This system is visibly incapable of overcoming its growing internal contradictions and is condemned to pursue its mad rush. The crisis of the system is due to nothing other than its own success. The strategy used by the monopolies has always resulted in the sought-after results up to this very day. Austerity plans, the so-called social, in fact antisocial, plans for layoffs, are still imposed, in spite of resistance. The initiative still remains, even now, in the hands of the monopolies, the markets, and their political servants, the governments that submit their decisions to the so-called requirements of the market. Analysis of struggles and conflicts that begin with the idea of challenging imperialist domination allows us to situate the new phenomenon of the emergence of some countries in the South. Yet this autumn of capitalism does not coincide with the springtime of peoples, which implies that workers and peoples in struggle have made an accurate assessment of the requirements, not to end the crisis of capitalism but to end capitalism, the title of one of my recent works. Point 5. This has not happened, or not yet. The gap separating the autumn of capitalism from the possible springtime of peoples gives to the current moment of history its dangerously dramatic character. The battle between the defenders of the capitalist order and those who, beyond their resistance, can urge humanity onto the long road to socialism, viewed as a higher stage of civilization, has hardly begun. All alternatives are thus possible, the best as well as the most barbaric. The very existence of this gap requires some explanation. Capitalism is not only a system based on the exploitation of labor by capital. It is also a system based on polarization in its development on the world scale. Capitalism and imperialism are the two inseparable faces of the same reality, that of historical capitalism. The challenge to this system developed throughout the 20th century up to 1980, in a long wave of victorious struggles by workers and dominated peoples. Revolutions conducted under the banners of Marxism and communism, reforms conquered within the context of a gradual path to socialism, the victories of the national liberation movements of colonized and oppressed peoples, all together built relations of force less unfavorable to workers and peoples than previously. But this wave ran out of steam without succeeding in creating the conditions for its own continuation by new advances. This exhaustion then allowed monopoly capital to retake the offensive and re-establish its absolute and unilateral power, while the outlines of a new wave of challenges to the system can barely be discerned. In that crepuscular light of the night that has not yet ended and the day that has not yet begun, monsters and ghosts take shape. Whereas generalized monopoly capitalism is truly monstrous, the responses by forces of rejection are still largely nebulous. 3. Emergence and lumpen development. The term emergence is used by various people in extremely different contexts and most often without taking the time to clearly define its meaning. Emergence is not measured by an elevated rate of growth in gross domestic product, GDP, or exports, over a long period of time, more than a decade, or by the fact that the society in question has attained an elevated level in per capita GDP, as the World Bank and conventional economists view it. Emergence implies much more: sustained growth in a country's industrial production and an increase in the ability of these industries to be competitive on the world scale. Moreover, two further questions need to be clarified: what industries are involved and what is meant by competitive. We should exclude extractive industries, mines and fuels, that alone can, in countries well endowed by nature, produce accelerated growth without drawing in its wake all the productive activities of the country in question. Extreme examples of these non-emergent situations are the Gulf countries, Venezuela, and Gabon. It is also necessary to consider the competitiveness of the productive activities in the economy as well as that of the productive system as a whole, and not just the competitiveness of a select number of production units taken on their own. By means of delocalization or subcontracting, multinationals operating in countries of the South can be behind the establishment of local production units, subsidiaries of the multinationals or autonomous units, capable of exporting on the world market, which makes them competitive in the view of conventional economics. The competitiveness of a productive system depends on various economic and social factors, such as general levels of education and training of workers at all levels, and the effectiveness of all the institutions that manage the national political economy, tax system, corporate law, labor rights, credit, public support, etc. In turn, the productive system in question should not be reduced solely to processing industries that produce manufactured goods for production and consumption, though the absence of these really means there is no productive system worthy of the name, but also includes food and agricultural production, as well as services required for the normal operation of the system, particularly transport and credit. The concept of emergence, then, implies a political and holistic approach to the question. Therefore, a country is emergent only insofar as the policies implemented by the government aim at the objective of building and reinforcing an inward-looking economy, even if it is open to the outside, and, consequently, capable of asserting its national economic sovereignty. This complex objective implies that the assertion of this sovereignty involves all aspects of economic life. In particular, it implies a policy that makes it possible for a country to strengthen its food sovereignty as well as its sovereignty over the control of natural resources and access to them from outside its national territory. These multiple and complementary objectives are in stark contrast with those of a comprador government that is content to adjust the growth model implemented to the requirements of the dominant liberal globalized world system and the possibilities offered by it. So far, we have said nothing about the orientation of the political strategy implemented by a particular state and society. Is it capitalist or moving towards socialism? Yet this question cannot be eliminated from the debate because a ruling class's choice of orientation has major positive or negative effects on the very success of emergence. The relation between policies of emergence, on the one hand, and the accompanying social transformations, on the other, does not depend exclusively on the internal consistency of the former, but also on the degree of their complementarity, or conflict, with the latter. Social struggles, class struggles and political conflicts do not arise from adjusting to the logic of the state's project of emergence, they are a determinant of what the state does. Current experience illustrates the diversity of and fluctuations in these relations. Emergence is often accompanied by a worsening of inequalities. Yet the precise nature of these inequalities should be spelled out. Do these inequalities occur in a context where a tiny minority or a larger one, the middle classes, benefit from policies pursued while the majority of workers are pauperized, or in a context where there is an improvement in the living conditions of this majority, even if the rate of growth in their income is lower than that of the system's beneficiaries? In other words, the policies implemented can link emergence to pauperization or not. Emergence is not a status that a country achieves once and for all. It consists of successive steps. Earlier ones, if successful, would prepare the way for the following ones or, if not successful, would lead to an impasse. In the same way, the relation between the emergent economy and the world economy is itself in constant transformation and part of different overall possibilities, which could support social solidarity in the nation or weaken it. Emergence is thus not synonymous with growth in exports and the rising power of a country measured in this way. A growth in exports hinges on the growth of an internal market that has to be specified. For the working classes, the middle classes, and the former can become a support or an obstacle to the second. A growth in exports can thus weaken or strengthen the relative autonomy of the emergent economy in its relations to the world system. Emergence is a political project, not only an economic one. An evaluation of its success is thus based on an examination of its capacity to reduce the way in which the dominant capitalist centers continue their domination, in spite of the economic successes of emergent countries measured in the terms of conventional economics. For my part, I have defined these means in terms of control by the dominant powers of technological development, access to natural resources, the global financial and monetary system, means of information, and weapons of mass destruction. I also maintain the thesis that there is indeed a collective imperialism of the triad that intends to maintain, by any means, its privileged position in the domination of the world and prevent any emergent country from challenging this domination. I conclude from this that the ambitions of the emergent countries are in conflict with the strategic objectives of the imperialist triad, and the extent of the violence in this conflict is proportional to the degree of radicalness in the challenges from the emerging countries to the privileges of the center enumerated above. The economics of emergence also cannot be separated from the international policy of the countries in question. Do they align themselves with the triad's politico-military coalition? Do they, consequently, accept the strategies implemented by NATO? Or do they attempt to counter them? An authentic project of emergence is the exact opposite of one that includes unilateral submission to the requirements of the globalized capitalism of the generalized monopolies, which can only result in what I call lumpen development. I am here freely borrowing the term used by the late André Gunder Frank to analyze a similar development, but in different spatial and temporal conditions. Today, lumpen development is the result of accelerated social disintegration connected to the model of development, which does not deserve the name, imposed by the monopolies of the imperialist centers on the dominated societies of the periphery. It is reflected in the dramatic growth in survival activities, the so-called informal sphere, in other words, by the pauperization inherent to the unilateral logic of capital accumulation. Among the experiences of emergence, Some fully deserve the label because they are not part of processes of lumpen development. In other words, in these situations, pauperization does not afflict the working classes. Instead, there is an improvement in their conditions of life, whether modest or strong. Two of these experiences are clearly capitalist, Korea and Taiwan. I will not discuss here the particular historical conditions that made possible the success of the emergence project in these two countries. Two others inherit the legacy of socialist revolutions, China and Vietnam. Cuba could be included in this group if it succeeds in surmounting the contradictions it is currently undergoing. There are other cases of emergence connected to obvious processes of lumpen development. India is the best example of that. Parts of that country's situation correspond to what emergence requires and produces. There is a state policy that aims at strengthening a sizable industrial system, there is an accompanying expansion of the middle classes, there is progress in technological capacities and education, and there is a foreign policy capable of autonomy on the world scene. But there is also accelerated pauperization for the great majority, 2/3 of the society. This is an example, then, of a hybrid system that combines emergence with lumpen development. We can even bring out the complementarity of these two faces of reality. I believe, without intending to make a huge overgeneralization, that all the other countries considered to be emergent belong to this hybrid family, whether it be Brazil, South Africa, or others. But there are also, and this is true of most other countries in the South, situations in which the elements of emergence are barely apparent while the processes of lumpen development clearly are dominant. The contribution of Maoism. The workerist and Eurocentrist Marxism of the Second International shared with the era's dominant ideology a linear view of history in which all societies have to pass first through a stage of capitalist development, for which colonization in this regard historically positive planted the seeds, before being able to aspire to socialism. The idea that the development of some, the dominant centers, and the underdevelopment of others, the dominated peripheries, were inseparable, like two sides of the same coin, both imminent products of capitalism's worldwide expansion, was totally alien to it. The polarization inherent to capitalist globalization, a major fact with significant worldwide social and political implications, calls for a perspective that leads to the surpassing of capitalism. This polarization is the basis for the possible support of large fractions of the working classes and, above all, the middle classes, whose development is itself favored by the position of the centers in the world system, in the dominant countries for social colonialism. Simultaneously, it transforms the peripheries into a zone of storms, as the Chinese expression has it, in a permanent natural rebellion against the capitalist world order. Certainly, rebellion is not synonymous with revolution, but it is the possibility for the latter. Motivations for rejecting the capitalist model are not lacking, even at the system's center, as the case of 1968, among other examples, illustrates. Undoubtedly, the Chinese Communist Party's chosen formulation of the challenge at one time the countryside encircles the cities is consequently too extreme to be useful. A global strategy for the transition beyond capitalism toward global socialism must coordinate struggles in the centers with those in the peripheries of the system. Initially, Lenin distanced himself from the dominant theory of the Second International and successfully led a revolution in the weak link, Russia, but always with the belief that this would be followed by a wave of socialist revolutions in Europe. This was a disappointed hope. Lenin then moved toward a view that gave more importance to the transformation of rebellions into revolutions in the East. But it was up to the Chinese Communist Party and Mao to systematize this new perspective. Maoism made a decisive contribution to a comprehensive assessment of the issues and challenges the globalized capitalist/imperialist expansion represents. It allowed us to place the centers/peripheries contrast imminent to the expansion of the inherently imperialist and polarizing really existing capitalism at the center of the analysis, and to draw from that analysis all the implied lessons for the socialist struggle in both the dominant centers and the dominated peripheries. These conclusions have been summarized in a beautiful Chinese-style expression: states want independence, nations want liberation, and peoples want revolution. States the ruling classes of all countries in the world, when they are something other than lackeys and conveyors of external forces, work to enlarge their space of movement, which allows them to maneuver within the capitalist world system and raise themselves from passive actors, condemned to adjust unilaterally to the dominant demands of imperialism, to active actors, who participate in shaping the world order. Nations, that is, historical blocks of potentially progressive classes, want liberation, specifically, development and modernization. Peoples, that is, the dominated and exploited working classes, aspire to socialism. The phrase allows us to understand the real world in all its complexity and, therefore, formulate effective action strategies. It shares the view that the transition from capitalism to world socialism will be long, very long even, and, consequently, breaks with the Third International's concept of the short transition. 3 major challenges. 1. The agrarian question. The agrarian question is at the heart of the problems of development and democracy and other challenges confronting the societies of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Communist parties and national liberation movements were completely aware of this during the Bandung era. The main issue centers on the rules that regulate access to the use of agricultural land. These regulations must be formulated in a way that includes rather than excludes, allowing all farmers to have access to land, first condition for the reproduction of a peasant society. This fundamental right is certainly not sufficient. It must be accompanied by policies that allow peasant family farms to produce in conditions that ensure a marked growth in national production, in turn guaranteeing the country's food sovereignty, and a parallel improvement in the real incomes of all peasants. Here we are talking about implementing a set of macroeconomic policies and concomitant forms of satisfactory political management, and then making sure that negotiations over the organization of systems of international trade are subject to the needs of those policies. Partisans of the capitalist path ignore the question, since for them, in principle, modernity implies private property in land. It is forgotten that this so-called modern land tenure system results from the formation of historical, really existing, capitalism, established through the destruction of customary systems of regulating access to the land, beginning in England and subsequently elsewhere in Europe. Access to the land in feudal Europe was based on the superposition of rights over the same piece of land, those of the peasant and other members of a village community, whether serf or free, those of the feudal lords, and those of the king. The attack on this system took the form of the enclosures in England, imitated in various ways in all European countries throughout the 19th century. Marx quite early denounced this radical transformation that excluded the majority of peasants from access to use of the land, making them into proletarian emigrants into cities by force of circumstance, or into agricultural laborers or tenant farmers, which he grouped with other measures of primitive accumulation that dispossessed the producers of property or the use of the means of production, or both. This accumulation by dispossession continues in the countries of the contemporary South today. Capitalist rhetoric about itself, the liberal ideology, has produced a myth, the absolute and superior rationality of economic management based on private and exclusive property in the means of production, which includes agricultural land. The dominant discourse applies the conclusions that it believes can be drawn from the construction of Western modernity and proposes them as the only rules necessary for the progress of all other peoples. To make land everywhere private property in the current sense of the term, such as practiced in the capitalist centers, is tantamount to spreading the policy of enclosures to the entire world, that is, to hastening the dispossession of the peasantry. This process is not new. It was started and pursued during the preceding centuries of capitalism's world expansion, particularly in the context of colonial systems. Today, the WTO only envisages accelerating this process, while the coming devastation resulting from this choice is increasingly predictable and calculable, as is the resistance of the peasants and others. Such resistance might make possible the construction of a real and authentically human alternative. In Africa, land tenure systems are still largely based on different principles than private property. This definition, clearly, is negative, not based on private property, and consequently cannot refer to a homogeneous category. Access to the land is regulated in all human societies. But the regulations are managed either by customary communities, modern communities, or the state, or more exactly and frequently, managed by a set of institutions and practices that involve individuals, groups, and the state. Customary management, expressed in terms of customary law or called as such, has always, or almost always, excluded private property in the modern sense and always guaranteed access to the land to all families rather than individuals concerned, that is, to those forming a distinct village community that identifies itself as such. But it has never, or almost never, guaranteed equal access to the land. First, it most often excluded foreigners, vestiges of the most frequently conquered peoples, and slaves, of various statuses. Further, land was unequally distributed according to membership in clans, lineages, castes, or statuses, chiefs, freemen, etc. Thus there is no reason to praise these customary rights unreasonably as, unfortunately, a number of anti-imperialist nationalist ideologues do. Progress will certainly require that they be challenged. Customary management has never or almost never been carried out by independent villages. The latter have always been part of larger state bodies, stable or changing, strong or precarious, depending on circumstances, but rarely absent. The usage rights of communities and the families of which they are composed, then, have always been limited by the rights of a state, which collects a tribute, the reason why I call the huge family of pre-modern modes of production tributary. These complex forms of customary management, different from one country and time period to another, in the best of cases, exist only in extremely degraded forms, having been subject to the onslaught of the dominant processes of globalized capitalism for at least 2 centuries, in Asia and Africa, and sometimes 5, in Latin America. India is probably one of the clearest examples. Before British colonization, village communities managed access to the land or, more exactly, their dominant castes ruling classes, excluding the lower castes did so. The Dalits were treated as a class of collective slaves similar to the Helots of Sparta. The imperial Mughal state and its vassals, states of the Rajas and other kings, the collectors of the tribute, controlled and exploited these communities. The British elevated the zamindars, formerly charged with collecting the tribute, to the status of landowners, thereby forming an allied class of large landowners, in defiance of tradition. However, they maintained the tradition when it benefited them, for example, by respecting the exclusion of Dalits from access to the land. Independent India has not called this unwieldy colonial heritage into question, which lies behind the incredible poverty of the majority of the peasantry and, consequently, its urban proletariat. 6 The solution to these problems and the formation of a viable peasant family economy for the majority requires, consequently, an agrarian reform in the strict sense of the term. See below for the more precise meaning of this proposal. European colonialism in Southeast Asia and that of the United States in the Philippines have resulted in similar developments. Regimes of enlightened despotism in the Orient, the Ottoman Empire, Muhammad Ali's Egypt, the Shahs of Iran, also mainly substituted private property in the modern sense of the term for the traditional arrangements, thereby benefiting a new class improperly called feudal, by the mainstream currents of historical Marxism, recruited from the higher level officials of the government system. Consequently, private property in land is now characteristic of the majority of agricultural land, particularly the best of it in all of Asia outside of China, Vietnam, and the former Soviet Central Asian republics. There remain no more than fragments of degraded semi-customary systems, particularly in the poorest regions, the ones that are the least attractive for capitalist agriculture. This structure is strongly differentiated, juxtaposing large landowners, rural capitalists, rich peasants, middle peasants, poor peasants, and the landless. There is no peasant organization or movement that transcends these acute class conflicts. In Arab Africa, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Kenya, the colonizers, except in Egypt, had granted to their settlers, or to the Boers in South Africa, modern private property, in general of the latifundia type. This heritage has certainly been eliminated in Algeria. But here the peasantry had practically disappeared, proletarianized, and turned into vagrants, by the expansion of colonial lands, while in Morocco and Tunisia, the local bourgeoisie took over the land, which was also partly the case in Kenya. In Zimbabwe, the revolution underway has challenged the colonial heritage, benefiting, in part, new, medium-sized landowners, of urban more than rural origin, and, in part, communities of poor peasants. South Africa is still not part of this trajectory. The fragments of the degraded semi-customary systems that still exist in the poor regions of Morocco, Berber Algeria, or in the Bantustans of South Africa, are subject to the threat of private appropriation, encouraged by forces from both inside and outside of these societies. In all these situations, the character of peasant struggles, and possibly the organizations that lead them or join forces with them, should be carefully defined. Do these movements and demands represent rich peasants, in conflict with the direction of particular state policies, and the influence of the dominant world system on these policies, or do they represent poor peasants and the landless? Can they form an alliance against the dominant, so-called neoliberal, system? Under what conditions and to what extent? Can the demands, whether expressed or not, of the poor peasants and the landless be overlooked? In subtropical Africa, the apparent continuation of customary systems is probably more visible. Here the colonization model was different and referred to as a trading economy, economie de trade. Management of access to land was left to so-called customary authorities, yet still controlled by the colonial state via authentic traditional chiefs or false ones fabricated by the administration. The aim of such control was to force the peasants to produce, beyond their own subsistence needs, a quota of products specifically for export: peanuts, cotton, coffee, cacao. The preservation of a land tenure system that did not include private property was the result of colonization, since no land rent entered into the composition of the prices for the designated products. This system resulted in soil mismanagement, destroyed, sometimes permanently, by the extension of cultivation, as can be seen in the desertification of the groundnut growing areas of Senegal. Once more, capitalism demonstrated that its inherent short-term rationality was well and truly behind an ecological disaster. The juxtaposition of subsistence food production and production for export also made it possible to pay peasants for their labor at rates close to zero. In these conditions, to speak of a customary land tenure system is to overdo it considerably. This is really a new system that preserves only the appearances of traditions, often the less valuable parts. China and Vietnam are unique examples of a system for managing access to land that is not founded on private property or on custom, but on a revolutionary new right, unknown almost everywhere else. All peasants, defined as inhabitants of a village, have equal access to the land. I emphasize the term equal. This right is the greatest achievement of the Chinese and Vietnamese revolutions. In China, and even more in Vietnam, which was more thoroughly colonized, the old land tenure systems, those I have called tributary, were already quite eroded by capitalism. The old ruling classes of the imperial system of government largely monopolized agricultural land as private or almost private property, while capitalist development fostered the formation of new classes of rich peasants. Mao Zedong is the first and probably the only one, followed by Chinese and Vietnamese communists, to have defined a strategy for agrarian revolution based on the mobilization of the majority of the poor, landless, and middle peasants. The victory of this revolution straightaway allowed the abolition of private land replaced by state-owned land and the organization of new forms of equal access to the land for all peasants. This organization has certainly passed through several successive phases, including one inspired by the Soviet model of production cooperatives. The limitations of the latter's achievements led the two countries to return to peasant family farms. Is this model viable? Can it produce continuous improvement in production without generating surplus rural labor? Under what conditions? What state support policies are required? What forms of political management can meet the challenge? Ideally, the model implies parallel rights, of the state as sole landowner, on the one hand, and of the usufructuary, the peasant family, on the other. The state guarantees equal distribution of village lands among all families. It prohibits any use other than family cultivation, such as renting out the land. It guarantees that the product of the investments made by the usufructuary returns to him, in the short term, through his ownership of all of the farm's production, freely marketable, although the state guarantees it by its purchases at a minimum price, and, in the long term, through the inheritance of the usufruct by the children who remain on the farm. The emigrant, when leaving the village, loses the right of access to the land, which returns to the basket of land for redistribution. Since this is certainly about rich soils, but also small, even tiny, farms, the system is viable only as long as vertical investment, a well-organized green revolution, not the one pushed by agribusiness without large-scale motorization, proves to be as effective in allowing an increase in production per rural farmer as horizontal investment, that is, expansion of the farm supported by intensification of motorization. Has this ideal model ever been implemented? It was probably close to being implemented in China during the Deng Xiaoping era. It remains the case that, while it could produce a strong degree of equality within a village, it had never been able to avoid inequalities among communities, which were a function of soil quality, population densities, and proximity to urban markets. No system of redistribution, even via cooperatives and state marketing monopolies during the Soviet phase, was up to the challenge. What is certainly more serious is that the system itself is subject to internal and external pressures that erode its social scope and significance. Access to credit, under satisfactory conditions for the provision of inputs, is subject to all kinds of bargaining and interventions, both legal and illegal. Equal access to the land is not synonymous with equal access to better conditions of production. The popularization of market ideology encourages this erosion. The system tolerates, even legitimates once again, the leasing of land, tenant farming, and the use of wage labor. The rhetoric of the right encouraged from the outside repeats that it will be necessary to give to the peasants ownership of the land and to open the market in agricultural land. It is more than obvious that the rich peasants, even agribusiness, who aspire to increase their property, lie behind such views. This management system that regulates peasant access to the land has up till now been undertaken by the state and its ruling party. It is clearly possible to envision a system managed by actually elected village councils. That is probably necessary because there is not really any other way to mobilize the majority opinion and reduce the intrigues of a minority who might profit from a more pronounced capitalist development. The dictatorship of the party has been proven to be prone to sink into careerism, opportunism, even corruption. There are social struggles underway in the rural areas of China and Vietnam. They are just as prominent elsewhere in the world. But they are mainly defensive, that is, they are committed to defending the heritage of the revolution, the equal right for everyone to the land. Such defense is necessary insofar as this heritage is more threatened than it appears, in spite of repeated affirmations to the contrary by the two governments that state ownership of land will never be abolished in favor of private property. But this defense today requires recognition of the right to engage in such practices through organizing those who are concerned, that is, the peasants. Forms of organizing agricultural production and land tenure systems are too diverse throughout Asia and Africa to construct a single path for the peasant alternative that can work for everyone. Hence, agrarian reform should be understood as a redistribution of private property when it is considered to be too unequally distributed. This is not a matter of a reform of the land tenure system, since this system is still managed by the principle of ownership. Nevertheless, this reform is necessary both to satisfy the perfectly legitimate demand of the poor and landless peasants, and to reduce the political and social power of large landowners. But where it has been implemented, in Asia and Africa after the liberation from imperialist and colonial domination, it was accomplished by hegemonic non-revolutionary social forces, meaning that these reforms were not managed by the majority of poor and dominated classes, except in China and Vietnam. In the latter, there was not any agrarian reform in the strict sense of the term, but, as I have said, a suppression of private property in land, an affirmation of state property, and an implementation of the principle of equal access to land use for all peasants. Elsewhere, true reforms dispossessed only the large landowners to the ultimate benefit of middle and even, in the longer term, rich peasants, while neglecting the interests of the poor and landless. That was the case in Egypt and other Arab countries. The reform underway in Zimbabwe could very well end up with similar results. Reform is still part of the required agenda in India, Southeast Asia, South Africa, and Kenya. Even where agrarian reform is an immediate and imperative requirement, it would still be an ambiguous progress because of its longer-term significance. It reinforces attachment to small property that becomes an obstacle to challenging a land tenure system based on private property. The history of Russia illustrates this. Changes begun after the abolition of serfdom, 1861, and stimulated by the 1905 revolution, followed by Stolypin's policies, had already produced a demand for property that the 1917 revolution recognized through a radical agrarian reform. As is well known, the new small landowners were unenthusiastic about giving up their rights in favor of the unfortunate cooperatives organized in the 1930s. Another path to development based on peasant family farming, organized around generalized small property, perhaps might have been possible. It was not attempted. But what about regions, other than China and Vietnam, where the land tenure system is not, yet, based on private property? Here we are talking about intertropical Africa. This is an old debate. Toward the end of the 19th century, in his correspondence with the Russian Narodniks, Varazay Sulich, among others, Marx dared to assert that the absence of private property can be an asset for the socialist revolution, allowing the leap to a system for managing access to the land other than the one governed by private property. But he did not specify what form, this new system should take, with the qualifier collective, as true as it is, being inadequate. 20 years later, Lenin concluded that this possibility no longer existed, eliminated by the penetration of capitalism and the accompanying spirit of private property. Is this judgment correct or not? I will not express an opinion on this question, for which my knowledge of Russia is insufficient. Still, it is the case that Lenin was not inclined to give critical importance to this question, having accepted Koskai's view expressed in the agrarian question. Koskai generalized the scope of the modern European capitalist model and concluded that the peasantry was destined to disappear due to capitalist expansion itself. In other words, capitalism would be able to resolve the agrarian question. This is true for the capitalist countries of the Triad, 15% of the world population, but it is false for the rest of the world, 85% of the population. History demonstrates not only that capitalism has not settled this question for the 85% of the world's population, but even that in continuing its worldwide expansion, it will not be able to settle it, except by genocide, a beautiful solution. It was thus up to Mao Zedong and the Communist parties of China and Vietnam to give an adequate response to the challenge. The question arose again in the 1960s with the independence of countries in Africa. The continent's national liberation movements, and the states and party states that resulted from those movements, had benefited, to varying degrees, from the support of the peasant majorities. Their natural propensity toward populism led them to imagine a specifically African path to socialism. This could probably be described as quite moderately radical in its relationship to imperialism as well as to the local classes connected to its expansion. It nevertheless posed the question of the reconstruction of peasant society in a humanist and universalist spirit. This often turned out to be strongly critical of the traditions that the foreign masters had attempted to use for their benefit. All or almost all African countries adopted the same principle, formulated in the state's right to eminent domain over all land. I am not one of those who consider this proclamation an error or that it was motivated by extreme statism. An examination of the real ways that the current system of managing the peasantry operates, along with its integration into the capitalist world economy, allows us to assess the scope of the challenge. The system's management is affected by a complex system that simultaneously calls on custom, capitalist, private property, and the rights of the state. The custom in question is degraded and serves only as decoration for the speeches of bloody dictators appealing to authenticity, a fig leaf they believe hides their thirst for looting and treason in the face of imperialism. The propensity to expand private appropriation encounters no serious obstacle other than the victim's possible resistance. In some regions, well placed for cultivating rich crops, irrigated zones, truck farming in suburban areas, the land is bought, sold, and leased without any formal land title. The state's eminent domain, the principle of which I defend, becomes a vehicle for private appropriation. The state can thus give the land required for setting up a tourist zone, a local or foreign agribusiness enterprise, or even a state farm. The land titles necessary for accessing the managed areas are rarely distributed with any transparency. In all cases, the peasant families that occupied these lands, and ordered to leave, are the victims of practices that are abuses of power. But to abolish the state's eminent domain to transfer property to its occupants is not feasible in reality. It would require surveying and registering all village territories, and insofar as it would be attempted, such an operation would allow rural and urban notables to get hold of the best parcels. The correct response to the challenges of managing a land tenure system not based on private property, or at least one not dominated by it, requires reform of the state and its active involvement in establishing a modernized, economically effective, and, to avoid, or at least reduce inequalities, democratic system to manage access to land. The solution in any case is not a return to custom, which is actually impossible, and would only serve to accentuate inequalities and open the way to unbridled capitalism. We cannot say that any of the African states have ever attempted to follow the path recommended here. Mali, the Sudanese Union, following its independence in September 1961, initiated what has been quite incorrectly called collectivization. In fact, the cooperatives set up were not production cooperatives. Production remained the exclusive responsibility of family farms. They were a form of modernized collective authority replacing supposed custom on which the colonial power had based itself. The party that took on this new modern authority had, besides, a clear awareness of the challenge and had set itself the aim of abolishing customary forms of authority considered to be reactionary, even feudal. Undoubtedly, this new peasant authority, formally democratic, the leaders were elected, was in reality only as democratic as the state and party. In any case, it exercised modern responsibilities, assured that access to the land was correctly carried out, that is, without discrimination, managed credits, distribution of inputs, supplied by state trading entities, and marketing of the products, also, in part, delivered to state trading organizations. Nepotism and abuses of power were certainly never eradicated in this activity. But the only response to these abuses would have been progressive democratization of the state, not its retreat, as subsequently forced by liberalism, through an extremely violent military dictatorship, to the benefit of merchants, diolas. In other areas, such as the liberated zones of Guinea-Bissau, under the influence of the theories advanced by Amilcar Cabral, and Burkina Faso under Thomas Sankara, these challenges were directly confronted, sometimes resulting in unquestionable advances that today are conveniently erased from public awareness. In Senegal, the establishment of elected rural collectives is a response to the principle of which I will unhesitatingly defend. Democracy is a practice that requires an unending learning process, in Europe as much as in Africa. What the currently prevailing view understands by reform of the land tenure system is the exact opposite of what is required to build an authentic and prosperous peasant economy. The view propagated by the propaganda instruments of collective imperialism, the World Bank, most development agencies, but also a number of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, having large financial support, is that reform consists of rapidly increasing privatization of land and nothing more. The objective is obvious: creating conditions that would allow the modern pockets of agribusiness, foreign or local, to get hold of lands that are necessary for their expansion. But the additional production that these pockets could provide, for export or the profitable local market, will never be able to meet the challenge of building a prosperous society for everyone, which involves progress for the peasant family economy as a whole. On the contrary, land reform designed with the aim of building a true, effective, and democratic alternative, based on thriving peasant family production, should define the state's role, main holder of eminent domain, and the role of the institutions, as well as mechanisms for managing access to the land and the means of production. I do not rule out complex and mixed solutions, specific to each country. Private property in land could be accepted at least where it is established and considered legitimate. Its redistribution can or should be reconsidered where necessary through agrarian reforms, in sub-Saharan Africa, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Kenya. I do not even necessarily, in all cases, rule out opening controlled spaces for the establishment of agribusiness enterprises. But the main point lies elsewhere, in the modernization of peasant family production and the democratization in the process of managing its integration into the national economy and into globalization. I do not have a blueprint to propose here. I am satisfied highlighting some of the large problems that such a reform raises. The democratic question is the main focus of the response to the challenge we are examining. This is a complex and difficult question that cannot be reduced to the insipid rhetoric of good governance and multi-party elections. The question includes an undeniable cultural aspect. Democracy pushes for the abolition of customs that are hostile to it, prejudices about social hierarchies, and above all the treatment of women. It includes legal and institutional components, the construction of systems of administrative, commercial, and private law that is consistent with the objectives of social construction and the establishment of adequate institutions, preferably elected. But above all, when all is said and done, the progress of democracy will depend on the social power of its defenders. The organization of peasant movements is, in this sense, absolutely irreplaceable. It is only insofar as the peasantry is able to speak for itself that advances in the direction of what is called participatory democracy, as opposed to reducing the problem to the dimensions of representative democracy, will open up. The question of relations between men and women is a no less essential dimension of the democratic challenge. When we speak of the peasant family farm, we are obviously referring to the family, which up to now, and almost everywhere, has been characterized by the structural submission of women and the overexploitation of their labor power. A democratic transformation will not happen in these conditions without women's organized movements. Attention should also be focused on the question of migrations. Customary rights generally exclude foreigners, that is, all those who do not belong to the clans, lineages, and families that make up a village community from rights to the land, or restrict access to it. Migrations caused by colonial and post-colonial development have sometimes taken on dimensions that shake up the idea of the ethnic homogeneity of particular regions affected by such migration. The emigrants, whether originally from outside a particular state, like the Burkinabe in Côte d'Ivoire, or, although formally citizens of the same state, of an ethnic origin foreign to the regions where they settled, like the Hausa in the Nigerian state of Plateau, see their rights to the land they have cultivated challenged by narrow-minded and chauvinistic political movements, which benefit from external support. To defeat such communitarianisms ideologically and politically, and to unequivocally condemn the paracultural rhetoric underlying them, has become one of the imperative conditions for authentic democratic advances. All of the preceding analyses and proposals only concern the status of property and regulations for access to the land. These questions are a major focus in debates on the future of agricultural and food production, peasant societies, and the individuals making up those societies. But they do not deal with all dimensions of the challenge. Access to the land falls short of any potential for social change if the peasant beneficiary is not able to access the necessary means of production under acceptable conditions: credit, seeds, inputs, access to markets. National policies and international negotiations that focus on defining the frameworks in which prices and incomes are determined are another component of the peasant question. I will limit myself here to outlining two major conclusions and proposals I have reached. We cannot accept treating agricultural and food production and the land as ordinary commodities and, consequently, accept the necessity of including them in the globalized liberalization promoted by the dominant powers, the United States and the European Union, and multinational capital. The agenda of the WTO, which is a direct descendant of the GATT since 1995, must purely and simply be rejected. We must seek to convince public opinion in Asia and Africa, beginning with peasant organizations, but also all social and political forces that defend the interests of the working classes and the nation, particularly the requirements of its food sovereignty, and all those who have not given up a development project worthy of the name, that the negotiations conducted within the framework of the WTO agenda will result in catastrophe for the peoples of Asia and Africa. These simply threaten to ruin more than 2.5 billion peasants of the two continents, offering them no alternative other than migration into shanty towns and imprisonment in concentration camps, the construction of which has already been anticipated for these potential migrants. We cannot accept the maneuvering of the major imperialist powers, the United States and Europe, that work together within the WTO in their attack on the peoples of the South. We should be aware that these powers, who unilaterally attempt to impose liberal provisions on the countries of the South, always make sure to exclude themselves from such provisions by maneuvers that can only be described as systematic cheating. Asian and African peasants were organized in the earlier stage of their people's liberation struggles. They found their place in powerful historical blocs that created the right conditions for victory over the imperialism of that era. Sometimes these blocs were revolutionary, China and Vietnam, and thus had their main rural base in the majority classes of middle, poor, and landless peasants. Elsewhere, they were led by the national bourgeoisie, or the strata that aspired to be such, and had their rural base in the rich and middle peasant classes, isolating the large landowners and the traditional leaders who were in the pay of the colonizers. This stage has now passed. The challenge of the new collective imperialism of the Triad will only be met if historical blocs are formed in Asia and Africa that are not remakes of the earlier ones. To define the nature of these blocs, as well as their strategies and immediate and longer-term objectives in these new conditions, is the challenge confronting the so-called alternative globalization movement. This challenge is much more serious than what a large number of these movements involved in current struggles could imagine. New peasant organizations exist in Asia and Africa that drive current struggles. Often, when political systems make the formation of formal organizations impossible, social struggles in the country are conducted by movements without leaders, or at least obvious ones. These activities and programs, when they exist, need to be analyzed more. What peasant social forces do they represent? Whose interests do they defend? Is it the majority of peasants? Or is it minorities who aspire to find their place in the expansion of globalized capitalism? We should avoid quick responses to these complex and difficult questions. We should beware of condemning some organizations and movements because they do not mobilize the peasant majorities around radical programs. This would amount to ignoring the requirements for organizing broad alliances and formulating a strategy of stages. But we should also beware of subscribing to the rhetoric of naive alter-globalization, which often sets the tone in forums and encourages the illusion that the world is moving in the right direction solely because social movements exist. This rhetoric, it is true, emanates more from numerous NGOs of good intentions, perhaps, than from peasant and worker organizations. To electoral democracy or democratization of societies. There is no authentic democracy without social progress. Democracy is both a requirement in itself and a means for the working classes to assert their rights and demands. Democracy in the general sense involves recognition of the legitimacy of different views of the relations between the individual and society, and the concomitant legitimacy of diverse interests and the institutions necessary to promote their implementation. As such, it is an imperative condition for human emancipation. We cannot imagine such emancipation without a concomitant emancipation of the mind. Democracy provides maximum opportunities for creativity in all areas. But democracy, in the more specific sense of a set of institutions that define and control its practices, is also a means either to facilitate or hinder the advancement of the people's, the working/popular classes, interests. In this latter sense, we should then carefully distinguish the means of popular democracy from those of democracy reserved to the privileged. To describe democracy as popular could be taken for a pleonasm, since demos means people in Greek. But the pleonasm is necessary because the democracy that the dominant ideology offers to us was designed and constructed to serve the privileged and not to promote the power of the popular classes. An authentic democracy is inseparable from social progress. That means it must combine the requirements for liberty with the no less important requirements for equality. These two values are not necessarily spontaneously complementary, but often in conflict. When liberty is combined with property, which is placed on equal footing and sanctified by the economic system, it reduces the space for realizing demands for equality. The property in question is that of a minority. In our era, it belongs to large financial oligopolies. In these conditions, the combination of liberty and property establishes the real power of a plutocracy, reducing democracy to ritual practices without any real significance. However, equality, or at least a certain amount of less inequality, can be and often was in contemporary history guaranteed by the government without great tolerance for the exercise of citizen freedoms. Combining liberty and equality is the essence of the challenge that confronts us today. The institutional democracy that the dominant ideology offers us is an obstacle to authentic democratic progress. Advances in democracy have always been produced by popular struggles, and such advances have always been more prominent in revolutionary periods. Democracy as we know it was not and still is not designed to encourage the expression of grassroots demands, but rather sets up obstacles that are difficult to overcome. Dominant recent tendencies in the institutionalized practice of electoral and representative democracy openly pursue the objective of reducing what their promoters call the excess of democracy. The dominant ideology links democracy with freedom of markets, that is, capitalism, and claims that they are inseparable. There can be no democracy without markets, thus no democratic socialism is conceivable. This is a tautological and ideological in the vulgar and negative sense of the term expression. The history of really existing capitalism as a globalized system demonstrates that this same truncated democracy has always been only the exception and not the rule. In the centers of capitalism, the progress of representative democracy has always been the result of popular struggles, held off for as long as possible by the power holders, property owners. It is an incontestable fact that such struggles have resulted in the expansion of suffrage. Universal suffrage is recent, the strengthening of legislative power against the privileges of kings, aristocracies, and the military high command, and the legalization of limits to the freedom of property owners, labor rights, social security laws, etc. At the level of the global capitalist system, the link between truncated democracy and capitalism is even more clearly without any real foundation. In the peripheries, 80% of humanity, that are integrated into real-world capitalism, democracy has never, or almost never, been on the agenda of what is possible or even desirable for the operation of capitalist accumulation. In these conditions, I will even go so far to say that democratic advances in the centers, while they were indeed the result of struggles by the working/popular classes, were no less largely facilitated by the advantages such societies procured in the world system. Popular movements and peoples fighting for socialism and liberation from imperialism were behind the authentic democratic breakthroughs, initiating a theory and practice that combine democracy and social progress. This evolution beyond capitalism, its ideology, and the restricted practice of representative and procedural democracy began quite early in the French Revolution. It was expressed more maturely and radically in later revolutions, in the Paris Commune, the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and some others, Mexico, Cuba, Vietnam. I am not one of those who refrain from severely criticizing the authoritarian, even bloody, excesses and abuses that accompanied the revolutionary periods of history. Explaining the reasons for such practices neither justifies them nor reduces their destructive impact on the socialist future aimed at by these revolutions. Still, we should also keep in mind the ongoing crimes of really existing capitalism and imperialism, the colonial massacres, the crimes connected with the preventive wars conducted today by the United States and its allies. Democracy in these conditions, when it is not simply erased from the agenda, is hardly more than a masquerade. Today, democracy is in decline worldwide. Within the context of generalized and globalized monopoly capitalism, democracy, even in its truncated forms, is not advancing in reality or potentially but, on the contrary, is in general retreat. In contemporary capitalism, electoral democracy when it exists is combined not with social progress but with social regression. Consequently, it is threatened with loss of legitimacy and credibility. The market decides everything, the parliament, when it exists, nothing. Moreover, the war on terrorism serves, as we well know, as a pretext to reduce democratic rights for the greater benefit of the plutocracy's power in the era of obsolescent capitalism. People then are likely to be attracted to the illusion of retreating into identities of various sorts, para-ethnic and or para-religious, that are in essence anti-democratic and a dead end. In the countries of the capitalist/imperialist center, the working/popular classes, and even most of the middle classes, at least potentially, certainly aspire to a more real democracy, more equality and more solidarity and social security, job security, retirement systems, etc. It is not certain that the ideology of cutthroat competition will be accepted indefinitely. But are the peoples of the North disposed to give up the significant advantages accruing to them through plundering the entire world, which implies maintaining the peoples of the South in underdevelopment? The ecological concern for sustainable development should lead to a serious reconsideration of these advantages. For this very reason, it has to be said that the manifestation of this concern seldom exceeds the expression of pious wishes. Here subservience to the democratic farce is internalized by a self-described postmodernist discourse that, quite simply, refuses to recognize the extent of such destructive effects. The main thing lies elsewhere, it is said. What do elections matter in civil society, where individuals have become what the liberal virus claims they are, the subjects of history, whereas they are indeed not that at all? But the democratic farce does not work in the system's peripheries. Here, in the zone of storms, the established order does not benefit from sufficient legitimacy to allow a stabilization of the society. The persistence of backward-looking aspirations does not result from the tenacious backwardness of the peoples involved, the usual rhetoric on the subject, but from an ineffective response to a real challenge. All peoples and nations of the peripheries have not only been subjected to the fierce economic exploitation of imperialist capital, they have also, consequently, been subjected just as much to cultural aggression. The dignity of their cultures, languages, customs, and history has been denied with the greatest contempt. It is not surprising that these victims of external and internal colonialism, Native Americans, naturally link their social and political liberation with the restoration of their national dignity. But these legitimate aspirations, in turn, lead them to look exclusively to the past, hoping to find there the answers to the questions of today and tomorrow. There is a real risk of seeing the people's movement of awakening and liberation trap itself into tragic impasses when the backward-looking approach is taken as the central axis of the sought-after renewal. This confusion, among other causes, lies behind the religious renewal. By that I mean the resurgence of conservative and reactionary religious and para-religious interpretations that are communitarianist and ritualistic. Here monotheism quite easily is wedded to monotheism. I obviously exclude from my judgment religious interpretations that rely on their spiritual sense to justify taking the side of those social forces fighting for freedom. But the former interpretations are dominant, and the latter are in the minority and often marginalized. Other no less reactionary ideological approaches compensate in the same way for the emptiness created by the liberal virus. Nationalisms and ethnic or para-ethnic communitarianism are good examples. In the countries of the periphery, the challenge can be taken up only if, During a long transition period, centuries long, the political systems of popular democracy successfully combine three objectives: I. Maintain and strengthen national independence in a multipolar international system based on the principle of negotiated globalization. 2. Accelerate the development of productive forces without which it is futile to speak about eradicating poverty and building a balanced multipolar world. And 3. Affirm the growing place of socialist values, particularly equality. This challenge involves three-quarters of humanity. Democracy is not a ready-made formula that simply needs to be adopted. Its realization is a continuous process, which is why I prefer the term democratization. The proposed formula, a multi-party system and elections, turns into farce and runs a serious risk that the struggle for democracy will lose legitimacy. Accepting this solution as less bad would trap the unsuspecting in a demoralizing impasse. Rhetorics on good governance and reduction of poverty provide no adequate response to liberalism's destructive effects. The struggle for the democratization of society is inseparable from the struggle to change the established government. The fight for democratization requires mobilization, organization, choice of actions, strategic vision, tactical sense, and the politicization of struggles. Undoubtedly, these prerequisites of struggle cannot be decreed in advance on the basis of sanctified dogmas. But identifying them is imperative because it is indeed a matter of defeating the system of established powers and replacing it with another one. Undoubtedly, the idea that the revolution will replace the power of capital straight away with that of the people must be given up. In contrast, revolutionary advances are possible, based on new and real powers of the people that push back the power of those who will continue to defend the principles of reproducing inequality. Abandoning the question of power is tantamount to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Believing that society can be transformed without destroying, even if gradually, the established system of power, displays the most extreme naivete. So long as the established powers remain what they are, far from being dispossessed by social change, they are capable of co-opting it and integrating it into the strengthening, not weakening, of capital's power. The sad diversion of ecologism, which has become a new field for capital's expansion, bears witness to that. Evading the question of power is to place social movements in a situation that does not allow them to move on the offensive, and instead restricts them to maintaining a defensive posture and resisting the offensives of those who hold power. In sum, it is to cede the initiative to the enemy. The movement towards socialism throughout the world, in both North and South, will invent new forms of authentic democracy. Advances must, at each stage of the struggle, include their adequate political and legal institutionalization. The reader will find examples in Appendix 2 in Chapter 7, Audacity, More Audacity. 3. Ecology and Marxism. The ecological question arises in almost all debates. This is understandable given that the scale of ecological disasters is now clearly visible. Yet these debates rarely get beyond confusion. Only a minority of movements understands that a response to the challenge demands leaving behind the logic of capitalist accumulation. The established powers quickly understood the danger and expended major, supposedly scientific, efforts which in reality are purely ideological propaganda to demonstrate that a green capitalism was possible. I talked about this in my analyses of the question of sustainable development. Point 7. I also, in contrast, contended that the works of Mathis Wackernagel and William Rees, to which I referred, illustrate the possibility of calculating, I emphasize the word calculating, that is, a quantified measure, use values, on the condition of breaking away from capitalism. François Houtart's book, 2010, dissects the hoax of green capitalism. John Bellamy Foster, 2000, has given a masterful analysis of Marx as an ecologist. Point 8. For these reasons, I believe it might be useful to the reader of my memoirs to know what my viewpoint is on these questions, one that I have tirelessly advocated in many debates. The text that follows is drawn from my book The Law of Worldwide Value, 2010. The viewpoint of the dominant currents in environmentalism, particularly in the fundamentalist variety, is certainly not that of Marxism, although both rightly denounce the destructive effects of development. Environmentalism attributes these destructive effects to the Eurocentric and Promethean philosophy characteristic of modernity, in which the human being is not part of nature, but claims to subject the latter to the satisfactions of its needs. This thesis entails a fatal culturalist corollary. It inspires a call to follow another philosophy that emphasizes humanity's belonging to nature, its mother. With that in mind, supposedly alternative and better philosophies, such as one derived from a particular interpretation of Hinduism, are praised in opposition to so-called Western philosophy. This is ill-considered praise, which ignores the fact that Hindu society was not, and is not, different from so-called Western societies, neither concerning the use of violence. Hindu society is anything but as nonviolent as it claims to be, nor the subjection of nature to exploitation. Marx develops his analysis on a completely different terrain. He attributes the destructive character of capital accumulation to capitalism's logic of rationality, which is governed exclusively by the pursuit of immediate profit, short-term profitability. He demonstrates that and draws the explicit conclusions in Volume 1 of Capital. These two methods of interpreting history and reality lead to different judgments on what must be done to meet the challenge, the destructive effects of development. Environmentalists are led to condemn progress and thereby join the postmodernists in viewing scientific discoveries and technological advances negatively. This condemnation leads, in turn, to a method of envisaging what the future might be, which is, at the very least, not very realistic. Thus projections are made in which a particular natural resource will be exhausted, fossil fuels, for example, and then the validity of these fatally alarmist conclusions is generalized by the assertion that the planet's resources are not infinite, which is certainly correct in principle, but not necessarily in terms of what can be deduced from it. Thus possible future scientific discoveries that might counter a particular alarmist conclusion are ignored. Of course, the distant future remains unknown, and there will never be any guarantee that progress will always make it possible to find solutions to unknown future challenges. Science is not a substitute for the belief in eternity, religious or philosophical. In this context, situating the debate on the nature of the challenges and the ways to deal with them would lead us nowhere. On the contrary, by placing the debate on the terrain cleared by Marx, the analysis of capitalism, we are able to advance in analyzing the challenges. Yes, there will still be scientific discoveries in the future on the basis of which technologies for controlling the riches of nature might be derived. But what can be asserted without fear of contradiction is that as long as the logic of capitalism forces society to exercise its choices on the basis of short-term profitability, which is implied by the valorization of capital, the technologies that will be implemented to exploit new scientific advances will be chosen only if they are profitable in the short term. Consequently, this implies that such technologies will carry an increasingly higher risk of being environmentally destructive. It is only when humanity has designed a way of managing society based on prioritizing use values instead of the exchange values associated with the valorization of capital that the conditions for a better management of the relations between humanity and nature will come together. I do say better management and not perfect management. The latter implies the elimination of the limitations to which all human thought and action are subject. The early critique of Eurocentrism that I advanced, taken up in the second and expanded edition of my book Eurocentrism, continues the work started by Marx as a counterpoint to the culturalist, postmodernist, and supposedly environmentalist, discourse. Point 9. Environmentalists' choice to debate these questions in a flawed theoretical context traps them, not only in theoretical, but above all in political impasses. This choice allows the dominant forces of capital to manipulate all the political proposals that result from it. It is well known that alarmism allows the societies of the imperialist triad to preserve their privilege of exclusive access to the planet's resources and prevent the peoples of the peripheries from being able to deal with the requirements of their development, whether for good or bad. It is ineffective to respond to anti-alarmist views by pointing to the incontestable fact that they are themselves mere fabrications of the lobbies, for example, the automobile lobby. The world of capital always operates in this way. The lobbies that defend particular interests of segments of capital endlessly confront one another and will continue to do so. Lobbies for energy-intensive choices now oppose lobbies for green capitalism. Environmentalists will only be able to get out of this labyrinth if they understand that they must become Marxists. 1. The Arab world. Nationalism, political Islam, and the predicted Arab revolutions. I am prefacing this chapter on the Arab world with 5 introductory documents. 1. The contemporary Arab world's historical trajectory. 2. The failure of the Nahda. 3. Modernity, democracy, secularism, and Islam. 4. The deployment of the United States military project. And 5. The Palestinian question. These documents should allow the reader to pinpoint my position within the larger context of the Arab debates I am going to summarize. The Arab scene is the site of an ongoing conflict between 3 groups of political positions that, in turn, leads to 3 different future possibilities. 1. Bourgeois modernism, certainly comprador, but nevertheless motivated by the intention to build modern though not necessarily democratic Arab states. 2. Reactionary political Islam propagated by the archaic monarchies of the Gulf, the Muslim Brothers, and the Salafists. And 3. A possibly universalist Arab left, which would be part of a movement towards socialism. We need to examine first what the real reasons are for such fault lines before looking at how they are manifested in current debates. These underlying positions recur with nagging frequency in all Arab debates. 1. The historical trajectory of the contemporary Arab world. The Arab world has gone through 3 important stages over the past half-century. Nasser's Egypt, Ba'ath's Syria and Iraq, and Boumedienne's Algeria were, from 1955 to 1975, major participants in the non-aligned movement and its expansion into Africa. The first conference of African liberation movements took place in Cairo in 1957. It led to the establishment of the Organization of Solidarity with the People of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The proposed new international economic order, the swan song of the non-aligned movement, was drafted in Algiers in 1974. None of these are chance occurrences. But while the socially positive effects of the Arab revolutions, which I have called national populist, were exhausted in the brief time of a decade or two, rising oil profits became dominant after 1973 and encouraged the illusion of an easy modernization. The play on words known by all Arabs, al-Thora Mahal al-Thora, the spurt, meaning oil, in place of the revolution, captures this transfer of hopes, which is simultaneously the transfer of the center of gravity of strategic decision-making from Cairo to Riyadh. Ironically, this occurred at the time when we began to see that this non-renewable resource was on the way to exhaustion. Within this context, the United States began the implementation of what would become the Project for Military Control of the World, a means for it to ensure exclusive access to this irreplaceable energy resource for its benefit. From 1990, the armed intervention of the United States, now become a reality, completely transformed the nature of the challenges confronting Arab and other societies. Mired in the infida, the opening connected to the petroleum illusion, Arab governments lost the legitimacy from which they had benefited until then. Political Islam rushed into the political void, where it has been in the forefront ever since. As Antonio Gramsci once said, "The old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters." For someone my age, who has lived through these 3 periods, the involution associated with the sequence necessarily called for in-depth consideration of the reasons for this dramatic failure. Having experienced this from the inside, I put forward written analyses on the issues involved, which the reader will find elsewhere. I attributed the involution to 2 sets of causes, those related to the limitations and contradictions of the Nahda, the Arab Renaissance initiated in the 19th century, which were behind the longevity of the political model called the Mamluk regime, 10, and those related to the world geopolitics of the new collective imperialism of the Triad, United States, Europe, and Japan, under the leadership of the United States. 11. 2. The failure of the Nahda. Modernity and the European Renaissance. Modernity is based on the principle that human beings, individually and collectively, make their own history, and to do that, they have the right to innovate and not respect tradition. The proclamation of this principle was a rupture with the fundamental principle that governed all pre-modern societies, including those of feudal and Christian Europe. This principle called for renouncing the dominant forms of legitimizing power in the family, in communities within which ways of living and modes of production are organized, and at the level of the state that were based up to then on a metaphysics with a generally religious expression. It implies, then, a separation between the state and religion, a radical secularization, which is a condition for the development of modern forms of politics. Modernity is born with this declaration of principle. This is not a question of a rebirth, renaissance, but a birth as such. The characterization Europeans themselves gave to this moment of history, the Renaissance, is thus misleading. It is the result of an ideological construction in which Greco-Roman antiquity was already supposedly familiar with the principle of modernity, buried during the Middle Ages, between ancient modernity and new modernity, by religious obscurantism. This is a mythical understanding of antiquity, the basis for Eurocentrism, through which Europe claims to inherit its past and return to the sources, hence Renaissance, while in fact this Renaissance is actually a rupture with its own history. The concomitant birth of modernity and capitalism is not accidental. The social relations that characterize the new production system implied freedom of enterprise, free access to markets, and proclamation of the inviolable right to private property, which is made sacred. Economic life, freed from the type of supervision by political authorities that characterized the pre-modern systems, developed into an autonomous area of social life, driven by its own laws. In place of the traditional determination in which power is the source of wealth, capitalism substitutes a reverse causality in which wealth is the source of power. The Arab Islamic Nada. The European Renaissance was the result of an internal social dynamic. It was, in effect, the solution provided by the invention of capitalism to contradictions specific to Europe in that era. In contrast, what Arabs called, by imitation, their Renaissance, the Nada of the 19th century, was not that at all. It was the reaction to an external shock. Europe, made powerful and victorious by modernity, had an ambiguous effect on the Arab world. It was a cause of both attraction, admiration, and repulsion, through the arrogance of its conquest. The Arab Renaissance took the qualifying term literally. It believed that if, as the Europeans had done, and this is what they themselves said, the Arabs returned to their sources, a disparaged time, they would rediscover their greatness. The Nada did not understand the modernity that made Europe powerful. The Nada did not implement the necessary ruptures with tradition that define modernity. It did not grasp the true significance of secularism, a necessary condition for politics to become a domain of free innovation, thus of democracy in the modern sense of the term. The Nada believed that it could substitute a reinterpretation of religion purged of its obscurantist excesses. Even now, Arab societies are poorly equipped to understand that secularism is not a Western specificity, but a necessity of modernity. The Nada did not understand the meaning of democracy, understood properly as the right to break with tradition. It thus remained a prisoner of concepts of the autocratic state. It hoped and prayed for a just despot, al-Mustabid al-Adel, not even an enlightened one. The nuance is significant. The Nada did not understand that modernity also produced women's aspiration for liberation, thereby exercising their right to innovate, to break with tradition. It reduced modernity to the immediate appearance of what it produces, technological progress. This deliberately simplified presentation does not mean that I am unaware of the contradictions expressed in the Nada, or that some avant-garde thinkers were aware of the real challenges of modernity, such as Qasim Amin concerning the importance of women's liberation, Ali Abdel Razak on the centrality of secularism, or Abd al-Rahman al-Kawakabi on democracy. But none of these breakthroughs were followed through. On the contrary, Arab society reacted by giving up any pursuit of the indicated paths forward. The Nada is not, then, the moment of the birth of modernity in the Arab world, it is in fact the moment of its failure. In his magnificent book, The Arabs and the Holocaust, Gilbert Achcar dissects the writings of Rashid Rida, the last link in the chain of the Nada in decline. 12 Rida wrote in the 1920s and was one of the original inspirations of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Islam that he proposed, described as a return to the sources, is utterly devoid of thought. It is a ritualistic, conservative Islam of convenience and communitarian affirmation. The adherents of Rida and the Muslim Brotherhood to Wahhabism, an equally heinous expression of a total lack of critical thinking, which scarcely responds to the requirements of an archaic society of nomads, heralds the advent of political Islam. Limits and contradictions of modernity. The modernity that developed under the restrictions of capitalism's limitations is, consequently, contradictory, promising much that it cannot produce and thus giving rise to unsatisfied aspirations. Contemporary humanity is thus confronted with the contradictions of this modernity, the only one we have experienced up to now, a modernity that began with the capitalist stage of history. Capitalism and its modernity are destructive of the human being, reduced to the status of a commodity embodying labor power. Moreover, polarization on the world scale caused by capitalist accumulation on the same scale nullifies any possibility for the majority of human beings, those in the peripheries, to satisfy their needs as promised by modernity. For the great majority, the modernity in question is quite simply odious. Hence, the rejection of this modernity is violent. But rejection is a negative act. The inadequacies of various alternative projects eliminate the effectiveness of any revolt and ultimately lead it to submit to the requirements of the capitalism and modernity that it supposedly rejects. The main illusion is sustained by nostalgia for the pre-modern past. In the peripheries, the backward-looking posture proceeds from a violent and justified revolt, of which it is only a neurotic and powerless form, because quite simply it is based on ignorance of the nature of the challenge of modernity. The backward-looking position is expressed in various ways, generally in terms of a fundamentalist religious interpretation, which in fact masks a conventional conservative choice, or in terms of an ethnicity adorned with specific virtues that transcend other dimensions of social reality, classes, among others. The common denominator to all these forms is their attachment to a culturalist thesis in which religions and ethnic groups are characterized by trans-historical specificities that define inviolable identities. Even though without scientific foundation, these positions are nonetheless able to mobilize the masses who are marginalized and made helpless by destructive capitalist modernity. They are thus effective means for manipulation that are incorporated into strategies designed to reinforce submission to the joint dictatorship of the dominant forces in capitalist globalization and their local and subaltern transmission channels. Political Islam is a good example of this method for managing peripheral capitalism. In Latin America and Africa, the proliferation of quasi-Protestant obscurantist sects, supported by North American authorities to hinder liberation theology, manipulates the helplessness of the excluded and their revolt against the conservative official church. Above extracts are from The Reawakening of the Arab World 13. 3. Modernity, Democracy, Secularism, and Islam. The image that the Arab and Islamic region gives of itself today is that of societies in which religion, Islam, is in the forefront of all areas of social and political life, to the point that it seems incongruous to imagine that it could be otherwise. The majority of foreign observers, political leaders and the media, conclude from this that modernity, even democracy, must be adapted to the heavy presence of Islam, thereby de facto precluding secularism. Modernity is a rupture in universal history that began in 16th century Europe. Modernity proclaims that the human being is responsible for his or her own history, individually and collectively, and consequently breaks with the dominant pre-modern ideologies. Modernity thus allows democracy, just as it demands secularism, in the sense of separation of the religious and the political. From this point of view, where do the peoples of the Middle Eastern region stand? The image of crowds of bearded men prostrating themselves, as well as cohorts of veiled women, can and does inspire hasty conclusions about the intensity of the religious commitment being expressed. The social pressures exerted to obtain the result are rarely mentioned. The women have not chosen the veil, it has been imposed on them with prior violence. Absence from prayer almost always costs the person in question work, sometimes even that person's life. Western culturalist friends who call for respect for the diversity of beliefs rarely inquire into the procedures implemented by governments to present an image that suits them. There are certainly religious extremists, fous de Dieu. Are there proportionately more of them than the Spanish Catholics who parade at Easter, or the innumerable fanatics in the United States who listen to televangelists? In any case, the region has not always presented this image of itself. Beyond differences from one country to another, we can identify a large region extending from Morocco to Afghanistan, including all Arabs, except those from the Arabian Peninsula, Turks, Iranians, Afghans, and the peoples of the former Soviet Central Asia, in which the potential for the development of secularism is far from negligible. The situation is different among some neighboring peoples, such as the Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula or the Pakistanis. In this extensive area, the political traditions were strongly affected by the radical currents of modernity. The Enlightenment, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the communism of the Third International had an impact on thinking and acting and certainly were more important than Westminster-style parliamentarianism, for example. These dominant currents inspired the major models of political transformation that the ruling classes implemented, which in some ways could be called forms of enlightened despotism. This was certainly the case in the Egypt of Muhammad Ali or the Khedive Ismail Pasha. Kemalism in Turkey and modernization in Iran proceeded with similar methods. The national populism characteristic of the more recent stages of history belongs to the same family of modernist political projects. The model's variants were numerous: the Algerian FLN, Tunisian Bourguibism, Egyptian Nasserism, and Baathism in Syria and Iraq, but moved in a similar direction. The apparently extreme experiences the so-called communist governments in Afghanistan and South Yemen were in reality not very different. All these governments accomplished a great deal and, consequently, had very wide popular support. That is why, even when they were not truly democratic, they opened the way to a possible evolution in that direction. In some circumstances such as those in Egypt between 1920 and 1950, an experiment in electoral democracy was attempted, supported by the moderate anti-imperialists, the Wafd, and fought by the dominant imperialist power, Great Britain, and its local allies, the monarchy. Secularism admittedly implemented in moderate versions was not rejected by the people. It was, on the contrary, religious figures that were considered obscurantists in public opinion, which most of them were. Modernist experiments from enlightened despotism to radical national populism were not the product of chance. Powerful political movements, dominant in the middle classes, were behind these experiments. In this way, these classes were asserting themselves as full and equal partners in modern globalization, and their national bourgeois projects were modernist, secularist, and potentially bearers of democratic developments. But precisely because these projects came into conflict with the interests of the dominant imperialism, the latter fought them relentlessly and systematically mobilized obscurantist forces for this purpose. The history of the Muslim Brotherhood is well known. The British and the monarchy literally created it in the 1920s in Egypt to counter the democratic and secular Wafd. Also well known is that the CIA and Anwar Sadat organized its mass return from Saudi exile after the death of Gamal Abdel Nasser. Then there is the history of the Taliban, formed by the CIA and Pakistan to fight against the communists who had opened schools to everyone, boys and girls. Let us also remember that the Israelis supported Hamas at the beginning to weaken the secular and democratic currents of the Palestinian resistance. Political Islam would have had much difficulty in expanding beyond the borders of Saudi Arabia and Pakistan without the firm, powerful, and ongoing support of the United States. Saudi society had not even begun its transition from tradition when the vast petroleum reservoirs were discovered. The business and political alliance between imperialism and the traditional ruling class was immediately sealed, thereby reinvigorating reactionary Wahhabi political Islam. For their part, the British succeeded in breaking Indian unity by convincing the Muslim leaders to create their own state, imprisoned from the very beginning in political Islam. Note that the theory by which this curiosity was legitimized attributed to Maududi had previously been fully drafted by English Orientalists in Her Majesty's service. In the same vein, the U.S. initiative to break the United Front of Asian and African states established in Bandung in 1955 led to the creation of an Islamic conference immediately promoted, beginning in 1957, by Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Political Islam penetrated into the region by this means. The least of the conclusions that should be drawn from these observations is that political Islam is not the spontaneous product of an authentic assertion of religious conviction by the peoples in question. Political Islam was systematically constructed by imperialism and supported, of course, by obscurantist reactionary forces and subservient comprador classes. It is undeniable that the various left forces neither saw nor knew how to confront the challenge, and that is their failure. 4. The deployment of the United States military project. The United States project, supported to varying degrees by its subaltern European and Japanese allies, is to establish its military control over the entire world, what I have called the extension of the Monroe Doctrine to the planet. With that in mind, the Middle East was chosen as the region for the first strike for at least 4 reasons. It harbors the world's most abundant petroleum resources, and its direct control by the armed forces of the United States would give Washington a privileged position, placing their allies Europe and Japan and its potential rivals, China, in the uncomfortable position of dependence on the United States for their energy supplies. 2. It is located at the center of the Old World and facilitates the exercise of a permanent military threat against China, India, and Russia. 3. The region is going through a period of weakness and confusion that allows the aggressor to achieve an easy victory. At least in the short term. 4. Imperialism has an unconditional ally in the region with nuclear weapons, Israel. The developing attack has placed certain countries on the front line: Afghanistan, Iraq, Palestine, and Iran. The first 3 have been destroyed, and Iran is threatened with being so. The armed diplomacy of the United States had the objective of literally destroying Iraq well before the pretext given to it on 2 different occasions, the invasion of Kuwait in 1990, and then after the events of September 11, cynically exploited by the Bush administration with lies worthy of Joseph Goebbels. Repeat a lie often enough and it becomes the truth. The reason for that is quite simple and has nothing to do with any appeals for the liberation of the Iraqi people from Saddam Hussein's bloody dictatorship, which was real enough. Iraq possesses a large portion of the best petroleum resources in the world. What is more, Iraq had succeeded in forming a scientific and technical force that, due to its critical mass, is capable of sustaining a consistent national project. This danger had to be eliminated by a preventive war that the United States gave itself the right to wage when and where it decided, without the least respect for international law. Beyond this blatantly obvious observation, several serious questions need to be examined. Why has Washington's plan so easily appeared to be a dazzling success? 2. What new situation has been created that now confronts the Iraqi nation? 3. What responses have the different components of the Iraqi people given to this challenge? 4. And what solutions can Iraqi, Arab, and international democratic and progressive forces promote? Saddam Hussein's defeat was predictable. Faced with an enemy whose main advantage lies in its capacity to carry out genocide by aerial bombardment with impunity, pending the use of nuclear weapons, the people have only one possibly effective response: resist the invader on the ground. The Saddam regime had worked to eliminate all means of defense available to the people through the systematic destruction of all organizations, all political parties, beginning with the Communist Party, that had made the history of modern Iraq, including the Ba'ath Party itself, which had been one of the major participants in this history. What should be surprising in these conditions is not that the Iraqi people allowed its country to be invaded without a fight, or even that certain behaviors, such as its apparent participation in elections organized by the invaders or the explosion of fratricidal conflicts between Kurds, Sunni Arabs, and Shia Arabs, seemed to indicate that the defeat was possibly accepted, which is what Washington had hoped would happen, but that the resistance on the ground has strengthened every day, despite all the serious weaknesses that have been evident, that this resistance has already made it impossible to establish a regime of lackeys capable of maintaining the appearance of order, such that the failure of Washington's project has already been demonstrated. Nevertheless, a new situation has been created by the foreign military occupation. The Iraqi nation is truly threatened because Washington, incapable of maintaining its control over the country, and pillaging its petroleum resources, which is its number one objective, through a government that is national in appearance only, can pursue its project only by breaking up the country. The breakup of the country into at least 3 states, Kurd, Sunni Arab, and Shia Arab, was, perhaps, Washington's original objective. In line with Israel, the archives will reveal the truth of this in the future. It is still the case today that the Civil War is the card Washington plays to legitimize the continuation of its occupation. A permanent occupation was and remains the objective. That is the only way for Washington to guarantee its control of the oil. Certainly, no one should believe Washington's declarations of intent, of the type "we will leave the country as soon as order has been restored." Remember that the British never said that their occupation of Egypt, beginning in 1882, was ever anything other than provisional. It lasted until 1956. In the meantime, of course, every day, the United States destroys by all means, including the most criminal, a little more of the country, its schools, factories, and scientific capacities. The response of the Iraqi people to the challenge does not seem to be, at least in the short term, equal to the seriousness of the situation. That is the least one can say. What are the reasons for this? The dominant Western media keeps repeating ad nauseum that Iraq is an artificial country and that the oppressive domination of Saddam's Sunni regime over the Shias and Kurds is at the origin of the inevitable civil war, which only the continuation of the foreign occupation might be able to avert. The resistance, in this view, is thus limited to a few pro-Saddam Islamist currents of the Sunni triangle. It is difficult to believe that so many falsehoods can be assembled at one time. After the First World War, the British colonialists had great difficulty in overcoming the Iraqi people's resistance. Consistent with their imperial tradition, the British fabricated an imported monarchy and a landowning class to support their power, just as they gave a privileged position to Sunni Islam. But despite their constant efforts, the British failed. The Communist Party and the Ba'ath Party made up the main organized political forces that defeated the power of the Sunni monarchy, detested by everyone, Sunni, Shia, and Kurd. The violent competition between these two forces, which took center stage between 1958 and 1963, ended in a victory by the Ba'ath Party, hailed at the time as a relief by the Western powers. Yet the communist project could potentially have led in a democratic direction. That was not true of the Ba'ath. A nationalist party, pan-Arab and favorable to Arab unity in principle, it admired the Prussian model for constructing German unity. It recruited in the modernist, secular petite bourgeoisie and was hostile to obscurantist expressions of religion. As could be predicted, in power it evolved into a dictatorship. Its statism was only partly anti-imperialist because, depending on the conjuncture and circumstances, a compromise could be accepted with the dominant imperialism in the region, that of the United States. This deal encouraged the megalomaniacal excesses of the leader, who imagined that Washington would agree to make him its main ally in the region. Washington's support of Baghdad, including the delivery of chemical weapons, in the absurd and criminal war against Iran from 1980 to 1989 seemed to lend credibility to this calculation. Saddam did not imagine that Washington would cheat, that the modernization of Iraq was unacceptable for imperialism, and that the decision to destroy the country had already been made. Saddam fell into the trap. The green light had been given to him to annex Kuwait, which was, in fact, an Iraqi province that the British imperialists had detached to make one of their oil colonies, and Iraq was subjected to 10 years of sanctions aimed at battering the country to facilitate the glorious conquest by the U.S. armed forces over what remained. One can accuse the successive Ba'ath governments, including the last one during its period of decline under Saddam's leadership, of everything except for having stirred up confessional conflict between Sunni and Shia. Who, then, is responsible for the bloody clashes between the two communities today? Certainly, we will someday learn how the CIA, and undoubtedly the Mossad as well, organized many of these massacres. But beyond that, it is true that the political desert created by Saddam's regime, and the example he gave of using unprincipled opportunist methods to achieve his aims, encouraged candidates for government of all kinds to follow this example, often protected by the occupier. Sometimes, perhaps, these people were naive to the point of believing that they could make use of the occupier. The candidates in question, whether religious leaders, Shia or Sunni, supposed notables, quasi-tribal, or notoriously corrupt businessmen exported by the United States, never had any real political foothold in the country. Even the religious leaders respected by believers had no acceptable political sway over the Iraqi people. Without the void created by Saddam, their names would not even be known. Faced with this new political world made by the imperialism of liberal globalization, will other authentically popular and national, potentially democratic, political forces have the means to reconstruct themselves? There was a time when the Iraqi Communist Party encapsulated and embodied the best of what Iraqi society could produce. It was established in all areas of the country and dominated the world of intellectuals, often of Shia origin. I note that Shiism above all produces revolutionaries and religious leaders, rarely bureaucrats or compradors. The Communist Party was genuinely popular and anti-imperialist, not really inclined to demagogy, and potentially democratic. Is it now called to disappear from history once and for all, after the massacre of thousands of its best militants by the Ba'athist dictatorship, the collapse of the Soviet Union, for which it was not prepared, and the behavior of some of its intellectuals who believed that it was acceptable to return from exile as appendages of the U.S. armed forces? Unfortunately, this is not impossible, but not inevitable, far from it. The Kurdish question is a real one, in Iraq as well as Iran and Turkey. But on this subject also, it should be remembered that the Western powers have always cynically acted with double standards. Repression of Kurdish demands in Iraq and Iran has never reached the level of continual police and military violence as in Turkey. Neither Iran nor Iraq has ever gone as far as denying the very existence of the Kurds. Yet, as a NATO member, Turkey should always be pardoned. NATO, you will recall, is an organization of democratic nations, or so the media constantly reminds us. The eminent Democrat Salazar was one of the founding members, and the Greek colonels and Turkish generals were unconditional supporters of democracy. Iraqi popular fronts were formed around the Communist and the Ba'ath parties in the best moments of its stormy history. Whenever such fronts exercised power, they always found common ground with the main Kurdish parties, which were always, moreover, their allies. The anti-Shia and anti-Kurd excesses of Saddam's regime were certainly real. Bombardments of the Basra region by Saddam's army after its 1990 defeat in Kuwait and use of gas against the Kurds. Such abuses came as a response to Washington's armed diplomatic maneuvers, which had mobilized sorcerers' apprentices pressured to seize the occasion. Nevertheless, Saddam's reactions were criminal and stupid, since the success of Washington's appeals was quite limited. But should we expect anything else from dictators like Saddam? The power of the resistance to the foreign occupation, unexpected in these conditions, would seem to be a miracle. This is not really the case because the basic reality is that the Iraqi people as a whole, Arab and Kurd, Sunni and Shia, detest the occupiers and are quite well aware of its daily crimes, assassinations, bombings, massacres, torture. We should then be able to envisage a united national resistance front, call it whatever you like, proclaiming itself as such, publicizing the list of organizations and parties that constitute it and their common program. Up until now, this has not been the case, mostly because of the destruction of the social and political fabric caused by the successive dictatorships of Saddam and the occupiers. But whatever the reasons, this weakness is a serious impediment that facilitates divide and rule policies, encourages the opportunists to become collaborators, and generates confusion about the objectives of the liberation. Who will succeed in overcoming these barriers? The communists should be well placed to do so. Already militants on the ground are differentiating themselves from the leaders, that is, the only ones known to the dominant media, who, not knowing which way the wind is blowing, attempt to give a semblance of legitimacy to their support for the collaborationist government by pretending to complement it with armed resistance. But many other political forces could, in the circumstances, take decisive action toward forming such a united front. It remains the case that, despite its weaknesses, the Iraqi people's resistance has already defeated, politically if not yet militarily, Washington's project. This is precisely what worries the Atlanticists in the European Union, faithful allies of the United States. The subaltern associates of the United States today fear the latter's defeat because that would strengthen the capacity of peoples in the South to force globalized transnational capital from the imperialist triad to respect the interests of the nations and peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The Iraqi resistance has made proposals that would make it possible to get out of the impasse and assist the United States to withdraw from the trap. It proposes, formation of a transitional administration with the support of the UN Security Council, 2. Immediate cessation of resistance activities, as well as military and police operations by occupation forces, 3. The withdrawal of all foreign military and civilian authorities within 6 months. The details of these proposals were published in the January 2006 issue of the prestigious Arab journal Al-Mustaqbal al-Arabi, published in Beirut. The European media treated this message with absolute silence. Such a response is clear proof of the solidarity of the imperialist partners. Democratic and progressive forces in Europe have the duty to dissociate themselves from this imperialist policy and support the proposals of the Iraqi resistance. Leaving the Iraqi people to confront its enemy alone is not an acceptable option. It reinforces the dangerous idea that there is nothing to expect from the West and its peoples and consequently encourages unacceptable, even criminal excesses in the activities of certain resistance movements. The sooner the foreign occupation troops leave the country, and the stronger the support from democratic forces in Europe and throughout the world to the Iraqi people, the greater will be the possibilities for a better future for this martyred people. The longer the occupation lasts, the more dismal the future that follows its inevitable end. 5. The Palestinian question. The Palestinian people have, since the Balfour Declaration during the First World War, been the victim of a colonization project by a foreign people that has treated it like white settler colonialists in the United States treated Redskins. This is true whether one cares to acknowledge it or pretends to be ignorant of it. This project has always been supported unconditionally by the dominant imperialist power in the region, yesterday Great Britain, today the United States, because the alien state established with that support can only ever be the ally, also unconditional, of the interventions required for the continual submission of the Arab Middle East to imperialist capitalism. This is completely obvious for all peoples of Africa and Asia. Consequently, the affirmation and defense of Palestinian rights spontaneously unite the peoples on these two continents. However, in Europe, the Palestinian question causes division, resulting from the confusions fostered by Zionist ideology, which is often met with favorable support. Today, more than ever, in conjunction with the deployment of the American Greater Middle East Project, the rights of the Palestinian people have been abolished. Yet the PLO had accepted the Oslo and Madrid plans and the road map designed by Washington. It is Israel that has openly disowned its signature and continues to implement an even more ambitious expansion plan. The PLO has consequently been weakened. Public opinion can rightly reproach it for having naively believed in the sincerity of its opponents. The support by the occupation authorities for its Islamist adversary, Hamas, initially, at least, and the spread of the Palestinian administration's corrupt practices on which the donors, the World Bank, Europe, NGOs are silent, if they are not participants, had to lead to the electoral victory of Hamas, an additional pretext immediately cited to justify unconditional alignment with Israel's policies, whatever they are. The Zionist colonial project has always been a threat, beyond Palestine, for neighboring Arab peoples. Its ambitions to annex the Egyptian Sinai and its effective annexation of the Syrian Golan bear witness to this. A particular place is given to Israel in the project for a greater Middle East, to its regional nuclear weapons monopoly and its role as a required partner, under the fallacious pretext that Israel has technological competence of which no Arab people is capable. Here we have the obligatory racism. It is not my intention here to analyze the complex interactions between the resistance struggles against Zionist colonial expansion and the political conflicts and choices in Lebanon and Syria. The Ba'athist governments of Syria have, in their own way, resisted the demands of the imperialist powers and Israel. That this resistance has also served to legitimize more questionable ambitions, control of Lebanon, is certainly not debatable. Moreover, Syria has carefully chosen its allies from among the least dangerous in Lebanon. The Lebanese Communist Party had originally organized resistance to Israeli incursions into southern Lebanon, including water diversion. The Syrian, Lebanese, and Iranian governments cooperated closely to destroy this dangerous base and substitute Hezbollah for it. The assassination of Rafik Hariri obviously gave an opportunity for the imperialist powers, led by the United States, with France following behind, to intervene with a double objective, to force Damascus to align with the group of vassalized Arab states, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, or, failing that, liquidate the vestiges of the degenerated Ba'athist government and dismantle what remains of the ability to resist Israeli incursions by demanding Hezbollah's disarmament. Rhetoric about democracy can usefully be called on in this context. This summary, quite unremarkable for the Arab reader, supplements what I wrote in the first volume of my memoirs concerning the positions taken in May 1948 and subsequently by the Arab states and the main political forces at that time, the nationalists, Islamists, and communists. It is up to the reader to take all this into account. These memoirs. I experienced the Bandung Conference as an Egyptian, first as a student in Paris and then as a functionary in Cairo. My analyses never led me to underestimate the responsibilities of the established governments, particularly that of Nasser. Quite the contrary, I attributed decisive responsibility for the failures to the inadequacies of these governments. Without false modesty, I will say that the book that I wrote in 1960, published under an assumed name, Hassan Riyad, was prescient. 14 I envisaged that the regime would pass away with a return to peripheral capitalism. The infida gave concrete form to my prediction 10 years later. My return to the Egyptian political scene through my participation in the Egyptian social forums beginning in 2002 led me to formulate critical positions with regard to the false alternative of political Islam or democracy. Needless to say, my positions are not always shared. Today, political conflicts in Egypt and in the region as a whole involve three sets of forces: those that claim to adhere to the nationalist past, but are in reality only the degraded and corrupt inheritors of the bureaucracies from the national populist era, those that follow political Islam, and those that are attempting to form around democratic demands compatible with liberal economic management. None of these forces is acceptable to a left concerned about the interests of the working classes and the nation. In fact, the interests of the comprador classes associated with the imperialist system are expressed through these three tendencies. U.S. diplomacy works to keep these three irons in the fire, hoping to benefit from their conflicts. Attempting to become involved in these conflicts by allying with one or another of these forces, choosing the established governments to avoid the worst political Islam or seeking to ally with the latter to get rid of the governments, is destined to fail. The left must assert itself by becoming involved in struggles to defend, I, the economic and social interests of the working classes, 2, democracy, and, 3, the assertion of national sovereignty. What is more, all these struggles should be viewed as inseparable. The Greater Middle East region is now central in the conflict between the imperialist hegemon and the peoples of the entire world. To defeat the project of Washington's establishment is the condition for the possibility of successful advances in any region of the world. Otherwise, all these advances will remain extremely vulnerable. This does not mean that the importance of struggles conducted in other areas of the world, Europe, Latin America, elsewhere, can be underestimated. It only means that they should be placed within a global perspective that contributes to Washington's defeat in the region it has chosen for its criminal first strike. Consequently, the insistence that I place on continuing debates within the Arab left, in particular its Marxist wing, goes without saying. In Egypt, in the 1950s, I was in favor of Arab unity like all my communist comrades without being a nationalist, in the Arabic sense of Qawmi, without accepting its stupidity. Arabness flows through the blood of Arabs, without sharing the superficial but common opinion that the division of the Arab world into distinct states was mainly, if not exclusively, the result of imperialist plots, etc. Rather, we simply thought that liberation and social progress required in our time the construction of large entities, and that the unity of language and culture offered to Arabs a historical opportunity that should be seized. 15. Once again, I refer the reader to the first volume of these memoirs for a narrative of my participation in Egyptian political life during the Nasser era. Later, I shall give an account of my activities in post-Nasser Egypt up to the current revolution, which erupted in 2011. My activities in the Maghreb and Mashrek. I began my discoveries of the Arab world beyond Egypt with the countries of the Maghreb, which very few Arabs from the Mashrek knew at that time. Within the context of my teaching at the IDEP, I gave myself the objective of closely studying the three experiences of Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia, still in the initial stages of their development in the middle of the 1960s. Tunisia and Morocco. It was, I believe, in 1963 that the first opportunity arose to visit the Maghreb. The Plan administration in Tunisia wanted to establish a new framework for its national accounts. It confided this task to two experts, a Syrian statistician, Nazat Kalak, and me, recommended by SEEF. We fulfilled our mission, properly I believe, in stays of 15 days that, for me, were spread over several months. Hussein Zal and other colleagues at the Plan assisted us with great effectiveness, friendship, and Arab hospitality. Kalak was a very talented statistician who was able to uncover the contradictions and absurdities in the figures submitted by various people. Having a good sense of humor, he said to me one day, "They cheat everyone, but not to the same extent. The president will have to decide by decree the proportion of compulsory cheating for all services." We pushed the fund to the point of including this proposal in our final report. That report was very well received, and its reception reassured us about the Tunisian administrator's sense of humor. My stays in Tunis allowed me to meet many intellectuals, professors, and political leaders of the Tunisian left. These same intellectuals, with well-established reputations, later led teams in the TWF. Students also asked me from time to time to give them a lecture, a request I never refused. But I did not meet the big leaders of the Desturian system, those of the Bourguibist camp or those of the Ben Salahist and Ben Youssefist camps. I met Ben Salah much later, after his release from prison. I only knew of the system's internal contradictions through their interpretation by the left opposition. Obviously, I visited Tunisia subsequently on numerous occasions and I followed its change of direction, the failure of its attempted insertion into the international system via a strategy of welcoming outsourcing operations in free trade zones and the rise of fundamentalist Islam. Tunisian society remains, despite everything, one of the least backward in the Arab and Muslim world in an important area, the status of women. In the long term, I believe this advantage is decisive. Habib Ben Ali Bourguiba should be credited with this advance, whatever one thinks of his quite limited political views, his illusions concerning the West, particularly the United States, his penchant to autocracy, and perhaps his unbearable vanity. That certainly does not suffice to excuse Ben Ali's odious regime of its everyday villainy. I began to have a small reputation as a good technician at creating a framework for national accounts tailored to planning needs. This reputation is probably what lay behind the invitation, circa 1964, from the Moroccan Minister of the Economy, or Planning. Driss Slaoui. I had known the young Slaoui, a communist student in Paris. He had put a lot of water in his wine, but remained, in his own way, faithful to his youthful ideals. The Moroccan comrades with whom I have spent time since this first opportunity, followed by repeated visits, are friends I respect. But despite my respect for the activities of these militants, their party, the PPS, does not appear to me to have succeeded in going beyond the limitations of a narrow elite circle lacking solid grassroots support. Militants of the left wing of the USFP during the heyday of this party certainly benefited from a much wider popular audience. But all those whom I met left me with the feeling that they would only move beyond the limitations of Nasserist/Boumedienist/Baathist populism with great difficulty. This turned out to be the case, while they gradually and inevitably slid to the right, participating in the great game of the monarchy anxious to expand the system's legitimacy by integrating beyond the traditional classes that have formed its historical base, the Fassi and Saussi merchants, landed and tribal aristocracies, more recently the new comprador bourgeoisie, the middle strata of the technocracy and bureaucracy and the urban and rural petite bourgeoisies. From that, there followed the anger and revolt of the new generation in the 1970s, the March 22 movement, and what emerged from various organizations. Their leftism was certainly commensurate with their exceptional courage. The case of the Western Sahara shuffled the cards even more. The PPS and USFP rallied to the Green March bloc, as is well known. Concerning the Western Sahara, my personal viewpoint is not widely shared. Invited by leftist Mauritanians to explain my view of the problem, they suggested that I go say these things at a higher level, using their connections with the government. The Mauritanian president thus invited me to meet with him. My thesis was simple. We all, I said, are in favor of Arab unity. Then why create an additional Arab state, the Sahrawi Republic? Would this not be tantamount to allowing a small local ruling class to monopolize the earnings from phosphate exports? And if this region has to become part of an existing Arab country, is not Mauritania the best choice? The tribes of Western Sahara are the same ones found in Mauritania. Should not an attempt be made to convince Polisario and the Mauritanian government to make a joint declaration to this effect? And at the same time, why not go further and propose a confederation of Morocco, Algeria, and Mauritania, and begin serious negotiations to provide substance to that proposition? I am sure that the peoples of the three countries would be more than favorable, even enthusiastic. The Mauritanian president seemed to be convinced by these views, although they came too late since the Madrid Accords had already been signed, in which Morocco and Mauritania agreed to share the Western Sahara. Some time later, the president perished in an airplane accident. To others, I said, why don't parties, organizations, and important persons on the left in the three countries adopt this common position? They would be understood and would gain the support of their peoples. None of them would do it. Why? The Algerian government at the time harbored extravagant expansionist ambitions. It treated its recent Mauritanian ally like a semi-colony. I heard Algerian leaders with my own ears refer to the Mauritanian president as the Vali custodian/helper of Nouakchott. I laid into them. Pardon me? Is that how you believe you will achieve Arab unity? Moreover, the Algerian model of which you are so proud is beginning to run out of steam. Is the question of the Western Sahara the major problem for the Algerian people today? Is it not the main priority of the Algerian left because to cap it all, the statements mentioned above were made by important figures in the Algerian left to have a closer look at this model and step up efforts to resolve the impasses in which it resulted? I never made any public declarations or wrote anything about this affair because I thought that would only throw oil on the fire as long as the leftist forces in the three countries refused to assume their responsibility. But this example illustrates two realities, in my opinion. The first is that the Algerian left had decided to align itself unreservedly with Boumedienism, of which it was no more than one wing. It subsequently had to pay dearly when the regime's legitimacy eroded and then collapsed, to the immediate advantage of the Islamists. In the eyes of the working classes, the Algerian Communist Party did not appear to have a project different from that of the FLN. The second is that the division among Arabs is not only or even mainly the result of manipulation by outside forces. It is the product of the established ruling classes and the opposing forces, of their egotistical ambitions and narrow-minded views. I subsequently visited Morocco and Algeria on multiple occasions. I must say that I have unfortunately not seen any palpable progress made in any of these areas. There has been no self-critique. Here is another interesting story. I was invited to Rabat around 1974 to assist the Secretaries General of the Arab League and the OAU in negotiating some difficult issues poisoning Arab-African relations. The OAU had thought of me as a gesture of trust, recognizing that I was no chauvinist and that I placed a united front of third world countries confronting imperialism above their internal conflicts. I therefore accepted. I listened to each Secretary General make his case on Eritrea, Sudan, Chad, and Saharan Niger. I presented my personal analyses of these questions in the most neutral language possible, emphasizing the common interests of the peoples concerned and principles for solutions that could strengthen their united front. What I proposed, in short, was formal respect for borders, democratization of all the countries concerned, complete respect for the rights of minorities, and rejection of any call for outside help in settling these problems. I would like to point out that neither one of the two Secretaries General had thought of the question of democratization. I stressed the point by saying that, in my humble opinion, none of these conflicts would find a solution without democracy. I am not sure whether I was convincing or that I had any influence, even in the smallest amount, on their future behavior. Algeria. I visited Algeria several times during the 1960s at the invitation either of the Ministry of Planning, notably by Minister Abdullah Koja and his assistant Remili, later by Minister Haidousi, or universities, by the rector Ahmed Mahayu. Always the same topic, they wanted my opinion on the plan. I must say that I saw nothing there that went beyond nationalist populism. That was not always easy to explain. The Algerian leadership, many friends among them, was justifiably proud of the glorious struggle led by the FLN. But this pride diminished their critical sense, above all when this was the case for many they had only participated in this struggle from afar. Three major problems worried me. First problem, the attraction of the poorly studied Soviet model of industrialization with few connections to agricultural development, the primary priority financed by petroleum revenues, designed by pure technocrats indifferent to the political and social dimensions of choices, poorly justified, among other things, by the theory of industrializing industries, a rationalization of the Soviet model that Mao's work on the 10 major relationships had, in my opinion, destroyed from top to bottom. Second problem, the rapid erosion of vague democratic impulses and the growing rhetoric against the utopia of self-management, etc. The 1965 charter appeared to everyone, including the left of the old Communist Party, to be perfect. For me it only reproduced, often to the letter, the Nasserism of 1961. But to say too much would be mistaken for Egyptian arrogance. Third problem, the fragility of the Algerian nation. For me, that was obvious. Compared to Morocco and Tunisia, which were states before colonization, the Algerian nation was produced by the War of Liberation. There is no shame in that. But its legitimacy was consequently fragile and linked to the legitimacy of the FLN government, the populist limitations of which I could clearly see. Subsequent events, with the war unleashed by the Islamists, have unfortunately proved me right. With the collapse of the FLN, basic national solidarity is now called into question. But there again, to say too much might be taken as a reminder of French colonialist rhetoric in which the Algerian nation did not exist. The language question, often cited, is only the tip of the iceberg. In this area, the Algerian government's choice was disastrous: French for the elites, open to modernity and technology, and Arabic for the people, with education handed to the masters of old Quranic schools and supervised by no less backward graduates of Al-Azhar. It is a myth that the French wanted to extirpate Islam and thus fought against the Quranic schools. The French maintained the Sharia for the native inhabitants. The FLN had attempted to attenuate its scope. By demanding complete respect for the Sharia, the Islamists quite simply want everyone to return to the colonial era practice. The result is well known. It happened that I was able to assess the extent of the disaster when, invited to make a lecture at a university, I noted that the Arabic speakers did not know how to express anything that even remotely made any sense. Words followed one another without any concern for the meaning they carried. In 1972, IDEP organized one of its large seminars in Algiers. The authorities, both state and university, welcomed us with great pomp by allowing us to use the National Assembly building, whereupon I commented that, for once, it would act as a forum for real debates. Following the seminar, President Houari Boumediene received me. It was a long meeting, 2 hours, I believe. He wanted to talk above all about international and Arab politics, criticizing the Rogers Plan for the Middle East, outlining his view of a new international economic order, to which the non-aligned movement gave concrete expression in the Declaration of 1974. I was convinced on these areas and attempted to move the discussion toward Algeria's internal problems and my 3 reasons for worry. This visibly bothered the president. Despite my diplomacy, I accused no one, cited no name, took the precaution of first speaking of the positive aspects and the objective difficulties before broaching the sensitive points. There was nothing in what he told me that was not already known from public speeches. I left convinced that the Algerian government would not find a way out of the foreseeable impasses and would end up falling to the right. I followed with much sorrow the deterioration of the Algerian system after Boumediene's death, which had maintained the appearances of a solid construction, but was in fact rotten to the core. Chadli Benjedid and his senseless opportunist opening to compradors and vulgar excesses prepared the worst, the illusory riposte of the FIS's electoral victory and the criminal excesses of the 1990s. This is a suspect confrontation between 2 partners who are only competing for comprador government and to be alone in benefiting from it, the old FLN without legitimacy and its generals on one side, and the FIS on the other. The latter was initially able to capitalize on the anger of the working classes and mobilize its minions recruited from among the young Hittists, the name given in Algeria to unemployed youth without any prospects. Favored by depoliticization, the usual crime of populist regimes, and supervised by the Afghans, the criminals trained in Pakistan and Afghanistan in CIA camps financed by Saudi Arabia, the Islamists wreaked the havoc with which we are all familiar. Yasmin Akhadra's crime novels are, from this point of view, the best analysis of Algeria's tragedy. Are the Islamists now worn down by the resistance to the former FLN system and the successive maneuvers of Amin Zeroual? After the elimination of Mohammed Boudieff, we are still not sure who assassinated him, undoubtedly with the complicity of unknown local and foreign intelligence services, and, today, Abdelaziz Bouteflika. Undoubtedly, putting an end to the killings has become the first priority. But what should be done after that? Here again the historical Algerian left and its intellectuals have a large responsibility. An objective terrain existed, and still exists, to form a third force that rejects the mafia-style management of the former FLN apparatus and the identical one of the Islamists. But this third force has never succeeded in forming. Leadership infighting has probably played a role in this miserable failure. I nevertheless believe that, behind this, there are more fundamental weaknesses, among others the absence of an approach that is able to incorporate the need for democratization of society into the requirements of a socialist renewal. Here again the ideological confusion of nationalist populist circles, impressed with the Soviet model and their later absurd support for liberal solutions, are behind this powerlessness. I met President Ahmed Ben Bella and his spouse only after his release from prison, rejuvenated by his active participation in the movement to revive worldwide struggle for another world freed from globalized imperialist capitalism. Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco are quite different in all kinds of ways. And yet, the three systems do converge in a certain way. At least, that was the conclusion of the book I wrote based on my Maghrebi experiences. Point 16. Mauritania. I particularly like the Sahara. Its expanses are more varied than those who do not know it imagine it to be, the aridity of its climate, and the elegance, pride, and hospitality of its peoples. I am lucky that my wife, Isabel, shares these tastes. We thus never passed up the opportunity to travel through these spaces in Mauritania, Algeria, Niger, and Egypt. Our first travels through the Great Desert led us from St. Louis in Senegal to Adar and Ching-Edi in the north of Mauritania. There we became acquainted with this chimerical people as one of their finest sons, Abdel Wadoud Old Cheek, sociologist and friend, describes them. Invited on several occasions by teachers and students in this country, I came to appreciate their lively intelligence and generous hospitality. I carefully preserved the beautiful chests and bubis that were given to me on these occasions. I verified the accuracy of what Kale had written on these astonishing tribes. Having arrived at Petit Limit at sunset, ready to sleep, one of the local marabouts welcomed us to his large tent and ordered that a sheep be made ready for our meal. Obviously, that meant that the barbecued sheep would not be ready until 2 o'clock in the morning. But of course it was impossible to refuse the gesture of hospitality. While waiting, stretched out on the carpets, we attempted to sleep a little. A Moor woman, who saw to our needs, woke me up by pinching my big toe to ask me this astonishing question, in good Hassaniya Arabic, "You know the world, can you tell me how it is?" I no longer know what I tried to splutter in an attempt to satisfy her curiosity unsuccessfully. In the Moor tribes, there is strict monogamy. The Quran is not interpreted as authorizing polygamy since the condition of equal affection is impossible, and it is the women who are literate and who transmit knowledge and poetry while the illiterate men, except for the marabouts, are only there to wield the sword. At Medardra, we stopped to drink tea at an administrative camp. The man who prepared it did not have the demeanor of a servant. He was dignified and elegant. Isabel asked him straight out if he were a servant. "No," he said, "I am not the servant for this camp." He was an army officer who had participated in a minor attempted coup d'état at Nima, in eastern Mauritania, in 1961. We had heard echoes of this event in Mali. Some officers, who considered the government to be neo-colonial, had attempted to seize the fort at Nima to trigger a general revolt in the country. They resorted to limited means and a naive approach that condemned them to failure. This officer was condemned to death, a sentence commuted, after several years of solitary confinement, to exile in this camp, lost in the sands. We offered to help him escape. "We can take you along in our jeep. We cross the Senegal River in a canoe to a village and then you are free." He was tempted, but upon reflection said, "No, I shall remain in my country." On leaving, we drove very slowly, exchanging repeated gestures of farewell with him, if, by any chance, he was tempted, until he closed the gate to the camp. Mauritania is not the paradise of the desert. It is, like Sudan, the link and frontier of confrontation between the Arab and black African peoples. The Moor society is slave-holding. This must be said and it must not be accepted. Half of the population is made up of Haratins, descendants of slaves captured in the raids to the south. Brutalized, condemned to perform the hardest labor, despised, and insulted, their fate in no way reflects the soothing rhetoric on domestic slavery by which the leaders of the modern state and the intellectuals at their service attempt to justify the supposed vestiges. Life in the border region is not as idyllic as the calm countryside of the Senegal River and its Tukulur and Sinink villages suggest. The river here, as is often the case, is not the border between peoples, but a means of communication. The region is populated on both banks by non-Arab peoples, although highly Islamized for almost 10 centuries, unlike Sudan. The Tukulurs, who in the 17th century created their Islamic Republic, and who themselves practiced slavery within their society, but refused to participate in the slave trade outside it, had centuries earlier produced the glorious Moroccan dynasty of the Almoravids. The ruling classes of the old Moorish country and those of the Senegal River country frequently warred with one another, but they mutually respected each other in their own way. The new Arab Berber, in fact, almost completely Arabic-speaking, ruling classes of modern Mauritania are quite simply racist. This sad reality can be verified over and over. At Petit Limit, the divisional commander was Tukulur. The Mauritanian administration offers a few gestures of concession of this kind for external use. "You are not going to pay a visit to this Negro," the Moors said to us. "Yes, we are going to do this. And it was at his house that we slept, like it should be. There are principles with which we do not compromise." The Moors accompanied us to the bottom of the sand hill, on top of which the administrative center had been built. But they refused to go any further. We took our luggage and carried it ourselves. Disillusioned, the commandant said upon receiving us, "How can I carry out my duties in this country?" The coexistence of the two peoples has been seriously called into question since the serious events of 1988, which led to ethnic massacres in Mauritania and Senegal, and the flight of tens of thousands of peasants from the north bank of the river. Who was behind these massacres? As almost always, they were not spontaneous, and different peoples forced to live side by side do not generally hate each other to the point of killing each other, even when they harbor serious prejudices that sustain strong barriers in their everyday relationships. The shops of the Moor artisans and merchants, found everywhere in Senegal, were pillaged. Their owners were often massacred, not by the crowd, but by well-organized groups, transported by trucks from elsewhere to the places where the violent incidents took place. A lot of the Senegalese I know protected these unfortunate victims. In Mauritania, well-organized groups massacred the Senegalese and blacks of the river region. Who was behind these organizations? If it were not the established authorities, it could very well have been the segments of the ruling classes, hoping in this way to destabilize the governments and force them to share the advantages of rule, or maybe even replace them. As the African proverb says, "The fish rots from the head down." Fratricidal conflicts are rarely the spontaneous result of unrest among the people. It is almost always the ruling classes, or their segments, that organize such conflicts. That they are exploiting objective realities, more or less poorly managed by established authorities, should never lead us to overlook the strategies of those who are directly responsible for these conflicts. It is true in this case, just as elsewhere in Africa, Asia, or, of course, Europe. In any case, the flight of peasants from the river served well the interests of a new class benefiting from irrigated land, which they seized and wanted to empty of its population to develop agribusiness supported by foreign lenders and the World Bank. These beneficiaries, of course, are all from the Moor, all Arabs, and Senegalese, not necessarily originally from the region, bureaucracies. In some respects, they are as thick as thieves. The Sudan. A similar tragedy, but on an altogether different scale, has bathed Sudan in blood for 30 years. I did not visit Sudan, unfortunately, but was only in Khartoum 3 or 4 times after 1973, when the situation permitted during one of the short interludes between two dictators. This was always at the invitation of the Sudanese left. The Communist Party and the Popular Front all were very active at the university, and also in trade unions and other working-class organizations. But they were always victims of the electoral democracy advocated by the popular uprisings they had led. Control of the electoral majorities by the traditional leadership of the Ansar Mahdiists inevitably led to the same people in government, and then the same chaos led to a coup d'état, be it military, Islamist, or a combination of the two. But what can be done? How can these traditional authorities be abolished and, at the same time, the norms of democracy, even a revolutionary one, still be respected? This was always the unending topic of my very long discussion sessions. The Sudanese can spend the entire night talking with a large number of the country's militants. I must confess that Sudan exerts an irresistible attraction over me because of its completely successful mixture of Arab, particularly Egyptian, and African cultures. The question of the civil war was also always at the center of our discussions. And when the circumstances, that is, in moments when a democratic government was in power at Khartoum, allowed the opening of negotiations with the rebels from the south, which often took place in Addis Ababa, I did not hesitate to respond to the confidence the two parties placed in me, not to participate, in what capacity, but to monitor their progress. The peoples of the South obviously not only have the right, but also have reason to revolt. Democrats in the North share their views. Consequently, the two parties, when they met, really got on well and agreement was sincere. But no agreement could ever be implemented because, each time, the military and the Islamists violently overthrew the democratic government and restarted their war. The Islamists carry total responsibility for the disaster. This is first of all a disaster for Sudan, which, thanks to the Islamists, no longer exists. Their war exhausted the country's economy, despite the immense financial support received from Saudi Arabia. Consequently, it is no longer only the South that has rebelled, it is the entire country, from Darfur in the west to Kassala in the east. But what is important to these idiotic fanatics is that they can prohibit beer in Khartoum, cut off the hands of small thieves, but not the biggest ones, impose the veil on young girls, etc. Their leader, Hassan al-Turabi, which the Western media are pleased to present as an intellectual, belongs rather to the group of government criminals. It is amusing to note that his name in Arabic, if a short a is substituted for the pronunciation of the long a, means gravedigger. That is what he is called in Sudan. Sudan's destruction suits the dominant powers in the world and regional systems quite well. For the United States, Sudan is too large. In fact, for Washington, all countries in the world are too large, except for the United States. As is well known, the war stopped work on the Jonglei Canal, on which the future of Egypt and northern Sudan depends, however. I am perfectly aware that some environmental movements condemn in principle all major infrastructure projects. In the first volume of my memoirs, I said what I thought of these simplifications concerning the Aswan High Dam. The Gulf countries. I also know quite well the countries of the Arab Mashrek. I do not have much to say about the Gulf, which I visited in 1971 and 1974. Kuwait and the Emirates are not nations or even countries. I see them rather as supermarkets. In Kuwait, I met only Egyptians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese. The native inhabitants pay, but do not work. One day in Dubai, I got the crazy idea to stroll through the city before the meeting I was to attend. Upon entering a telephone store, I saw perhaps 3,000 models, a figure provided by the Indian owner, proud of his den, displayed on 5 rows of shelving in the 100 square meters of the shop. I had neither the need nor desire to buy anything. Later I was told, no, you don't go into a store in that manner. You go with a precise list of everything you want to buy, model X, type Y, color, etc. Obviously, you will find it. The cities of the Gulf are, of course, places where you die of boredom. Despite the complete stupidity of these U.S. protectorates of the Gulf, there are, all the same, Bedouins capable of making a critical assessment of the situation. What is the future? The few intellectuals from the region deserve admiration for their courage. It is said that things are changing and praise for Dubai's success is making headlines. Looking a little closer, I was not convinced. Certainly, there are lively business activities, choice of the city as headquarters for multinational corporations, freed, consequently, from any control, tourism for the rich. For me the place is too boring to be worth the trouble, skyscrapers and luxury villas. But there is nothing to indicate any inventive capacity. Dubai remains an opulent relay for a globalization shaped by others. Bahrain is certainly more interesting. This Arab-Persian bazaar has an ancient history, and while the vestiges of the Karmashan revolution, a Muslim millenarian communism, have disappeared, perhaps it has left mental traces that can explain the active political life that characterizes the country, which is quite exceptional in the region. I was never curious to visit Saudi Arabia, which is the height of horror for me. I know that this country, which presumes to give moral lessons to the entire world, imports half, yes, half 50%, of the world's production of pornography. The French sociologist Jean-Louis Boutillier, a friend of great humor, told me about how evenings are spent there, in groups of men, and separately women, seated before 5 porn movies playing at the same time. I'll pass over the rest. The south of the Arabian Peninsula is quite different. True societies are found there. En route to Karachi in 1975, we made a stop for 3 days in Muscat. It was a difficult but amusing entry into the country. The Dhofar War was in full swing, and the Sultanate's English police had undoubtedly made up long lists of undesirable Arabs. The police officer seized my passport, called his supervisor, and told me to wait. While waiting for them to make their decision after many calls to the Interior Ministry, no doubt I explained to Isabel that if they wanted to turn us back, they had a good pretext. Isabel had no visa on her French passport. As an Egyptian, I did not need one, in principle. I explained to her that she should keep silent about her feminism, remain seated, keep her head covered with a scarf for the occasion, look at her toes, not utter a sound, and refrain from answering anyone who came to speak to her. The cop returned and said, "Go, everything is fine." I thought for a moment, do I take out Isabel's passport? Then I had a brilliant idea. I took out my identity card and, in the part called Observations, I wrote in Arabic in this order: Shantatan wa Zaja, 2 suitcases and 1 wife. I got Isabel's attention with a pist and summoned her with my finger. She rose, picked up the 2 suitcases, and without lifting her head, followed me with small steps, staying behind me as I walked with my head held high. We left the airport, got into a taxi, and then burst out laughing. We fooled them. Yemen. I am not familiar with the former South Yemen, although I have met many political figures of the exceptional left in which we had invested much hope and that I discussed in rereading the post-war period. 17 Nevertheless, I know North Yemen quite well, having been invited on 2 occasions, 1988 and 1994, after the end of the war and the Egyptian intervention, by the rector of Sana'a University, Abdelaziz al-Makali. Everyone knows the superb architecture of Yemeni cities, its mountainous countryside, similar to that of Ethiopia, and even the custom of chewing cat. I was invited every day to participate in interesting and intelligent afternoon gatherings. A meeting sometimes brought together men only, or sometimes exclusively women, or even a mixed group, and I was assured that there was nothing exceptional or modern in that. One of the invitees would make a sometimes lengthy presentation on a subject that was then freely discussed by the others while chewing cat for 3 or 4 hours. I was invited to begin the discussions with a presentation on important topics, such as what is socialism, imperialism today, the Arab nation and its problems. I must say that the quite lively discussions revealed unexpected levels of knowledge and thought. Fatima Karafedine, who had been invited at the same time as I was, and some other leftist Arab intellectuals, such as the Syrian Issam al-Zaim who worked at that time in Sana'a, confirmed my conclusions: this poor country is not as backward as is often believed. In that way, it is just like Ethiopia. Of course, neither I nor the other non-Yemenis could chew with the diligence of the natives, who finished by consuming a bunch big enough to serve a horse. Regular consumption of cat ends up deforming the jaws and mouth, changing the cheeks into veritable balls. We were content then to taste the cat. Yemeni hospitality made it possible for me to visit the entire country. I even insisted on going to see the ruins of the ancient port of Mocha, which had had its glory days in history. What a strange idea, said both Fatima, whom I had involved in this adventure, and our Yemeni guide, a professor. We descended from the superb mountains with a delightful climate to low-lying lands, humid and hot. We ultimately discovered that there was nothing left of the vestiges of Mocha, just a small square surrounded by wires where archaeologists worked on an ungrateful soil in which they had discovered nothing. Fatima, an elegant Lebanese, had not at all appreciated this little excursion. I, being stubborn, did not regret it since I had seen the site of Mocha all the same. My visit to Yemen helped me to understand the country's importance in Arab history. There were two questions that I always asked and to which I never found answers. Why do the Saudis fear the Yemenis so much? The former are rich whereas the latter are poor. Why do so many Arabs from Morocco to Egypt to Iraq claim that their ancestors came from Yemen? The answer, which several historians offered, but not completely convincingly, in my opinion, is simple. In the entire Arabian Peninsula, Yemen is the only area organized as an actual society. Its healthy climate allows for better demographic growth, and every 500 years or so in ancient times, Yemenis were forced to leave en masse, to emigrate as conquerors. They formed Ethiopia, which shares its language with the ancient Semitic languages of southern Arabia. They provided the largest Arab armies of Islam. The Saudis fear them. They fear their resolution, courage, and capacity for organization. Upon returning to Sana'a, I was given the opportunity to discuss at length the country's political prospects. Yemeni leaders were strongly critical of the Egyptian intervention, with good arguments. Unfortunately, the problem was not only the well-known arrogance of petite bourgeois officers contemptuous toward this illiterate people and busy making money by any means to furnish their Cairo apartment, but also, beyond that, the incoherence of Nasser's strategy, not knowing which way to go in relations with the Saudis, the product of a mixture of authentic progressive intentions, useless and absurd expansionist aims, and poor quality execution. Yemenis, at least those I met, certainly did not come to anti-Egyptian conclusions. On the contrary, they remained admirers of Egypt and Nasser, and supporters of Arab unity. But they thought they would not have done any worse acting alone. I believe they were right, knowing that what they did could only be a beginning of modernization, and hardly more. But were they aware of these limitations? It is difficult to say. The imitation of Muammar Gaddafi's populist model through the General People's Congress worried me. There were words, many words, quickly described as socialist. The progressives among these leaders and militants from the North counted a lot on the support that unity with the South would provide. Subsequent developments proved that the weaknesses of the South's progressive political forces largely quashed these hopes. Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. I was only in Iraq once, in Baghdad, which I did not leave, to participate in a pan-Arab meeting. That was at the beginning of the Saddam dictatorship in 1980. We spoke freely about the problems on the meeting's agenda, with some prudence as to the vocabulary used. At the back of the hall, 4 Iraqi participants, with bushy mustaches. I never, or almost never, saw Iraqi men without a mustache. The exceptions stood out, sweated and labored to take complete notes of everything that was said. Quite figurative characters, as my friend the Brazilian painter Tiberio would say. I asked to speak. I see that our brothers, the Iraqi participants, are extremely serious and anxious to derive the maximum benefit from our discussions. Why not facilitate their task by installing a recording device, and then we can offer them the tapes? They will then have the possibility of calmly reflecting on exactly everything that we have said. Loud laughter. The proposal was adopted. Beyond this good joke, the atmosphere was terrible, and each day the newspapers reported arrests, sentences, etc. The country was being terrorized. I invented a rather grim nukta. Every morning, the radio announces the hanging of 25 people, 5 communists, 5 errant Baathists, 5 bourgeois liberals, 5 Islamists, and 5 with no opinion whatsoever. This way no one will feel secure. My cousin, Mansur Fahmy, who had been a consul in Baghdad, and who had a good Egyptian sense of humor and knew how to imitate the local accent to perfection, told me, he made this up, of course, how a Baathist culture festival unfolded. There was a long table with 15 identical mustachioed men. The first stands up and reads his cultural address. Very brief, one sentence in fact: in May, we killed 50,000. The second stood in turn: in July, we killed 100,000, etc. The last stood: in August, we killed everyone. That's the end, no one can do better. The festival ended. However, Iraq is full of intellectuals of the highest value and tens of thousands of militants with uncommon courage. Those whom I was able to see dared to speak, in a low voice, only away from their homes, outside and away from any building. What I heard from them testified quite simply to the sheer horror of the Iraqi Baathist political system. Is it then any wonder that most of these admirable intellectuals ended up choosing exile? Unfortunately, most unfortunately, a large number of these intellectuals subsequently believed that it is possible to return to the country in the train of the invader. The tragic sequel to the story is well known. Lebanon is certainly a small country, but it is captivating and rich in the quantity and variety of its intellectual output. This is certainly a result of both its confessional diversity, which requires of everyone a sense of perspective, and its democratic life as limited as it is unequaled in any of the other Arab countries. I visited Lebanon on several occasions during the Civil War, which bathed the country in blood for 10 years beginning in 1975, at the invitation of the bloc of democratic and national forces. Everyone knows today that this war was not the spontaneous result of a visceral hostility between communities, but rather a complex game played out, on the one hand, between militias that assumed a monopoly of speech and action in the name of these communities they claimed to defend, whereas, in fact, they placed them under their thumb, and, on the other hand, external forces, that is, Zionists, Western powers, the United States foremost, and behind them their Saudi vassal, Syria, Islamist. Iran, Palestinians of the PLO, that played this or that card, and sometimes cynically changed partners. The cruelest moment of this period was certainly the Israeli invasion, 1982, and the accompanying massacre of Palestinians at Sabra and Shatila, organized by Israel and its acolytes among some Maronite groups. The objective was clearly to break Lebanon apart, fashion a micro-Maronite client state of Israel and the West, and open the south of the country to Israeli conquest and expansion. This plan was defeated, first, it must be said, by the Lebanese people themselves. Giving a big lesson to the Arab world and the Palestinians, the Lebanese civilians did not flee before the Israeli army and fought them by resisting in the occupied territories, a resistance called terrorist, unfortunately, by the dominant media infused with Israeli views. The later Intifada of Palestine learned from this earlier experience of popular resistance. Syrian diplomacy also played, with keen intelligence, a decisive role in defeating these plans. This is so whether or not one is favorable to the government in Damascus. In the course of frequent visits to the south of the country, I could see with my own eyes the incredible arrogance of the Israeli occupation forces. They committed daily provocations, such as flights over Beirut and random bombings here and there. But the Western public was, and still is, never informed. The media are not allowed to criticize the Zionist state in any way. Beirut and Lebanon during the war provided convincing evidence of the exceptional qualities of the Lebanese people, and particularly of its democratic and more or less socialist political segments, in other words, the left. Beirut was a city cut in half, subjected to bombardments by the militias of the two camps and from the Israeli Air Force, yet it still lived, and did so intensely. Neither water nor electricity was distributed by public services, but there was water and electricity everywhere, supplied through the self-organization of city districts, installation of small generators, the mobilization of water trucks, etc. In Beirut, political and intellectual life continued as if nothing were going on. I gave lectures and held workshops in places where the noise of heavy gunfire could be clearly heard. When the noise from the gunfire got worse, but only then, we decided to go further away, and continue the discussion. Militants from the other side of the front line did not hesitate to attend these discussions. In the mountains, the superb countryside that dominates Beirut, Jumblat's Socialist Party also organized meetings and debates, with my assistance and that of others, some directly about Lebanese or Arab problems, others of a more general nature, the development of world capitalism, the crisis of national and socialist systems, Marxist theory, and the like. I have fond memories of these splendid places and the Ottoman palace of Deir el-Amr. In Beirut and elsewhere, one could only admire the Lebanese passion to live. Damaged homes were immediately reconstructed, without waiting. A comparison clearly comes to mind. A manuscript given to a publisher in Beirut was published at the promised time, whereas in Cairo this was not the case. And it was better printed in Beirut, without mistakes and misprints. When peace returned, it was possible for me to visit in calm all regions of this small country, the Cedars of God Forest, the Bekaa Valley, Tripoli, and Ceuta. As always, there were lively conferences. Of course, the political and social system that forms the basis on which peace was re-established in Lebanon is far from meeting the expectations of the democratic and progressive forces that form the only solid foundation for this peace. The flourishing real estate speculation, which profits from the capital's reconstruction, will lead to the disappearance of its magnificent historical center, the Place des Canons, and the Ottoman buildings close by, of which I, like all those who are familiar with them, have a fond memory. But the city, as ordinary as its so-called modern urbanization might become, remains fascinating. The café life, which I have always loved, is certainly one of the most pleasant manifestations of Lebanese sociability. Greater Syria, from the Gulf of Aqaba and Petra to Aleppo, including the Roman circus in ancient Philippopolis, city of the Roman Emperor, Philip of Arabia, undoubtedly the best preserved of this type of edifice, Palmyra, the historical quarters of Damascus, Homs, Hama, Aleppo, and Latakia, the Alawite Mountains, the fortresses of Salah ad-Din and the Crusaders, overlooking the Silk Roads, is a beautiful country, both because of the richness and variety of its historical vestiges and because of its scenery. This wealth recalls the decisive contribution of ancient and Byzantine civilizations to the grand Arab centuries that followed. It is not only that the great Umayyad Mosque in Damascus is actually an ancient Byzantine cathedral, like St. Sophia in Istanbul. Ruins of enormous cathedrals, abandoned in a now desert countryside, bear witness to the fact that the region was more densely populated with farmers, replaced today by shepherds, until the 10th century than it was subsequently. The ruins of Palmyra testify to the importance of trade along the Silk Road dating back to antiquity. Consequently, it is easy to see influences from the East, from Iran and India, in the work of Syrian artisans. Invited to a cultural week in Damascus, I was struck, but not surprised, by the uncompromising democratic and secular speeches of a large number of high-quality intellectuals. What is more, public speeches were given before audiences of young students and workers and not so young militants of diverse tendencies. These speeches would be unthinkable elsewhere in the Arab world, which would get your head cut off by Islamists and a conviction by state courts for an offense against religion. These are very good signs for the future. On a different note, the lamentable spectacle, on offer several times, of Khalid Bakdash's almost half-wit son, who apparently inherited the post of General Secretary of the Syrian Communist Party, or shares the responsibility with his mother, the widow, should only, happily, be found amusing. No one in Syria today is disposed to take him seriously. The predicted Arab revolutions. I owe much to the friends who worked with me in the activities that I am going to report on here. In Egypt, as president of the Arab and African Research Center, I led debates organized with a broad spectrum of social and political forces involved in the struggles underway. I shall mention here only the names of Helmi Sha'arai, first vice president of the center, Shahida El-Baz, Mustafa Gamal, and Mamdouh Habashi. Ahmed El-Nagar's contribution is mentioned in the section Egypt, Immediate Responses. I can do no more than mention the names of several political men and women with whom I held conversations that are reflected in these memoirs: Hamdan Sabahi, Samir Morkos, Mona Anis, Amal Ramses, Saad El Taal, my frequent translator, and Magda Rafat. I am a member of the Egyptian Socialist Party. Some of my comrades are members of the other radical socialist left party, and I do not view them as enemies or competitors, but as comrades equal in rights with the others. I have already expressed my opinion on this question of unity and diversity in the movement towards socialism and will not return to that here. I must also thank Madam Fatma El-Bouti, editorial director of DARLN in Cairo, who unhesitatingly supervised publication over the last 3 years of 4 works that I produced very quickly in the midst of the revolution then underway. The decade of 2000 to 2010 seemed to all of us to be an endless time of darkness. One evening, some of us had imagined a sketch of Egyptian-style black humor, a television program from the year 2500. The announcer presented the latest news about the Islamic Republic of Great Britain and the United Socialist States of North America before coming to Egypt. She then mentioned President Mubarak VI's opening of the 800th construction stage of bridges over the Nile. We were wrong. The same year, Amal Ramses produced her documentary, which ended with the sentence, "The revolution is tomorrow." She was right. I should add that I sensed the change to come. There were long evening discussions at the center, the Markaz, of which I am the president. While in the 1990s, attendance was made up mostly of older people, beginning in the 2000s, we began to see many young people, 25 to 35 years old, in attendance for whom the Nasser era belonged to pharaonic antiquity, eager to know and understand, to come and question us. I recognized some of them as leaders in the youth movements that made the revolution, as they say. Whether or not it is a revolution is not the question. An inscription found on walls in Cairo: "The revolution has not changed the system, but it has changed the people," perfectly captures the transformation of the country, conducive to possible progress in the end. In Algeria, we, the Third World Forum networks, benefited from exemplary political and financial support, without which I do not know how we would have been able to organize the roundtables we arranged for the World Social Forums in Dakar, 2011, and Tunis, 2013, and to prepare for Tunis 2015. Most observers considered these roundtables to be of great interest. Here I would like to thank the Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Algerian Ambassador at Dakar, Mr. Abdurrahman Abengara, and Madame Khalida Tomi, Minister of Culture. The list of our collaborators in Algiers is too long to recall here. It begins with our major correspondents, Samia Zenati and Karimchik, Editions APIC, with whom I acknowledge my warm personal friendship here. The Arab world entered into a period of turbulence beginning in 2011, which was a bit too quickly called the Arab Spring. I refer the reader to my book on these revolutions 18. The strategic objective of the imperialist powers is to destroy the very existence of the state in the countries of the region, because they could, with the possible radicalization of popular movements, threaten the established regional and world order. The support given by these powers, the United States, followed by Europe, to reactionary political Islam is the means to obtain this result. The programmed destruction of the Iraqi state begun in 2003, and the decomposition of post-Gaddafi Libya are tragic examples. In Sudan, the bloody dictatorships of Ghavar Nimiri, who became crazy over God, and his successor, Omar al-Bashir, as well as the systematization of crime in the name of religion, by Turabi, produced what should have been predicted and feared: the breakup of the country, the independence of the South, and separatism in Darfur and the East. Egypt, aborted emergence. Egypt was the first country in the periphery of globalized capitalism that attempted to emerge. At the beginning of the 19th century, well before Japan and China, Muhammad Ali had designed and implemented a renovation project for Egypt and its immediate neighbors in the Arab Mashreq. This wide-ranging experiment took place over the first two-thirds of the 19th century and only ran out of steam during the second half of the reign of Khedive Ismail in the 1870s. An analysis of its failure must include an examination of the violence of the external aggression perpetrated by Great Britain, the major power of central industrial capitalism at that time. Twice in 1840, then in the 1870s, with seizure of control over the finances of Khedive Egypt, which ended with the military occupation in 1882. England relentlessly pursued its objective: prevent the emergence of a modern Egypt. Undoubtedly, this Egyptian project had limitations, ones that were characteristic of the era, since it was obviously a project of emergence in and through capitalism, unlike the second Egyptian attempt, 1919-67. It is also true that the social contradictions inherent in this project, just like the political, ideological, and cultural concepts that underlie it, played a part in this failure. It remains the case that, absent imperialist aggression, these contradictions could probably have been overcome, as the Japanese example suggests. Defeated, for nearly 40 years, 1880 to 1920, Egypt was forced to be a dominated periphery. Its economic, political, and social structures were reshaped to serve the model of capitalist/imperialist accumulation dominant in that era. The regression imposed on the country affected not only its productive system, but also its political and social structures. There was a systematic attempt to reinforce backward-looking and reactionary ideological and cultural conceptions useful for maintaining the country's subordinate status. Egypt, its people, its elites, the nation it represents never accepted this status. This obstinate refusal lies behind the second wave of movements that developed over the following half-century, 1919-67. In fact, I interpret this period as a moment of unceasing struggles and important advances. There was a threefold objective: democracy, national independence, and social progress. These three objectives, despite their sometimes limited and confused formulation, are inseparable. In this interpretation, the Nasserist period, 1955-67, was only the last chapter of the lengthy moment of struggles begun with the revolution of 1919-20. The first part of this half-century of rising freedom struggles in Egypt emphasized, with the formation of the Wafd in 1919, political modernization through adoption of a bourgeois form of constitutional democracy and the reconquest of independence. The democratic form that was devised made possible some moves towards secularization, though not necessarily secular in the radical sense of the term, the symbol of which was its flag, combining the crescent and the cross, which reappeared in the 2011 demonstrations. Normal elections not only allowed Copts to be elected by Muslim majorities, but even more, it allowed these same Copts to occupy very high posts in the state without that causing the least problem. The British, with the active support of the reactionary bloc, made up of the monarchy, large landowners, and rich peasants, worked to push back the democratic advances of Wafdist Egypt. The dictatorship of Ismail Sedki Pasha in the 1930s, with the abolition of the democratic 1923 constitution, came up against the student movement, which was the spearhead of the anti-imperialist struggles in that era. It is not by accident if, to reduce the danger, the British Embassy and the Royal Palace actively worked together to create the Muslim Brotherhood, 1927, inspired by Islamist thought in its backward-looking, Wahhabi Salafist version formulated by Rashid Rida, the most reactionary, anti-democratic and anti-social progress version of the new political Islam. The Second World War, by necessity, was a sort of parenthesis. But the struggles resumed on February 21, 1946, with the formation of the Student Worker Bloc, and its radicalization was strengthened by the entrance of the Communists and the Workers' Movement. Again, the reactionary Egyptian forces supported by London reacted violently and, for this purpose, mobilized the Muslim Brotherhood, which supported a second dictatorship of Sedki Pasha, but without successfully silencing the movement. The Wafd returned to the government, and its abrogation of the 1936 Anglo-Egyptian Treaty and the beginning of guerrilla action in the still occupied Suez Canal zone were only defeated by the 1951 Cairo Fire, an operation in which the Muslim Brotherhood was deeply involved. The first coup d'état of the Free Officers, 1952, but above all the second one that started Nasser's control, 1954, crowned this period of continual struggles, according to some, or put an end to it, according to others. Nasserism replaced the interpretation that I offer of the Egyptian awakening with an ideological discourse that essentially eliminates the entire history of the years 1919 to 52. In the Nasserist version, the Egyptian revolution begins in July 1952. At the time, many communists denounced this version and analyzed the coups d'état of 1952 and 1954 as aimed at putting an end to the radicalization of the democratic movement. They were not wrong, because Nasserism did not stabilize as an anti-imperialist project until after the Bandung Conference, April 1955. Nasserism then achieved what it could, a resolutely anti-imperialist international posture, in conjunction with pan-Arab and pan-African movements, and progressive social reforms, though not socialist. The whole thing was organized from above, not only without democracy, by prohibiting the working classes from organizing by themselves and for themselves, but also by abolishing any form of political life. Political Islam filled the void created. The project exhausted its potential in a brief time, the 10 years from 1955 to 1965. The stagnation offered to imperialism, now led by the United States, the occasion to break the movement, which for this purpose mobilized its regional military instrument, Israel. The 1967 defeat marks the end of this half-century of fluctuating struggles. The retreat was led by Nasser himself, opting for concessions to the right, the infida, or the opening to capitalist globalization, rather than radicalization, for which students, among others, fought. The student movement commanded center stage in 1970, a little before Nasser's death, then continued after. Sadat, followed by Hosni Mubarak, pushed this move to the right even more and integrated the Muslim Brotherhood into their new autocratic system. Nasser's Egypt had established an economic and social system that can certainly be criticized, but it was coherent. Nasser had bet on industrialization as a way of getting out of the colonial international specialization that restricted the country to exporting cotton. This system provided for a redistribution of income favorable to the expanding middle classes, without impoverishing the working classes. Sadat and Mubarak worked to dismantle the Egyptian productive system, for which they substituted a totally incoherent system based exclusively on creating conditions for the profitability of companies that are, for the most part, only subcontractors of imperialist monopolies. This policy resulted in an incredible increase in inequality and unemployment that affected a majority of youth. This situation was explosive, it exploded. During the Bandung and non-alignment period, 1955 to 1970 to 75, some Arab countries were at the forefront of struggles for national liberation and social progress. These governments, Nasser, the FLN, the Baathists, were not democratic in the Western sense of the term, they were one-party states, or in the sense that I give to the term, which implies power exercised by the working classes themselves. But they were nonetheless perfectly legitimate because of their important achievements, gigantic progress in education, which allowed upward mobility, children of the working classes moving into the expanding middle classes, and in health, agrarian reforms, and guaranteed employment, at least for all graduates at all levels. Combined with anti-imperialist policies of independence, these achievements strengthened the governments in question, despite the continual hostility of the imperialist powers and military aggression perpetrated through Israel. But after having achieved what they could in 2 decades through the means they gave themselves, reforms implemented from above, without ever making it possible for the working classes to organize themselves by themselves, these governments reached a dead end. The hour of imperialism's counteroffensive had arrived. To preserve their power, the ruling classes then accepted being subject to the new demands of so-called neoliberalism, uncontrolled opening to the outside, privatizations, etc. Consequently, everything they had accomplished was lost in a few years. The rapid erosion of their legitimacy led these governments to resort to increased police repression, supported by Washington. The period of decline, 1967 to 2011, also covered a period of almost a half-century. Egypt, subject to the requirements of globalized liberalism and the strategies of the United States, no longer existed as an active regional and international participant. In the region, the major allies of the United States, Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Turkey were in the forefront. Israel could then move forward with its plan of expanding colonization of occupied Palestine, with the tacit complicity of Egypt and the Gulf countries. Depoliticization was decisive in the rise of political Islam. This depoliticization is certainly not confined to Nasserist and post-Nasserist Egypt. It was the dominant practice in all the national popular experiments of the First Awakening of the South, and even in the historical socialisms after the initial phase of revolutionary ferment had quieted down. It is responsible for the later disaster. The question of democratic politicization is, then, the core challenge, in the Arab world as elsewhere. Our era is not one of democratic advances, but, on the contrary, of setbacks and decline. The extreme centralization of capital in the generalized monopolies allows and demands unconditional as well as total submission of political authority to its orders. Instead of affirming the presence of active citizens capable of formulating projects for an alternative society, so-called postmodernist ideology privileges a depoliticized individual, a passive spectator of the political scene who merely participates in elections, if that have no significance and lead to no real change, political alternation, a consumer modeled by the system, who, wrongly, thinks of him or herself as a free individual. The apparent stability of the regime, praised by Washington, was based on a monstrous police machine that committed criminal abuses daily. The imperialist powers claimed that this regime protected Egypt from the Islamist alternative. That is actually a huge lie. In fact, the regime had completely integrated reactionary political Islam into its power system, by conceding to it management of education, justice, and major media, particularly television. The only authorized speech was that which the mosques gave to the Salafists, thereby making it seem that they formed the opposition. The cynical duplicity of the rhetoric emanating from the U.S. establishment, and on this plane, Obama was no different than Bush, serves its objectives perfectly. In fact, support for political Islam eliminates the capacities of a society to face the challenges of the modern world. It lies behind the catastrophic decline in education and research, while the occasional denunciation of abuses for which it is responsible, murders of Copts, for example, serves to justify Washington's military interventions in pursuit of its so-called war against terrorism. The regime could appear tolerable so long as the safety valve of mass migration of the poor and middle classes to the petroleum-exporting countries continued. The end of this system, Asian immigrants replacing those from the Arab countries, led to a rebirth of resistance. Worker strikes in 2007, the largest in Africa for 50 years. The stubborn resistance of small peasants threatened with expropriation by agrarian capitalism, and the organization of middle-class protest groups in favor of democracy, the Kifaya and April 6 movements, all heralded the inevitable explosion anticipated in Egypt, even if it surprised foreign observers. We have now entered into a new phase of rising struggles for emancipation. We must analyze their direction and chances for development. Egypt entered a new phase of its history in 2011. The analysis that I have proposed of the various elements involved in the active democratic, popular, and national movement, as well as the strategies of the local reactionary opponent and its external allies, should allow us to examine diverse possible paths to social transformation and determine whether they are promising or dead ends. In conclusion, I note that at this point in time, nothing allows us to say that Egypt is embarked on the path of emergence. But the fight will continue and will, perhaps, allow for an exit from the impasse and the reinvention of an appropriate path of emergence. Crony capitalism, comprador state, and lumpen development, the case of Egypt, 1970 to 2012. The Nasserist project of constructing a national development state had produced a model of state capitalism that Sadat was committed to dismantle. State-owned assets were thus sold. To whom? To crony businessmen and those close to the government, senior officers, high government officials, and rich merchants, who returned from exile in the Gulf countries equipped with handsome fortunes, in addition to political and financial support from the Muslim Brotherhood. But these assets were also sold to Gulf Arabs and foreign companies in the United States and Europe. At what prices? At ridiculous prices, disproportionate to the real value of the assets in question. In this way, the new Egyptian and foreign-owning class was formed, which fully deserves the label crony capitalist. Rasmallah al-Mahasib, the Egyptian term, is understood by everyone. Property granted to the army transformed the nature of the responsibilities that it carried out in some segments of the productive system, the army factories, which it managed as a state institution. These management powers became the powers of private owners. What is more, during the course of the privatizations, the most powerful officers also acquired ownership of many other state assets, commercial chains, urban and suburban land, and housing estates, in particular. The fortunes in question were made by acquiring already existing assets, with no more than negligible additions to productive capacity. Foreign capital investment, Arab and others, which, as a matter of fact, is quite modest, should be viewed within this context. The whole operation culminated in the establishment of the private monopolistic groups that now dominate the Egyptian economy. The monopoly of the new crony capitalists has been systematically reinforced by the almost exclusive access enjoyed by these billionaires to bank credit, notably for the purchase of the assets in question, to the detriment of granting credit to small and medium producers. These monopolies were also strengthened by colossal state subsidies, granted for the consumption of oil, natural gas, and electricity by the factories taken over from the state, cement, iron, and aluminum metallurgy, textiles, and others. The free markets allowed these companies to raise their prices to match those of competing imports. The logic that underlies the public subsidies that compensated for the lower prices charged by the state sector was broken, and super profits were accrued to the private monopolies. Real wages for the large majority of unskilled and medium-skilled workers deteriorated through the operation of the laws of the market for free labor and the ferocious repression of union and other forms of collective action. Wages are now far below what they are in other countries of the South with a comparable rate of per capita GDP. The super profits of the private monopolies and pauperization go hand in hand and result in a continual increase in the unequal distribution of income. The taxation system, which rejected the very principle of progressive taxation, systematically reinforced inequality. Light taxation for the rich and corporations, praised by the World Bank because it supposedly supports investment, quite simply ended up as an increase in super profits. These policies also made it impossible to reduce both the public deficit and the foreign trade deficit. They entailed a continuous deterioration in the value of the Egyptian pound, and led to growing internal indebtedness of extreme proportions. This, in turn, provided an excuse for the IMF to demand still more respect for the principles of liberalism. Immediate responses. Activists responsible for formulating a joint program responding to the immediate requirements undertook a considerable amount of high-quality work for more than a year. The following text owes much to the work of Ahmed El-Nagar, to whom I had the pleasure of awarding the Samir Amin Prize in 2011. The Arab and African Research Center established this prize in my name as a way to encourage radical critical thought. Ahmed did half or more of the investigative work with the various currents and organizations that formed the backbone of the popular protests in Egypt. Here are the salient points. The disposal of public assets must be subject to systematic investigation. Detailed studies, the equivalent of good audits, are in fact available for many of these transactions and for the prices corresponding to the value of specified assets. Given that the purchasers of these assets did not pay these prices, ownership of these acquired assets must be legally transferred, following a court-ordered audit, to public limited companies, with the state as a shareholder equal to the difference between the actual value of the assets and the prices paid by the buyers. The principle should be applicable to everyone, whether these buyers are Egyptian, Arab, or foreigners. The law must set the minimum wage. This was in 2012, at the level of 1,200 LE per month, or 155 euros at the current exchange rate, the equivalent purchasing power of 400 euros. This rate is lower than in many countries with a GDP per capita comparable to that of Egypt. The minimum wage must be linked to a sliding scale and the trade unions made responsible for monitoring its implementation. It will be applied to all activities of the public and private sectors. Given that the beneficiaries of freedom of pricing, that is, the private sector that dominates the Egyptian economy, have already decided to set their prices closer to those of competing imports, the measure can be implemented and will only have the effect of reducing the margins of monopoly rents. This readjustment does not threaten the balance of public accounts, bearing in mind the savings and the new tax legislation proposed below. Adopting a maximum wage, set at 15 times the minimum wage, will reinforce the proposals made by the movements involved. Workers' rights, conditions of employment and loss of employment, working conditions, insurance plans for health/unemployment/pensions must involve major three-way consultations between trade unions, employers, and the state. Independent trade unions established through the struggles of the last 10 years should be given legal recognition, including the right to strike, still illegal in current legislation. A survival benefit should be set up for the unemployed, for which the amount, the conditions of access, and the funding should be subject to negotiations between the unions and the state. The enormous subsidies granted to private monopolies by the budget must be abolished. Here again, detailed studies undertaken in these areas demonstrate that the abolition of these advantages would not threaten the profitability of the activities in question, but only reduce their monopoly profits. New tax legislation must be adopted, based on progressive taxation for individuals and a 25% increase in the taxation rate for profits of businesses employing more than 20 workers. The extremely generous tax exemptions granted to Arab and foreign monopolies must be abolished. Taxation of small and medium businesses, currently often much heavier, should be lowered. The proposed rates for the upper personal income brackets, 35%, remain small in comparison with other nations. A precise calculation was carried out, demonstrating that all of the measures proposed above would not only make it possible to eliminate the current deficit, for 2009 to 2010, but even generate a surplus. The surplus would be used to increase public spending on education, health, and public housing subsidies. The reconstruction of a public social sector in these areas does not imply discriminatory measures against private activities of the same kind. Credit must be placed under the control of the central bank. The extravagant credit terms granted to the monopolies must be eliminated, and credit expanded for active small businesses or ones that could be created as a result. Detailed studies have been conducted in all these artisanal, industrial, transport, and service activities. It has been demonstrated that candidates, particularly among unemployed graduates, who are willing and interested in taking the initiative in creating businesses and employment do exist. Concerning the agrarian question, the current demand of the movement is simply the adoption of laws that make it more difficult to evict farmers who are unable to pay the rents demanded of them, as well as to expropriate indebted small-scale property owners. In particular, the movement advocates the return to legislation setting the maximum farm rents, deregulated through successive agrarian reform laws. Organizations of progressive agronomists have produced detailed and well-argued projects for stimulating the development of small-scale farmers. These include improved irrigation methods, drip systems, for example, choice of rich and intensive crops, legumes and fruits, upstream freedom from state control for input and credit suppliers, and downstream freedom for the creation of marketing cooperatives combined with consumer cooperatives. But increased communication between these agronomist organizations and small-scale farmers needs to be established. The legalization of actual farmers' organizations and their federation at provincial and national levels should help move them in this direction. The plan of immediate action summarized in the preceding paragraphs would certainly begin to stimulate healthy and viable economic growth. The argument advanced by its liberal detractors that it would ruin any hope of obtaining new capital investment from foreign sources does not make sense. The experiences of Egypt and other countries, particularly in Africa, who have agreed to comply fully with the strictures of liberalism and have abandoned their own autonomous development plans, show that this does not attract foreign capital despite their uncontrolled opening, actually, precisely because of it. Foreign capitalists are simply content to raid the resources of the countries concerned, supported by the comprador state and crony capitalists. By contrast, emergent countries that actively implement national development projects offer real possibilities to foreign investors who are willing to become part of these national projects, where they accept the restrictions imposed by the national state and the consequent adjustment of their profits to reasonable rates. Mohamed Morsi's government, composed exclusively of members of the Muslim Brotherhood, immediately proclaimed its unconditional support for all the principles of liberalism, took steps to hasten implementation of those principles, and, to this end, deployed all the means of repression inherited from the fallen regime. Public awareness that there was no change ultimately led to the gigantic movement of June 30, 2013, which lies behind the fall of the Muslim Brotherhood. The leading aspects of the program of immediate demands that I have presented here focus only on the economic and social parts of the challenge. The movement also discusses its political aspects, the proposed constitution, democratic and social rights, and the essential affirmation of a citizen state, Dawla al-Muwattana, as opposed to the theocratic state, Dawla al-Gama al-Islamiyya, of the Muslim Brotherhood. This text was drafted by me in October 2012 and distributed widely, in the widely read Daily Shurok, among others. Algeria, the impact of the April 17, 2014 elections. The two experiences of Algeria and Egypt have many characteristics in common. The ruling class in the two countries, built on the cadres of Boumedienism and Nasserism, respectively, was fundamentally similar. Their projects were identical and, consequently, should be described in the same way. They were genuinely national and popular projects, and not demagogic populist, although not very democratic. It is not important that each described itself as socialist, which they were not and could not be. In the two cases, the achievements were significant, to the point that they truly transformed the society from top to bottom for better and not for worse. But also, in both countries, these achievements rapidly reached the limitations of what they could deliver and, sinking into their, identical, internal contradictions, could not prepare the radicalization and democratization required to extend those achievements. Yet, beyond these similarities, the differences should be pointed out. Algerian society had been subjected to major destructive attacks because of colonization. The state and power of the pre-colonial aristocracy had been eradicated. The new Algerian society that was born from the reconquest of independence had nothing in common with that of the pre-colonial era. It had become a plebeian society, characterized by a very strong aspiration to equality. The Algerian War of Liberation had produced, naturally, a social and ideological radicalization. This aspiration to equality is not found, with the same force, anywhere else in the Arab world, not in the Maghreb. Just think about the strength of the age-old tradition of respect for the monarchy in Morocco, or the Mashrek. By contrast, modern Egypt was built from the beginning, starting with Muhammad Ali, by its aristocracy, which gradually became an aristocratic bourgeoisie, or capitalist aristocracy, even though this new ruling class had, in the end, to accept submission to imperialist domination, first by the British, then by the United States. The ambiguous 1952 coup d'état came as a response to the impasse of the movement. From these differences comes another, of obvious importance, concerning the future of political Islam. The army and the state, with the support of the nation, defeated Algerian political Islam, the FIS, which had revealed its ugly face. That certainly does not mean that the question has been finally settled. Ben Jadid, Boumedienne's successor, pursued an extreme neoliberal path, similar to Sadat and Mubarak's infida, widespread privatizations throughout the national economy, participation of senior officers in pillaging state assets, dismantling national control of the petroleum sector, uncontrolled opening to multinational corporations, and corruption. But after the defeat of the FIS attempt to impose its project for a reactionary theocracy, also subordinate to the demands of neoliberalism, President Bouteflika initiated a corrective economic policy, going as far as renationalizing some large companies. Bouteflika also defeated the Western project to create a Sahelistan, which would have been formed to the detriment of Algeria, Mali, and Niger. This para-Islamic state, in the image of the Gulf states, would have confiscated the rent extracted from exploitation of petroleum, uranium, and other minerals for the exclusive benefit of its emirs. The project was completely in line with the objectives of the U.S. strategy of domination. Simultaneously, the government made concessions to democratic and social demands, such as those of the Amazigh, unequaled elsewhere in the Arab world. But still, these were timid corrections, and the Algerian people, even when they showed full confidence in Bouteflika's promises, probably expected more. For these reasons, in the April 2014 elections, the majority supported Bouteflika, despite the handicaps of age and health. These elections also showed the categorical rejection of political Islam's attempt to make a return to the political scene, appearing in the new garb of national reconciliation. But electors did not make this choice enthusiastically, as can be seen from the rate of participation, only 51%, against the 67% from the preceding presidential election. The Algerian model, then, gave obvious signs of stronger consistency than that of Egypt, which explains why it had shown more resistance to its later degradation. Consequently, the Algerian ruling class remains mixed and divided, split between those still holding national aspirations and those submissively giving in to compadorization. Sometimes these two conflicting orientations are combined in the same person. Bouteflika's re-election bought some time and made it possible to avoid the chaos that conflicts within the ruling class would produce. In Egypt, by contrast, with Sadat and Mubarak, this dominant class became completely a comprador bourgeoisie, harboring no national aspirations. Economic, political, and social reforms controlled domestically seem to have a chance in Algeria. The question of democratic politicization is, in any case, the core challenge in Algeria and Egypt as elsewhere in the world. The Western powers fear a change toward national and popular democracy in Algeria. Also, they have not given up their project of destroying the state and society by means of an alleged Islamist government. The support they gave to the Islamist candidate defeated in the April 17 presidential election is clear evidence of that. They have not given up on their objective of breaking up Algeria by supporting a possible secession of the Algerian Sahara and Kabylie. Their rhetoric of promoting democracy and respect for cultural differences is aimed at hiding the real objectives of their strategy. The recent history of Algeria and Egypt illustrates the powerlessness of these societies, even now, to face the challenge. Algeria and Egypt are the two countries in the Arab world that are possible candidates for emergence. The ruling classes and established governments bear major responsibility for the failure of these two countries to reach emergence. But the societies themselves, the intellectuals, and the militants from the various social and political movements, must also bear some responsibility. Will both parties succeed in rising to the challenge, together and through their conflict? Tunisia, the revolution in an impasse. Tunisia initiated the wave of Arab revolutions in December 2010. I heard some of the participants, who arrived with some excitement to share their accounts at the World Social Forum in Dakar, February 2011, in which the World Forum for Alternatives, the Third World Forum, and I, participated. During the organization of the Tunis World Social Forum in 2013, I had the possibility of hearing more and holding discussions with representatives of a wide spectrum of Tunisian political and social forces, except for the Islamist party Ennahda, the Front Populaire, whose president received me in his office at the assembly, Monir Kashuk, the Parti des Patriotes, whose leader, Shukri Balade, had just been assassinated by henchmen of Ennahda, Abdeljalil Bedoui, the UGTT, etc. Our sister and friend Hassania had expertly organized many of these meetings. The impression I got from these meetings is hardly enthusiastic. All or almost all were exclusively concerned with questions of governmental organization and the strengthening of political democracy, as well as questions about secularism and women's rights. On these questions, Tunisian opinion appears to be in advance of that of Egyptians. We should not be surprised. Bourguiba had opened up spaces for this, despite his autocratic behavior. Nevertheless, no one or almost no one in Tunisia appears to understand that the insertion of the country into liberal capitalist globalization is the origin of the disaster. All share the same fatal illusions about Europe, from which they expect support. On this level, Tunisia lags behind Egypt and Algeria. During the World Social Forum in Tunis, Ennahda, like all other movements, had been invited to attend, present its program, and respond to questions. Ennahda abstained and confided to the famous Tariq Ramadan and his supporters, unfortunately from El Monde Diplomatique, the task of propagandizing on its behalf. Ennahda, like the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, pursues only a single objective: exercise power, all the power. The certificate of conversion to democracy that Europeans have awarded is meant to obscure this reality. Europeans know that the most effective means to guarantee the continuation of their pillage of the countries south of the Mediterranean is to entrust management of these countries to their Islamist friends. All the conditions necessary to see any Arab country break out of the current impasse are far from coming together, at least in the near future. The Constituent Assembly resulting from the October 2011 elections in Tunisia was dominated by a rightist bloc that combined the Islamist party Ennahda and numerous reactionary cadres, formerly associated with the Ben Ali regime, still in place, and infiltrated into the new parties under the name of Bourguibists. Both unconditionally support the market economy such as it is, a system of dependent and subaltern capitalism. France and the United States do not ask for more, everything changes so that nothing will change. Two changes are, nevertheless, on the agenda. Positive, a political, but non-social democracy, that is, low-intensity democracy, that will tolerate a diversity of opinions, respect human rights more, and end the police repression perpetrated by the preceding regime. Negative, a probable decline in women's rights. This is, in other words, a return to a multi-party Bourguibism with an Islamic coloration. The Western powers plan, based on the power of the Comprador reactionary bloc, will put an end to this transition. They favor a short transition, which the movement has accepted without assessing the consequences, leaving no time to organize social struggles, and will allow the establishment of this bloc's exclusive legitimacy through correct elections. The Tunisian movement was largely uninterested in the economic policy of the former regime, concentrating its critiques on the corruption of the president and his family. Most of the opposition, even on the left, did not question the basic direction of the mode of development implemented by Bourguiba and Ben Ali. The outcome was, thus, predictable. President Monsef Marzouki had been a human rights campaigner and thus a victim of repression. But he seemed unable to make the connection between the poverty of his people and the choice of a liberal economic policy by the state, which he did not question. Curiously, he took the initiative to organize in Tunis in February 2012 an international conference on Syria that provided grist to the mills of the Western interventionists. It remains the case that sometimes the same causes produce the same results. What will the working classes think and do when they see the continual deterioration in their social conditions, with the accompanying unemployment and job instability, not to mention the probable additional deterioration caused by the general crisis of capitalist globalization? It is too soon to say. But one should not persist in ignoring that only the rapid formation of a radical left that goes beyond the demand for proper elections can make possible a resumption of struggles for a change worthy of the name. This radical left has the responsibility to formulate a strategy for the democratization of society that would go beyond the simple holding of proper elections, combine this democratization with social progress, which implies giving up the current development model, and strengthen its initiatives by adopting a clearly anti-imperialist and independent international position. It is not the imperialist monopolies and their international servants, the World Bank, the IMF, the WTO, the European Union, that will help the countries of the South get out of the impasses they face. None of these fundamental questions seems to be of concern to the major political participants. Everything happened as if the ultimate objective of the revolution had been to obtain elections rapidly. This is to think that power finds its sole source of legitimacy in the voting booth. But there is another, higher legitimacy, undertaking struggles for social progress and the real democratization of society. These two types of legitimacy are likely to have serious confrontations in the future. Libya, a country erased from the world map. Libya never truly existed as a nation. It is a geographical region that separates the Maghreb and the Mashreq. The boundary between these two Arab regions runs exactly through the middle of Libya. Cyrenaica was historically Greek and Hellenistic, and then it became part of the Mashreq. Tripolitania was Latin and became part of the Maghreb. Consequently, there has always been a basis for regionalism in the country. I saved the British atlas used at school by my father in 1913. The region from Kufra to Tibesti was under the rule of the Khedive of Egypt. In 1911, Italy seized Ottoman Libya, which in actuality was only the coastal band. In 1915, to reward Rome for joining the Entente, the British ceded the Saharan regions of Cyrenaica to Italy. Gaddafi was never anything more than a buffoon whose empty thinking is reflected in his famous Green Book. Acting in a still archaic society, Gaddafi could allow himself to adopt various positions, without any real significance, nationalist and socialist one day, then liberal the next. He made the latter choice to please the West, as if choosing liberalism would have no effects on society. Gaddafi had insistently invited me, on several occasions, to visit his country. In my twofold role as president of the Arab and African Research Center in Cairo, and director of the Third World Forum, I had posed one condition: the prior payment of $200,000 to these two organizations, without any conditions on use of these funds. I would then visit the country and present lectures on general subjects, without broaching the discussion of Libyan problems. There was no follow-up, of course. I also remember that when, following NATO's military intervention, the scandal of the donation made by Libya to the London School of Economics broke, the LSE had awarded, in exchange, an honorary diploma to Gaddafi's son, which all US universities do with their generous donors. I was interviewed in London on the subject and said, "How shameful! This is at least as scandalous as accepting a gift from the Ford Foundation." Obviously, the interview was not published. Gaddafi's going over to economic liberalism simply worsened the social difficulties for the majority of people. The very large redistribution of the oil revenues gave way to its confiscation by the regime's supporters and Gaddafi's family. The conditions were thus created that led to the explosion we all know, immediately taken advantage of by political Islam and regionalist forces in the country. It is in this context that the National Transitional Council, NTC, was formed in Benghazi. The president of this council was none other than Mustafa Muhammad Abdul Jalil, the president of the Libyan Appeals Court, who confirmed the death sentence of the 5 Bulgarian nurses. He was rewarded and named Minister of Justice in 2007, a post he held until February 2011. For this reason, Bulgarian Prime Minister Boyko Borisov refused to recognize the NTC. The United States and European countries did not accede to this view. There were, perhaps, some more or less confused Democrats on this council, but above all there were Islamists, the worst among them, in fact, and regionalists. From the very beginning, the movement in Libya was an armed revolt that immediately took over civilian demonstrations. This armed revolt straight away called for NATO support. France and Great Britain immediately responded to this appeal, subsequently supported by the United States. The imperialist powers' military intervention certainly did not aim at the protection of civilians or securing democracy, but at the control of oil and groundwater resources, as well as acquiring a major military base in the country. Certainly, the Western oil companies already controlled Libyan oil since Gaddafi's move to support liberalism. But with Gaddafi, nothing was ever certain. What if he changed sides and brought the Chinese or the Indians into his game tomorrow? But more important than the oil were the Libyan groundwater resources. Initially, it was a question of exploiting them to the benefit of the countries of the African Sahel. This page is now turned. Well-known French multinationals seek to reserve access to these resources and make their exploitation the most financially profitable for themselves, probably for the production of biofuels. Gaddafi had, in 1969, already demanded that the British and Americans evacuate their military bases set up after the Second World War. Today, the United States needs to transfer AFRICOM, the U.S. Military Command for Africa, an important part of the system for military control of the world, still located in Stuttgart, to Africa. The African Union refuses to accept it and, to this day, no African state has dared to agree to host it. A lackey placed in power in Tripoli, or Benghazi, would obviously support all of the demands coming from Washington and its subaltern NATO allies. The base would be a permanent threat as it could be a source for interventions against Egypt and Algeria. The new regime has demonstrated its inability to govern the country. Libya's disintegration following the Somali model has begun. Libya no longer exists. The Syrian tragedy. The Syrian Ba'athist government derived its legitimacy from implementing its non-democratic National Popular Project. When I visited Damascus, Aleppo, and other Syrian cities in the past, I clearly observed this legitimacy, despite the autocratic practices of the government. I also observed that its policy of secularization had made possible advances in women's rights and allowed freedom in the social behavior of youth, which certainly deserved support. Then, when the system ran out of steam, opening the way for globalized neoliberalism to go on the offensive and advance its solutions, the same hard-pressed Ba'athist ruling class accepted the infida, the uncontrolled opening to globalized capital, just like the other Arab countries, so as to preserve its political control. The resulting social disaster led to the same consequences as elsewhere, the rise of perfectly legitimate democratic and social protests and increased repression by the government in response. It is almost amusing to note that one leader of the rebellion, Abdul Halim Khadim, was the main architect of the economic liberalization. The legitimacy of the Syrian people's revolt thus cannot be questioned. The United States learned from the surprise in Tunisia and Egypt. It thus decided to take the initiative and get ahead of the movement by introducing armed groups that attacked the authorities, proclaimed themselves to be an army of liberation, and immediately called on NATO to help them. With local collusion and support from the Gulf countries, it was possible to infiltrate armed groups from Jordan, under Tel Aviv's orders, Tripoli, base of radical Islam in Lebanon, and Turkey, the Columbia of the Middle East. An important NATO power, Turkey has participated in the conspiracy. The so-called refugee camps in Hatay are actually training camps for mercenaries recruited from terrorist groups, Talibans and others, financed by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. I refer here to Bahar Kaimai Ungur's book. Point 19. One would have to be completely naive to be surprised at the silence emanating from the Western governments, silence on the recruitment of terrorists, silence on the rhetoric of these liberators Christians to Beirut, Alawites to the grave, silence about the Saudi and Qatari governments, promoted to the rank of defenders of democracy, silence on the massacre of demonstrators in Bahrain carried out by Saudi troops, silence on the introduction of Al-Qaeda into Yemen for the purpose of confronting a possible rebirth of the South Yemeni left. Terrorism has a good side, unpardonable when the United States is attacked, welcome when it can be used. This strategy of organized chaos is, moreover, devised with the greatest cynicism by the authorities in Washington. The possible victory of the Islamists with or without foreign military intervention would result in the breakup of the country and the massacre of Alawites, Druze, and Christians. But that is unimportant. The objective of Washington and its allies is not to liberate Syria from its dictator, but to destroy the country, just as the aim was not to liberate Iraq from Hussein and Libya from Gaddafi, but to destroy these countries. Russia and China's veto in the UN Security Council has fortunately made Libyan-style humanitarian bombing more difficult. The Syrian government has, moreover, succeeded in eliminating, it seems, hotbeds of major intervention supported from the outside. It remains the case that the introduction of groups in the pay of foreign powers put the democratic and social movement in an awkward position. The movement, diffuse and unorganized, refused to support the so-called liberation committees, obviously manipulated by the imperialist powers, while also refusing to support the government's repression. To respond to the terrorism of imperialism's agents by state terror is not an effective response to the challenge. The solution calls for substantial reforms benefiting popular and democratic forces that exist, and refuse to serve the Muslim Brotherhood. If the government turns out to be incapable of understanding what is required, nothing will stop the tragedy from continuing to its inevitable end. I have listened to many representatives of the Syrian popular movement, which is extremely divided. Here I should cite Isar Mitani, Salah Mikhail, Joseph Yaqub, Aziz El Azmet, Zakaria Khidr, Ahmed Barkawi, and Michel Kilo. I do not necessarily share their analyses and opinions. Sudan, criminal abuses. On a visit to Khartoum in 2010, at the time the South secession was being prepared, I heard analyses and commentaries, particularly from my very dear friend Haider Ibrahim Ali and from Adlan Hardalou, that led me to believe that awareness of the disaster perpetrated by Turabi's supposedly Islamic regime was well advanced and, beyond that, that the country's democratic and progressive forces were preparing a counter-offensive. It was too late. The people in the South chose independence by an overwhelming majority in the referendum. But the imperialist powers, probably working through the Mossad, had taken the precaution of assassinating John Garang, the only leader capable, not only of uniting the peoples of the South, but also of working with the Democrats from the North to change the state of relations between the two states. The outcome was fatal. The South has become another Central African republic given over to conflicts among mediocre local potentates for control of the country and has descended into civil war. This is the only way for the politicians in question to attract supporters in their pay. Yemen, ally of the United States. The United States supported the Ali Abdullah Saleh regime. The reason is their fear of the Yemeni people, above all in the south of the country. The latter had had a progressive Marxist government, which derived its legitimacy from its large popular support. Today, those forces are active in the social protest movement. Washington and its allies thus fear a breakup of the country and the re-establishment of the progressive government in South Yemen. Consequently, in allowing Al-Qaeda, largely controlled by the United States, to occupy the cities of the South, with U.S. support, the Yemeni regime wants to create fear among the progressive forces so that they can be pressured to accept the continuation of Saleh in power. The friendships that I have maintained with a large number of leaders from the former South Yemen have provided me with some insights into the nature of the issues facing this country. 2. Africa. African socialisms, colonial disasters, and glimmers of hope. Independent Africa was divided into two camps from 1960 to 1963, the Casablanca Group, Egypt, Morocco, Guinea, Ghana, and Mali, who considered that the independence granted by the colonizers had not settled the question of liberation, and the Monrovia Group, the other countries, that accepted their situation, described by the former as neo-colonialist. African countries are united in the Organization of African Unity, OAU, created in 1963 on the initiative of Haile Selassie. All countries of independent Africa belong to the non-aligned movement, founded in Bandung in 1955. The spirit of the Bandung Conference had a wide enough resonance to attract not only the African peoples, but also the ruling classes and governments. Having personally been involved in the continent's intellectual and political life from that era and even before, I believe that the overview I am going to offer to the reader in the following pages might help in better understanding the vicissitudes of Africa's attempts to overcome the burdens of colonialism. The new Africa is fragile precisely because of the miserable heritage of this colonialism. Most African societies are threatened with disintegration, and several of them are now quite far along in this terrible process. The dominant narrative on the subject attributes responsibility for the state of affairs to the insufficient maturity of these societies, with the implication that they were decolonized too quickly. As a result, the true cause of the tragedy is ignored: the market. The market itself always works as a centrifugal, disintegrating force. It is only when it is regulated by the state that it ceases to be so. In economies as fragile as those that Africa inherited from the colonial period, this disintegration effect is even more devastating than elsewhere. Here there is no productive system worthy of the name. The market does not create such a system, it has never done so anywhere. It is the state acting as an instrument of society and of the social compromises that characterize it at each stage of its evolution, including the capitalist stage, that is responsible for creating a productive system consistent with social development. In the absence of this, the market forces quite simply exploit the scattered fragments of a system that cannot offer any resistance since it does not exist as such. Comprodorization is the social, political, and ideological form through which this absence of a state is expressed. There is not too much state in Africa, there is only a bad comprador administration that is not even a real state. In ideological terms, this situation results in the triumph of individual interests or those of clans and their patronage systems, the absence of a sense of solidarity, class or national, and the restriction of political struggle to vulgar opportunist practices which in turn depoliticize the people and retard the formation of responsible citizens, an essential condition for democratization. Neocolonialism, then, develops only on the basis of permanent crisis. It is itself in permanent crisis. That is why different movements have continually challenged it, in various times and places. Even if these movements have not attained the consistency and strength necessary to form an effective and viable alternative as has been the case up to now, they nonetheless prefigure the requirements for a better future. That is why the waves of what I call national populist, rather than socialist, responses continually follow one another in Africa. The first of these waves, Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana, Modibo Keita's Mali, Guinea, the Congo, had barely run out of steam before a new attempt was made in West Africa, Benin, then Burkina Faso, while a rebirth began, perhaps, in Ghana and Mali, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Madagascar in East Africa, then Southern Africa. I closely followed all these attempts to construct an alternative to neocolonialism in crisis. Has this been a failure on the part of Africa? No. We should say that it is a failure of capitalism, which is unable to offer Africa anything acceptable. Today, the Bandung era has come to an end, and the impasse is more desperate than ever. The frontal attack on the peasantry promoted by the WTO's liberalization project has only accelerated the transformation of the continent into a world of abandoned rural areas and overcrowded urban slums. The inevitable consequence is the rising migration pressure the new boat peoples, while the Europeans persist in not wanting to recognize their overwhelming responsibility. I shall offer in what follows a sequential picture of the experiences of African socialism and, in contrast, an overview of the miracles without a future, the neocolonial quagmires and disasters. The experiences of African socialism. I lived through my second experience of Bandung in Mali, and supplemented this with visits to Nkrumah's Ghana and Ahmed Sékou Touré's Guinea. I reviewed this in the first volume of these memoirs. I shall not then return to this stage of the story. The following pages deal only with Mali after Modibo Keita and Ghana after Kwame Nkrumah. Mali after Modibo. The IDEP had organized one of its seminars in Bamako in 1972. This was an important event since we discussed both the experience of Modibo's government and the policies implemented after his fall in 1968, without making any concessions in criticizing either the past or the Mausitra or government. The seminar took place in the famous motel of that era, a rudimentary establishment near the old airport on the banks of the Niger. At the request of our partners, we, willingly, held additional lectures every evening, attended by most of the old and new leadership. I regularly saw former leaders Mamadou Galago and Madira Keita after their release from prison. From time to time, Keita came to Dakar for medical treatment and contacted me on each of these occasions. Although he was the type of person who forgot nothing and learned little, I always enjoyed our conversations immensely. He was a man of remarkable honesty and courage, endowed with great warmth. He never forgot his old friends. His death pained me a lot. He is the uncle of Ibrahima Keita, one of the leaders of the youth revolt against the dictatorship, who became prime minister in the Konare government. One day, Ibrahima said to me, in the presence of Madira, "My uncle asks me why I am not a member of the Union Sudanese, but rather a supporter of Adima, the new democratic movement. I believe he thinks that the Union Sudanese genes are indestructible." Beyond the older generation, I became acquainted with the new generation of militants from Adima, CNID, and the feminist movement, Aminata Traore, and with many other youth who were mobilized during this time. This generation was certainly more promising than the young cotters of the first wave from the early 1960s, whom I criticized rather severely, on the whole. Amadou Toumani Touré, who was the astute and open democratic-minded soldier who oversaw a remarkable transition and who received me after the fall of Mausitra or, convinced me that the Marxist education given to the army during the Modibo era, despite all of its outrageous dogmatic simplifications, had some good effects, since it produced a military corps that did not behave with the usual savagery found in most Third World armies. I saw Amadou Toumani Touré again behind the scenes in Cairo on the occasion of the Euro-African Summit in 2000. He developed a coherent viewpoint on security questions, conscious both of the ravages of the depoliticization resulting from the neoliberal social disaster, and the dangers of the imperialists using this situation. He believed that geostrategy and geopolitics are dimensions of reality that we are always wrong to ignore. That is also my view. The victory won by the Malian people, which succeeded through its courage alone, without external support. On the contrary, the Western powers lined up behind the dictator, despite their democratic pretensions, had, naturally, aroused the enthusiasm of the working classes and even the majority of the middle classes and intellectuals. We expected, among other things, that the new president, Alpha Konare, would listen to the strong democratic movement that had mobilized the Malian people and begin a new style of leadership and management in the country. These hopes were disappointed. Beyond the possible responsibility of individuals, I attribute the failure to the overwhelming force the world system brought to bear on Bamako's choices, compelling unconditional submission to the neoliberal diktat. Once more, the combination of democracy and neoliberal choices produced only social disaster and, in the end, turned out to be essentially anti-democratic. The crisis that hit Argentina in 2002 is the most convincing and dazzling example of this. The social disaster is visible to the naked eye. When I visited Bamako for the African Social Forum in January 2002, I saw that it had become a miserable metropolis, its center devastated by widespread informal employment, which is the only means of survival that capitalism now offers to people. Nevertheless, there are glimmers of hope on the horizon that foreshadow the appearance of new struggles in the future. The birth of a peasant movement independent from the government and opportunist parties is a change that would have been difficult to imagine 10 years ago. Control of the peasantry by national liberation movements and the subsequent state administrations was widespread in Africa, and appeared unshakable. In all the francophone countries of West Africa and particularly in Burkina Faso, which was behind this change, the heritage of Thomas Sankara, Senegal, and Mali, the peasantry began its emancipation from this supervision. In Mali, the first peasant strike refusing to cultivate cotton forced negotiations on the government and foreign capital, French, in this case, which controls the cotton sector and imposes its conditions, including paltry prices. The organization of a session of the Social Forum in Bamako in 2006 confirmed my hopes. The enthusiastic support of all the popular forces that have again emerged in Mali guaranteed the success of the undertaking. Here I would like to extend a sincere thank you to all the militants of the Comite Malien and to Aminata Traore. The Bamako appeal, which came out of this session, opens new horizons for the development of a worldwide movement to challenge the imperialist liberal order. Africa has once again found its place in the globalization of struggles for an alternative. Sahelistan, whose interests does this project serve? My repeated visits to Bamako beginning in 2005 allowed me to follow with my own eyes the continual deterioration in the social conditions of the Malian people, subjected by the Western powers, Europe, and France in particular, to an austerity regime more severe than what was imposed under Mausa Traore's dictatorship. The cuts in an already pitiful budget ended in the abandonment of the northern part of the country. In these conditions, the conquest of democracy lost its meaning, opening the way to the rise of political Islam, financed by the Gulf countries. Respectable intellectuals, whom I had known as fighters for democracy and progress, passed over to Wahhabism. I discussed all that with my numerous Malian friends, the marvelous Aminata Traore, always available to facilitate my visits, Isaka Bagayogo, Mamadou Goïta, and Astou Samaik, as well as the leadership of the political parties that had honored me by inviting me to their grand commemorative celebration on the 1960-65 Malian Plan. I continued these discussions with my friends from Niger, Abdou Ibro in particular. My growing unease was reinforced even further when the Malian army was chased out of the north in 2013 by Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, which did not surprise me. I then immediately drafted the following text. Welcomed by some, violently rejected, occasionally with insults, not only by those who had joined the Islamic opposition, not surprising, but also by others who went no further than the simple principle that the French intervention served Paris's colonial interests. I was not unaware of this. Yet these critics ignored the impact of the Sahelistan project and acted as if this project only challenged French colonial interests. In short, they ignored the fact that the success of this project would quite simply lead to the destruction of Mali on the model of Somalia. I reproduce this text here. De Gaulle had entertained the idea of a Grand French Sahara. But the tenacity of the Algerian FLN and the radicalization of Mali under the Union Sudanese of Modibo Keïta put an end to the project for good in 1962-63. Today, the Sahelistan project is not French even if Nicolas Sarkozy did come to support it. It is a plan formulated by a loose nexus of political Islamist groups and benefits from the possibly favorable view of the United States, followed by its European Union lieutenants. Islamic Sahelistan would allow for the creation of a large state covering a good part of the Sahara found in Mali, Mauritania, Niger, and Algeria, an area endowed with important mineral resources, uranium, oil, and gas. These resources would not be available mainly to France, but primarily to the dominant powers of the Triad, the United States, Europe, and Japan. This kingdom, modeled on Saudi Arabia and the Gulf Emirates, could easily buy the support of its scattered population, and its emirs could transform the fraction of the rent left to them into vast personal fortunes. The Gulf remains, for the Triad powers, the model of the best ally/useful servant, in spite of the fiercely archaic nature of its social system, based in part on slavery. The established governments in Sahelistan would refrain from supporting acts of terrorism on their territory, without necessarily refraining from possibly supporting them elsewhere. France, which had succeeded in preserving out of its abandoned Grand Sahara project control over Niger and its uranium resources, would have only a secondary place in Sahelistan. The Algerian government showed that it understood the aim quite well. It knows that the formation of a Sahelistan aims to include southern Algeria and not just northern Mali. I wish and hope that the Sahara War will be won, that the Islamists are eradicated in the region, Mali and Algeria in particular, and Mali's territorial integrity restored. This victory is the necessary but far from sufficient condition for a future reconstruction of the Malian state and society. This war will be long and its outcome uncertain. Reconstruction of the Malian army is entirely feasible. Madabo's Mali had succeeded in building a competent army that was devoted to the nation, sufficient to deter aggressors like the Islamists of Aqim today. This army was systematically destroyed by Mausitraor's dictatorship and his successors did not reconstruct it. But since the Malian people are quite aware that their country has the obligation to be armed, reconstruction of its army would benefit from favorable public opinion. The obstacle is financial. To recruit and equip thousands of soldiers is not currently within the means of the country, and neither will other African states or the UN agree to compensate for this lack of means. Not much can be expected from the countries of the ECOWAS. The Praetorian Guards in most of these countries are an army in name only. Certainly, Nigeria has numerous, well-equipped forces, but unfortunately not very disciplined, to say the least. Most of its senior officers have no other objective than to pillage the regions targeted for intervention. Senegal also has a competent and disciplined military force, but it is small, on the scale of the country. Farther afield in Africa, Angola and South Africa could provide effective support, but their geographic distance, and maybe other considerations, might dissuade them from running the risk of any commitment. Mali's reconstruction can only be done by the Malians themselves. Still, it would be desirable to help them rather than erect barriers that would make such reconstruction impossible. French colonial ambitions to make Mali a client state like several others in the region certainly motivate some of the administrators in Paris responsible for Malian policy. Francofrique still has its mouthpieces. But they are not a real danger, let alone a major one. A reconstructed Mali will also quickly affirm or reaffirm its independence. However, a Mali wrecked by reactionary political Islam would before long be unable to find an honorable place on the regional and world scene. As with Somalia, it would end up being erased from the list of sovereign states worthy of the name. During the Madibo era, Mali had made economic and social progress, asserted its independence, and achieved some success in uniting its diverse ethnic groups. The Union Sudanese had succeeded in uniting in one nation the Bambara from the south, the Bozo fishers, the Songhai peasants, and the Iklan, Bella, of the Niger Valley from Mopti to Ansongo. It is forgotten today that the majority of the inhabitants found in northern Mali are not Tuaregs, and had even made the Tuaregs accept the emancipation of their Iklan, Bella, serfs. It remains the case that for lack of means and lack of will after Madibo's fall, successive governments in Bamako have abandoned development projects in the north of the country. Some of the Tuareg demands are, consequently, perfectly justified. Algiers has demonstrated a clear understanding of the situation. It recommends making a distinction in the ranks of the rebellion between the Tuaregs, now marginalized, with whom discussions should take place, and the jihadists who have come from elsewhere, often quite racist in regard to the blacks. The limitations in Mali's achievements under Madibo, but also the hostility of the Western powers, and France in particular, lie behind the project's failure and the ultimate success of Mausitraor's odious coup d'état, supported to the end by Paris. That dictatorship bears the responsibility for the decomposition of Malian society, its pauperization, and its helplessness. The powerful revolt of the Malian people succeeded, at the price of tens of thousands of victims, in overthrowing the dictatorship. It gave rise to great hopes for the country's rebirth. These hopes were disappointed. Why? Since the fall of Mausitraor, the Malian people have benefited from unequaled democratic freedoms. Yet that seems to have served no purpose. There have been hundreds of phantom parties with no program, impotent elected members of parliament, and widespread corruption. Analysts who are not always free from racist prejudices have been quick to conclude that these people, like Africans in general, are not ready for democracy. It is left unacknowledged that the victory of the Malian people coincided with the neoliberal offensive that imposed on this extremely fragile country a form of lumpen development advocated by the World Bank and supported by Europe and France. The result was social and economic regression and unlimited pauperization. It is these policies that bear the major responsibility for the failure of democracy, now discredited. This involution has created, here as elsewhere, favorable terrain for the rising influence of reactionary political Islam, financed by the Gulf, not only in the north, captured subsequently by AQIM, but also in Bamako. The resulting decay of the Malian state lies behind the crisis that led to the destitution of President Amini Toumani Touré, to Amadou Sanogo's reckless coup d'état, and then to putting Mali under the supervision of the ECOWAS, which nominated a provisional so-called transitional president. The ECOWAS president is the Ivorian president, Alassane Ouattara, who is nothing more than a functionary of the IMF and the French Ministry of Cooperation. It is this transitional president, whose legitimacy is close to zero in the eyes of Malians, who called for French intervention. Above all, Mali's reconstruction now requires the pure and simple rejection of liberal solutions that really lie behind all its problems. On this fundamental point, Paris's ideas are the same as those current in Washington, London, and Berlin. The concept of development aid coming out of Paris does not go beyond dominant liberal platitudes. Ghana after Nkrumah. After Nkrumah's fall, I had only passed through Accra several times. But my colleague Kwame Amoah, assistant director of the IDEP, frequently visited the country. He regularly had contacts with the two popular movements that, during the 1970s, created conditions favorable for the army's intervention, under Jerry Rawlings's leadership. I deliberately say intervention and not coup d'état. The army movement here worked with the two avant-garde popular movements. Certainly, problems arose between the two branches of the movement that rejected the business-friendly compradism of the civilian and military regimes that succeeded one another from 1966 to 1980. Amoah and I were then invited to meet Rawlings's new team in 1981. Our main mission was to clean up the treasury accounts, left in a state of total confusion by the chaos of the preceding regimes. The IMF and the World Bank used the situation, as always, to the advantage of the multinationals, the only institutions toward whom they feel any sense of responsibility. The IMF and the World Bank then presented the populist regime with an unpaid bill. They had never demanded any settlement of this supposed bill from their recently overthrown corrupt servants. This consisted of extravagant foreign debts. I had developed, as I have said, a certain competence in this area and always find pleasure in disentangling a confusing mass of details in situations of this kind. Amoah and I were able, with the assistance of numerous comrades on site, of course notably P.V. Obeng, a sort of prime minister in the provisional government, and Kwasi Botchwe, subsequently named Minister of Finance, to produce a large report that, I believe, had its usefulness. It provided support for a considerable reduction in the claims of the IMF, the World Bank, and multinationals, and established their share of responsibility. These institutions had actively supported numerous bad projects that were behind the disaster. Their functionaries should also have known that these projects were the source of the misappropriation of funds that led to the gigantic fortunes of their friends in government. And if they had not seen anything amiss, as they wanted us to believe by presenting the naive face of being great destroyers of corruption, they should have been dismissed for gross incompetence. Of course, our work was not going to win us any friends in Washington. But we were also given more directly political objectives. Could we contribute to a calmer exchange of views between the different parts of the movement? The grassroots organizations, the Committees for Defense of the Revolution and others, established and led by cadres, many of whom came out of local Maoist circles, were certainly not without roots or some resonance in the working classes. But they did not always have a coherent strategic vision, and the demands put forward here and there as priorities were sometimes conflicting, or leftist. There is no reason to be afraid of this. It is difficult to see how a genuine people's movement would otherwise begin. Nevertheless, I am one of those who continue to believe that coordination and organization are essential if one wants to prevent a movement from stagnating, thereby preparing the conditions for a reactionary counteroffensive. Yet any such organization should promote democracy and actually practice it in its own affairs. This is never easy. It is even less so when it is necessary to work with a wing of the movement that holds critical positions in the government here, meaning Rawlings, his group, in particular, P.V. Oben, head of the civil administration, Kojo Tsukada, a remarkable soldier, head of the secret services who also maintained political control over the army, and Emmanuel Hansen, the group's ideologue, and his army. Rawlings, Oben, Hansen, Tsukada, Amoa, and I held long discussions that convinced me that the Rawlings group belonged to a new generation that was much more aware than the earlier national liberation leaders of the minimal requirements of democracy, and more in touch with the expressed demands of the working classes. But they were also, as is often the case in English-speaking lands, limited by pragmatism. The central question dealt with which strategy to adopt, in relation to the Ghanaian bourgeoisie, both its corrupt comprador bureaucratic wing, an enemy, and its active economic wing, the affluent planters, the merchants. Neutralize them. Integrate them into the system. What democratic forms should be constructed? Multiple parties, grassroots movements, election procedures, organization of powers to move forward and strengthen the real weight of the people while avoiding economic chaos. Ghana does not lack leaders. At the University of Legon, the group that has since led debates at the forum asked me to lecture and participate in debates, which I never refuse, and also carried out active functions in the movement's internal discussions. There was a diversity of opinion that could have gradually evolved over time as the regime became stabilized around the center-right in a difficult world and regional conjuncture, which should encourage some prudence in passing judgment. None of this precludes either a more consistent move to the left in the future or a return to compradorization in the service of dominant capitalism. Congo-Brazzaville. Following the fall of the clown Fulbert Yulu in Brazzaville in 1963, comrades, as they called themselves, from the popular movements that lie behind the change invited me in 1968-69 to discuss their economic strategies. I then got to know this group of young radicals, the brothers Antoine and Joseph van den Rijzen. We have since developed a strong personal friendship. Ambroise Numazele, Pascal Lasuba, Da Costa, Pierre Enz, Abaganzian, Henry Lopez, who subsequently became Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Charles Gaineo, a diplomat of the First Order and defender of the collective interests of Africa in many international forums, and Ange Diaware, head of the youth militias, organizer of a resistance movement, who was subsequently murdered in atrocious circumstances. The analyses of Pierre-Philippe Ray, at that time assigned by the Orstom, now the IRD, to Brazzaville, were also very useful to me. My first stay allowed me to get right to the heart of this country's complicated political life, impossible to reduce either to the cliché of tribalism, so dear to many anthropologists and political scientists, or to the class analyses put forward by the various conflicting tendencies within the movement, trade unionists, activists from the revolutionary youth, intellectual leaders, and bureaucrats. I followed for numerous years the chaotic evolution of the Congolese movement and the country's economy. 20. The IDEP then organized a good seminar in Brazzaville in 1974 at an important moment, characterized by the intensification of debates. What exactly should be done in the economic area? The temptation was strong to give way to the easy possibilities offered by income from the exploitation of oil resources to finance the growth of public administration, but also the development of education, in a country already well educated in 1960, and the improvement of social services. But the question then was how to complement this approach with a serious plan to increase agricultural production and a specific kind of industrialization, one that takes into account the extremely limited economic space of this demographically small, but geographically large country. The collective audience that the president granted to us revealed nothing except for the unfortunate impression of an appetite for unlimited power. I subsequently visited this friendly country from time to time, despite its tragic political evolution. Pascal Lasuba, then Prime Minister, hoped that I could give him some proposals to, at the very least, make some minimal improvements in the management of the public sector. This was a pertinent question. I then had to make on-site visits to a group of ailing companies, from Fort Rousset and Maka in the north, to Niari and Pointe Noire. I was given an all-terrain vehicle, a driver, and a guide. I was able to see the large equatorial primary forest, its gigantic trees and impenetrable undergrowth. It was beautiful, very beautiful, but terrifying. Along the road, when we stopped to eat, the pygmies, who seemed to come from nowhere, immediately appeared and offered us the only product they had, monkeys. The guide, a good and jovial cook, grilled and sautéed them in a frying pan, then flambéed them in the Parisian style, he said with whiskey. I also saw an incredible scene of pygmies exploited by the Bantu planters. The pygmies came to work hard for several days to harvest coffee and were paid in low-quality red wine, drunk in unlimited quantities from a cistern with a rubber hose. The pygmies drank for 1 or 2 hours, after which, dead drunk, they slept on the ground, disappearing the next day into their great forest until the next harvest, a year later. I realized after visiting the country how difficult it was to start any sort of agriculture in this underpopulated country. Farmers isolated in pockets of the forest could, at best, deliver to market only a few sacks of produce that they had to transport over hundreds of kilometers on terrible roads. Should the farmers be brought together? But they did not want to hear that. I also realized that the industries could hardly be designed and managed without taking into account all types of conditions specific to the country. I was in Brazzaville, en route to Luanda, 2 days after the presidential election in which Lasuba was victorious. Lasuba, who met with me, had made a good impression. He spoke about democratization, surpassing ethnic divisions, and reconciliation with the militants of the PCT, who had just lost power. I had not been surprised by this defeat. Gradually, sustained by oil revenues, the state bureaucracy in which the majority of intellectuals was integrated had absorbed the so-called Marxist-Leninist Party, suppressed the autonomy of working-class organizations, and massacred young rebels. The army had become an essential component of this rather ordinary form of authoritarian statism. All efforts to develop agricultural and industrial production were abandoned and replaced by simple social redistribution of oil revenues sufficient to ease popular discontent. The movement for democratization, which began in 1990 with all sorts of ambitions, waved the multi-party flag to begin the attack on the decrepit machinery of state power. But this was a farcical democratization that worked for dominant transnational capitalism through globalized neoliberalism. It would effectively put an end to the chance as small as it was for a renewal of the left and would liquidate the vestiges of statism and its vague desires for independence without threatening the interests of the multinational corporations. Such a democracy would combine perfectly with the comprodorization of the local system. In these conditions, Lasuba's election only emphasized the uncertainty of the future. Had he been elected to set up this farcical comprador democracy? Or had he been elected against this farce, whose real candidates the horrible Paul Kaya, former lackey of Fulbert Yolo, and the disturbing Thistara Chikaya, former member of the PCT, a convert to liberalism who proposed particularly violent repressive measures to settle all problems, had been soundly beaten when voters ultimately split their votes between Lasuba and the PCT. I personally hope that the second hypothesis offered the correct explanation. I discussed all this with several former leaders of the PCT and received varying opinions. Subsequent history showed that Lasuba really intended nothing other than to assert his personal power and, for that purpose, to select the worst means, ethnic chauvinism, thereby preparing the most favorable conditions for violent confrontations on ethnic terms. He unreservedly accepted neoliberalism without discussion, but he believed he could secure his monopoly on power as a privileged interlocutor of the West through opportunistic advances to various parties. Denis Sassou Nguesso easily succeeded in uniting behind him the army and public opinion, undoubtedly tired of Lasuba's megalomania, but at the price of thousands of civilian victims. Benin. The 1970s and 1980s in Benin were characterized by an attempt to do something. In the unanimous opinion of Beninese analysts, whether favorable to or critical of President Matthew Kirikau's government, the 1960s had been a real farce, a non-state, in fact, a bad colonial administration that had survived the proclamation of independence. This was an administration managed by politicians in the most vulgar sense of the term, their names, Apithi, Zinsu, and Mega, for their personal profit and that of their small, micro-regional supporters. It is not surprising, then, that in these conditions, the populist project of the army and its leader, Kirikau, had a real and immediate resonance with the people of the country, even if with some perceptiveness and maybe a little sectarianism. The Marxists of the Communist Party of Dahomey had quite quickly seen the contradictions and limitations of this project. At the beginning of this period, in 1975, the IDEP organized a large seminar in Cotonou with really ambitious objectives defined in cooperation with the state's economic management institutions, that our friend Justin Neidhau coordinated, and academics to contribute to the definition of the social project, the identification of the difficulties it would confront, and the elaboration of a phased approach to push the program forward. I believe that this seminar has remained an important date in the country's history in the memory of all participants. Not that the responses given to the initial questions were in any way final ones. Far from it. But a full, serious, even contentious debate had tackled them all head-on. President Kirikau came himself to close the seminar, not with a formal speech, but as a direct participant in the concluding debate. He then agreed to respond to questions put to him, without knowing those questions in advance. Say what you want, but I have not known too many presidents in Africa or elsewhere who would have accepted a challenge of this type. Although the atmosphere was somewhat tense, which proves that the debate was real and serious, I believe that this confrontation was not negative and useless, even if what happened after in practice did not have the desired positive effects. Personally, I do not criticize the project for not having been truly socialist. Besides, there still needs to be some agreement on the meaning of this label. A national popular project seemed to me to be the best that could be achieved in the conditions of this small, vulnerable country. Of course, we need to understand that national popular is more than populism because, faced with the predictable attacks from the enemy, there are not, in my opinion, any better ramparts than the autonomous and democratic organization of the working/popular classes. The system remained populist and even slid gradually toward authoritarianism. But it was not terrorist. The Western media, once again, presented a distorted image of the country during this time. The Benin government did not commit criminal acts of repression like its neighbor Togo, which, under the Nassing Biayadima dictatorship, commonly carried out such acts. Kirikau was presented as a bloodthirsty monster since he said he was a Marxist-Leninist, while the liberal, that is, someone who allows the compradors and multinationals to do what they want, Ayadima's continual crimes were passed over in silence. The balance sheet from the Kirikau's decades is certainly mixed. Its positive aspects, the decline in regionalism, positive economic growth, reduced social inequality, can certainly be contrasted with its negative ones, inefficient management, public deficits, administrative disorder, even corruption. In this assessment, we should also take into account what happened in the country after the end of the populist government. A well-manipulated democratization operation led to a showy system of multiple parties and elections. Many Beninese intellectuals decided to play the game, even some of the best. They can be excused because of the absurd abuses of power to which the populist regime had subjected them, and maybe because of their naive faith in electoral democracy. The result was the Soglo episode. Governed by a president functionary deprived of any political sense, who was pushed into the position by the World Bank, handed over to the diktat of structural adjustment presented as a corrective for past errors, which, of course, it is not, neither in Benin nor elsewhere, since it is only a project for unilateral subjection to the requirements for managing the crisis of world capitalism, and subjected to the nonsense of neoliberal ideology. Benin has since experienced only a decline in the condition of the masses. And the old Kirikau was re-elected. But obviously this was in conditions that would hardly allow for any exit from the impasse. Defenders of the principle of this idiotic liberalism are quick to say that the failure is due to the vulnerability of this small country to the external conjuncture. But is the same vulnerability also not largely responsible for the failures of the populist project? I visited this small, captivating country on several occasions. Its history is a tragic one, though, since it was one of the places where the slave trade flourished the most. And this produced a contradictory mix of local political systems, some of which were part of the slave trading system and others of which resisted it. One cannot visit without emotion the Wita fort over which the Portuguese flag continued to fly until I don't know exactly when. In the Abomi Palace, I was able to assess the actual effectiveness of the methods of hypnosis, probably, that the sorcerers of the place practice. Benin is a country rich with both astute modernist intellectuals and feared fetish priests throughout the whole region. Burkina Faso. In the first period after the independence of Upper Volta, the moderate RDA following the lead of Côte d'Ivoire, of which it was only an economic subsidiary, had prevailed. Colony of a colony, Upper Volta provided through emigration the bulk of the workers who built the Côte d'Ivoire's colonial economy, while the villages of origin of these builders of prosperity survived only on crumbs. In general, emigration impoverishes the regions of departure, which support the cost of raising and training the workers from their birth to their departure. Often these same regions bear the cost of supporting the older workers when they return to the country. But emigration enriches the ruling classes of the host countries that benefit from the labor of immigrants, generally at low wages. This is the exact opposite of what the neoliberal theory claims, echoed by the media, which thereby almost always tailors a hostile prejudice toward immigrants. Côte d'Ivoire, then, had a vested interest, under such conditions, in having this country be independent, in being relieved of the burden of supporting it. Most of Upper Volta had been part of the colony of Côte d'Ivoire until 1947. If the two countries are examined together, which actually corresponds to the reality of the unequal economic partnership, the figures of the Ivorian miracle should be halved. This situation was always well understood by the Burkinabe people and intellectuals. They revolted against it spontaneously. Discussing this problem during a lecture at the University of Ouagadougou, I responded to a mischievous question from a student. I said bluntly, "Take your bicycles. The Burkinabe are the only people in Africa to make extensive use of bicycles, and Ouagadougou resembles Beijing in this regard, and ride down to Abidjan to proclaim the unity of the two countries. Two problems will be solved at the same time, the economic problem of Upper Volta and the political problem of Côte d'Ivoire." I was applauded as never before. This revolt is, perhaps, one of the reasons why the Burkinabe intelligentsia was, and remains, dominated by the left. Everybody, or almost everybody, belongs or belonged to one of the communist movements, the original PI or the Maoist movements, the PCRHV and other organizations. It is not surprising, then, that this influence extended into the army and that a group of officers even dared to take on the name Rassemblement des Officiers Communistes, Assembly of Communist Officers. The masquerade of the neo-colonial administration by Maurice Yamiago's RDA could not, then, last. But the radicalization of the response was not determined in advance. Urban unrest was led by the powerful unions, which refused to be domesticated by the one-party government. This setup is not characteristic solely of socialism, given that the one party of the Côte d'Ivoire, applauded by the Western powers, had domesticated the unions. Yet they were confined by the limitations of their support from the petite bourgeoisie, teachers and functionaries, and were lacking a base among industrial workers. Initially, they had only paved the way for the weak and indecisive Sango Lamizana military government. Then the ROC, led by Thomas Sankara, took over. Immediately, the standard problems of such situations arose: what to do? Go beyond populism and encourage the peasant and urban masses to organize themselves freely, or attempt to manage them to the point of eliminating all potential strength? What relations should the government establish with revolutionary Marxist organizations? Should it seek to absorb them into a new single party or accept a more democratic approach of a real united front tolerating different viewpoints and open to debate? Such was the focus of repeated discussions with Sankara, who invited me in 1986 to give my viewpoint. I must admit that Sankara was a likable person. He was quite modest, direct, even in his frank look, open, and listened to what you said and responded without abusing his leadership position. Moreover, he was a real feminist and insisted on the importance of changing habits to support the equality of the sexes, which is quite rare among great men. He was also educated, having read the classics of Marxism with the same care as a good civilian intellectual. I personally felt quite at ease with him and, if he had not been a head of state, would have unhesitatingly become his friend. His assassination upset me greatly. Concerning the strategy of economic and social development, Sankara was, in my opinion, right at least in theory. As a first step, he thought it necessary to start with small projects, that is, projects that quickly improve the production conditions of rural communities, and do so with the least expense possible. The profits from this improvement would be completely returned to the communities in question. This choice was not motivated by the dubious philosophy of small is beautiful, but rather by realism, what is immediately possible, and political sense. Through this type of activity, the organization and democratization of rural life could be initiated. Moreover, Sankara had decided, inspired, perhaps, by the Chinese model, to send functionaries and technicians to undergo training at the base, that is, in the villages. The hope was that they would learn from the masses, know their real problems, and teach the masses, by providing the latter with their knowledge as agronomists, veterinarians, doctors, teachers, and accountants. I certainly had nothing to reiterate or add to a plan of this type. I then said to Sankara that I only hoped to see at least a little how this was working in the field. I had the impression that he was expecting this question. But his response was even better: you can't see everything, you would have to stay a year for that. But make your choice, go see your friends. Everyone knew that I visited the entire Burkinabe left, and choose according to what they will tell you. Many of them had misgivings and would probably choose examples of failure. That is what I did. I shall not be so bold as to claim that I could have made a serious report based on my observations, which were quick and impressionistic. I will only say that my impressions were rather favorable. Perhaps this was from ignorance of the true difficulties and realities, since I had to accept at face value what the 2 or 3 persons at each place I visited were in a position to say and analyze. But the very fact that, perhaps, a third of the functionaries and technicians I met in the field were happy with their lot. Material life is much harder than in Ouagadougou, but much is learned and one feels useful. I felt it was a success. Perhaps 2/3 of these, silent, deportees had a different opinion. But 1/3 was much more than I had imagined. I thought 10% at most. This reminded me of Amilcar Cabral's observation about the suicide of the petite bourgeoisie as a class. In any case, the material results of the project, an increase in production, self-consumption, and sales, showed at least partial success, which could have been improved with time. Concerning the second aspect, relations with revolutionary organizations, things were more difficult. Sankara knew that I would see my friends. He even wished and, I believe, hoped that I would play the role of official intermediary. I insisted on maintaining my place, a foreigner too ignorant of many of the underlying realities to set myself up as an arrogant sermonizer. I certainly met everyone, or nearly so, and listened to their analyses, which, incidentally, were quite diverse and often even opposed. Basile and Josephine Gassou, Talata Kafando, Arba Diallo, Philip Araogo, Talata Thiambayano, and many others, without counting moderate political figures like Joseph Kizerbo and Charles Kabor, and economists like Pierre Damiba, and others. The government had set up its own organizations, committees for defense of the revolution, and others. Their behavior, their degree of organization and possible control, and their relations with the militants of the revolutionary organizations, none of these were clear enough, at least for me, to reach any conclusions about political strategy, either for the government or the revolutionary organizations. The leaderships of the latter, which I normally met with separately, had viewpoints that I was content to listen to. My only intervention was to say to everyone, the revolutionary organizations and Sankara, keep your differences and respect each other, if that is possible, but also try to work together on points of convergence. After all, there are some. And that is what I really thought. Burkina Faso's experiment stalled and went wrong. People close to Sankara assassinated him, as is well known. Since then, the country has not left the well-worn path of ordinary neocolonialism. But the future remains open, and a return to the left is still possible if internal and external conditions permit. Burkina Faso, like Mali and Ghana, is in a holding pattern. Tanzania. Accra had been a sort of capital of Africa from 1958 to 1966. The importance that Nkrumah attached to the prospect of African unity, Africa must unite, and the fact that representatives from liberation movements of countries still struggling for independence, and from radical movements hounded out of their own countries, found a safe space in Accra gave it an importance that it lost with Nkrumah's fall. But the baton was immediately taken up by Dar es Salaam. Two major events began Tanzania's glorious decade. The first was the revolution in Zanzibar in 1964. In Zanzibar, or the Arab Antilles, as I have called it, we could find slavery plantations producing cloves for all the peoples of the Indian Ocean, Arab planters who came from the south of the Arabian Peninsula, and black slaves captured in eastern Africa. For a time, it was the capital of the Sultanate of Oman. A visit to Bagamoyo, a small Tanzanian port that faces Zanzibar and was the landing place for slaves, immediately gives rise, at least in me, to a profound sadness. Like the Nazi concentration camps, these are places that must be visited so that we will never forget the infamy of which humanity is capable, even today. The party led by one of my oldest friends, Babu, had made the revolution. I have already spoken of how we first met in London in 1953 and then later cooperated on the periodical revolution in 1963.21. After Babu died, his Anglo-Indian partner, Amrit Wilson, invited me to trace the stages of his life at the remembrance ceremony 1 year later. Babu had promised to write his memoirs. He left only a few notes. But I believe I knew his intellectual and political development, parallel to my own, sufficiently well to fulfill my mission honorably. The Zanzibar revolution was brief, but terrible. The Sultan and landowners, who had remained quasi-slave holders despite their legally free status, the peasants continued to be treated as slaves, were all cruelly massacred. That was inevitable. 3 centuries of oppression in the most odious forms imaginable can only be obliterated in an explosion of victorious hate. But Zanzibari society remained a Creole society with all its stratified color prejudices. Eager to get rid of this stupidity from the legacy of the past, the mayor of Zanzibar, it was he who told me the surprising story that follows, observing that whites married only among themselves, just like the blacks, or the various so-called mixed races, half, quarter, etc., he decided to force them to mix. You there, to a white in the line, you marry this one here, a black, etc. And on paper the mixing was registered. I shall refrain from any comment. Here is an amusing story concerning the island. It had a mini-government, one of whose ministers said to me, "We are requesting external aid by selecting partners based on their competence, the Russians for heavy industry in Zanzibar, the East Germans for the police, and the Egyptians for propaganda." "That is a recipe for guaranteed failure," I responded. I do not think he understood. The second event was the Arusha Declaration in 1967, in which the Party of the National Liberation Movement for the former Tanganyika, TANU, and its leader, Julius Nyerere, proclaimed their wish to get off the well-worn paths of neocolonialism and move onto a socialist path. What resulted, here again, did not go beyond populism. That was the case despite the existence of numerous cadres quite aware of the problem. DAR became, as I said, the capital of Africa. On this level, Nyerire's choice was quite remarkable and made him one of the positive personalities of African history. DAR welcomed all the liberation movements of southern Africa, the MPLA in Angola, Frelimo in Mozambique, and the freedom fighters of Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia, and South Africa. Tanzania had become the rear base for rest and training of guerrillas. Nyerere was behind the formation of the front-line states, anti-apartheid and active on the international level when the Western nations were silent, as Nelson Mandela reminded Bill Clinton. Tanzania also welcomed the scattered forces of Lumumbaism and encouraged them to take up the fight to liberate Zaire, exploited by the horrible Mobutu Sese Seko. It also welcomed the more or less radical, but at least honest sections of the national liberation movements of Uganda, Kenya, and Malawi. I frequently visited DAR from 1972 to 1975. The IDEP organized a double seminar there of great importance, in my opinion. Half of the seminar focused on the economic and political strategies of Tanzania. There was open debate in which the government's viewpoint was presented directly by the ministers Amir Jamal and Wilbur Chagula, the best functionaries and technocrats of the economy. Some of the most prominent political organizers of the state and party, such as King Njengambile Mwiru and others, made their presentations, specifically concerning the social project, Ujamaa, and its implications. Academics of the highest quality, such as Justinian Ruayamamua, Harub Othman, Issa Shivji, C.S.L. Chikhage, Simon and Marjorie Mbilinyi, and many others presented particular aspects of the situation. Students formed the largest group of participants, but many urban activists, trade unionists, among others, had also decided to participate in these debates and share their experiences. The debate revealed a real divide. On one side were those who did not see beyond populism, always disposed to accept the state's proposals without much discussion, even the most debatable ones, such as bringing together the rural population into collective villages, the results of which turned out to be disastrous, and which caused TANU to lose the popularity it had gained during the national liberation struggle, with a dramatic consequence in the end, a depoliticization that made new advances in democracy impossible. There were intellectuals, militants, and agents of the state or party in all groups. On the other side were those who saw quite clearly the limitations of the system. Their alternative proposals were not necessarily leftist, a facile accusation made by those who were satisfied with the government. The emphasis placed on workers' and peasants' democracy, autonomous unions, worker participation in management of the public sector, no forced resettling of rural populations, genuine local elections, was not, in my opinion, dangerous, but, on the contrary, the correct response to the challenges. These comrades were also to be found in all groups, but Babu was incontestably the most experienced politician among them, as well as the most constructive in his analyses and proposals. Nyerere chose the first version of Ujamaa. He had no doubts on the subject. Can this be explained by his personal makeup? Perhaps it can, at least in part. Nyerere was a pastor and had never read much beyond religious and moral texts. All of my Tanzanian friends who interacted with him, Babu in particular, all told me that he had never read anything of Marxism except an English pamphlet. His speeches delivered in a preaching tone had been effective in mobilizing the people in favor of independence, and even socialism, defined simply in moral terms, justice, equality, respect for individuals, etc. The positive aspects of his convictions: horror of tribalism, horror of supposedly nationalist demagoguery directed at the minority of Indian origin, who never suffered in Tanzania the exclusion to which it was subjected in Kenya and Uganda, are to his credit. But there were limitations to his moral perception of social relations. Babu said of him, he does not understand the difference between the word popular and the word populist. Babu paid dearly for his deep disagreement with Nyerere's approach to Ujamaa. Babu was arrested in 1972, a few days after the assassination of Karume, Vice President of Tanzania and President of Zanzibar. Accused without proof of participating in this plot, he was thrown into prison and was not released until 1978. In the two brief memoirs he left behind, Babu explains how he had found in prison many militants from the liberation movements established in DAR whose leaders wanted to be rid of them for one reason or another, generally because the leftist line of these militants bothered them or for more ordinary reasons such as power struggles. The Tanzanian authorities carried out, without discussion, the decisions of the leaderships of these movements MPLA, Frelimo, ANC, SWAPO, Lumumbists, and others. Consequently, and whatever his personal qualities, Nyerere largely bears responsibility for the turnaround that ended with a recompodorization led, in part, by the party, which had degenerated, and, in part, by the rights machinations, supported by the democratic West, as always. But in Tanzania, as in Burkina Faso and several other countries, the forces of the left are still present on the ground. This country, too, is in a holding pattern. Some foreign observers, who not long ago were admirers of the Kenyan miracle and happy with the breakdown and failure of socialism in Tanzania, have today discovered that the potential of this country remains high, while the extent of the disaster in Kenya is extraordinary. The second part of the seminar concerned more general problems: the construction of socialism in Africa and the problems of liberating Southern Africa. This part of the seminar benefited from the participation of movements that were well established in DAR and numerous intellectuals who were refugees in Tanzania. There were Kenyans and Ugandans, Mahmoud Mamdani, Ahmed Mohidin, Yush Tandon, Dan Nabudere, Yoweri Museveni, the future president of Uganda, and Abdullah Bujera, whom I recruited to help me establish Codsria in Dakar. From Zimbabwe, there were Ivo Mandaza, Nathan Shamwayarira, and Tekara, whom we will encounter later. I shall return to the positions taken by comrades from the Portuguese colonies present at that time. Numerous English-speaking West Indians had chosen DAR, just as French-speaking ones were found in Francophone Africa. Walter Rodney, subsequently a popular leader in Guyana, was assassinated by a gang working for the reactionaries of his country, as is well known. He had a brilliant mind and great courage. The discussion was tense. The reason was obviously the weight that the official Soviet view had on all these questions. In this area, Nyerere and his government were quite prudent. It is well known that they were considered pro-Chinese, thus anti-Soviet, by foreign governments. This was a bit flimsy, even if the Chinese had a presence. China financed the only large-scale project that changed the geopolitics of the region in favor of liberation, the Tanzam Railway that opened up Zambia and freed it from the grip of South Africa. Ruth First, the wife of Joe Slovo, General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, systematically and fiercely defended the official Soviet view on all levels. What is socialism? It is the USSR, which is perfect. The defects are secondary and correctable human errors. What is liberation? It is the non-capitalist way, that is, populism, the forms of which, however, from Egyptian Nasserism to Nkrumahism and Ujamaa clearly demonstrated its contradictions and limitations. Any other opinion, first said with calm assurance, is at best only a deviation, and perhaps an infiltration of imperialist propaganda. Simple. Whatever the undoubted talents of this militant, and she had more than enough, despite her strong and, in many respects, even agreeable personality, as well as her undoubted courage, the speech not only did not convince me personally, but irritated half the participants. As the organizer of this debate and one in charge of the meeting between the two schools, I tried to maintain the correct balance in formal terms: freedom of expression for both sides, etc. Yet I did so without refraining from presenting my own view in neutral terms, of course, never polemical or even insulting. Following this seminar, I immediately wrote an article on the future of Southern Africa. 22 I deliberately did not refer to the positions of the South African Communist Party. This was not the moment to polemicize against one of the forces on the ground fighting against apartheid. But I did allow myself to say that an imperialist solution to the region's contradictions was not impossible. The later Lancaster House Agreement for Zimbabwe and the results of the fall of apartheid in South Africa did not invalidate my analysis. In fact, when I met Slovo in liberated Johannesburg, Ruth had been assassinated in exile in Maputo by a letter bomb sent by the South African police. He fell into my arms and said, "Our quarrels belong to the past. The Soviet Union no longer exists," I said to him, "and I am not happy about that. I always had hoped that the system would fall to the left. It fell to the right, as I feared it would. A coastal country, Tanzania is very pretty. Isabel and I visited the magnificent Kilimanjaro region and the gorgeous Ngorongoro Park, situated in the crater of an extinct volcano. This is one of the most beautiful nature reserves in the world. I also had the opportunity to travel many kilometers with Babu. He was a real force of nature, always laughing at everything. He was endowed with a wonderful sense of humor and was a sharp social critic. Yet he was serious in his analyses and courageous and persevering in his militancy. I can attest to the fact that everywhere we went, he knew the people and the problems. He was a true popular leader. Madagascar. I was not surprised by the fall of Philibert Tsarayana's neo-colonial regime in Madagascar. Rather, it was its existence that was an aberration, which can only be explained by the 1947 colonial massacres that had decapitated a young and powerful national movement. But unlike what happened elsewhere in similar situations, national sentiment remained strong and allowed a rapid resumption of the movement. Tsarayana was not accepted, he was the symbol of defeat and capitulation. The French media explained his lack of popularity by the fact that he was Sokolova, a coastal group despised by the Hova aristocracy of the plateaus, which dominate the country. This explanation is not worth much. Didier Ratsirika, who became the socialist president of Madagascar and was re-elected following the failure of the first neoliberal farce, is himself from the coastal region. Madagascar is a nation organized around its unifying language and its historical royalty, which, with the means of the time and thus within the limitations of its real power, governed the whole island. A mixture of immigrants from Indonesia. Historians are uncertain as to their origin. Sumatra, perhaps, and Bantu Africans created this nation. The former first landed on the coast of East Africa. Later, when they moved to the island, they either brought the latter from the mainland as slaves or accepted them as migrants. Of course, as almost always, such mixing gave rise to physical types and skin colors that run from so-called yellow Asian to so-called black African. Yet the physical characteristics do not at all have the same value here as they do in Creole societies. More important is regional origin, either from the plateaus or the coasts, and, above all, social status, Hova nobility, free peasant, or dependent of inferior status. In this sense, the Malagasy nation can actually be viewed from the outside as weakly integrated. But that is the case for all pre-modern nations and even for many so-called modern nations. French colonization exacerbated these differences, dividing in order to conquer and control, as always. But it never succeeded in eliminating the strong unifying national sentiment of all Malagasy. It is this failure that explains both Tsarayana's fall and the precocity of the independence movement, the leaders who dreamed from the beginning only of independence, even if that were accompanied by some kind of link to France, whereas many others in continental Africa at that time never dreamed of such a thing, as I said earlier. Point 23. The successive governments of the island since then have been confronted with a major question, still not resolved. Is it solely a question of achieving the national objective, govern Madagascar as an independent country, as it had been for its entire pre-colonial history? Or is it actually a question of social, political, and ideological transformations brought about by insertion into the modern world such that the social content of the Malagasy government must be adapted to those changes? In other words, it is the class struggle that defines this content. As with other societies, Malagasy society was profoundly transformed by colonization. The relations between the old ruling classes, supposedly feudal, whether the term is correct or not, and their peasants have become, to various degrees, relations between landowners and tenants or agricultural workers, whose products are, in large part, commodities. In addition, A class of wealthy and middle-income free peasants was formed. There are also now a large number of salaried city dwellers and a petite bourgeoisie of employees, functionaries, and other categories, the urbanized poor, resulting from the rural exodus, a comprador bourgeoisie of merchants and intermediaries, and an educated national elite, which sees itself as the natural heir of the national governing class. I had been invited by the government after the fall of Tsarina, in 1974 and 1975, for the same mission I had become well known for among technocrats: assess the public finances, left in extreme chaos by the mismanagement of the overthrown neo-colonial government. I carried out this mission. At the same time, it was obviously an opportunity for me to get acquainted with this unique Afro-Asian society that is really quite fascinating in the way it has successfully synthesized characteristics originating among Asian rice growers: skilled movement, delicate craftsmanship, artistic taste, intense labor, etc., and African peasants, taste for freedom, sense of equality, etc. Also, I used the opportunity to learn about the state traditions of this country, proud of its monarchical history. The monarch was often a woman. The queens of Madagascar sometimes eclipsed the kings and princes consort, and exercised real decision-making power. This characteristic is found throughout the society, where the place of women is less subordinate than in many other countries. No one should be surprised in this context that the head of the AKFM, the radical party that came out of the 1947 insurrection, was an energetic and intelligent, and quite pretty, woman, Giselle Rabisahala. Tradition also always seems to call for what the intelligentsia of the country call the Queen of Madagascar. Successive presidents have all had muses, who were not mistresses without any real political clout, even if, in many cases in Africa and elsewhere, these women know perfectly well how to use their charm to exercise a certain influence, particularly in nominations for important posts. But the Malagasy muses are above all political counselors. These are strongly politicized, cultivated, and generally intelligent women. Now it happened to be the case that successive Malagasy muses had all been my students, conspicuous by their intelligence and willingness to work. The Malagasy intellectual and university community is politicized and active. It has produced some of the leaders of powerful popular movements and parties, such as Manandafi Rakatmanirana. He was on the extreme left and worked effectively to mobilize the destitute urban population, the lumpen for some people, the real masses for others. He made a career and moved toward the right. After Ratsirika's electoral defeat, he decided to go along with neoliberalism without too many reservations. But the university is not the only place where popular leaders are produced. Manya Jayana, the old leader of the powerful peasants' movement from the south of the island, is a Protestant pastor. The place and role Christian religions occupy in Malagasy society are rather special. In the 19th century, the Malagasy monarchy was officially converted to Protestantism at the instigation of English pastors. Their official Protestantism was subsequently a way for the Hove ruling class to differentiate itself from the French colonial government, which dominated the army and the colonists through Catholic influence, despite the secular nature of the state. Catholic missionaries had to focus their efforts on the working classes, not very Christianized up to then. But Catholic or Protestant, the Malagasy people synthesized Christianity with their earlier religious beliefs. The tradition of turning of the bones, in which families annually disinter the bodies of their departed loved ones for a period of many years, bring them home, share a meal in their presence, and then return them to their tombs, is one of the most well-known manifestations of this synthesis. It was normal that I would think of Madagascar as the site of IDEP's Afro-Asian Conference. 24 Academics, activists, and government functionaries I knew, Willie Leonard, François Rajayana, subsequently rector, my students Aline Rabivazaha, Leon Rasalamanana, and others, were collaborators and effective organizers in this undertaking. I owe them much. The conference was a great success, I believe. First, because it was an opportunity for the intellectuals of each continent to discover each other and get to know currents of thought previously unknown to them. Second, because they discovered that Afroasia existed and Madagascar was the symbol of its reality. This reality was striking, and it reinforced the solidarity of the non-aligned, which are Asians and Africans. I was told several times on multiple occasions by the secretariats of the non-aligned movement that this conference had more influence on that generation of intellectuals than can be imagined. I am, without any false pride, quite proud of this achievement. I was also obviously interested in the Malagasy political and social project, an ongoing topic of my discussions with leaders of all persuasions. Some from the extreme left had supported Richard Ratsamandrova's attempt to radicalize the class struggle by organizing the poor peasants around a program of radical agrarian reform. The period of Ratsamandrova's government was very brief and its leader assassinated for reasons that have never been clarified, but are obvious. The property-owning classes, with a powerful presence in all parts of the state, could not accept anyone getting involved in agrarian reform. What happened subsequently was predictable. The radical approach was replaced by a vague project based around cooperatives, reviving a real, or allegedly real, tradition, the Fokolonina, or village communities. The accompanying rhetoric was well known, a socialism that would sink its roots into national tradition. In fact, it was a way to dilute the seriousness of the problems. Of course, there were nuances. Some basically wanted to do nothing, and were content with ideological rhetoric. Others thought it possible to use the contradictions of the project to advance peasant struggles. At the same time, succeeding Malagasy governments, above all after Ratsirika's stabilization, advanced national construction through the Malagasization of education, nationalizations, leaving the franc zone, opening up to cooperation with countries from the East and China, adopting a consistent non-aligned diplomatic line, etc. Also within this context, various positions confronted one another in urban conflicts. Many were satisfied with the system as it offered a field of expansion to the educated petite bourgeoisie, posts and promotions, and, later, even less legal opportunities for enrichment. Others were impatient and saw that the natural development of this system could not really lead the country out of the neocolonial trap. In my opinion, they were right. But what social forces should be mobilized, and how, to reverse the course of things? Should it be the radical petite bourgeoisie youth, students backed by the unions? Or should it be the poor masses of the city? Consequently, violent and bloody conflicts sometimes erupted in the capital. I had the opportunity to hear all these points of view extensively argued by their defenders. I also had the opportunity to discuss these issues more directly with the government's main leaders, including the Queen of Madagascar and President Ratsirika. French media often presented Ratsirika as a dangerous megalomaniac. That is not at all the image I had of him. On the contrary, he was a reasonable political man. He was cultivated, he was well acquainted with Marxism, but perhaps that is a vice in the eyes of the media. He was moderate in the sense that when it came to the historical experiences of the USSR and China, I heard him make only restrained and reflective comments, informed neither by stupid ideological submission nor systematic denigration. He was neither pro-French in the manner of colonial lackeys nor neurotically anti-French. He was a man who knew France, loved its culture and its left, but did not at all like its colonists and its imperialism. The commemoration of the 1947 massacres did not give rise to nationalist verbal violence, but to internationalist rhetoric, recalling the solidarity expressed by the French Communist Party. Internally, Ratsirika was in favor of adopting a middle line. That seemed to me the only line possible, leaving the future open. But it must be acknowledged that this line was not imposed, at least with sufficient enough force, to prevent later deviation. His government, which was far from being absolute but had to rely both on social forces from the right, with positions of control, and active left opposition, did not succeed in implementing the advocated middle policies. The public sector became a field for competition between bourgeois clans and sectoral or regional interests. All of that, on the background of a weak and vulnerable economy, could only lead to worsening deficits. The makeshift means used to deal with the deterioration of the economy, external debt, delays in maintaining infrastructure, etc. ultimately only worsened the situation. The day thus arrived when, with the world crisis worsening, capitalism moved to the offensive everywhere in the world, as we all know. Structural adjustment programs coincided with the collapse of the USSR. The political weapon mobilized to serve the imperialist strategy was democracy. Obviously, this was understood as a cheap and showy multi-party setup that led to fractions of the bourgeoisie, the same bourgeoisie that had strengthened its position within the context of the populist project being played off against one another, thereby offering to foreign interests an expanded field for intervention. Ratsirika was beaten. The so-called democratic government that followed corrected none of the past errors. The deficits worsened and Ratsirika returned, re-elected. But he was old, and the internal and external conditions were not those of the 1970s. Here again is another country on hold. The recent questionable presidential election brought the usual practice of an alternating changeover to the forefront, under the leadership of the mayor of Antananarivo, Mark Ravalomanana. He is a U.S.-style businessman, pro-liberal and with no real experience other than what managing the market, for yogurt, as it happens, can teach him. Like Laurent Gbagbo of Côte d'Ivoire, he seems convinced by one of the US sects that ravage Africa. His victory ended in a new disaster that the combination of democracy and neoliberalism necessarily produces. But from another perspective, Ratsirika's stubbornness had put a considerable damper on an independent recomposition of the left, which still has considerable historical resources in the country. One aspect of the question that, in my opinion, is of central importance for the future of the entire Indian Ocean region, and thus concerns not just Madagascar, but also the Comoros and Seychelles, is its geopolitical importance. That is an aspect that economists generally ignore wrongly, in my view. The region's less naive political leaders, the market is not everything, have always mentioned the geostrategic dimension of the Indian Ocean, whether that be in Madagascar, Tanzania, Sri Lanka, or India. The question was on the agenda of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit in Colombo. The British offered to Washington the opportunity to set up the gigantic U.S. nuclear and marine base on Diego Garcia, which threatens the entire Middle East, South Asia, and East Africa. In doing so, the British simply abused their rights since the island legally belongs to Mauritius. Ethiopia. I went to Addis Ababa for the first time in 1962 to participate in the team that set up the IDEP. Ethiopia is a country that I found I needed to get to know better. Just like Yemen across the Red Sea, but on a larger scale, the country is poor, but is nevertheless a cohesive society full of potential. Third largest country in Africa by population, today 80 million, Ethiopia has been a state for 2,000 years. It had the opportunity to avoid complete colonization in the 19th century, although it has recently lost its maritime province, which became Eritrea. Ethiopians are certainly proud of the antiquity of their state, which legend dates back to the Queen of Sheba. This legend is really nothing more than the expression of the Yemenite origin of its people. There is a story of a foreign journalist who asked a question of the Emperor Haile Selassie at the beginning of the 1960s. Now, this was at a time when most heads of African states claimed that their societies were without classes, following the supposed African tradition. "And are there classes in your country?" the journalist asked. "Of course," answered the Negus, "we are civilized." During my trips around the country, I had the opportunity to become acquainted with the Falachas or Beta Israel. The Falachas, who are Ethiopian Jews, poor peasants like the others, producing the same pretty pottery as the Copts, distinguishable only by the stars of David used as a decorative motif, had never been subject to any particular discrimination. Their Judaism, the Coptic Christianity of the majority, or the Islam of some communities, were and still are lived by all sections of this peasant people as variations, with fluctuating and indistinct boundaries, of the same true religion. Fanaticism which now exists is a product of modernization and of the urban petite bourgeoisie. It required all the cunning of Zionist agents, backward Polish rabbis who saw in the Ethiopian Jews an unsophisticated population that they could recruit into their fundamentalist groups, soldiers in the German tradition who saw in them future soldiers, and Americanized businessmen who saw a potential low-wage labor force to uproot these unfortunate people from their country and induce them to move to Israel, where they now occupy the lowest rank in that country's social hierarchy. Whether it can be described as feudal or something else, the exploitation of Ethiopian peasants was particularly violent. I saw groups of peasants chained by their owners, led I do not know where to be punished, probably for not having paid the exorbitant farm rents demanded of them. The agrarian reform that reduced these rents is to the credit of the DERG government. But will this reform and its positive effects in terms of improving self-consumption of peasants and even marketing be able to resist the dominant force of liberalism? The tradition in this country is that everyone is armed, landowners and bourgeois with revolvers in a shoulder strap under a jacket, as I saw when at a restaurant, in the country, they remove the jacket, and the peasants with old rifles. Generally speaking, Ethiopian society is violent. Political conflicts, even strictly ideological ones, can easily be settled by execution. The fact that Ethiopia maintained its independence until 1935 led the society and even its successive ruling classes to behave in a way that was not at all welcome in Western capitals, where it was normal to treat African peoples as potential subjects for colonial submission. Like all ruling classes, those of Imperial Ethiopia and Socialist Ethiopia, from 1975 to 1991, were realistic and not averse to compromise alliance with dominant external forces, or even submission to them, if necessary. They always wanted to be allies and not agents, whether that be Emperor Haile Selassie in his relations with the US protector, or Mengistu in his relations with Moscow. Ethiopia is a multi-ethnic society, as were all states that encompassed more than one village in all pre-capitalist eras in all regions of the world. The very concept of ethnicity is here as fluid as elsewhere. Nevertheless, since it is in question, it should be noted that modern Ethiopia is 28% Amhara, 28% Oromo, and 10% Tigray, while the rest consists of a large number of scattered ethnicities and linguistic groups. 61% of the population are Coptic Christian and 33% Muslims. In this ethnic panorama, Eritrea has no distinct identity. It is populated mainly by Tigray people also found on the other side of the colonial boundary in the province of Tigray. The majority of the population are Coptic Christians. As with all colonial borders, those of Eritrea have no historical foundation. Even the name Eritrea is a European invention unknown in the languages of the peoples who live there. The Eritrean personality, if such exists, would only, then, be the result of this colonization. This is not, of course, a new cultural identity. Colonial Eritrea remained as diverse on this level as all colonies, but only the expression of the new petite bourgeoisie's aspiration, produced by colonial capitalism, to take over from the foreign administration and take on the same fundamental functions, that is, those that favor the integration of the country into world capitalism. The legend has it that consequently Eritrea was in advance of the rest of Ethiopia. This was not at all true, except for superficial appearances. Eritrea's subsequent growth from 1960 owes much precisely to its integration into Ethiopia, which provided a large market for it. But the Eritrean province by itself remains a poor province. Its agriculture is hampered by the increasing aridity of the Sahel. The ethnic question in Ethiopia is certainly not an artificial invention of foreign governments. But it is not as determinant, in the current phase, as claimed by the media that orchestrate world opinion. Did the imperial regime and its successor, the DERG, maintain the domination of the Amhara and the oppression of the other ethnic groups? The terms used are misleading and project onto Ethiopian society practices that should be analyzed in their true historical context. As almost always in pre-capitalist states of any size, the ruling class goes beyond its ethnic origins to assert its imperial power over, ethnically, diverse peasant communities, all equally subject to its equally unrestrained exploitation. The Ethiopian monarchy is not exempt from the rule. The dominant class integrated, without any difficulty, people from diverse origins. The modernized monarchist state, followed by the republican state, continued this policy. The civil service, army, police, and decision-making centers at the highest levels never practiced the least discrimination in favor of the Amhara. And while the Oromo or Tigray peasants, and the Somali or Afar herders were odiously exploited, the Amhara peasants were no less so. The Amharic or Amharinya language remained, nevertheless, that of the state and school. In this respect, can one speak of cultural oppression? Such a judgment must be placed in its correct historical context. Whether anyone likes it or not, Amharic has also become dominant because of its cultural lead, to the extent that if Ethiopia were to break up into ethnic states, they would probably be unable to use their national languages and would have to maintain the use of Amharic as the language of administration and communication, or would be forced, like other African states, to adopt, perhaps, English, or maybe Italian, in its place. It remains the case that the development of schools and urbanization has created a new problem. In the illiterate peasant society of the past, the linguistic question was of little importance. The peasants spoke their language and the administration could use another, it hardly ever intervened in daily rural life. Modernized society is different. The school and the city require a considerably heavier use of the written language. The new educated petite bourgeoisie experiences the linguistic situation in all of its dimensions and tends to interpret the new situation as if it involved real cultural discrimination. That said, in some circumstances, the ruling class, leading the hegemonic bloc that it forms around itself, which here includes the new urban petite bourgeoisies, does not play the ethnicity card, but, on the contrary, emphasizes national unity of the state. Yet, in other circumstances, it adopts a different attitude and rallies around ethnic difference. Why? Now, that is the real question. Why, then, did the political and social forces in Eritrea, then in other regions of Ethiopia, notably in Tigray province, choose the path of separatism? The war in Eritrea goes back to the 1960s, the years of Ethiopia's accelerated modernization. At the beginning it was only a limited regional, non-ethnic, if not artificial, problem produced by the overweening ambitions of a fraction of the Eritrean middle classes that refused to be integrated into a national hegemonic bloc. The encouragement and support from the great powers, the United States and USSR, always cynical in their changing short-term calculations, as well as neighboring states, Arab ones, in this context, with views dominated by short-term opportunism or religious fanaticism, Nasser was an exception here, also played a non-negligible role in this history. But of course the responsibility for the continued worsening of the situation lies mainly with the central Ethiopian government. Its response to Eritrean regionalism was military repression. There again, the Ethiopian case is not an exception to the rule, but confirms it. All autocratic governments are almost by nature unable to respond to the least challenge in any way other than by brutal violence. The practice of compromise characteristic of democracy is alien to them. The overthrow of the Ethiopian monarchy in 1975 could have been the beginning of a salutary change. Unfortunately, the weaknesses of the movement, triggered not by a coup d'état, but by a military mutiny, and the encouragement given to the DERG government by the USSR, the promise to help it gain a military victory in Eritrea, resulted in a lost opportunity. Subsequent events became tragic: exhaustion of the army, worsened by successive purges, useless liquidations of officers, a sort of repeated vengeance of mutinous soldiers, the fragmentation of the ruling class and the petite bourgeoisie first into diverse factions, including revolutionary ones, at least in principle, then into ethnic clans. It is in this context that the Tigray guerrilla movement was born, which was not the result of Tigrayan ethnicism, but a byproduct of the continual deterioration of the situation. In the same way, the liberation fronts of the Oromo and others, far from having any real foundation in their respective peoples, were really just simple reorganizations within the petite bourgeoisie. This deterioration occurred at the moment in which the accumulation crisis had already put an end to the earlier modernizing period of growth. The 1970s and 1980s saw increasing aridity, famines, etc. I followed the development of the Ethiopian situation as closely as possible, especially after 1974. The DERG's views on socialism never went beyond an autocratic statist nationalism with populist overtones. In fact, it was very close to Nasserism in many respects. But the Ethiopian intelligentsia was different. It was large, active, well-educated. Addis Ababa had one of the continent's best universities, cultivated, and critical. All observers noted the dominance of Marxism among Ethiopian students, whether in Addis or abroad. Ethiopian communists have always had incredible courage, active in situations where just the suspicion of communist activism merited a certain death sentence. But it was also always divided into competing organizations, a little like Egypt. Here again, the criteria of the dividing lines were not easy to identify. The opposition between the Soviet line and Maoist line, for example, was diffuse and was found, it seems to me, within the two main organizations, the MISON and the EPRP. The question whether to cooperate with the DERG or fight it, of course, underlies internal debates. This was especially true since the DERG proclaimed itself, with Mengistu Haile Mariam, to be Marxist-Leninist, and Moscow treated it as such. I listened to the arguments of both groups at length and I have much respect for most of the numerous militants I met, whether or not their viewpoints seemed reasonable to me. I am not their judge. Besides, I have always refrained from taking any public position whatsoever in favor of one line or another, although I was invited frequently to speak in public in Ethiopia by the university and by state agencies. The entry into Addis Ababa in May 1991 of the Tigray guerrillas, and into Asmara of the EPLF, did not crown a real military victory, but rather the collapse of the DERG army, abandoned by a moribund Soviet Union. Washington dictated the solution: Eritrea would be administered by the EPLF as a single party, an exception to the rule that Western powers always supported a multi-party system in principle. The rest of Ethiopia would be divided into 14 pseudo-ethnic regions and elections held on that basis. In other words, democratization was here captive from the beginning to ethnicism, and its function was to provide legitimacy to the breakup of the country along ethnic lines. However, a large part of the country wanted nothing to do with that, not only the traditionally chauvinist Amhara, as the media proclaimed. The Tigray, Oromo, and other peasants were not consulted to find out if their true desire was to create their ethnic state or if they considered their real problems to lie elsewhere. When city dwellers expressed their concern and their wish to maintain the unity of the country, they were brutally repressed, as in the massacre of students in January 1993. In Eritrea, a truly open and democratic discussion was prohibited out of fear that the a priori decision in favor of independence would be called into question. The danger of criminal abuses was worsened by all the measures adopted by the established authorities, dictated by Washington. The demobilization of the Ethiopian army threw tens of thousands of soldiers with no means of support into the countryside, which the clans warring for power remobilized in their service. Thus a Somali-type situation was deliberately created, one that the Western powers will undoubtedly wash their hands of tomorrow. The government wants to force the formation of ethnic parties and impede the formation of parties that refuse to be part of this ethnicization process. A glance at the 14 pseudo-ethnic regions drawn on the map, which, interestingly enough, has similarities with that of Mussolini's plan for ruling Eastern Africa, shows that we are heading straight toward a permanent civil war, huge population transfers, etc. In this way, the country's decomposition is organized along pseudo-ethnic lines, just like in Yugoslavia and Iraq. In Eritrea, the difficulties will be immense and the new comprador state will only survive if it succeeds in selling its existence to outside interests. Did the ruling class count on selling its opportunist support to one outside group, Arab money, or another, American base, Israeli base, based on circumstances or possibilities. It remains the case that we must ask why and how the revolutionary groups, the Eritreans and Tigrayans had initially adopted Marxist-Leninist language, could deviate so far from their supposed original project. History demonstrates that such deviations are possible and frequent when the avant-garde in question errs in its historical assessment of the nature of the social forces that it claims to mobilize and the objectives those forces can realistically set for themselves. Deprived of a social basis consistent with their rhetoric, these avant-gardes can degenerate toward pure and simple adventurism. That is the case in Ethiopia. Will a sudden burst of patriotism and reason on the part of the ruling classes, intellectuals, and leaders of the active political forces in Eritrea and Ethiopia defeat the nightmare scenario envisaged here? There are happily some indications that this might be the case. The government in Asmara quickly had to confront huge difficulties. Eritrea is not a viable country, the hope for external financial support is only an illusion, and Sudan, and behind it, Saudi Arabia, continually carries out destabilizing operations. Asmara, then, seems to have understood that it must reconcile with Addis Ababa, maintain the economic unity of the two countries, and move in the direction of some type of confederation. In Ethiopia, the most diverse political forces refuse to play the game of ethnic elections, widely boycotted. But the fragile regime governing in Addis Ababa is unable to disobey orders coming from Washington, which pursues its ultimate objective, destroy the power of the state and break up the country. All of this is justified in the name of democracy, but in fact it leads straight to economic collapse and a civil war. But this is also undoubtedly the most effective way for Washington to manage the crisis of global capitalism and continue its hegemony. It is in this context that the highs and lows of Ethiopian-Eritrean relations should be placed. It remains the case, in my opinion, that the major responsibility for the deterioration of these relations, culminating in the resumption of war in 1999, lies with Asmara, in desperate straits. Furthermore, the recent Ethiopian intervention in Somalia cannot end well. The United States' active intrusion into Ethiopia throughout all of contemporary history, well analyzed by the co-author of my work on the ethnic question, should surprise no one. 25 The geostrategic importance of the countries of the Horn of Africa is decisive for the political strategy of the United States. When he visited the region, Fidel Castro said that the solution to the problem is to establish a confederation of 5 or 6 countries, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Djibouti, and Yemen, south and north. All say they are socialist, some even Marxist-Leninist. Such a confederation would balance relations between Muslims and Christians, Arabs and others, which would, in turn, encourage tolerance and democracy. It would control a key geostrategic region and could rebuff any imperialist intrusions. This was worth saying, even if, obviously, the basic conditions for starting a change in this direction do not exist, to the benefit of the imperialists. The Portuguese colonies. Whereas France, Great Britain, and Belgium accepted the principle of political decolonization in 1960, Portugal, on the other hand, rejected it. Thus the only option for the national liberation movements was to begin wars of liberation. War always inspires both real possibilities for radicalization of politics and romantic illusions. A large proportion of those who supported these movements, both in Africa and outside the continent, particularly among Western third-worldists, held such illusions. I certainly do not reproach them for that. Their manifest internationalism and their respect for the rights of colonized peoples are sufficient motives to express gratitude to them. Their courageous actions are to their honor. I obviously knew most of the leaders and militants of these movements who wished to discuss with me all sorts of questions concerning the future of their country, Africa, the world system, and socialism. I always accepted the responsibility that such discussions inevitably entail. I gave my viewpoint freely, knowing full well that history is not made by intellectuals and ideas, neither mine nor those of others, but results from the confrontation of objective forces. Ideas are, at most, only the expression of views and strategies. Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Amilcar Cabral was probably one of the best thinkers of our era, not only in his small country, but also in all of Africa and beyond. He was also a true militant, that is, a person who wants to understand the world in order to change it. I had the opportunity to discuss two major questions with him. The first concerned his thesis of the suicide of the petite bourgeoisie as a class. Undoubtedly, the conditions created by war often encourage the blossoming of human qualities, of which the petite bourgeois are not deprived by nature. Courage, solidarity, and continuing contact with the real peasant masses can contribute to getting rid of initial prejudices and ignorance. But I remained unconvinced that, once independence was achieved, social realities, that is, the advantages procuring from leadership positions, inevitably reserved to a minority even when some of them come from the base, would cease to reproduce social inequalities. The struggle for socialism is, for me, a long-term process. One can already see hierarchies at work and all the usual accompanying intrigues, even within national liberation parties, beyond their unquestionably progressive historical role. The model of Soviet-style communist parties encouraged these behaviors. Around a leader, or local leaders, how many militants, even courageous ones, would behave, more or less unconditionally, as followers, sometimes even as sycophants? What I did not say to Cabral is that some of those whom I knew to be among the best militants, working the most sincerely with the people, the most courageous in military terms, were sent to the front lines, sometimes to certain death by others, leaders well hidden from the outside in their positions. I already saw that the petite bourgeoisie was not ready to commit suicide. The second question concerned the national problem in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. I did not believe that the peoples of these two colonies formed a single nation. Guinea-Bissau is a piece of West Africa similar to the others, a potential multi-ethnic African state. Cape Verde is quite different. It is in the Cape Verde Islands, inhabited by the Portuguese during their discovery, and where they developed the system that was going to build America, the slave plantation colony, a central component of the Euro-Atlantic mercantilist system. It was the, truly inventive, founders of the Portuguese and later Spanish, British, and French conquest of the Americas who established this system. It was defined in all of its dimensions: the slave trade, colonization, creolization of the colony, and administrative forms. Cape Verde is the ancestor of the Antilles and Brazil. I visited Cape Verde much later, in 1987 and 1991, after the PAIC had lost power. Isabel and I roamed around these captivating islands, each one different from the others: Santiago, with the largest population of African Creoles; San Vicente, rocky and barren with its pretty Port Mindelo opposite San Antao; Fuego, with its incredible volcano at the summit of which is found a strange village of French. They are descendants of castaways from a shipwrecked royalist ship that was fleeing the Vendée during the Revolution. They drink the cheap wine produced from the miserable vineyard they continue to cultivate, and have become degenerate through alcoholism and endogamy within the small population. That the PAIC lost the elections to precisely the Creole petite bourgeoisie and bourgeoisie that had not taken part in the liberation struggle, calls into question what kind of society this really is. It is certainly sad, because whatever may have been the limitations and errors of the PAIC government, Cape Verde owes its existence to that organization, and it is the PAIC that gave land and schools to its hungry and barefoot people. Then how can we explain the defeat? Certainly, part of the explanation lies with an underestimation of the Church's role. But another factor must be the arrogance found in the petty daily behavior of former courageous militants who had become leaders in the administration. Pedro Pires himself, General Secretary of the PAIC, explained it to me in that way. However, the PAIC government could rely on remarkable supporters, in relatively much larger numbers than in many other African countries. I would say as much of the PAIC's left opponents who, having adopted a Maoist line during that time, had been viewed rather dimly by the PAIC government, to the point that many of them were forced to go into exile in Portugal, returning to the country later. These quarrels should be closed today. The important thing now is to rebuild a force of the popular left, unified around a minimum program, but maintaining its diversity within the mutual respect of the partners. I do not hesitate to say that some of the elements that contributed to the victory of the right, out of spite and forced by the PAIC's triumphalist sectarianism, could find a place in this democratic and popular alternative. But to return to the national question, I must say that Cabral had not been happy with my viewpoint. However, intelligent and cultivated man that he was, he could not doubt its correctness, which was blatantly obvious. Yet he knew that I would never say anything publicly. And, up until the victory and even after, when the Cape Verde Guinea Union had broken down, I was silent. But the sycophants who surrounded the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea Cabo Verde, PAIC African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, leadership, knowing about my discussion with Cabral on the subject, used it to make me into what I am not, a saboteur of the Union. My viewpoint was acknowledged in Bissau, when I visited in 1986. Angola and Mozambique. Angola's problems were no less difficult, although of an entirely different nature. I knew the veteran leaders of the MPLA, Mario de Andrade and Agostinho Neto, from their days in exile, but I met the actual founder of the party, Pinto de Andrade, only much later, in Luanda. I also knew well the representatives of the left in the MPLA, Viriato de Cruz and Lucio Lara. Neto behaved as a king, the type who speaks very little because each of his words is inevitably correct and important. I felt it was impossible to have a discussion with him. Besides, he did not wish it anyway. Mario de Andrade told me that, in fact, he had discussions with no one. He was, then, a little Stalin, which, unfortunately, the communist parties of that time seemed to produce quite easily. Mario de Andrade was a completely different type of person. He was head of the MPLA for only a brief period of time, thrown out by the bloc of sectarians that monopolized the leadership and sent to make war. That is what he did. It was a war that I fought against the mosquitoes above all, he told me with his light humor. This does not lessen his courage, but rather demonstrates his modesty. He was too modest to be a great leader. With Mario, then, I could discuss the Angolan disaster then brewing. For various reasons that in no way reduce the historic merits of the MPLA, it was not the sole representative, real or pretended, of the country's political forces. Whatever one may think of them, Holden Roberto's FNLA among the Bakongo in the north and UNITA among the Ovimbundu in the south did exist. The MPLA was well established in the capital and particularly in the better educated classes, often of mixed race, which the demagogues of anti-white/anti-mixed race nationalism made sure to exploit. It was also a party convinced that only a socialist approach met the expectations of the people, and counted in its ranks a large number of militants formed in the Portuguese Communist Party. The FNLA and UNITA were only tribal organizations with no program whatsoever, built around an absolute, demagogic leader. Not only, then, were they anti-communist, of course, but also ready for any compromise with Washington, Mobutu, and even the PIDE, which knew how to use them, if need be, against the MPLA. Later, when elections gave Angolans a choice between the MPLA and UNITA, the FNLA had disappeared earlier. The voters said they preferred the thieves, the MPLA, to the murderers, UNITA. And this was true. The MPLA, in power for 15 years in Luanda, had changed and corruption was widespread, but the henchmen of UNITA were genuine murderers in the areas they controlled. None of that prevented the Western media from detesting the MPLA leaders. They were not Democrats, which was not untrue, and heaping praise on Jonas Savimbi, leader of the murderers. Is he a Democrat? Nevertheless, the FNLA existed and UNITA still exists. A stormy meeting had shaken the OAU when, following 1974, it had to recognize an Angolan representative from the National Liberation Movement. I did not participate in this meeting. I had no valid reason to do so. But I had been invited, separately, as a knowledgeable person, a sage, says the French original, whom the OAU could consult. I was not old enough to be a sage, still less did I have the physical appearance. But there was a kind of recognition that my writings had some resonance. I made clear that I would have nothing to say about the actual representativeness of any particular organization or its presence on the ground. That should be within the purview of the African political investigators duly mandated to deal with those questions. Also, I would not play the irresponsible journalist, of which, unfortunately, there are all too many. It was agreed. Then what was my role to be? It was rather vague, but came down to listening. I then understood. And said nothing. But then I observed the loud interference of the Soviets, with a massive presence in the corridors. They and some allied African states directly asserted that only the MPLA existed on the ground and that it alone had the right to form the legal government of the country. In my opinion, this assertion hindered rather than helped, because it was false and everyone knew it. The United States took a more subtle approach and pointed this out via friendly states. China then entered into the fray. At that time, it never allowed the Soviets and Americans to take the stage alone. The Chinese suggestions, very informal, were initially reasonable, in my opinion: form a coalition government with the three organizations to avoid civil war. I heard with my own ears a Chinese ambassador say quite simply that if the MPLA were really so strong, it would absorb the others and come to terms with them; if it were not, then a coalition government would be even more necessary. That being said, anti-Sovietism caused China's attitude to veer onto slippery ground a little later. An MPLA government was established in Luanda, but controlled only part of the country. It accepted the prospect of going to war to defeat UNITA and received Soviet military aid for that purpose. Cuban support did not happen until later. As a result, China decided to continue its support for UNITA, as it had done before 1974, supposedly so that the pro-Soviet MPLA would not be the sole force on the ground, thereby finding itself side by side with the United States and South Africa, which were not skimping in their financial and military support for Savimbi, the murderer. Discussing this entire history much later with Mario de Andrade, he told me that the solution of a coalition government had been the best. But he was not sure what had been possible at the time. Washington was anxious to sabotage it. I believe that is true. Still, if it had been possible, a compromise would have avoided 17 years of useless war. At the end of this tragedy, the USSR no longer existed. Cuba had withdrawn, after having beaten the South Africans, which was magnificent. Apartheid had disappeared. The MPLA no longer feared Washington, although the United States never forgives and always remains full of hatred toward those who have resisted it, and Savimbi's heirs were also still there. Hence it was still necessary to accept negotiations and even a coalition government. What a sad end! Things appeared simpler in Mozambique. The Frelimo led the War of Liberation alone. The Dar es Salaam base was obviously the place for frequent meetings, particularly with Marcelino dos Santos, future vice president, Aquino de Braganca, who died in the same airplane accident as President Samora Machel, and Sergio Vieira, the party's ideologue. I do not remember very much of these discussions that were, I believe, quite mundane. The problems arose after liberation. The Frelimo was established only in the north of the country and was not adequately prepared to control the situation in Maputo and absorb the influx of petite bourgeoisie who had hardly participated in the war but provided most of the cadres that were rapidly promoted to take the place of the Portuguese, who left en masse. The response to the challenge came in the form of a shift to the left, unpopular collectivization, and the like. To this was added a new war led by the Renamo, with South African support. Although the supporters of this party, which had the good fortune of pleasing Western Democrats, were only vulgar murderers without any program, their very existence was made possible only by Frelimo's errors. The capitulation that followed the Nkomati Accord, 1984, with South Africa, and the opening of negotiations with the Renamo and the adoption of a multi-party system had the expected disastrous effects: collapse. The triumphant ideology of the NGO's representatives of civil society wreaked havoc, which was forcefully denounced by the Swede, Abramson. It is obvious that reactionary external forces, promoters of the new neoliberal order, without a state, implemented, manipulated, and formed these NGOs as additional instruments, with the internal support of the corrupt bourgeoisie. They were in no way the autonomous expression of the working classes. But I only know all that from my readings and from the discussions that the Forum began to organize around a small team led by economist Eugenio Macamo, with our friends Carlos Macalay, who was a rector, and Maria do Sucar Maurice. Zimbabwe. After 1960 and 1975, 1980 is the third great liberation date in Africa. The collapse of the white minority regime that had proclaimed the independence of Rhodesia in 1965 heralded the disintegration of the entire system of reserves in southern Africa. But the liberation movement in Zimbabwe had been forced to accept a compromise, as did South Africa 10 years later. The Lancaster House Agreement made a radical agrarian reform impossible. The peasants that the white colonists of the highlands had forced onto unproductive land would remain there. This agreement began the process of establishing what my friend Ivo Mandaza calls a schizophrenic regime, a government formed from a party the program and ideology of which are on the left, which most of the cadres and militants sincerely support and which are continually appealed to in the rhetoric, but is counterposed to policies that do not implement this program. Time passes, and the working classes lose their faith in the system, which they judge with cynicism, while a new African bourgeoisie continues to grow stronger. There is minimal agrarian reform, which reduces pressure a little on the peasants, but above all new African landowners take over some of the previously colonized land. That is just like what happened in Kenya. To that is added the difficulty in reconverting manufacturing industries developed by the minority regime of Ian Smith, which had benefited from the protection resulting from the international boycott. Urged to become competitive and no longer benefiting from the advantages formerly available to them from state subsidies, they are today seriously threatened by structural adjustment policies. Simultaneously, of course, the condition of the working class is deteriorating and unemployment is increasing. In the course of my travels through the country in 1986, I concretely verified how the reserve system, about which I had written, had been very systematically organized. On colonized lands with a low population density, there were good paved roads, telephones, electricity, and running water. As soon as one entered the overpopulated reserves, there was nothing, no roads, or basic services. Thus, the reserves the Bantustans are condemned to provide cheap labor for the colonized lands, mines, and industries. This is a horrible system, which was not invented by the Boers, though it is attributed to them, but by the British Cecil Rhodes, in particular. A similar situation is found in the colonization of Algeria and in Israel-Palestine. The Lancaster House Compromise, to which Zimbabwe's national liberation movement had consented in 1980, was from the beginning an additional barrier to any possible radicalization of the government, which, moreover, the general conjuncture no longer in the 1980s what it had been in the 1960s and 1970s hardly favored in any case. The populist rhetoric of the regime quickly lost credibility while its intransigence could only reinforce an opposition almost non-existent in dominant African opinion at the beginning. Yet, far from forming a coherent left alternative, this opposition defends both multiparty democracy and neoliberalism and, as in Zambia, a victory of this pro-U.S. right would obviously not only provide no solution to the social problems of the working classes, but quite the contrary, would worsen the tragedy. Robert Mugabe has chosen to pursue his counterattack in the area of agrarian reform, a little late and with debatable methods. But none of that should obscure the hypocrisy of the British government, which has never respected its commitment to cover the cost of necessary agrarian reforms by taking on compensation of the white farmers, beneficiaries of hundreds of thousands of hectares of land given to them for free by London's colonial government, at the price, obviously, of expelling the indigenous population that lived there. The counterattack adopted, as is well known, rather brutal methods, thereby facilitating the mobilization of sensitive Western public opinion, which was, at the same time, bombarded with the repeated message that the agrarian reform would inevitably be an economic disaster and would deprive the country of its efficient farmers. This is an argument, obviously, that African peasants, victims of the history here, have no use for. Moreover, the argument does not hold water. The financial profitability of the white latifundia has, as a counterpart, the necessary exclusion of millions of rural Africans condemned to famine and the overexploitation of capital in land, an argument convincing to Western Greens in other places, but curiously not here. The best analysis of the question has been made by Sam Moyo as part of a working group of the Forum. 26. In any case, here as elsewhere, the Western powers support alternation, which suits them quite well since it ensures that the supposed Democrats will accept not only the neoliberal diktat, but also the indefinite postponement of agrarian reform. The sad thing is that a sizable portion of the left unions and intellectuals has rallied to this kind of opposition to Mugabe. The least that can be said here is that the future remains uncertain. This is all the more the case because the crisis in Zimbabwe runs the risk of spreading to South Africa, where the same problem is encountered in similar terms and historical conditions. In the 1930s, the South African Communist Party had the courageous intelligence to make the anti-colonial, anti-capitalist peasant revolution one of its fundamental policy principles along with the revolution of the working class against the imperialist mining monopolies. By giving up that principle, in the 1960s, it left the question open, a question that capitalism will never resolve. Short-lived miracles. Côte d'Ivoire. When I was at the IDEP, I set myself the objective of personally studying more closely some neo-colonial experiences the success of which had been trumpeted by the World Bank and others, above all in Côte d'Ivoire, which I visited on several occasions between 1963 and 1973. During 1963 and 1964, I was welcomed at the Planning Ministry by the then Minister, Mohamed Diawara. I collected information from which anyone endowed with a minimum sense of reality, not even any acute critical sense, could only conclude that the miraculous growth was nothing more than a remake of what Ghana had experienced 30 years earlier, with no originality. But the mediocre econometric eons of the French Development Agency, World Bank, EEC, and UNDP were united in ecstasy and, carrying out the facile exercise of making a simple mechanical projection, did not hesitate to promise a radiant future to the country's leaders. Project a 6% or even 10% annual growth for 20, or 30, years, and you inevitably conclude that Côte d'Ivoire was destined to catch up to Europe. I discussed this with Ivorian leaders and tried to show them how they were being deceived. I suggested looking at Ghana to better see the real problems that would be encountered in 15 or 20 years. This was rather in vain since the success intoxicated almost everyone. A few critical intellectuals, Memelfote, Mustafa Diabate, Ali Traore, and Charles Whaley Diarasuba, at that time, were just about the only ones to hear something other than a hymn to the glory of colonial capitalism. Later, when the rhetoric of the Ivorian miracle was finally buried, a new democratic opposition began thinking about the real problems of their society. It could then be hoped that Laurent Gbagbo and Dramani Sangor of the FPI, and Francis Wadi of the PID, who were part of this opposition, would put their country back on the right path. The widespread stupidity of the Third World nouveau riches shows itself in daily demonstrations. One day, I met a friend, Mel Garney, who had been professor of economy at the University of Brazzaville. "What are you doing today?" she asked me. "Nothing," I responded. "Well then, I'll take you to the Hotel Ivoire where an amusing ceremony will be happening. I have an invitation for two." The Club de Riches, that was its real name, was celebrating the anniversary, I do not remember how many years, of its creation. From each of the black Mercedes in a long line exited a thin Burkinabe chauffeur in khaki shorts who opened the rear door of the vehicle. A large man in a dark three-piece suit wearing a fedora and carrying an umbrella, the usual uniform, emerged. Always the same figures, a well-polished Negro, as my Senegalese friend, Samba Ndiaye, would say of them, a little fat, with a rather unintelligent look. Assembled in an ultra-air-conditioned room of the hotel so they would not regret wearing the three-piece suit, the rich in question listened to the welcome speech by a very prominent person from the Republic, Auguste Denis. A simple and repetitive speech, saying almost literally, "You are rich, that means everything is going well, that Côte d'Ivoire is growing richer." Then, when the speech had ended, an army of servants entered with bottles of champagne. There must have been hundreds, opening them noisily and poorly so that half of the beverage spurted in jets of foam straight onto the face. Everyone was drinking and drinking without conversation. These gentlemen probably did not have anything to say, but with many resounding and stupid laughs. Then everyone left. The festival of the rich was over. This type of ruling class might please the racists of Europe and the United States, and might cause the Rastignacs of the local petite bourgeoisie to drool with envy. The common people view it as strange, which it is. The ironic intelligence of the people of Côte d'Ivoire is displayed on each occasion, as Amadou Kourama's novels illustrate better than so-called sociological inquiries. Abidjan is also the headquarters for numerous African institutions, which gave me some additional opportunities to go there. The African Development Bank organized a conference on African monetary questions there, to which I was invited. It was on this occasion that President Félix Houphouët-Boigny received us in his palace, and that I chatted with the Jinki, a traditional Hitira, whose judgment on rich old fools I recounted in the first volume of my memoirs. 27 Before reaching the garden, we passed by a large hall in which a wall was decorated, so to speak, by a golden plaque upon which a spotlight was shining. It was so bright that we regretted not having our sunglasses. Later on I also visited the absurd project of Yamoussoukro, the village where Houphouët was born, promoted as the future capital with its avenues as wide as airport runways leading nowhere, a basilica of Italian marble of the size of St. Peter's in Rome, etc. It was a Sunday, and to make sure there were attendees at the service other than the dozen tourists, who would not, in any case, stay for the whole thing, cars had collected 50 children from neighboring villages. A band of clerics, Polish and Italian, judging by the accent, showed us the monument, accompanying their comments with racist remarks. They did not imagine that a white, at least in appearance, would not share their ideas. I benefited from this treatment in Zaire, at the Bakwanga mine, but I'll share that story later. I listened to these words in silence, to see how far they would go, even if it meant saying what I thought only in 3 words. I concluded our visit by a brief remark to our clerical guide: "Thank you, in a few moments you have succeeded in making your interlocutor anti-Christian, and in convincing him that the white race produces the most imbecilic specimens of the human race. These are aspects of really existing capitalism that are not often spoken about. These are the same aspects that are particularly pleasing to a large number of experts who roam around Africa. One of them, an American employed by the World Bank, not suspecting that a white would not naturally be racist, told me that there were only 2 livable countries in Africa: South Africa, this was during the apartheid era, and Côte d'Ivoire. It is true that an Ivorian minister who had had the audacity to go to South Africa during that time and had gone to a soccer match had accepted being caged. It was common practice then to separate white and black spectators with a wire fence. The question of economic relations among the countries of the CEAO brought me to accompany the Senegal president, Léopold Senghor, to a summit in Abidjan that was to decide on the method of calculating the transfer of customs duty from the coastal countries to the inland countries. Senghor had given me the file to read on the plane. It was a pointless econometric exercise to legitimize a simple political decision. I gave my viewpoint, saying that the modest, pseudo-scientific result could be divided by 3 or multiplied by 6 with no problem. President Senghor repeated this argument at the summit, to the great astonishment of the technocrats, who were forced to agree. It was on this visit that I was told that President Houphouët had said that what I had written in my book on Côte d'Ivoire was quite right. But I had not needed to write it, only report it to him orally, whisper it into his ear. That is not the method I advocate to advance critical thinking in any country whatsoever, I simply responded. Yet, things seemed to begin to change in Côte d'Ivoire. The miracle was over, which I had the possibility to verify when I was invited first by the Guides, an independent association of social science researchers in Côte d'Ivoire directed by Memelfaut, in 1994, then by the NLTPS program, the UNDP group charged with future-oriented research in Africa, at that time headed by José Brito, who was succeeded by Alien Sol. On this occasion, the economic managers of the country consulted me like a seer, as I said in recounting this story in volume 1.28. The Ivorian miracle, like almost all miracles of this kind, was destined to lead to a real political disaster when its foreseeable end came to fruition. The systematic depoliticization fueled by the illusions of the prosperous years meant that neither the working classes nor the leadership, including that of the opposition, was prepared to confront the new difficulties. Côte d'Ivoire was not only trapped in an impasse, it was sliding down the slippery slope of a regressive and demagogic rhetoric about Ivorian identity and systematically mobilizing hostility toward immigrants, from Burkina Faso and Mali, without which the miracle itself would never have occurred. But while Houphouët, perfectly aware of the key contribution of these foreigners, had opted, consequently, for an intelligent policy of legal assimilation, his successor, Henry Konan Bedi, known for his remarkable stupidity, chose, on the contrary, to flatter the Ivorian identity of the authentic children of the country. The military coup d'état that overthrew him in 1999 could have given hope that an end would be made to this odious policy. Unfortunately, the aspiring dictator General Robert Guy, and behind him, Laurent Gbagbo and the opposition parties decided to push the policy further. Since then, Côte d'Ivoire has foundered in unending conflict with no apparent end other than the society's self-destruction. The abuses of the FPI did not terribly surprise me, despite the hope placed rather too rapidly by many in the person of its leader. I learned later that Gbagbo belonged to one of those Protestant sects whose establishment in Africa is supported by the United States. This is a planned strategy that aims at nothing less than eliminating any hope of getting out of the impasses caused by the continent's globalization. The dice have been thrown, and I do not see how this country could one day be reconstructed. Côte d'Ivoire has gone under, as I feared. This can surprise only conventional economists such as the French professors based in Clermont-Ferrand who specialize in Africa, who claim, in response to my criticisms of the Ivorian model, that the country was on the point of becoming a second Korea. Unable to understand the significance of social transformation, they could not see the stupidity of this argument provided by World Bank managers. Kenya. Kenya's economic development was praised as thoughtlessly as that of Côte d'Ivoire. It was another miracle, simply because primary agricultural exports registered high growth rates for several years. As a result, there was total silence on the dictatorships of Jomo Kenyatta and Daniel Moi, but there were praises for stability, a value at the time deemed to be higher. The praise became extravagant concerning Kenya, initially equipped with a few more industrial plants than Côte d'Ivoire. Here was a country, it was said, where an enterprising national bourgeoisie would finally take shape, in the name of which all the rest seemed acceptable, awful social inequalities, among other things. Teams of economists from the repentant left, Britons from the New Left Review, and naive former third-worldists from Scandinavia won over to liberalism, like Goran Haydn, saw in Kenya proof of the error in the thesis of global capitalist polarization. The results achieved by this enterprising national bourgeoisie are really quite poor. In fact, that bourgeoisie differs so little from the comprador bourgeoisie that we would need a magnifying glass to make out its positive originality. In fact, today, tourism, beaches and safaris in the nature reserves, is becoming the country's main resource. Fantastic! Nairobi is a capital that hosts a large number of African and international institutions, such as the UNEP and the African Academy of Sciences, headed by Professor Thomas Odiambo. It also has a good university. Durumgai, subsequently director of the UNRISD, Peter Enyang, Michael Chaig, Apollo Njenjo, and others who have often been active in the forum's networks. The women's movement is particularly active in the university community here, led by Patricia McFadden, among others. Nevertheless, the Kenyan intellectual community, just like the country itself, is divided into three large cultural groups: Kenyans of Indian origin, gradually pushed to emigrate, Africans belonging to the main ethnic groups from the interior, Kikuyu and Luo, and the Swahili Muslims of the coast, often attracted by the culturalist rhetoric that emphasizes the difference separating them from the peasant and worker majority. Ali Mazrui, an ideologue of culturalism, is consequently more popular in the United States, where there is a public fondness for cultural specificity, than in his own country. The others, such as our colleague and friend Abdullah Bujayra, who was executive secretary of Codsria, have never lapsed into this type of rhetoric. In 1993, the Forum organized one of its working groups in Kenya, near Mombasa. The convening of the World Social Forum in Nairobi in 2007 forced us to become aware of the other face of the reality, the popular resistance movements, mobilized by Wahukara, a popular woman of great eloquence. But these movements remain, as a whole, stuck in Anglo-American pragmatism, poorly prepared to understand the nature of the problems. Malawi. I had the opportunity to visit Malawi in 1997, after the end of the dictatorship of Hastings Bunda, and when a local team of the Third World Forum led by Chinyama Chipeta and Mjadom Gandaier conducted an important study on the failed miracle, another one, and put forward alternative proposals. The miracle was based on a simple formula: place all of the country's resources at the exclusive disposal of expanding the agricultural export sector, specifically for tobacco. This benefited the large growers, that is, colonists and citizens, as well as the multinational cigarette oligopolies, which obviously led to the World Bank's wild enthusiasm that this success entailed the decline of food crop production, the impoverishment of the peasantry, and the exercise of a violent dictatorship by a single party, but fortunately anti-socialist. And did not bother in any way those who later were going to start the new rhetoric on poverty and multi-party democracy. In these conditions, the government that resulted from elections attempted nothing more than continuing the dictatorship's economic policies, even though they were already visibly exhausted. As in Zambia, the democratic option is acceptable for dominant transnational capital and Western governments only if it proposes nothing new and accepts complete subjection to the aims of liberal globalization. The disappointment of voters is then expressed by disillusioned jokes: we miss the single party because we knew whom to go and see, how much to give, and we were assured of the result. While with the multi-party system, we no longer know whom to seek out, we pay more, and we are not even sure of the result. But while Kenyan and Malawian societies have succeeded in offering a minimal resistance front to the attacks of comprador liberalism, the same cannot be said of other African societies, more fragile and vulnerable, which have fallen, body and soul, into a downward spiral leading to the complete disintegration of their social fabric. This is obviously the case with Sierra Leone, Liberia, Rwanda, Burundi, and Somalia. The quagmires of neocolonial experiences. Central Africa. Central Africa is characterized by the violence of its political life. The most common explanation that this is due to the tribalism or even to the savagery of its peoples, an explanation marked by a thinly disguised ordinary racism, does not hold water. It ignores the incredible destruction caused by colonization in this region. Catherine Kokery emphasizes the particular forms of colonial intervention, in this case concessionary companies, and identifies the essential point: the incredible disarticulation of these weak and vulnerable societies by colonial pillage, which was particularly primitive. Colonial practices here, in the 20th century, recalled those of the 15th century that decimated Native American societies. André Gide, upon returning from the Congo, used all his talent to describe the horror of this colonization. After being dismantled, the societies in the region can then be bled dry by common criminals, like Mobutu, or clowns, like Emperor Bokassa or Fulbert Yolo, while the dominant media do not report the most important thing, that these criminals and clowns are the West's best friends, often put in place and supported by its financial or even military interventions. But at the same time, this region is the site of potentially radical explosions, among the most violent of our modern world. It is not by chance that Cameroon gave rise to the UPC, Congo-Brazzaville to socialist hopes, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, called Zaire by Mobutu, to an uninterrupted series of peasant rebellions. But it is also not by chance that all these possibilities have been stifled. Poor clowns or rich clowns, financially, they were dictators in any case, sometimes to the extreme limit of criminality. To the savage violence of the ruling classes, I unhesitatingly counterpose the intelligence found in the multiple forms of resistance mounted by the majority of peoples to limit the damage, ignoring the small cliques of enforcement officers recruited by beleaguered governments. I was the director of the IDEP when a curious invitation from the president of Gabon reached me in Dakar with no indication of a motive other than special consultation. I thought about it and then accepted. Traveled in first class, red carpet upon arrival, taken to a villa, but still no indication about the subject of the consultation. My friend Entogolo, whom I telephoned, did not himself know, though since he was the head of the planning ministry, I suspected, wrongly, that he might be behind the mission. You will be received by the president tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and will know the aim of the mission at that time. Understood. The next day at 9, I was taken to the palace, put in an office adjoining that of the president, and was told monetary questions. I thought about that for around 10 minutes. Then somebody came to move me to the presidential office, placing me on a low sofa facing a desk on a raised platform. "The president," shouted an assistant. I rose. The president appeared. I began, "Mr. President, as far as monetary questions are concerned," and I launched into a simplified course on the franc zone system. The president stopped me and said, "That is not what I want to know. Can I have my picture on the bank notes?" "Mr. President, you can print whatever you want on the bank notes, that does not change any monetary issue." That is what I thought and I thank you for confirming it, but the French told me just the opposite. "Mr. President, they misled you." 3 months later, Gabon issued its CFA notes, decorated with the image of its president. Isabelle and I were in the Central African Republic in 1972. Jean-Bedel Bokassa was still president for life. The later farce of his imperial clowning gave rise to a torrent of facile commentaries making fun of the country's people, without saying that the emperor had overthrown a slightly more normal regime, that of David Dacko, which had only had the preposterous idea of requesting aid from the People's Republic of China, and that this roughneck soldier of the colonial government was Paris's friend. These commentaries also avoided pointing out which of the two was the most contemptible, the roughneck soldier in question or the French president, who accepted the former's diamonds, or played at being Tartarian hunting lions. These hunts were undertaken with drugged lions placed 3 meters from their executioner. The Central African people are peasants who make pottery full of humor and, rightly, make no major distinction between an autocratic president and an emperor cast in the same mold. We knew a Central African made ill and then hospitalized by the blow inflicted on his people by his emperor's ridiculousness. How many French people were made ill by the clowning around of their president in Bangui? Cameroon has suffered, since the defeat of the UPC-led rebellion by the French colonial army, a savage dictatorship uninterrupted for 40 years. That has never much bothered the official Democrats of the West any more than did Suharto in Indonesia. Paul Biya followed Amadou Ahidjo in power, and he was almost worse. Yet he was presented as the hero of the new democracy, a real farce, then. The IDEP organized a good seminar in Douala in 1974 in collaboration with the PAID, ably directed at the time by Cosme Dikome. This was a Christian institution that trained mid-level cadres for rural development. This was the best possible setting in the country since the government was busy preventing the university from moving beyond the threshold of the greatest mediocrity. The results of such an education are obviously easier to domesticate, buy, co-opt, corrupt, or simply terrorize. On another occasion, I traveled through the country by car from Yaoundé to the border with Chad. Fort Lamy at that time was dreadful. The French intervention, before that of the Libyans in the north, was in full swing. Drunk and loud ruffians from the French Foreign Legion occupied the city. The Chadians hugged the walls in silence. Congo-Kinshasa. The Belgians made a mess of the decolonization. As a result, from 1960 to 1963 the Democratic Republic of the Congo was the site of a tragic contest. The National Liberation Movement was belatedly established here and thus was radicalized in difficult conditions around Patrice Lumumba. Cadres were almost totally non-existent. In 1960, there were only 9 Congolese in the country who had attended university, 6 of them in theology. Congo-Brazzaville had 50 times more senior managers for a country 12 times less populated. The hastily formed United National Liberation Movement then encountered centrifugal regional and ethnic forces, as well as neocolonial plans hatched by Brussels. Albert Kalonji, leader of the Baluba who was proclaimed emperor, called on his people to create their state in Kasai, around the diamond mines. Moise Tshombe pushed for the secession of Katanga, not on an ethnic basis, which was somewhat impossible in this province populated by migrants from various countries, but to place his puppet state under the direct control of the mining companies of the Copper Belt. Brussels supported these movements, but at the same time counted on successfully placing its men at the head of the unified movement and getting rid of Lumumba. Mobutu, who had begun his career as a police informer, was chosen for this purpose. Chaos resulted from these confrontations. Simultaneously, and independently from the ethnic-based movements, peasants rebelled in several of the country's provinces. As usual, the peasant rebellions appeared to be regionalist because they took place within a population attached to their region. But the ideology and demands of these rebellions clearly indicated there was nothing ethnic about them, they were peasant in the content of their objectives. This was particularly the case for the rebellion in Kwilu, led by Pierre Muley, and also for those in the east of the country. We closely followed these serious events. I visited the Democratic Republic of the Congo on numerous occasions during this time. The new university, still called Lavanium, a branch of Louvain, was bustling with activity. A little after the surrender of Kasai, I decided to make a visit in 1967. Very few state officials had dared to go to Mbuji-Mayi, the new capital founded by the Baluba at the base of Bakwanga Hill. It was an incredible discovery. The city had been built piecemeal, without any urban plan, although it already had 300,000 inhabitants. Each immigrant had consulted a soothsayer who had told him, "The diamond is there below you." He built his hut on the spot and began to dig a mineshaft in his courtyard. The hotel consisted of rooms around a large square courtyard with a dancing bar just as large. In the latter were found an armchair in good condition, a sagging one, and other chairs. I went to sit in the good armchair. "No," the owner said to me, "it is reserved for the governor who comes later. For you, distinguished guest, the sagging one." Later in the evening around 10 or 11 the diamond merchants arrived, one after another, big and strong, in large baboos, the last a little thing carrying an enormous new leather briefcase. They all sat together on the same bench. They were brought lemonades, all the others, the Congolese, were brought beer. The governor was brought the large platter, 3 bottles of whiskey, 6 bottles of beer, and I was brought the small platter, 1 bottle of whiskey, 2 bottles of beer. The Congolese were miners who came to sell their diamonds. The measure was a bottle of Coca-Cola, we're talking about raw industrial diamonds here. The merchants examined the diamonds, then decided on the price, which was paid in bills taken out of the leather briefcase. The seller went to the governor and paid him his percentage, 3%. Little by little, the proceedings came alive. Many of the sellers, now richer, spent their earnings freely, causing the price of beer to increase. An army of women and young girls, looking to share in the fun, invaded the premises. There was inflation hour by hour, music, joyous dancing. The merchants left as soon as the purchase transactions ended. I drank with the governor and several happy miners. The governor explained to me that the 3% fee did not belong to him, at least completely. He had to pay the functionaries that Leopoldville forgot and maybe, I suspected, had to send some to the capital. My calculations led me to the conclusion that even if he were to retain only a third or a quarter of the fee, his fortune would be guaranteed in 1 year. As for the miners, they were lucky, as was said there, or not. The small-scale mine was horrifying. Many lost their lives. I calculated that while the proceeds of the sale were distributed by chance, nightly inflation redistributed the income widely. In the morning, drunk, most of the lucky miners left as poor as they had arrived. They settled debts, lent to neighbors, parents, and others, and paid large sums to the hostesses. In sum, the entire city benefited from the evening sales. I also visited the Bakwanga mine. This was something else entirely, a real concentration camp. Barbed wire fences, surveillance by helicopters piloted by armed mercenaries who shot on sight anyone who attempted to enter. It was a Belgian mining village, perfectly round, with a church and community hall at the center. The mine workers were adolescent boys recruited from villages, almost purchased from their parents, price, usually a bicycle, sort of educated and trained at work by clerics. They were there for their whole life. Young girls from their native villages were brought in and offered as spouses. They believed they led a happy life, running water and the company mill provided them with manioc meal. They were thereby freed from 2 major chores. Distractions. After Sunday Mass, educational films of the type Miracle of Saint Someone or Other. And, of course, there were the beer-drinking sessions. At retirement age, the elderly were returned to their native villages, with a small gift, some money, very little, and a bicycle. At some distance from the village were found all the villas of the Belgian managers. Received by the director, I heard the usual racist patter. No comments from me, I wanted to see everything, down to the last detail. At Kinshasa, in 1972, colleagues and friends from the university and I discussed all these problems in the evenings. This included, above all, the peasant rebellions, about which Benoit Verhegen and Lemonnier could talk forever. I learned many things from these discussions. I supplemented my information later upon meeting Muley in Brazzaville. Muley was shamefully turned over to Mobutu and executed. The hidden aspects of this affair remain obscure. Muley impressed me as a true popular leader, level-headed, someone who was quite familiar with the demands of his peasant people, their strong points and weaknesses. Perhaps he was optimistic in thinking that the small circle of his rebellion could become the Yannan of the Congo, and his army of resistance fighters the future People's Liberation Army. I met later, in Dar es Salaam in its heyday, some of the Lumumbist politicians Sonmi Alot and others refugees in Tanzania after the fall of their government in Kisangani. My impression was rather negative. They led a merry life, but financed by whom? They were true urban politicians well informed about politics on the grand scale, as well as the machinations and plans of the powerful and friendly African states, on which they counted too much. But they were not very interested, it seemed to me, in the problems of their people. Some of them expressed the desire to do something, that is, to open a front and establish resistance fighters in the east of the country. Laurent Kabila was one of these. Che Guevara had a negative opinion about him and his friends, as we now know. My opinion was less negative. I assessed the distance that there could be between the desire to establish a group of resistance fighters and the difficulty in doing so effectively. It was not entirely their fault if the strategic vision remained vague. Mobutu's power gradually deteriorated into both a corrupt autocracy and institutional nothingness. The man was not content with pillaging his country, amassing a personal fortune equal to Zaire's foreign debt. The World Bank and the IMF did not suggest that if he were to offer this fortune, which he had not received as an inheritance from his parents, as a gift to the country, the debt problem would be settled. Mobutu had chosen a scorched earth strategy. Destroy everything, every institution, beginning with the universities. Several years later, it had become useless to return to the country, there was no one to see. All the worthwhile intellectuals had been forced to choose exile. The others had become the president's flunkies, rewarded mainly financially. But Mobutu had also destroyed any form of administration in the country. The rural zones had been abandoned to self-subsistence, with neither schools nor hospitals. They had, perhaps, been freed from taxation, though not from the army's abuses of power, but also left without the most basic services. The east of the country, Kivu and Lake Tanganyika, lived from illegal trade with East Africa. Though it was not actively rebelling, the region escaped Kinshasa's control. Mobutu's regime survived on taxes collected from the mining enclaves, supplemented by financial support from the West, not very discriminating in this regard. That sufficed to maintain a Praetorian Guard and sustain a world of corrupt politicians, all established in Kinshasa since they had no real base in the country. These were the future Democrats. The collapse was predictable. The regime was rotten to the core. It did not take much for it to disappear. The occasion arose in connection with the Rwandan tragedy. After the genocide organized by the so-called Hutu neocolonial government supported to the end by the Western powers, France and Belgium in particular, the army of murderers was forced to flee from the Liberation Army. It is not important here that the latter was a minority mainly composed of Tutsi refugees from Uganda and supported by East African countries, over the border into Kivu, where it settled. The possibility that this army would go on the offensive and return, with outside support from the French base in Bangui, was a real threat. Goma, a small Zairian city in Kivu, was the strategic key of the system. Why not take it or liberate it and, as a result, isolate the Hutu army of the genocide from the border with Rwanda? The leaders of some East African countries, Uganda and Tanzania, thought that possible. History proved them right. Did not Kabila have a small base of resistance fighters in the area? Could he not seize Goma with a small army? The move succeeded with surprising ease, which should not be surprising. He entered Goma with some armed men. At the first shot, Mobutu's army cleared off, but not without first pillaging the population they were supposed to be defending. It is not surprising that Kabila was received as a liberator, even though no one knew who he was and what he wanted. Since it had been so easy, why not continue the march right to Kinshasa? Liberation achieved in these conditions entails limitations and poses problems. It was not the result of a struggle by the masses in revolt. It was received favorably because no Congolese would defend the horrible Mobutu regime, missed only by its Western backers. But in Kinshasa, political machinations resumed. The corrupt politicians that dominated the city, but not the country, converted quickly from Mobutism to democracy, offering to foreign powers an ideal terrain to cut short any desire for serious change. Kabila himself, together with his small coterie of friends, long exiled, might be tempted by the inexorable appeal of autocracy, which only the rapid organization of autonomous people's forces could prevent. Or they might believe it possible to play the foreign powers off against each other, and since Mobutu was the darling of Paris, play the US card. Established in Kinshasa, Kabila was immediately challenged by problems that neither he and his team nor the Congolese people as a whole were ready to deal with: the systematic hostility of the Kinshasa political class, which had been the beneficiaries of Mobutu's largesse, but now played the democratic card, with the support of the Western powers, who wanted everyone to forget their support to the fallen dictator, the apathy of the Congolese people depoliticized by 35 years of bloody dictatorship, and the intervention of armies originally allied with Kabila, Tutsi Rwandans and Ugandans, who pursued their own objectives, destroy the Hutu military bases, by debatable means. The intervention of Kampala and Kigali, on the one hand, which South Africa came to support, and the intervention of those who supported Kabila, Angola and Zimbabwe, on the other, posed problems. Kabila chose to be the head of all of Congo and preserve its unity and not act solely as the head of an ethnic regional group from the eastern part of the Congo, to which he belonged by chance only. This is a choice that can only be applauded. In fact, Congo could have fallen apart, and there were malevolent attitudes in Western diplomatic circles that desired that outcome and believed it possible to justify their behavior by adopting the rhetoric of Africa's primordial ethnicism, which some backward anthropologists reveled in and the dominant media unthinkingly repeated. The Congolese people gave a good lesson in this regard, refusing to play the game and protecting the unity of the country and its future. The Kampala-Kigali bloc chose to support the breakup of the Congo, a means in their opinion of guaranteeing their security. Savimbi's UNITA sided with them, for easy-to-understand reasons. Like Lasuba, Savimbi was in desperate straits in Brazzaville. That South Africa joined them is astonishing. In a study on the alternatives to regionalization in southern Africa, Hein Murray, the forum's coordinator for the region, concluded that Pretoria considers that its African neighbors are a privileged area for its expansion, reproducing the traditional unequal regional development model. The very title of the study, Reinforcing the Mold, summarizes the conclusions of the analysis. The fact that serious opponents of the Mobutu dictatorship, such as our friend Wamba Diawamba, have rallied to this camp coupled with their aerial landing at Matadi is equally astonishing. It is understandable that Angola of the MPLA and Zimbabwe have come to the aid of Kabila, that is, have opted to support maintaining Congolese unity. Given all of this, the situation remains dangerous, especially given the devastating effects of Mobutu's regime. There are serious phenomena that clearly indicate the people's feeling of helplessness. For example, many have found refuge in so-called salvation sects that have proliferated more than ever under the control of U.S-style televangelists. These sects, which preach submission while awaiting the apocalypse, play directly into the hands of reactionary forces, of course. They are the exact opposite of what liberation theology is elsewhere. An autocratic turn by the new government is entirely possible. This entire tragedy is the result of Mobutu's bloody dictatorship. It succeeded in destroying at least temporarily the potential of an entire people. This is similar to what has happened elsewhere every time a people's movement has been crushed in a bloodbath. The destruction of the UPC in Cameroon or that of the Mau Mau in Kenya guaranteed stability in an astonishing mediocrity for 3 decades or more. Suharto's dictatorship, built on the bodies of 500,000 victims, is a success of the same type. It is only when the economic and social failure of these neo-colonial regimes, established with the West's active support, bring an end to their apparent stability that the diplomats of the Western powers rediscover the virtues of democracy, the absence of which they had probably not noticed for 30 years. Democracy in these conditions does not appear to them to be dangerous. It can be the means to continue to do the same thing, manage the crisis and create obstacles to the organization of the working classes. The long list of failures and stagnation in mediocrity that I have presented in the preceding pages could encourage the greatest degree of pessimism. The possibilities of entire peoples have been systematically destroyed. Cameroon, Congo, Kenya, or the projects for liberation and social progress have gotten bogged down in a populism that they were unprepared to go beyond. Madabo's Mali, Guinea, Nkrumah's Ghana, the PCT's Congo-Brazzaville, or the opportunities to revive the movement have run up against an extremely hostile world conjuncture, Rawlings Ghana, Konare's Mali. None of this has prevented waves of popular discontent from arising all over the continent, from north to south and from east to west, throughout the last 40 years. If that is so, it is because the neocolonial project is itself in crisis, even in permanent crisis. It is not only national liberation and socialism that have suffered a series of undeniable failures. The capitalist alternative, and particularly its comprador variant, is itself a false alternative, unacceptable and unaccepted, rejected by peoples everywhere. When circumstances favor the continuation of its program, then the crisis and collapse are often more serious, sometimes even leading to the total dissolution of the society and the disappearance of the state. Niger and Nigeria. Niger is the result of a rather absurd case of drawing colonial boundaries. Moreover, it has never succeeded in extricating itself from the dead end of impoverished colonial-era extraversion. It has not totally fallen apart, an ongoing threat it would be foolish to ignore due to the wisdom of its people and also many of its leaders. But it was very close to doing so several years ago when so-called democracy was all the rage. The multiparty system ended quickly with the formation of small groups contending for power, all reduced to clans of small urban bourgeois politicians seeking to create support on an ethnic and regional basis, particularly by making alliances with dubious rural notables. The military coup d'état that ended this game, fortunately without repression that would have prevented the continuation of debates and discussions, appeared to me, and to numerous Nigerian political friends, to be a beneficial event, when all was said and done. Real democratization, a necessary condition for any progress off the well-worn paths, cannot be reduced to a choice between the autocracy of the single party and a tin-pot multi-party system. I discovered Niger for the first time during the 1960s. The UN was responsible for a study on the viability of a trans-Saharan highway. A group of 3 experts had been formed for this task: Alain Savary, French politician, an Austrian road engineer whose name I forget, he had been a tiger hunter in Bengal, and me. A small airplane, 4 seats, had been put at our disposal with which we traveled along the entire southern edge of the Sahara, from Dakar through St. Louis, Kati, Kayes, Bamako, Mopti, Gao, Niamey, and Zinder to Fort Lamy. A magnificent journey. We flew at an altitude between 500 and 1000 meters, and the views of the scenery were much better than from the road. At Niamey, Babu Hama received us, with all the refinement characteristic of the learned and powerful in the Sahel. There were no tedious speeches upon arrival at the airport. We were led directly to a villa so we could bathe, eat, caviar, and drink, champagne, before the mekoi, lamb barbecue, reception at nightfall. We exchanged views with this cultivated man who wished to re-establish the historical relations between the peoples who live along the edges of the Sahara, north and south, relations destroyed by colonization, which had redirected trade from the Sahel exclusively toward the coast of the Gulf of Guinea. Our report was quite simple to write, and really did not require the journey we had made. But international money must be wasted for prestige. And I do not regret this magnificent journey. We said that 3 good north-south road links could be justified, even if the then dominant view privileged outward-looking development and made immediate use quite limited. But neither we nor the countries concerned, officially at least, adopted this dominant view. A day will come when the real implementation of African integration, even if it takes different forms in different contexts, will correct the distortions resulting from the colonial heritage. Thus the Trans-Saharan Highway would fulfill functions similar to those of the transcontinental railroads in North America and Russia. This would make good historical sense, if nothing else. On another occasion, Isabel and I had the pleasure of a tour through the country guided by Michel Kita, who led us into the heart of the Air Mountains region. Lying in the middle of the desert in Niger, this region is not only one of the most beautiful in the world, in my opinion, but also unique. As the Sahara dried up, many of the fauna and flora from earlier times, which disappeared elsewhere, survived here. Waterfalls, unexpected in this part of the world, can be found next to vegetation unlike any elsewhere. At the end of the 1970s, I had at Paris Vincennes a group of African students of exceptional quality: Oumar Blondin Diop, Michel Kita, Abdou Salam Kane, and Alien Saul. They were intelligent, curious, cultivated, and politicized. Unfortunately, 3 of them came to a tragic end. Blondin was killed by prison guards in Gori, Kane died in an auto accident in Mali, and Kita was burned to death in his automobile, which was carrying a gas cylinder that exploded. I remember having had to give Michel Kita an oral exam at Vincennes. I knew his capabilities so well that I felt the exam was a useless formality. I said to him straight away, without posing any questions, "What score should I give you, 18 or 20? Quickly." I prefer to spend more time with students for whom it is necessary to verify more seriously if they know more than they appear to, those whom shyness paralyzes, for example. Modest, Michel responded, "Oh, 18 would be wonderful." It was the end of the day on the road to the Air Mountains and we thought it was time to begin thinking about making camp for the night. There was nothing on the horizon, except 3 camel drivers coming into view. We decided to head for them. When we got close enough to talk to them, we exited the car. There were the customary lengthy greetings. It was cold in the mountainous Sahara. Michel tried all the many languages he knew, Hausa and Targui. I tried Arabic. Mischievous, the Tuaregs remained silent, allowing us to get more and more worked up. Then, in superb French, one of them said, "We don't know the area, we are here for the weekend." All the same, they helped us find a shack of sorts where, piling up and sharing our blankets, we spent a not very warm night. They also offered us wonderful Tuareg-style crepes, a delight, especially when hungry. When we departed in the morning, we came across a pretty young woman asleep next to her camel and its young one. What a wonderful scene! When we reached the end of our journey, we were received with great hospitality at the main administrative center. We were offered what was fed to the hungry, a thick paste made from dates, almonds, and dried cheese pounded together. It was delicious, but a block in the stomach that filled us for 3 days. We just had to drink tea on top of that every 2 hours, which slowly dissolved the food reserves and provided us with what we needed to survive. But since we were not Bedouins, who only eat occasionally, like their camels, we found it difficult to digest. Also on the highway, at the foot of the Air Mountains, there is the uranium mine of the French Commission for Atomic Energy. We visited this terrible place where the miners are quickly contaminated by radiation. We also visited an absurd garden in a greenhouse, air-conditioned so the French gardener would not suffer too much from the heat. Tomatoes were grown there for the managers, at an actual cost that must have been the highest in the world. The Tuaregs, of course, grow tomatoes directly in the sun and their women sell them in the market. President Hamani Diary thought it would be desirable to reform the monetary system of the French CFA franc zone and, knowing that I was one of the few people who shared this viewpoint and also had a fairly good knowledge of the economic problems of the region, he invited me in 1969 to present my views. My opinions on the subject were well known and I presented some essential principles. First, monetary management is never the primary aspect of the problem, it comes after, not before, fundamental social choices and the corresponding economic strategies. Then, if the countries concerned wanted to break with the outward-directed colonial model and move on to the path of self-reliant development at the level of individual states as well as on a regional level, by implementing a real integration, the franc zone system such as it existed would not be suitable. Of course, I had the intention of aiding a reform, not of proposing all or nothing. I then developed a project that seemed acceptable to me in the sense that it would open room for movement for those countries that wished to embark on stronger social development and regional integration, without hampering the others. Also, in France and within the European community, it could be possible to find allies supporting the project, which would be unacceptable only for ultras nostalgic for the colonial period. The project envisaged a national currency for each country of the group, with fixed exchange rates, but adjustable between these currencies and the franc as well as other currencies. In fact, I thought that the CFA was overvalued, but in already varying proportions from one country to another and would be increasingly so since the national development policies and their results differed. I insisted that it should be understood that a devaluation is not in itself a disgrace, but that it is necessary to control it and not be placed in a situation where it is imposed by the market, the French Treasury, or the IMF. The system would retain a strong regional dimension, which I propose to strengthen gradually by a customs union, the adoption of taxation systems as close to one another as possible, the possible joint management of a fraction of the currency reserves, and the freedom of transfers. It would also remain open and retain a privileged link with the franc zone, The French treasury would guarantee the freedom of transfers and the fixity of exchange rates, but its guarantees would be negotiated and conditional. I propose to open the system in two directions, by the possible membership complete or limited of, on the one hand, countries outside the CFA zone, Nigeria and Ghana, and, on the other, the treasuries of other European countries and / or by the adoption of a clause in the Yaoundé Convention. The Lomé Convention was then only in the preparation stage, establishing a Euro-African monetary institution charged with negotiating these collective guarantees. I believe that if I had to offer proposals today concerning the future of monetary relations between the CFA, other African currencies, and the euro, I would not deviate too far from this 40-year-old project. Diary was personally convinced by my analysis. But Côte d'Ivoire and Senegal had to be convinced, and their responses were unreservedly negative. France's response at the time was negative as well. The project then fell apart, and the slow but steady movement toward disaster continued. Today, no one is prepared, in France, the European Union, in the countries of WEMU and CEMAC, or in other African countries, to confront the unknown future of the euro, its relationship to the dollar, and its internal solidity. And no one knows how the new Cotonou Convention will deal with these problems, or, since the latter were excluded from consideration during the negotiations, how things will develop. The disorderly breakup of current African monetary zones is quite probable, on the occasion of the next devaluation, which has a good chance of being as poorly handled as the last one. Nigeria always reminds me of a sort of sea monster or prehistoric animal, or even of an Albert Dubout-style factory. It is important not only because of the size of its population, equivalent to that of 15 other African countries combined, but above all because of its significant density. This is not the result of chance, but the legacy of the history of the former states that formed its territory and showed great potential, up until now totally wasted. It is more like an enormous antediluvian machine with almost no output, a conglomeration of interests that are not inherently in conflict, otherwise the federation would disappear, but independent from one another and, consequently, reduce the central power to their almost nil common denominator. This is, in its own way, a model of the space for a market without a state, the ideal for the laissez-faire of liberal capitalism, here of compradism. State interventions are not absent in appearance. But they are always possible to circumvent because the state is privatized. It is itself the space of confrontation and bargaining between these interests, of their competition. A system that impedes politics only encourages demagogy, accompanied by mafia violence. Nigeria is a country always fascinating to visit, but, at the same time, it always leaves one, or at least me, with a bitter feeling of waste and the impossible. Lagos, dominated by rackets of all kinds, from the customs officers at the airport to the taxis and the hotel keepers. Ibadan, where the IDEP organized a seminar on its very British campus in 1973, isolated and ignorant of what is happening in the city, on the other side of its protective walls, and Kano, Likjan, Timbuktu, or Zinder, but on a scale 10 times larger, which reminds the ignorant that there were cities here before colonization. None of them can go unnoticed. Yet neither organized popular forces, including trade unions, nor critical intellectuals are absent or inactive. The weight of these grassroots and ideological counterforces has preserved the Federation from breaking up, even during the horrible Biafra War, far more than the oil revenues that, on the contrary, more readily sustain the regionalism of those who hope to capture them, with the blessing of transnational capital. Uganda and Zambia. Tanzanian advances, despite their limits, have played a positive role, encouraging change in Uganda and Zambia. Uganda is an extremely complicated country. The British successfully manipulated a curious conflict between Catholics and Protestants in this region, between the Kingdom of Buganda and the Nilotic peoples that had no state. They made a system of laws, administrative forms, and a constitution such that nothing could work after their departure. This led to the successive farces of the first Milton Obote regime, the famous Idi Amin, then the return of Ovid with the Tanzanian army. It remains the case that Ugandan comrades, refugees in DAR, and primarily the one who asserted himself as leader Yoweri Museveni worked out and implemented the beginnings of a progressive response to the Uganda challenge. They organized a guerrilla war, crossing Lake Victoria at the risk of their lives, and ultimately liberated the country. The political formula for managing the country was original and could open up interesting possibilities. The formula was no single party, that would inevitably be created from above and bureaucratized from the beginning, no multi-party system, that would necessarily be captured and manipulated by the small bourgeois clans of traditional Uganda politics. Instead, factions of the people were encouraged to organize, elect representatives, etc. I have not visited Uganda since, except on the occasion of the Kotsria Assembly in 2002. But everyone knows that this project has never been implemented. Among my Ugandan friends, Mahmoud Mamdani and Dan Nabudere are strongly critical of the situation, with good arguments. Under the leadership of another Protestant pastor, Kenneth Konda, Zambia also introduced African socialism in its populist version, obviously, but it seems little contested by the left, despite the apparent power of the Copper Miners' Union. Our critical intellectual friends Derek Chitala and Gilbert Mudenda were, consequently, rather isolated. All the same, we organized a colloquium in Lusaka, in cooperation with the Southern Africa Association of Political Science, the most active branch of the African Association of Political Science, in the hope that it would contribute to starting discussion and debate. We Isabel, Amoa, I, and a few others arrived in Lusaka on a Friday and the colloquium began the following Monday. Lodged on campus, far from the city as would be expected, we needed a minibus to be able to visit Lusaka during the weekend. "There is nothing to see," said the driver. All the same, we want to go. We can verify that the driver was right. The two bakeries at the city center, there were no cafes, were closed on Saturday and Sunday, as were other public places, except for the churches, which were open, but did not interest us much. As for the working class areas, they were designed by the English so as to kill any possible social life. The residential complexes were totally monotonous, each one designed for a quite specific social category and only one ethnic group authorized to live there. They were totally devoid of any means of social life, not even bars, nothing, except a church. This was the perfect model of the so-called communitarian ideal. To each community its difference and its living space. There was no mixing of classes or peoples. Each person had his or her own home and nothing more. It was a horror, then, which should give cause for reflection to all defenders of fashionable communitarianism. Obviously, the only distraction, then, is to drink beer, seated on the edge of the sidewalk in front of your door, chatting, or quarreling with your neighbor. This urban model is widespread in southern Africa. I have seen other examples in Windhoek, Namibia, and Cape Town, South Africa. Holding a session of the African Social Forum in Lusaka in 2004 confirmed my fears. There were no genuine Zambian people's organizations to participate, only questionable NGOs, often supported by the black diaspora in the United States and behind it, the CIA. The devastating effects produced by the spread of the new churches, all also exported by African Americans, added to the sad picture. The neocolonial disasters. The list of countries that are currently victims of the colonial disaster caused by the new globalization, which only serves the financialized monopolies of the triad, is quite lengthy. It involves 4/5 or more of the world's countries. I have thus carried out a severe selection, reducing the list to 3 examples: the West African Sahel, to which I referred above, Somalia and the Horn of Africa, and Rwanda and the Great Lakes Congo region. I have participated in several important debates about the problems of these regions. Africa is above all a region doomed by the dominant system to be only a reserve of natural resources, oil, minerals, agricultural land, water, for the imperialist triad. While Africa is important, the African peoples, on the other hand, are more an obstacle than anything else. Since the Treaty of Berlin, 1885, the strategy, colonial and then post-colonial, has been to destroy all attempts at industrialization on the continent. Industrialization, of course, is an imperative condition for any development worthy of the name. The neocolonial systems the subject of my analyses in these memoirs have succeeded in maintaining Africa in this fatal pre-industrial state. The Development Assistance Committee, the group of Western donors managed by the OECD, designed the system of aid for that purpose. I refer the reader to the decisive critique that Yash Tandon, 2008, has made of the function of aid in imperialist strategy. 29 Imperialism has nothing to offer to African peoples other than a lumpen development that lies behind their continuing pauperization. This process, in turn, encourages the breakup of states. Imperialism is making every effort to establish a system of military control over the continent as a response to the explosions of anger by African peoples. Consequently, the objectives of the United States Africa Command, U.S. AFRICOM African wing of the American Military Command, have acquired a central place in the contemporary world system. The secession of the northern part of Mali, made possible by the destruction of Libya, is an indication of this sad future. It is the best pretext to allow the permanent military presence of NATO in the region and thereby guarantee control of uranium in Niger, which is maintained in a state of powerlessness by immiserating aid. The civil war in Côte d'Ivoire was the predictable result of what I had feared. Refer to my analyses above on this country. Yet the apparent success of the government of bureaucrats and technocrats established in Abidjan on the orders of Washington and Paris is far from being able to assure stability. The breakup of Somalia is accomplished. That still poses a threat to Ethiopia, which has probably entered into a period of turbulence following the death in 2012 of its pro-US dictator, Zenawi. The Rwandan genocide is certainly among the most unpardonable horrors of modern times. But the establishment of a new regime, dominated by the Tutsis, whatever one may say, and supported by Uganda and the United States, is far from having settled the central question of the necessary coexistence of peoples in the region. This is even more the case since the Kigali and Kampala regimes harbor expansionist ambitions in the Congo's eastern provinces and the Kabila government in Kinshasa is poorly equipped to resist. The democratic question is here at the center of the challenge, and none of the governments in the region is able to ensure progress in this matter. Will the revolts by the victims succeed in developing a common alternative strategy combining democratization of society with social progress? Will they be up to the challenge presented by the necessity to create a large alliance of states in the region, which alone would allow them to confront jointly the pillage of their important natural resources by the imperialist powers, 2. Overcome lumpen development, and 3. Assure the coexistence of ethnic groups on the basis of their common interests? Sierra Leone and Liberia. The International African Institute, IAI, based in London, had organized in 1969 in Freetown a conference on the topic of the African bourgeoisie to which I was invited. Later, an exchange of views between this institution and the IDEP was continued in Dakar on the topic of internal migration in West Africa. Thus I had the opportunity to look a little more closely at this curious British colony, the capital of which Freetown had been a welcome center for freed slaves. This is a country that has never, at any moment of its history, had the strength to challenge its effectively colonial status in globalization. I have only a semi-tourist memory of my visit, inasmuch as the discussions with the anglicized intellectuals of Fora Bay, the oldest university on the coast of the Gulf of Guinea, were of little interest. Sierra Leone has entered into an unending process of breaking apart. But no one in the dominant media suggests that this is the effect of the ongoing crisis of neocolonialism, since here socialism cannot be held responsible for the disaster. Liberia is another example of the same kind. In its semi-colony, the United States, lacking the ability or willingness to go a little beyond the usual unrestricted practices of economic liberalism, has not succeeded in establishing a minimum set of functional public institutions. Everything is private and, as a result, nothing works. The result is the ongoing breakup of the society, today given over to mafia gangs, none of which are better than the others, and which, since the only objective is to capture control of the government, end up killing one another. Long live liberal capitalism. I had made a brief visit to Monrovia in 1971 on the occasion of some West African ministerial meeting to which I had been invited. It was a dull meeting. The amusement came at the president's reception. His large, North American police-type bodyguards, armed with weapons, surrounded him. Each time someone approached the president, they moved their hands to their revolvers. The president himself remained silent. But a small whiskey bottle could be seen bulging from the rear pocket of his pants. Very American. As with Sierra Leone, Liberia has begun to fall apart. The American establishment has demonstrated here that it is incapable of creating the concepts and methods for the effective management of a small colony. The unimaginative and naive rhetoric on good governance that the United States, with all its well-known arrogance, offers to the entire world today should simply make us smile. Rwanda. Rwanda is a tragic example of criminal management by comprador neocolonialism. I had always felt an instinctive revulsion for the Nazi option of the so-called Hutu comprador petite bourgeoisie, using an anti-Tutsi racism to legitimize its power and dominate public speech in the name of the Hutu masses, but in reality exploiting them. That it had to lead to genocide planned, no less, was more than obvious. But apparently none of that bothered Western diplomacy, satisfied with the economic liberalism of this criminal government. I had discussed the Rwanda situation on the occasion of visits to Kampala and Dar es Salaam, where, it is true, I met only intellectuals among the Tutsi refugees. The Tutsis are only a minority in Rwanda, but that is not an acceptable reason to massacre them. We came to the conclusion that the solution to the problem was to dilute the Hutu-Tutsi opposition by incorporating the two countries, Rwanda and Burundi, into a larger entity such as Tanzania. That would be a return to the borders of German Tanganyika, or Uganda, or even a federation of the four. In such a context, Hutu and Tutsi, whether they actually are two different ethnic groups is no longer the problem, would be two among 10 other peoples, call them ethnic groups or tribes, if you want, and the confrontation would lose its intensity. Moreover, the Hutus and Tutsis in neighboring countries, there are some, do not kill each other for that reason. After the genocide, this solution is more than ever the only human one imaginable. But neither the local comprador ruling cliques, whose interests inevitably depend on their access to power, nor Western diplomacy, which always hopes to gain something by manipulating the opposing parties, accepts the idea of these two states disappearing. It is difficult to see how any model of development other than the prevailing neocolonial model could take shape in these countries so long as this precondition has not been met. Rwanda, 20th anniversary of the genocide, 1994 to 2014. My visits to Kigali in the past had never convinced me of the benefits of the regime that stemmed from what it claimed was the Hutu peasant revolution. The 1994 genocide did not surprise me. But 20 years later, the odious military dictatorship of the Tutsis under Kagame hardly seems better to me, as I explain in the following text, which I immediately sent to Democrats and progressives in Dar es Salaam. 20 years after the event, we still do not have a clear idea of the specific circumstances in the attack against the plane of Rwanda's former president, Juvenal Habyarimana. This event was immediately followed by the genocide of the Tutsis by Hutu militias. Two hypotheses still remain possible. 1. The plane was shot down by Hutu extremists, a pretext both for launching the planned ethnic cleansing and getting rid of the Rwandan president who, after the Arusha agreements, which had brought to life a transition government, logically had to oppose any such plans, or 2. The plane was shot down by members of Paul Kagame's FPR, who wanted to eliminate Habyarimana, one of the key players in the rise of anti-Tutsi racism and the war against the FPR, and who could, moreover, have benefited from the reconciliation promoted at Arusha and hoped to see his party or his Hutu allies maintained in power after the multi-party elections. If the second hypothesis is correct, then Kagame and the FPR must have done so knowing that it meant taking the risk of triggering reprisals against civilian Tutsis, the possible extent of which they underestimated, but also knowing that it would justify a break with the peace agreement and an offensive against the Kigali government from Ugandan territory. This tragedy is not an ethnic war, as is usually said. Hutus and Tutsis belong to the same nation, speak the same language, have the same religion. Hutu is the name given to the majority, 85%, of the peasants subject to the Tutsi aristocracy, which the German colonizers, followed by the Belgians, saw fit to consolidate as the dominant group. Exempt from agricultural work, they owned the cattle and devoted their time to administering the country. The system is similar to that of Hindu castes, without being as extreme, mixed marriages were possible. The national liberation movement was, for this reason, a bit disoriented. As almost everywhere, the local privileged classes, here the Tutsis, embraced demands for independence in the hope of maintaining their dominant position, while numerous Hutu leaders combined their demand for independence with social demands that aimed at the elimination of Tutsi privileges. In Burundi, a compromise was, momentarily, found between the two parties, but not in Rwanda, where a little before independence, the Hutu seized power with the last-minute support of the colonial power, which hoped in that way to encourage the future stability of the country, now in the hands of the majority of its citizens. What followed were anti-Tutsi pogroms and the exile, in successive waves, of thousands of Tutsis in neighboring countries, particularly Uganda, where, 30 years later, an army for Rwanda's liberation was formed, with the support of the host country and the United States. France, Belgium, and the United States were active in the region and thus share responsibility for this tragedy. This is particularly true of France and Belgium, which supported the Hutu regime in Kigali and could certainly not be unaware that extremists planned a genocide, numerous signs of which were already clear. The Arusha Accords, signed in August 1993, certainly allowed power sharing in all public institutions, including integrating the FPR army into Habyarimana's Rwandan army on an almost equal basis, but it would have led to an inclusive electoral process that the FPR could not have won. Now, under different pretexts, Kagame still does not accept democratic procedures and runs his government with an iron hand. The Western powers do not seek the modest wealth of Rwanda, but rather the immense resources of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which possesses many rare minerals. Effective and combat-hardened, the Rwandan army, which has long had direct or indirect control over the eastern areas of Congo, can thus be an asset for those who have designs on the wealth of these regions. There were tensions between the United States, France, and Belgium until the Europeans seemed to accept a U.S. command over the region. But this arrangement could be called into question. African countries are themselves divided on the role of Rwanda. Supported above all by Uganda, Washington's main ally in the region, Rwanda is losing the support of countries like South Africa, at present aligned with Zimbabwe and Angola, which openly tilt toward Kinshasa. The case of Rwanda is, in any event, striking. There is no sign that the entire region can, one day, leave the wars and chaos behind, which justifies the ongoing imperialist interference and pillage of natural resources, particularly from Congo. The only acceptable solution would be to dilute Rwanda's heritage of violence through the construction of some sort of vast confederation of the Great Lakes region. It would include Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Uganda, and Congo. There are Hutu/Tutsi minorities in all these countries, with a joint sovereign project as distant as possible from the Western powers. This is an immense task for the popular democratic forces of the region. We have returned to square one. Today, we go back to what we already thought was the only reasonable solution for the region 30 years ago, as reflected in debates in Dar es Salaam. The Rwandan mess does not involve only this country. It is part of the shifting sands of neocolonialism, the term I use to characterize the typical form of political management in Congo and the region as a whole. Kabila's reconquest of Congo is part of this context. None of the governments in the region has ever dreamt of expelling the imperialist financial mining monopolies intent simply on pillaging the region's resources. They simply believed they could play off these monopolies against one another in order to line their personal pockets, not even the state coffers, with the bribes that inevitably accompany the successful profits. I have had numerous discussions on these subjects with, among others, George Antalaja Nzongola and Kankwenda Mbeya. Francois Huttard, who closely follows the development of popular movements in the Congo, can say more about this. The recent explosion of the so-called civil war, fighting between militias devoted to one group or another, in the Central African Republic is nothing more than an additional example of the impasse in which imperialist pillage has trapped the countries of the region. Somalia. Somalia is another tragic example of a fragile society that comprodorization broke up to the point of causing the disappearance of a minimum level of national solidarity, without which no progress is possible. However, Somalia had, at the beginning, two significant assets. The first is that its population, although divided into tribes and clans, is a strong ethno-linguistic whole. This ethno-historic entity is not Arab, though it is Muslim. It is Somali. The choice to use the Arabic alphabet for the Somali language was likely to strengthen national sentiment, and for that reason I believe it was a positive choice. The disaster began when the Comprador ruling class had Somalia join the Arab League, and proclaim itself Arab. The motive was strictly opportunist, to benefit from the influx of Saudi capital. But the effects were disastrous. The proclamation of the Arabness of the nation sowed confusion and destroyed the sense of belonging to the Somali community, and thereby even restored excessive importance to tribal and clan identities. False Arabness could not act as a unifying force as well as Somali identity could. To the contrary, it immediately acted as a centrifugal force. The second asset was the so-called socialist option, certainly fragile, but perhaps, despite all its limitations, conducive to a possible strengthening of a sense of national community by giving it a dimension of social solidarity. This option was not going to be able to resist the artificial choice of Arabness and the Saudi pressures associated with it. The seminar that the IDEP organized in Mogadishu was one of the sites of serious debates about this twofold, national and social, challenge. It was, consequently, a conspicuous date in the country's intellectual and political history. The best Somali political thinkers Mohammed Aden, Ibrahim Magig Samir, Weera quite remarkable ideologues and organizers of the nation's modernization, truly educated us about the underlying problems that are never spoken of. These militants combined their view of the Somali nation with a progressive social vision, and paid for their convictions with long prison terms. Then Syed Barre, having to face Ethiopia at that time, before 1974, governed by the Negus and supported by the United States, believed it possible to gain the USSR as an ally by suddenly claiming he was socialist. The fragility of all this hodgepodge of opportunism, verbal socialism, artificial Arabness, Soviet military support, Saudi financial support is behind the disaster. Besides, the very day that Ethiopia declared itself socialist, Syed Barre officially repudiated the socialist label and passed over to the US camp. In these conditions, economic dissipation, produced as a matter of course by the neo-colonial economy, was reinforced by the collapse of the attempt to construct a nation with a minimum of social solidarity. Clan warfare began. Syed Barre, always a total opportunist, chose to enter the fray by giving his clan a monopoly of power. And the decomposition continues. I had been invited to Mogadishu a second time on the occasion of the OAU summit. I no longer remember much about this summit since it was so dull. The essential questions I had been invited to discuss with other African intellectuals were all removed from the agenda. The consequences are well known. Exhausted by the fighting among the warlords, Somalia became fertile ground for a takeover by political Islam, pushing the country even deeper into chaos. Somalia, a country erased from the world map. I earlier described the course followed by the Syed Barre government as a colonial disaster. The following text simply says more about what is known about the obliteration of the Somali state and nation. The First Republic, from 1960 to 1969, was a multi-party electoral democracy, though neo-colonial. It disappointed all those who expected more from independence. Siad Barre's coup d'état, 1969, was, consequently, welcomed in the country. The regime was nationally popular, and its achievements from 1969 to 1982 were the basis of its legitimacy. The regime established the foundation for a renovation of the Somali nation by fostering education in the national language. This was, in effect, recognition of the fundamental reality of national identity. The Somalis are not Arabs, they are an African, and Muslim, nation with its own unique language and culture. Economic development, as modest as it was primarily of administrative and social services, provided a basis for the formation of a middle class, which consequently gave the regime a good deal of legitimacy. Certainly this regime was not democratic according to Western criteria, since it was based on a single party, but it was also not completely open to capitalism as were other single-party African regimes, such as Côte d'Ivoire and Malawi, which were not characterized as non-democratic. But the regime was not democratic in a higher sense. It was confronted with a historical reality, the importance of clans in the definition of the Somali nation's multiple identities. As with many other regimes confronted with ethnic diversity, the regime was content to deny the fact and deal with clan resistance by repression. It was the same with Islam, to which the regime, without being secular in the true sense of the term, despite advances in this direction on more favorable treatment of women in the family code, denied the right to be political. This enlightened despotism, if it had been supported from abroad instead of attacked, probably could have created more favorable conditions for a possible evolution of the country toward democratization of society and politics. At that time, Mengistu Haile Mariam's Ethiopia, South Yemen, and the Eritrean resistance all shared a common denominator, anti-imperialist and popular, that could have served as a basis to bring them closer together. Fidel Castro had proposed that a grand confederation, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Yemen, be built, balanced in national and religious terms. Advances in this direction would have strengthened the position of this region in its confrontation with the ambitions of the imperialist powers and increased the size of its development base. That was not the path chosen by the potential partners in the region. In response to the rapid exhaustion of their possibilities, the regimes chose the narrow nationalism card to boost their opportunities, becoming involved in the Ogaden War in 1981. It was then that Siad Barre suddenly changed sides and abandoned socialism and Soviet support, in exchange for support from Saudi Arabia and the United States. The second period of the Barre regime, 1982 to 92, should not, then, be confused with the first. The regime slid toward opening, particularly to Saudi capital, much appreciated by the imperialist powers. At the same time, these powers stopped criticizing him for violent repression, which actually worsened, leading to the revolt of clans excluded from power. The penetration of political Islam, supported by the new Saudi ally, blossomed with, once again, Washington's blessing. What followed was inevitable: the collapse of the state, clan wars, warlords, the consolidation of political Islam, deterioration in basic conditions of life, destruction of the middle classes, and ultimately piracy. The United States attempted a direct intervention. But that only demonstrated their military and political inability to undertake this police operation successfully. 12 GIs were killed, and it was chaos. Washington then turned to Ethiopia, which had passed into its camp after Mengistu's fall. But even though the entry of Ethiopian forces into Somalia encountered no serious obstacle, the new occupiers, who turned out to be unable to establish a stable government, were, in turn, forced to withdraw. The results of all these attempts to stabilize Somalia were, then, nil. Undoubtedly, piracy in the Indian Ocean was a problem. Still, it should be remembered that this piracy came in response to another that preceded it, pillage of marine resources and their destruction due to ocean pollution, now unrestricted because there was no Somali state to enforce international laws. Somali fishers, who are the victims of all this, had hardly any other alternative than resorting to piracy. Certainly, in the chaotic conditions of the country, the warlords were able to extort money from this piracy. Unending chaos with no solution appears to be the situation in Somalia for the foreseeable future. Then what to do? Could the international community impose another solution? I strongly doubt that. This self-proclaimed international community is nothing more than Washington supported by its subaltern European and Japanese allies. The African community, in particular the community that could be formed by the countries of the region, can provide the only possible solution to the Somali chaos. The proposals that were made by Fidel Castro a long time ago consequently still appear to have some obvious relevance to the situation. Yet the conditions are no longer what they were at the time the proposals were originally put forward. In the current state of things, Addis Ababa is not interested in the reconstruction of a viable Somali state. Ethiopia is, and will remain, the center of gravity in the region. It is the only state worthy of the name because of its size and the tradition of its political culture. Proof of that can be found in the failure of the attempt at breaking up the country along ethnic lines, as Washington had hoped, which was defeated by the Ethiopian people. Consequently, a rebirth of Ethiopia remains possible. Although it might appear paradoxical to put it this way, the reconstruction of a viable Somali state greatly depends on the rebirth of a united, strong, and independent Ethiopia, capable of moving forward on a line of development favoring the people, an Ethiopia capable, consequently, of taking the initiative and bringing other countries in the region along this path. South Africa after apartheid, an emergent nation? South Africa is a sort of microcosm of the world capitalist system, combining on the same territory the specific characteristics of each of the four worlds of the world system. It includes a white population that, by its mode and level of life, belongs to the first world. A humorist would have noticed that the strongly statist behavior of the white minority could be compared with that of the second world, today collapsed, which used to be called socialist. As for the populations of the cities reserved to blacks and the mixed races, they belong to the modern industrialized third world, while the peasants described as tribal and shut away in the Bantustans do not differ substantially from peasant communities of what is now called the African Fourth World. After the Second World War, the Boers took over responsibility for managing the system by taking over state power. They gave it a name apartheid and, what is more, an ideological justification to conceal the racist practices already in force and codified into law. In the following period, the half-century now ending, a process of industrialization in the peripheries of the global system took place. In South Africa, the ruling class developed, in this context, its own program of advancement in the world system by means of industrialization that was protected and supported by the state. Apartheid was, in this respect, completely rational. That the labor force was paid very little would not necessarily create a problem for ensuring outlets for production. Demand can be created by increasing the income distributed to the non-productive or not very productive minority and by increasing exports to pay for the imports required for the overall efficiency of industry. The liberal theory that presented apartheid as if it were in conflict with capitalism, as if capitalism were the equivalent of liberty and equality, was totally irrelevant. In fact, the economic results of the South African historical project are not very outstanding. South African industry has completely failed in its quest for competitiveness. Its non-mineral, industrial exports are negligible, aimed at the captive markets of southern Africa. And yet the South African regime, despite its ignominy, benefited from exceptional support, financial as well as economic, political, and military, from the United States, Great Britain, and all of Western Europe. I see no explanation other than racist prejudice, which can shed some light on the fact that the failure of South African industrialization is not recognized by international institutions, such as the World Bank, while failures of this type on the part of other countries that attempted it while encountering the hostility of the Western powers, for example, Egypt and Algeria, are commented on ad nauseam by the dominant media. Ultimately, from the perspective of the global system, South Africa continues to be an exporter of raw materials. At the same time, the Bantustans remain among the most miserable zones of the Fourth World, incapable of guaranteeing even a minimum level of survival for their inhabitants. This failure has essentially been due to the growing resistance of the black working class at workplaces and in the cities, and to the political capability of its organizations, the ANC, the SACP, unions of COSATU, and others, which have acted effectively and created obstacles to all attempts to legitimize the Bantustans, including in the opinion of the inhabitants of these territories. Now that apartheid has ended, there are, and will be for a long time to come, two opposed lines. Dominant capital, both foreign and local, along with its new allies, the developing black bourgeoisie, claim that, with non-racial political democracy, all problems are settled. The black working class is now called on to accelerate the march toward competitiveness. What capitalism, with the active support of the entire West, could not succeed in doing, the working class should now do as quickly as possible and, of course, bear the main costs. In opposition to this program, the progressive forces continue the fight for a true democracy that can be the means for achieving social changes, even if such changes will be difficult and will take time, perhaps 30 to 50 years. The conditions for such changes are the following: 1. A sufficiently unified interpretation of the Constitution that permits the reallocation of income and investments at the republic level. 2. A considerable effort at development in the backward rural areas, which should go hand in hand with the long-term prospect of an internal redistribution of the population. That is absolutely indispensable for creating a united popular front of workers and peasants and defeating any attempt at sowing conflict between them. 3. An agrarian reform in the rural zones occupied by white farmers, to the benefit of the rural African proletariat, and support for an expansion of small black farms. The success of white agriculture in South Africa that the media praise so much is, in reality, based on the exploitation of a labor force practically reduced to a condition of slavery and on the enormous ecological disaster resulting from an enormous waste of land. 4. A redistribution of income to the benefit of the black workers, who provide the productive labor, simultaneously with an improvement in their living conditions, particularly in the area of education, which is in a deplorable state, the eradication of AIDS, which is the first priority of any public health program, and all this offset by a reduction in the costs of supporting a large number of unproductive individuals of the white minority. 5. A gradual restructuring of the country's industrial sector, but not with the aim of increasing competitive exports. The priority should be quite different. The productive system needs to be restructured to allow it to respond to social changes related to income redistribution. In other words, supply more consumption goods to the mass of people, be able to satisfy needs arising from a better productive system in rural areas, and develop a better capacity to satisfy the housing needs of the masses. But also, there should be less wasted production to satisfy the consumption needs of the minority, for example, the senseless production of private automobiles and other luxury products. Without excluding the launch of needed changes to improve the country's exporting capacity, it is necessary to acknowledge that the objective of competitiveness can reasonably only be attained in the long term. In the interval, the political economy of a real democratization implies what I call delinking, like it or not. These are, in my view, the issues involved in any real democratization. The other proposed alternative is based on two essential pillars: more openness and a quasi-federal political solution. These were exactly the two components of the Yugoslav political economy that the World Bank enthusiastically hailed. We can see today where they led. I have already been to South Africa several times since it was possible for me to go there, after 1991. Invited by the African partners of CODESA, which negotiated the new constitution with de Klerk's transitional regime, The ANC, the SACP, and COSATU. I then had the opportunity of discussing the problems outlined above with numerous comrades of these organizations as well as with activists of numerous people's organizations. Also invited by the universities of Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban, notably on the occasion of the Congress of Sociology held at Umtata, and also by intellectuals involved in political struggles, I also pursued these discussions in these diverse circles. Hein Marais, active within the Third World Forum, is the author of a quality work dealing with all these debates. Point 30. None of these debates is closed. The struggle continues in South Africa. The World Conference Against Racism, organized by the United Nations in Durban, September 2001, was the occasion for a manifestation of spontaneous solidarity by African and Asian peoples, particularly with Palestinians, which rubbed the Western powers and their servants the wrong way. On this occasion, the speech I gave to the so-called Civil Society Conference, which I had titled Globalization or Apartheid on the World Scale, had, I believe, an effect, as can be seen in the text of the final resolutions, but above all in the honor the South African Parliament gave to me when I was invited to present it at one of its sessions in Cape Town. That was precisely on September 11, 2001. South Africa, freed from odious apartheid, is now confronted with a truly formidable challenge: how to go beyond the facade of multiracial democracy to transform society profoundly. The choices of the ANC government have, up to now, evaded the question and, as a result, nothing has changed. South Africa's sub-imperialist role has been reinforced, still dominated as it is by the Anglo-American mining monopolies. The magnificent work of our colleague Hein Marais, to which I referred above, analyzes the impasse represented by this choice. Is a change in the offing? Is the 2012 massacre of striking miners carried out by order of the government implementing the same odious apartheid laws that permit such an action going to put an end to the confusions of the working classes, which have lived during the last 20 years in the illusion that the abolition of apartheid opened a royal road to settling questions of the future without any great obstacle? The submission of the ANC governments to all the demands dictated by the imperialist monopolies, unfortunately, not called into question by the May 2014 elections, was indecently hailed during Mandela's funeral. We then saw the entire panoply of heads of state from the Western powers strut through Johannesburg to hail South African democracy. These are the same Western powers that had supported apartheid, trained its police, sometimes lavished their advice concerning torture, and not lifted a little finger to defend Mandela in prison, while the countries that had really supported the South African people were absent. There is no sovereign project in South Africa. Its economic system remains under Anglo-American control. What are the conditions for the emergence of a sovereign project in the country? What new relations with Africa would such a project imply? I have paid particular attention to these questions, which I have discussed on several occasions during my visits to South Africa. I participated in several important debates put together by work groups organized around Patrick Bond, Keat, Ben Turek, Hein Marais, Longazita, Bupalehulaire, Ari Silas, and others, at the universities of Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban, as well as in meetings of civil society, unions, the ANC, and the SACP. South Africa, as everyone knows, is a beautiful country. The Cape Peninsula undoubtedly counts as one of nature's marvels. It is too bad that the city of Cape Town has been urbanized, if you can call it that, along the odious principles of communitarianism, on the model of Lusaka or Windhoek. Truly, an urban horror in an unparalleled natural setting, it must be said. A group of mixed youth acquainted me with the turbulent history of this old colony, populated by Boers, French Huguenots, Hottentots, persons of mixed race, descendants of slaves, and free laborers, imported from Malaysia, and later the English and Africans from the Bantu civilization. I learned, with horror, about the Bantustans, barren and without built villages, an arid landscape with scattered slum houses, inhabited by the elderly, women, and children in rags. Almost all of the adult male population had emigrated to the industrial cities and the mines. Glimmers of hope. The barbaric violence of a colonialism of pillage and the implosion of globalized neoliberalism have not only given rise to explosions of anger without any clear strategy, stuck in the cul-de-sac of regressions, they have also opened the way to actual advances toward building positive alternative strategies that offer glimmers of hope for the future. Everybody knows about the popular advances that began in some South American countries, Venezuela, Bolivia, Ecuador, over the last 20 years, as well as the prospects opened in Nepal since 2008. Moreover, the exhaustion of the globalized neoliberal order has opened margins of maneuver to countries that remain attached to the socialist vision, Vietnam and Cuba. This should allow them to undertake appropriate and positive reforms and avoid capitulation. Having personally participated in important debates in the countries concerned, I report on them in these memoirs. But beyond these experiences of relatively more advanced struggles, glimmers of hope are apparent elsewhere, even if only tentative. I offer here a report of my contribution to the debate in Zambia on an alternative strategy that could open the way to the beginning of an authentic African revival. I had visited Zambia at the end of the Kenneth Kaunda era. The stagnation of his national popular model, implemented tentatively, had opened the way to a brutal colonial restoration. The best copper mines, the country's wealth, were sold for a song to the mining monopolies, while permission given to anyone to engage in mining the ore opened the doors to gigantic waste and ecological disaster. The Tanzam Railway built by China was privatized and entrusted to an Israeli firm. Given the responsibility to renovate the railway, this company failed to do that and instead simply stole the rails, there is no other way to describe it, and sold them as scrap before disappearing without leaving an address. When I asked, why not sue the State of Israel, home country of the company, the response was, impossible, our European friends would treat us as anti-Semites. In 2012, a patriotic front, uniting all the forces tired of corruption in the established regime, won the elections. Vice President Winter Kabinda invited me in 2013, through the Policy Monitoring and Research Center, a public institution directed by Michel Morel. After I arrived in Lusaka, I discussed with officials and their advisor, Professor Donald Chanda, the main axes of a new development strategy. We agreed to emphasize management of the mines, industrialization, cooperation with China, and sub-regional integration. To be brief, I will say that we envisaged various possible forms of balanced cooperation, access of China to copper, mixed companies, long-term trade agreements, state-level accords, making it possible to be freed from manipulations of the market by the mining monopolies, balanced with the construction of infrastructure and industries, which the Western powers stubbornly refuse to do. We also discussed the desirable opening of negotiations with neighbors, Tanzania, Angola, and Zimbabwe, and later with Congo if it could succeed in overcoming its difficult situation, that would give meaning to collective industrialization. I do not know if my Zambian colleagues got anything out of my observations. But I know that I learned much from them as they had mastered the issues with a high degree of competence. Can we say more? We know that the government of South Africa had proclaimed several years ago, with great fanfare, the Renaissance of Africa. Certainly, the revival of this continent is desirable and possible. But has it already begun? No. Invited to participate in a committee charged with inspiring this rebirth, I declined. I knew that the committee, made up of persons designated by governments that accept the globalized neoliberal order without batting an eyelid on the pretext that there is no alternative outside this context, could not generate any ideas for an actual positive alternative. I was not mistaken. The project was quite rapidly transformed into a Euro-African Partnership for Development. There is no partnership possible between the victims of colonial pillage and those who intend to continue it. This was nothing more than a maneuver to impress the naive and reinforce their neoliberal reformist illusions. This was quite similar to the objectives of the Stiglitz Commission to which I referred in the first chapter of these memoirs. The propaganda centers of imperialist monopoly capitalism, the World Bank, the European Commission are, in fact, worried and have taken note of the growing rejection by people of their imposed world order. They must, then, propose reforms that are such in name only, implying that capitalism with a human face is possible and that that is what they want. Appendix to Chapter 2, Africa. Development aid on behalf of pillaging the South's resources. In countries ravaged by the colonialism of pillage, the question of foreign aid continually and insistently cropped up in our debates. The extreme vulnerability of the economies in question can probably explain this seeming inevitability. We can't get by without aid. And the illusions concerning the generosity of the international community, and Europe in particular, the wishful thinking in this regard, do not fuel only the rhetoric of the high officials responsible for the decisions in this area. Most organizations and popular movements, even leftist political parties, share these illusions. It is incumbent on me personally to return continually to this question in our discussions, analyze the functions that Western aid, such as it is, and it cannot be any other way, fulfill. I am indebted to Yash Tandon for having convincingly done this in his lucid analysis of this sad reality. Including this text on aid in an appendix thus is justified. But we must also put forward alternative proposals, emphasizing the possibilities for solidary cooperation of the countries of the South. I claim that aid is a strategic instrument for imperialist domination, designed to weaken the most vulnerable countries of the globalized capitalist periphery. In opposition to this form of aid, today popularized in the name of insipid and misleading humanitarian ideals, I vigorously propose another aid, based on the principles of people's internationalist and anti-imperialist solidarity. If, as it is claimed, there are two partners in principle equal in the aid relationship, the donor country and the beneficiary country, the architecture of the system would have to be negotiated between these two sets of states. Nothing of the sort happens. The debate on aid has been trapped in a straitjacket, the architecture of which was defined in the Paris Declaration on Aid Effectiveness, 2005, drafted within the OECD, and imposed on the beneficiary countries by the Accra Action Agenda, 2008. From the very outset, then, the procedure was illegitimate. The general condition, defined by alignment on the principles of liberal globalization, is omnipresent, encourage liberalization and the opening of markets, and thereby become attractive for foreign private investments. In addition, the triad's means of political control were reinforced by the addition of a political condition, respect for human rights, electoral multiparty democracy, good governance, spiced up with insipid rhetoric on poverty. The Paris Declaration is, then, a retreat in comparison to the practices of the development decades, 1960 to 1970, when it was generally accepted that the countries of the South could freely choose their economic and social system and its accompanying policies. Poverty, civil society, good governance, the impoverished rhetoric of the dominant view on aid. The very term poverty belongs to the language of charity, which existed prior to the advent of the language developed by modern social thought. As it is offered to us, civil society is linked with a two-part ideology of consensus, that there is no alternative to the market economy, itself a commonplace expression serving as a substitute for any serious analysis of actually existing capitalism, and, 2, that there is no alternative to representative democracy based on multiparty elections, which serves as a substitute for the conception of a democratization of society, itself an unending process. The genuine concept of civil society must restore the rightful place of workers' unions, peasants, women's, and citizens' organizations. Thus, it includes, and does not exclude, the movement's political parties, reformist or revolutionary. Aid rhetoric gives preeminence to NGOs in their place. This choice is inseparable from another side of the dominant ideology, which sees the state as an inherent opponent of freedom. In current conditions, this ideology amounts to legitimizing the business jungle, as the current financial crisis illustrates. Governance was invented as a substitute for government. The opposition between its two qualifiers, good or bad governance, recalls Manichaeism and moralism, which act as substitutes for analysis of reality. Once again, this approach comes to us from across the Atlantic, where sermons dominate political discourse. The underlying visible ideology is used to evade the real question: the established government, whatever it may be, represents and defends what social interests? Of course, it should be understood that the multiparty electoral system has proven its limits from this point of view, and, in actual practice, the diplomacy of the imperialist triad follows an unscrupulous policy of double standards, particularly concerning human rights. Aid, geoeconomics, geopolitics, and geostrategy. Aid policies, choice of beneficiaries, and forms of intervention are inseparable from geopolitical objectives. The different regions of the world do not fulfill identical functions in the globalized liberal system. Africa is not less integrated into the system of globalization than other regions of the South, it is integrated differently. The geoeconomy of the region is based on two groups of products that form its structures and define its place in the global system: I. Tropical agricultural products for export: coffee, cacao, cotton, ground nuts, fruits, palm oil, etc., and 2. Hydrocarbons and mineral products: copper, gold, rare metals, diamonds, etc. The first are means of survival, beyond food production for the peasant's subsistence, which finance the grafting of the state onto the local economy and, on the basis of public expenditures, the reproduction of the middle classes. These products interest the local ruling classes more than those of the dominant economies. What really interests the latter are the continent's natural resource products. Today, that means hydrocarbons and rare minerals. Tomorrow, it will be reserves for the development of biofuels, solar resources, and water. The race for control over rural territories to be converted to the expansion of biofuel production is underway in Latin America. Africa offers gigantic possibilities in this area. Madagascar has begun moving in this direction and has already granted large areas in the west of the country. The implementation of the Congolese Rural Code, 2008, inspired by the Belgian Development Agency and the FAO, will undoubtedly allow agribusiness to take over large tracts of agricultural land to develop them, just like the mining code not long ago allowed the pillage of the colony's mineral resources. The peasants will become useless and will bear the costs. The increased poverty that awaits them might interest humanitarian aid organizations of tomorrow and aid programs for the reduction of poverty. The new phase of history now opening is characterized by a sharpening of conflicts for access to the world's natural resources. The triad intends to reserve exclusive access to this useful Africa, the reserves of natural resources, and prevent access by the emergent countries, which already have considerable needs in this regard that will only grow in the future. Guaranteeing exclusive access requires political control and reducing African states to client states. In this context, foreign aid fulfills important functions in maintaining the fragility of these states. It is not, then, excessive to consider that the objective of such aid is to corrupt the ruling classes. Beyond the diversion of funds, well known, unfortunately, and we are expected to believe that the donors have nothing to do with it, aid becomes indispensable, since it becomes an important source of financing budgets, and fulfills this political function. It is, then, important that this aid not be reserved exclusively and completely for people in positions of responsibility to the government. It is also necessary that this aid involve the opposition that might succeed this government. This is where so-called civil society and NGOs fit in. For the aid in question to be politically effective, it must also contribute to maintaining the insertion of the peasantry into the global system. This insertion is another source of revenues for the state. Aid must also, then, focus on the progress of modernizing the production of export crops. The case of Niger illustrates to perfection the articulation among strategic mineral resources, uranium, indispensable aid, and maintaining the country in a client state status. This country receives an exceptionally large amount of aid, 50% of its budget, and yet remains on the list of the poorest countries in the world. Is this due to a failure of the aid? Or rather, is it a failure of the development model imposed by this aid? A team of the Third World Forum in which I participated, in cooperation with our friends Abdou Ibro, Moussa Changeri, and the IRD team in Niamey, studied the case of Niger. In an excellent article, Anna Bednik, 2008, persuasively established this link. 31 Niger is, for the Western powers, a uranium country above all. The diplomats of the Triad are aware of this, and Niger's geographical situation causes them to fear the worst. That is why the specter of the Tuareg rebellion is cynically used here. The conflict around the concessions, formerly an exclusive monopoly of France, reveals the reality of the threat, by China's entry into the contest. Outline of an alternative aid worthy of the name. Drawing up a global vision for aid cannot be left to the OECD, the World Bank, or the European Union. This responsibility belongs to the UN and to it alone. That this organization is, by nature, limited because of the monopoly of control exercised by states, which are supposed to represent peoples, is true enough. But this is just as true for the organizations serving the Triad. That we should propose to strengthen a more direct presence of peoples in the UN next to that of states is also true. Possible forms of this representation merit attention and discussion. But this presence must be designed to strengthen the UN. It should not consist of the participation of, handpicked, NGOs in conferences designed and managed by the North, and inevitably manipulated by the North's diplomats. That is why it is necessary to support the 2005 initiative of the ECOSOC to create a Development Cooperation Forum, DCF. This initiative envisages the construction of genuine partnerships with a view to constructing a multipolar world. The initiative has been poorly received by the Triad's diplomats, as could be expected. But it is necessary to go further and dare to cross a red line. We should not focus on reforming the World Bank, the WTO, or the IMF, nor should we limit ourselves to condemning the tragic consequences of their policies. Rather, we should propose alternative institutions, define their tasks in positive terms, and lay out their organizational contours. The choice of an alternative aid is inseparable from the formulation of an alternative development. The important principles that should orient development are, at the very least, the following. Development requires the construction of diversified productive systems, and first of all a process of industrialization. We can only draw attention to the persistent refusal to recognize the necessity of this approach for subtropical Africa. How can we otherwise understand such statements as the crazy trend toward industrialization, which should be cause for laughter? After all, what country in Africa is actually over-industrialized, unfortunately sometimes taken up by friends from the alter globalization movement? Is it not clear that it is precisely those countries that are committed to this crazy path that are today the so-called emergent countries, China, Korea, and others? Diversification and industrialization will, in turn, require the construction of appropriate forms of regional cooperation. Such forms must be reinvented to be consistent with the development objectives outlined here. Regional common markets, which dominate established institutions, when they exist and function, do not fall into this category since they were designed as constitutive blocks of liberal globalization. South-South cooperation must be the focus. Moreover, the donor countries of the South have refused, for good reasons, to participate in the donors' club of the imperialist triad. The problems of the rural world and agricultural development must be placed at the very center of defining a strategy for an alternative development. The Paris Declaration does not go beyond the perspective bequeathed from colonization, that is, agriculture based on the export of tropical products, which should be beneficial according to the conventional theory of comparative advantage. As opposed to that, priority must be given to food crops with a view to food sovereignty and not food security, which lies behind the current food crisis. This priority implies the implementation of policies based on maintaining a sizable rural population, slowly, instead of rapidly, declining. This conception of peasant agriculture also implies that access to the land and to the means of farming it properly be as equal as possible. That, in turn, implies agrarian reform, the strengthening of cooperation, and overall appropriate macroeconomic policies, credit, supply of inputs, marketing of products. These measures are different from the ones that were implemented in Europe and North America under historical capitalism, based on appropriation of the land, its reduction to a commodity, increased social differentiation within the peasantry, and the rapid expulsion of the useless surplus from the rural populations. The choice advocated by the dominant system, based on financial profitability and short-term productivism, rapid increase in production at the cost of expelling the surplus peasantry, certainly responds to the needs of the agribusiness multinationals and a new class of wealthy peasants, but not to those of the working classes and the nation itself. The alternative implies a radical challenge to the globalized liberalization of production and international trade in agricultural and food products, as Jacques Berthelot persuasively demonstrates, www.solidarite.asso.fr. It requires national policies for the construction/reconstruction of national funds for the stabilization and support of the products in question, supplemented by the establishment of joint international funds for basic products that allow an effective alternative reorganization of international markets for agricultural products. The alternative development model outlined here requires real control over external economic relations, which implies, among other things, getting rid of the free trade system that is supposedly regulated by the market, and building national and regional systems of controlled trade. It is based on the principle that priority should be given to internal, national and regional, markets and, within this context, primarily to markets that respond to expanding demand from the working classes, not to the world market. 3. Asia. Triumphant capitalism, dead ends, and emergence in question. I belong to that region of the world that today is the most disadvantaged. Africa and the Arab world as a whole make up the majority of the countries in the so-called Fourth World, those that have not succeeded in entering into the industrialized era and thereby establishing a presence in world markets. By contrast, East, South, and Southeast Asia, as well as large Latin American countries, are on the road to a triumphant capitalism, to the point that it could be argued that their success refutes the theory of global capitalism's imminent polarization. I do not see it that way. These countries have achieved, at best, a partial emergence. The elements of emergence, when they exist, are here combined with characteristics of lumpen development and the continuing pillage of their natural resources. This is the case for the countries of Southeast Asia. This chapter focuses on all the Asian countries except China, Vietnam, and Japan. My fundamental principles had always led me to see the two continents Asia and Africa as forming a single whole, historically non-European societies that, having been colonized, have the same enemy, the imperialism of the capitalist centers. I have thus followed the vagaries of economic and political developments in the Asian countries with as much passion as those of my African continent. Turkey. Turkey is not only one of Africa's immediate geographical neighbors, but also the heir of the Ottoman Empire to which the Arab world had belonged. But we had fewer reasons to go there because of the European choices of this country's ruling class since Ataturk. So many of the intellectuals and leaders of all political and social forces in the country claim to have nothing to do with the scorned Third World, excluding themselves from the area covered by our forum. Thus Isabel and I visited Turkey purely as tourists. The first time was in 1973, when we stopped over in Istanbul for a few days on our way from India to Paris. What struck me was the violent trauma imposed on the Turkish people by the abrupt break with its past, among other things by the hasty Romanization of the written language. On a visit to the Topkapi Museum in Istanbul, I saw adolescents led by their teachers looking at photographs from the beginning of the 20th century of their grandparents as if the people pictured were completely unknown. When I read to them the captions written in Ottoman Turkish with Arabic letters, they looked at me as if I were a being from another planet. The Ottoman Empire was what it was, neither better nor worse than other societies in the pre-modern world. What is certain is that its description as a Turkish empire is a misleading reduction. Turkey, on the other hand, is indeed Turkish, although perhaps a third of its inhabitants are Kurds. The creation of this new nation of Anatolian peasants has certainly entailed unquestionably positive aspects and opened the way to a capitalist development that, even though peripheral, provided a model, 30 years in advance, to the Nasserist and Ba'athist Arab Middle East. But this development also intensified certain violent characteristics wrongly attributed to the the atavism of the Turkish people. In fact, in the distribution of tasks and responsibilities within the Ottoman Empire, the Anatolian peasants provided most of the manpower for the army, which explains the description of the empire as Turkish. Submission and brutality are mainly the result of this specialization. But in the empire, the Anatolian peasant origin of the army was, at least in part, balanced by the cosmopolitan refinement of the ruling classes, which were multi-ethnic in origin, and the cultural and religious diversity of the peoples that made up the empire. Hence, to describe the empire as Turkish is true only in a relative sense. The disappearance of these characteristics simultaneously with the disappearance of the empire itself was not compensated for by the formation of a new bourgeoisie. The latter, weak and peripheral, in the sense I give to the term, has not even produced a democratic culture. It has thus never gone beyond the horizons of nationalism, which, as everyone knows, is easily satisfied with autocracy and brutality. Since the Turkish miracle, celebrated in its time by the World Bank, and the illusion of catching up and Europeanization have run out of steam, things have begun to change, for better. There are signs of the beginning of a deeper analysis of the limits of capitalism and nationalism and a critique of the autocracy that accompanies them, but also for worse, space seems to be opening up for the resurrection of a backward-looking Islamist utopia. The existence of a Turkish intelligentsia that is comparatively advanced in relation to what it is in many other countries of the region, one of the positive results of Kemalism, and that offers a critique of capitalism without any backward-looking nostalgia. The intelligentsia is fairly secular, is, for me, one of the main forces that make a progressive exit from the current impasse possible. The other is the presence of an exceptionally courageous communist tradition, which has never been eradicated by successive dictatorships. This tradition is certainly sometimes a bit worrying with its Stalinist dogmatism, accentuated perhaps by its strong relationship with the rebellious Kurdish peasantry symbolized by the PKK. Some exchanges of views with its leaders, who had invited me to Ankara and Istanbul, left me with some uneasy memories. But I also value the subtlety of the analyses and the reality of the socialist and democratic convictions of the intellectuals. Fikret Baskia subsequently spent 2 years in prison for the crime of writing. They invited me in 1991 to lead debates in the two capitals, and took the initiative to create a branch of the Forum for Non-Arab Western and Central Asia. Their hospitality, kindness, and fine manners, and the truly succulent Turkish cuisine, the visit to the astonishing region of Cappadocia in their company. In the middle of winter, I don't regret it. Cold Cappadocia is brutal and certainly very different from what summer tourists experience. All these remain fond memories for Isabel and me. Our friend Yildiz Sertel, long a communist political refugee in the USSR, later in Paris, she taught at Vincennes, had already acquainted us a bit with the nuances of Turkish politics from the inside. The International Tribunal formed to examine the crimes involved with the invasion of Iraq, led by Iceberg Tay, held its closing session in Istanbul in 2004. The publicity given by the Turkish press to the event, passed over in silence in Europe, is, for me, a good sign of anti-imperialist sentiments, still powerful in Turkey. Turkey's aborted emergence. I have close friends in Turkey, Baskia, in particular. Most of my works have been translated into Turkish. The left press, in particular the journals Toplum ve Utopia, Aydınlık, and Redaksiyon, frequently interview me. I submitted the following text to them and took into account their observations when it seemed necessary. Nevertheless, I alone am responsible for the ideas developed here. Is Turkey European? Debates on this question are generally polemical in the extreme and, consequently, lack a solid scientific foundation. It is important to know that the ruling class of this country has considered itself to be European for a long time, back as far as the Ottoman era and even to 1453, when Mehmed the Conqueror, who conquered Constantinople, hesitated, it is said, and thought to proclaim himself the Orthodox Emperor of Byzantium/Constantinople, but then gave up that idea since his soldiers, who had fought under the banner of Islam, as Ghazi, or conquerors, would not have accepted it. In the 19th century, Ottoman Turkey was involved in a reform of its state organization known as the Tanzimat reorganization, or perestroika, one could say the intent of which was quite clear, to make Turkey into a European country. Did Ottoman/Turkish society really advance in this direction, or did progress remain insignificant? This is a question that a number of historians have examined. Toward the end of the 19th century, a good number of Ottoman intellectuals and politicians, Turks and others, assessed the situation and, finding progress insignificant, organized under the name Young Turks with the aim of increasing the pace of change, even if this meant getting rid of a sultan considered to be incompetent. They did not, however, envision either the overthrow of the caliphate/sultanate or the abandonment of its imperial Ottoman character, control of the Arab Mashreq. Yet, echoing the nationalist ideology of modern European peoples, they decided to openly describe themselves as Turk, and no longer as Ottoman. The 1914–1918 World War created the conditions in which the Young Turks project, led by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, could unambiguously move forward. The Arab provinces were lost and the caliphate/sultanate abolished, while the war was won against the intervention of the Entente powers. The new Turkish Republic had reason to believe that it was moving on the way toward triumphant Europeanization. It was unquestionably a project of emergence. Still, it should be emphasized that it was conceptualized in the way common at the time, emergence by means of a capitalist transformation of society. It was believed that it was enough to want it to be able to do it. The idea that the logic of globalized capitalism through the creation of a centers/peripheries polarization between partners integrated into the world system would not allow such emergence was still quite alien to thinking at the time. Yet the concomitance of the Ataturk project and the Russian Revolution might have suggested that the capitalist path was problematic. But Ataturk and his friends did not think that, and Turkish communists of the time did not have very clear ideas on the question. Social reality was going to impose itself and shape the development of the new attempt at emergence. To understand this, we need to know, without oversimplifying the realities in question, that a capitalist bourgeoisie in the true sense of the term had, at best, achieved only an embryonic existence in the Turkey of 1924. But there was a large class of intellectuals, statesmen, no women at that time, and military officers capable of taking on responsibility for leading the country. This class was recruited from the west of the country, Istanbul, Edirne, Smyrna, which was called, and called itself, Rumlia. The root Rome, that is, Byzantium, is a good indication of the cultural aspirations in question. The East Anatolia was exclusively peasant. The Turks of that time recognized themselves either as Rumlians, hence civilized and European, or Anatolians, thus barely civilized poor wretches. Of course, the Rumlians were secular or, for many, atheist. In contrast, the Anatolian peasants could not imagine themselves as anything other than practicing Muslims. The Rumlian/Ataturkist ruling class was nationalist in the intolerant and chauvinist sense of the term. It never wanted to recognize the reality of the Armenian genocide or even the horrible treatment of the rare Armenian children spared Islamized by force, and discriminated against any more than it would recognize the Kurdish reality or that of the Arabs of Hatay. All the governments in Ankara, including that of the Islamists today, have shared this chauvinism. Whereas the ideologues of Arab political Islam privilege Islamic identity to the point of aspiring to consign any other identity, Arab or Amazigh, for example, to oblivion, we are not Algerians, Arabs, or Berbers, we are only Muslims, proclaim these ideologues Turkish political Islam is asserted as such, a Turk, and there is no Kurd, is Muslim, but also Turk. The only model of development and modernization thinkable and possible in these conditions was state capitalism, on the economic plane, and an enlightened despotism, on the political plane. Incidentally, the working classes, both peasant and urban, did not demand that this be put into practice. Insofar as the implementation of the model brought them real benefits, more in terms of rising in the social hierarchy through the education of children than in terms of perceptible improvements in living standards, enlightened despotism benefited from an unquestioned legitimacy in the eyes of the peoples concerned. This was even truer when it was combined with flaunted anti-imperialist positions. Differences from the Arab countries. It is precisely on this point that the Turkish attempt at emergence can be distinguished from similar attempts in the Arab countries. The national governments in the latter were, as can be seen with Nasserist Egypt, systematically fought against by the imperialist powers. This was never true for the Turkish governments. This was both its strength and weakness. From 1945, Turkey, then still Kemalist, opted for an alliance with the West against the Soviet threat, concretely embodied by Stalin's inconvenient demands in 1945 concerning Kars and Ardahan and the status of the Straits of Bosphorus. Turkey was a founding member of NATO at a time when its members were not required to mouth any declaration of democracy. The weakening of Kemalist state capitalism provided an opportunity for the United States, an ally, not an enemy, to reintegrate Turkey into post-war globalized capitalism. Washington advised Ankara to hold elections that, in 1950, brought Adnan Menderes to power. His electoral victory transformed the relationship of forces between the Rumeli and Kemalist elite and the Anatolian peasantry. Menderes received his support mainly from a new class of wealthy Anatolian peasants, produced by the development of agriculture, even though that development had been modest up until then. The end of the privileged position of the Rumelian/Kemalist elite became apparent, and the situation was going to increasingly develop in that direction. The new model, suggested and supported by the United States, the World Bank, and all the rest, emphasized the development of a capitalist agriculture. But the wealthy peasant class that benefited remained Muslim and asserted itself as such against the Kemalist state. The comprodorization of Turkey's mode of development was gradually and fully affirmed: capitalist agriculture, opening to industrial subcontracting, privatization of segments of what was originally part of the state capitalist sector, safety valve of massive emigration of poor peasants from Anatolia, etc. The new business class, associated with and beneficiaries of the comprodorized development, now recruited mainly from the children of the wealthy peasantry of Anatolia. On the political plane, the last defenders of Kemalism, that is, the army, drifted from defeat to defeat, despite the restoration of its dictatorship on 2 occasions, up to the day, only a few years later, when Anatolian Turkish political Islam took over as the dominant force in the society. This change, which I define as a recomprodorization that put an end to the Kemalist project of emergence, was accompanied by the firm assertion of continuity on the essential point: membership in NATO, that is, support for the imperialist triad, United States, Western Europe, and Japan. This consideration is what lies behind my response to a question from Ecuador's President Correa: Turkey is the Colombia of the Middle East. The message was immediately understood. Of course, the Turkish ally of the United States remains a candidate for membership in the European Union because there is no contradiction but, on the contrary, a great continuity between belonging to the EU and to NATO. This project of Europeanization, which encourages the illusion that the new Turkey is still the heir of Kemalism, is a real question, although a minor one. That some political forces in the European Union favor Turkish membership whereas others oppose it, using polemical arguments as a justification, a Muslim country in Christian Europe? Never, are also real, but all the same secondary questions. But the comprodorization, the exact opposite of emergence, of contemporary Turkey ends up still using the enthusiasm of supporters of Europeanness. Is Turkey going to rediscover an Oriental or even Turanian way forward? And what would be the possible significance of such a change in course? What role in the Middle East? Turkey is active in the Middle East. It intervenes there as an ally of the United States and not as an autonomous emergent power. That is not new. Earlier, Turkey had been the center of the Baghdad Pact rejected by Nasser and later by the government that emerged from the Iraqi Revolution of 1958. Turkey is and remains Israel's military ally. It is intervening today in Syria on behalf of Washington. The Turanian alternative to European rejection was outlined initially in 1918, and Enver Pasha had attempted to follow this path. The Soviet construction had put an end to these rather crazy ambitions, yet the collapse of the project seems to have created conditions for its rebirth. But Turkey here again can hardly fulfill any ambitions that go beyond its supporting role as subaltern ally of the United States. The Kurdish population began an armed rebellion in response to an absolute negation of all its collective rights without comparison, in terms of continuity and violence, to the discriminatory practices implemented in Iraq and Iran in some circumstances by some of their governments, not all. But, beginning in 2010, the leadership of the movement decided to end armed struggle in favor of fighting for a single nation that would include both Turks and Kurds. I do not know the motivations behind this reversal, and I shall refrain from making any comments, which would be irresponsible. The political positions taken by existing governments in the countries of the South are not neutral in their effects on the direction of economic development. Accepting the geostrategic choices of imperialism is naturally linked with capitulation to the requirements of economic comprodorization, the very opposite of emergence. Turkish political Islam is, like that of the Arab countries or Pakistan, reactionary in its social positions. It is openly opposed to the struggles of workers and peasants. This is why it is accepted by the Western powers, always ready to award it a certificate of democracy. The emergent countries must inevitably come into conflict with imperialism, even if this conflict remains muffled and its intensity varies from one country and one moment to another. But conversely, is it enough to be treated as an opponent by the imperialist powers to become a possible candidate for emergence? Iran. Like the Ottoman Empire and China, the Persian Empire had escaped violent colonization, even though it was semi-colonized by the unequal treaties that the imperialists imposed on it. We should not be surprised to see that its ruling classes in the 1920s had also attempted to lead a modernization process controlled from above. As in China and the Ottoman Empire, reforms, motivated by a nationalist reaction, were combined with popular and peasant movements, which the early communist parties attempted to move in a revolutionary direction, strengthened by the proximity of the Soviet Union. But in Iran, modernization was carried out through a simple dynastic change and did not break with history, as was the case in Turkey. I verified the acute awareness Iranian intellectuals have of this issue when, having posed the question of the possible Romanization of the Persian writing system using the same argument as had been advanced by Ataturk, namely, that the Persian language is not Arabic, so the choice of using Arabic letters is itself as artificial as using Latin letters, all of them, whether on the right or the left, responded, never. We will not break with our history. Look at the cultural disaster that produced in Turkey. After the passing of the Soviet threat of the immediate post-war period, the populist crisis of the 1950s, and the fall of Mohammad Mossadegh organized by the CIA, the Shah's bloody dictatorship rushed into a hurried modernization, the prototype of the one that South Korea entered into around the same time. It had a remarkable success, in spite of its appalling political and social aspects. I obviously had had many friends among the militants in the Today Party, Iskandari, collaborator in the journal Moyen Orient, Ekbatani, leader of the Union Internationale d'étudiants, UIE, the headquarters of which was in Prague, Vazgen Ovanesjan, student at the Lycée Henry IV at the same time as I, who was murdered in prison by Savak. It had been difficult for me to go to Iran during the harshest periods of the Shah and CIA's dictatorship. But the opportunity arose in 1975. Having succeeded in dismantling any form of organized resistance, the regime softened. To speak of democratization as the dominant media proclaimed at the time was truly farcical, and many intellectuals adopted moderate attitudes, hoping to push the regime gradually in the direction of a minimum of democratization, without calling into question the strategic choices of a capitalist development that they believed was ultimately able to catch up and thereby establish the national autonomy of the country in the global system. They invited me to Tehran and I accepted, having in mind the creation of a cell for the forum in this important country. One could already feel the beginnings of the Islamist popular reaction, and I pride myself on having foreseen its victory, in which neither the CIA nor the KGB believed, both obsessed by the apparent power of the government. The aristocratic and bourgeois ruling class was certainly not democratic, except perhaps on some of its intellectual fringes. It was not secular, but only secularizing, as were the ruling classes of the entire pre-populist Arab Middle East, in the sense that these classes had understood that the theocratic concept of power had become a cultural obstacle to modernization, the only means to face the challenge presented by the imperialist West. Incidentally, even Kemalism had never been secular in the radical sense of the term. Islam in this context is linked with nationalism to the very definition of the nation. One cannot be a Turk without being socially a Muslim, even if one is agnostic or even atheist. This nation is, moreover, defined in ethnic terms, a phenomenon current in modern societies that have not made a bourgeois democratic revolution. The same concept of the nation is found in Germany for the same reasons. In Turkey, the Turanian ancestor is, therefore, officially and insistently celebrated, as was the pre-Islamic imperial civilization among the Iranians. In Iran, this celebration had taken on the dimensions of caricature, as is well known, symbolized by the Hollywood farce of the 2500th anniversary of the Achaemenid dynasty organized at Persepolis. It was not only the waste occasioned by this event that shocked the Iranian people, it was also the contempt for the Islamic conviction that the cult of these polytheist ancestors should be banned. Passing through the region of Persepolis and Pasargadae to visit the ruins of ancient Persia, we saw on Cyrus's tomb, lost in the arid and rocky terrain, a vengeful inscription that spoke volumes about what the people probably thought of the farce in Persepolis: "You too, Emperor, are only dust." Over the course of this trip, we had other opportunities to assess the hostility this modernization was facing. In the city of Isfahan, we toured the historical districts on foot. Exhausted by the heat, the noise, from the autos and construction and demolition work, and the dust, we decided to enter a garden of one of the pretty mosques for a little rest on a bench in the shadow of orange and other fragrant trees. A mullah approached us and I began a discussion with him. He spoke Arabic reasonably well. "What are you doing here?" he asked kindly. "Nothing in particular, we are seeking a respite from the infernal noise of the city and enjoying the calm and beauty of this place." "You are right," he said. "Here is Iran. Outside is capitalism," this was the term he used. In the Shiraz region, we had decided to visit some neighboring villages and negotiated with a taxi for the day's drive. We were able to assess the absurdity of some aspects of the commercial modernization imposed on the country. In one of these villages, there was a magnificent watermill, built during the Buyid era. The mill, paid off centuries ago but still in working condition, used to allow the villagers to come and grind their grain for free. The authorities had closed it and built, a short distance away, an oil-powered mill, forcing the peasants to pay for its services. On the road, we passed a mullah who made a hitchhiking sign. We took him on board. Dressed in his impeccable large black robe, he held a large leather briefcase. We chatted. "Do you know what I am carrying?" he said. "No, it is money." He opened it and it was, in fact, full of bundles of banknotes. "The government takes money from the poor to give to the rich. We do the opposite. We collect it from the rich to distribute it to the poor." "With that much money," I said to him, "you could pay for a taxi. Why do you travel on foot?" "This money is not mine. It belongs to the people and I do not have the right to touch it. These small stories help me to understand how the Shia Church had actually succeeded in crystallizing around itself popular opposition to the social and cultural destruction, resulting from capitalist modernization as devised and implemented by the government. But this close link between populism and religious assertion would not have been possible without the systematic destruction of the left alternative represented by today, in spite of all its inadequacies. Anti-communism here, as in Nasserist Egypt, Ba'athist Syria and Iraq, and Boumedienist Algeria, opened the doors to backward-looking fundamentalist Islam. This was so to the extent that the most determined fringe of rebellious youth chose to be part of the large Islamist current. The Mujahideen and Fidayeen organizations were the spearhead without which it is probable that the Shah's regime would not have been overthrown. They were poorly rewarded for their efforts, massacred, in the proper sense of the term, following Ayatollah Khomeini's victory by bands of Pasdaran, which were hurriedly recruited from lumpen elements and organized by the Islamic authorities to fulfill this function. When, years later, I discussed this with former militants of these movements, they acknowledged that they had not seen the danger and realized only too late that the Shia Church was not a vehicle for any social project worthy of the name, but only backward-looking nostalgia. What has followed since is, then, an unspeakable disaster. Iran, which could have become another Korea, moves further away from that every day. Of course, the Korean option is not, for me, the only possible one, or even acceptable, as I will discuss later. But it leaves the future open by preparing the conditions that allow it to confront challenges on new foundations with new possibilities. The backward-looking option destroys, nothing more. The Iranian Islamist regime has ultimately turned out to be more reactionary than that of the Shah, even returning to the agrarian semi-reform of the so-called White Revolution. But it has long derived and can still derive a bit longer, under the form of what has become a legend benefit from the ambiguity of its origins. The open pro-Western bias of the Shah's regime allowed an anti-imperialist nationalist populism to be carried by the fundamentalist religious current, while in the Arab countries populism had triumphed in a different way through various coups d'état by petite bourgeois soldiers. In spite of this difference, the results have ultimately not been very different, populism opening the way to the Islamist ascent. Iran's so-called Islamic Revolution has, perhaps, entered into the final phase of its decay. The 1999 elections opposed the hardliners, the leaders of theocratic power, to the reformists. The constitution requires that the electoral contest take place within pre-established limits in which all candidates accept the Islamist principle. Hence, behind the vote in favor of the reformists who obtained an overwhelming majority are found a large range of opinions that cannot all be fit within the required limits. There is a common denominator in all the protests, the deplorable results of the system, which are in no way different from those found elsewhere in systems that have accepted identical liberal economic management principles, worsening of inequality, pauperization, etc. But behind this common denominator there are conflicting viewpoints and interests, those of a fraction of the comprador bourgeoisie, tired of the incompetence of the mullahs and their excesses, and those of the disappointed working classes, depoliticized by the successive dictatorships of the Shah and the religious leaders, but now impervious to the dominant rhetoric. What future can emerge from such confusions? It could be the worst or the best, neither one is impossible. The worst would be that the comprador bourgeoisie would maintain continuity in succession, in one way or another, and that the mullahs would accept the path of a straightforward dictatorship like Pakistan or Saudi Arabia. The US establishment favors this option, of course. The best would be that the working classes, without necessarily succeeding in formulating a clear alternative project as part of the long transition to socialist democracy, would force a democratization that would necessarily be secular, or at least secularizing, and social. It is not my intention here to develop the analyses called for by the Islamic Revolution 32. Was it, as it proclaimed itself to be and as it was often seen by many in the camp of political Islam as well as by foreign observers, the herald and point of departure for a development that, in the end, must take over the region, even the whole of the Muslim world, renamed for the occasion or nation, which it has never been? Or was it a unique event, particularly because it resulted from a combination of interpretations of Shia Islam and the expression of Iranian nationalism? In terms of what is of interest, I shall make only two observations. The first is that the regime of political Islam in Iran is not by nature incompatible with the integration of the country into the globalized capitalist system as it is. The principles on which the regime is based find their place within the limits of liberal management of the economy. The second is that the Iranian nation as such is a strong nation, that is, the major components of that nation, if not all of them working classes and ruling classes, do not accept integration of their country in the globalized system as a dominated entity. There is obviously a contradiction between these two dimensions of Iranian reality, and the second accounts for Tehran's foreign policy orientations, which clearly manifest a desire to resist foreign diktats. It is also Iranian nationalism powerful and, in my opinion, historically quite positive that explains the success of the modernization of scientific, industrial, technological, and military capabilities undertaken by the successive regimes of the Shah and Khomeynism. Iran is one of the rare states from the south, with China, India, Korea, Brazil, and maybe a few others, but not many, to have a national bourgeois project. Whether this project is achievable in the long term or not, and I do not think it is not the focus of this discussion. Today this project exists, it is in place. It is precisely because Iran is a critical mass capable of attempting to assert itself as a respected partner that the United States decided to destroy the country by a new preventive war. As is well known, the conflict is ostensibly about Iran's development of nuclear capabilities. Why should this country, like all others, not have the right to become a nuclear military power? By what right do the imperialist powers, and their Israeli toy, claim a monopoly of weapons of mass destruction? Can we grant any credence to the rhetoric that democratic nations would never use such weapons unlike rogue states, especially when we know that the democratic nations in question are responsible for the most extensive genocides of modern times, including that of the Jews, and that the United States has already used nuclear weapons and today refuses an absolute and general prohibition on their use? All societies in the Middle East, Arab, Turk, and Iranian, have regressed because of this tragic history and the backward-looking illusions that delay awareness of the requirements for a democratization of society. There is a retreat from nationalism in the healthy sense of the term. Solidarity of peoples within the borders history has left them, to the evident benefit of a vague and powerless pan-Islamic identity. This retreat is expressed in the systematic obfuscation of the complete historical identity of the peoples in question. For example, the official history taught in Egypt has now eliminated antiquity and the Coptic period from its texts, as if Egypt had not existed before the 7th century. Struggle on the field of real challenges, political, economic, and social, has been abandoned, and instead attention is focused on the evasion known as cultural identity, itself reduced to the submission to religious ritual, while the computerized submission to world capitalism is accepted without discussion. My works are sometimes published in Farsi by translators who work in prison. The following text was submitted to Iranian friends in forced exile, in particular FOD. Iran's aborted emergence. Iran is an old and great nation, proud of its history, which reacted quite early to threats from Europe, England and Russia. From 1905 to 1907, there was a revolution against the regime of the decadent Qajar dynasty, considered incapable of resisting foreigners. The Iranian constitutional revolution was the first of its kind in the Middle East. It began the modern era in Iran. What is more, the intellectuals who had been educated in the Russian Caucasus within the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, out of which the Bolsheviks arose, played an important role in this revolution and provided the Iranian avant-garde with a more accurate understanding than elsewhere of the issues involved in the relation between imperialist domination and the local power of the old exploiting, feudal, classes. The first attempt at a real emergence. The new government of the Pahlavis, established in 1921, although Reza Shah did not become the Shah of Iran until 1926, thus took on a particular character. it was reactionary on the level of its social positions, yet it refused to become the lackey of dominant forces on the international level. Reza Shah abolished in 1928 the unequal regime of capitulations that the European powers had imposed on Iran. He created centralized state power that put an end to the traditional tribal regime of management, Muluk al-Tawaif. He promulgated a civil code, created a national army and police force, established compulsory military service, established a state postal service, opened highways and railways, and initiated the first real network of public schools for boys and girls, independent of the clergy. The state also took the initiative of creating the first industries, textiles, canning, and sugar refining. Nevertheless, Iran respected the best interests of Great Britain, particularly in the petroleum sector, and the government declared itself to be anti-communist. A 1931 law prohibited spreading communist ideas. Reza Shah's pro-Nazi sympathies forced the Allies, Britain and the Soviet Union, to depose him and replace him with his son, Mohammad Reza. The emergence of a powerful anti-imperialist and socialist party, the Today, and the nationalist position taken in 1951 by Prime Minister Mossadegh, who dared to nationalize the oil industry, could not be eliminated by the CIA-supported coup d'état that allowed Mohammad Reza to change tack and rejoin the Western camp. To deal with the challenge of democratic, nationalist, and progressive forces, Mohammad Reza then initiated the White Revolution in 1962, combined with a neutralist international position. Certainly, the agrarian reform was one in name only. It did not reduce the power and wealth of the large landowners by much, although it did encourage them to modernize, and it did facilitate the emergence of a new rich peasantry. In addition, there was a modernization of customs, notably in favor of women, and efforts made in the field of education. The neutralist position, the rapprochement with the USSR, in 1965, and China, in 1970, and the recovery of control over the petroleum industry, in 1973, were, in these conditions, accepted by the Western powers, with no better alternative available. It was a police regime in the extreme. Savak, the political police, has a deserved reputation for the crimes it committed and the only guarantee for maintaining the reactionary social order. Simultaneously, the Today party abandoned its original radical positions and went as far as supporting the Shah's reforms, just as later it would rally to the Khomeini regime, thus beginning its loss of credibility with the working classes and the revolutionary intelligentsia. Ultimately, Mohammad Reza's project was one of emergence, although devised within the context of capitalism, partly a state capitalism. Its limitations and contradictions were the result of this fundamental choice. This system retained a marked comprador character, reinforced by petroleum revenues. These revenues encouraged easy imports, which competed destructively with local industries, textiles, cement. Agriculture itself suffered from the massive imports of surplus U.S. wheat, a system that impoverished hundreds of thousands of peasants from the arid regions that were ancestral producers of wheat. Moreover, Mohammad Reza feared the emergence of a true national bourgeoisie and preferred to rely on the traditionalist conservative commercial bourgeoisie. Today's destruction by police violence, and its opportunist shift, created a large political void and opened the road to a new force in opposition to the regime, organized around the Shia mullahs and their leader, Ayatollah Khomeini. The contradictions of government by the Shia mullahs. The Islamist regime that resulted, established in 1979, has been undermined by its internal contradictions. In terms of the conceptions of the society to be reconstructed, the regime was fundamentally reactionary, not only in its cultural positions, the veil for women, etc., but also in its relation to economic and social life. Two reactionary social classes provided most of its support, the Bazaris, that is, the traditionalist commercial/comprador bourgeoisie, and the new rich peasantry. The regime inherited a partial state capitalism managed by technocrats who had rallied to the Shah's dictatorship. What the regime did was simply replace civil with religious management. Mullahs were everywhere in management positions, enriching themselves, of course, with no concern to provide any overall coherence to the Shah's modernization project, now controlled by clerics, itself flawed by its limitations and contradictions. But at the same time, because the Shah's regime had been pro-Western, despite its neutralist positions, the new regime could adorn itself with a flashy anti-imperialism confused with anti-Westernism. Confusion is extreme, and explains why many Western analysts believe it is possible to describe the system as modernist Islam, they say. They base themselves on real changes in order to prove it, but these changes do not have the meaning they attribute to them. Yes, the marriage age for women has been raised, yes, there is a growing number of women who work, some of whom even occupy posts of responsibility. But these changes are found everywhere in the South, except in the Gulf countries, and in the North, because the world always changes, of course. Modernity without speaking of emancipation requires much more. Washington had supported the Shah until the very end, and its reaction motivated, in turn, an expected Iranian position, a nationalist one, of course. At that point, Washington thought it could mobilize its ally at that time, Saddam Hussein's Iraq, to launch a criminal and absurd war that lasted 10 years, beginning in 1980. The creation of an Arab camp, the Gulf supporting Iraq, under Washington's leadership was the beginning of open hostility between Iran, Shia, and the Gulf, mainly Sunni and monarchical, hostility that is ostensibly atavistic. It is hardly that, and it does not run through the entire history of the region as it would if it were an imminent, invariable, and constant reality. But it can, with the help of generalized stupidity, appear to be so because the reactionary and backward political Islams on both sides use it that way. Aborted emergence. Within this context, Iran, Islamist, Shia, Khomeinist, became the enemy of the Western powers, although it did not want to. Khomeinist Iran did not imagine managing its economy other than by the simple rules of the market and capitalism as it is, that is, a dependent capitalism. A modus vivendi would have been easy to work out between this local system and the dominant globalized capitalism. The mullahs, in particular the supposed reformers, sought that very thing. But the Gulf worked to undermine their attempts, spurring on Washington. Tehran's nuclear program could, then, only poison the atmosphere. This was actually not something that began with the Khomeini regime. It was Mohammad Reza who had committed his country to this path. At the time, Washington had no complaints about it. The Khomeini regime only continued along the same path. It is difficult to criticize it for that decision, even if the risk of nuclear weapons could be looming behind civilian nuclear energy. There is truly no reason to accept the viewpoint of Washington and its subaltern NATO allies on the issue of proliferation. This is only considered dangerous when a potential opponent of the imperialist powers might benefit. The silence about Israel's huge nuclear arsenal expresses the Western powers' usual double standards. If denuclearization should be set in motion, which would be more than desirable, then that could only be done if the country that most threatens the entire world, the United States, were to begin the process. The threat of aggression against Iran is brandished, and to that end there is a great deal of baying from Tel Aviv about the Iranian threat. The situation is now all the more complex since the occupation of Iraq by the United States and the quagmire of the war in Afghanistan have not resulted in what Washington expected. Certainly, Iraq was destroyed, not only its state, de facto broken apart into 4 states, Sunni, Shia, Kurdish No. 1, and Kurdish No. 2, but its society as well, including, among others, all its scientific personnel, who were murdered on order of the occupiers. But Iraq's destruction has, at the same time, given Tehran a card to play, now able to mobilize its Shia friends if necessary. To get around the problem, Washington then decided to weaken Iran by destroying its regional allies, beginning with Syria. All that confirms that the political conflict between Iran and the United States is quite real. But this fact changes nothing in the question being posed: is Iran on the way to emergence? My answer is purely and simply no. Nothing in the development of Iran's economic system will allow the country to emerge from the lumpen development in which Khomeinist political Islam has trapped it. It does not suffice to be considered by the imperialist powers to be one of their enemies to become thereby miraculously an emergent country. Afghanistan. En route from India to Europe in 1973, we made a stop in Afghanistan. This was the time of the recent republic, moderately reformist and ferociously attached to the country's independence. It was suspicious of the Western powers. In the 19th century the British had attempted to extend their Indian Empire up to the Russian frontier and had succeeded in cutting off Kabul's access to the sea by establishing their rule in Baluchistan. Less suspicious of the Soviet government, which had given evidence of its scrupulous respect for the country's independence, the reformist Afghan government had thus opted for an active neutralism, with a tilt toward Moscow, justified since the Soviets supported the neutralism of the Bandung group, while the Western powers worked to destabilize the governments in this group. For the Western powers, the model friend was the Pakistani regime even if it were odiously repressive. Pakistan was, moreover, an enemy of Afghanistan, since the British had succeeded in including the Pashtun populations, to which Kabul's ruling families belonged, into its Indian Empire. But as a result the friendship linking the Republican government and Moscow marginalized the radical wing of the intelligentsia, who were attracted by the progress achieved in Soviet Central Asia, all the more so since northern Afghanistan is populated by Uzbeks and Tajiks, and thus became communist. The party consequently was divided into two tendencies, Khalq and Parcham, one rather pro-Soviet, despite Moscow's official support for the Republic, and the other more suspicious and assertive in its autonomy. I knew militants from this party and found them to be brilliant intellectuals, courageous and cultivated, and not at all cut off from their people by a destructive westernization. I thought they had a clear future, although they had not yet succeeded in building large grassroots alliances without which they were condemned like the other parts of the Republican ruling class to remain reformers from above. As opposed to the moderate Republicans, who did not dare to confront the feudal lords and undertake an agrarian reform, the radicals were not wrong to think that such a reform was absolutely necessary to establish a real modernization of society. Circumstances allowed them to seize power through a kind of coup d'état/palace revolution within the modernist ruling class without Moscow's support at that time, it should be remembered, but before having succeeded in building an alliance with the peasantry. Left to themselves, the Afghan revolutionaries would probably not have developed too badly. They would undoubtedly have been violent in implementing the reforms, but these were necessary. Should they be criticized for having opened schools, for having accepted girls into them, and for daring even to offer posts of authority to women? The Western powers, in any case, immediately declared their hostility to the new government in Kabul, pointing to its non-democratic character, passing over in silence the incomparably more anti-democratic nature of the government of their Pakistani ally, criticizing its brutality, toward whom, the fathers of families who refused to send their daughters to school, while the brutality of the Islamists, toward women, for example, was attributed to cultural tradition, acceptable since it was part of an identity. Militant Islamism, which had not existed in Afghanistan up to then, was supported with millions of dollars and training camps financed by the CIA, Pakistani military cliques, and drug trafficking warlords. Washington, London, Paris, Bonn, all the capitals of the democracies, recruited defenders of the right to difference and the rights of peoples, and even feminists, to oppose the Afghan government, while their intelligence services recruited ideological instructors from Al-Azhar and the rebellious youth lost in the ghettos of Cairo and Algiers, whom they made into the killers of the Algerian Islamic Salvation Front, not by chance called Afghans. What a wonderful fight for democracy by the West! The Afghan case is a good example of the total lack of credibility accruing to this manipulated rhetoric. The Soviet intervention was, at the beginning, completely useless. It even ended up creating additional difficulties for the Afghan government, which was, in my opinion, radical reformist rather than communist. But ultimately, it served as a pretext to give a semblance of legitimacy to the support given by the Western powers to the worst enemies of the true liberation of the Afghan people. On the Soviet side, the reasons for this intervention remain unclear. On the Afghan side, we can only be rather severe toward those who, among the radical reformers, and they were far from being the majority, believed it intelligent to appeal to Moscow for assistance. History has condemned them. Yet it is the case that, once the Soviets left, the reformist government was the target of repeated attacks by a general military offensive no less supported from outside the country, without which the Islamists would not have been able to seize Kabul. The result of the installation of the Islamist government was quite visible, an unending war among the warlords. But Western opinion was no longer entreated and the media no longer called for defending democracy in Afghanistan. The objective had been attained and the chance that the Afghan people could emerge from the darkness was eliminated. Washington could catch its breath. The Afghan episode had sealed the strategic alliance between the United States and the Islamists, aimed at establishing the hegemony of globalized neoliberalism and sinking the Muslim peoples even more into decline and marginalization. The Islamists, specifically, the odious Taliban, were, and remain, among the preferred allies of the North American establishment up to the day when, for reasons that have yet to be clarified, their guest Osama bin Laden revolted against Washington. It remains to be seen if he organized the September 11 attacks, doubtful, in my opinion, or if the operation involved some degree of complicity with the CIA and the Mossad, which appears highly probable to me. What followed is too well known to be recounted here: the massacre of the Afghan people by U.S. terrorist bombings, the use of September 11 to justify, through conflation, the establishment of a new McCarthyism in the United States, and the use of anti-terrorism by the criminal Ariel Sharon to justify the massacre of Palestinians. Simultaneously, media campaigns were orchestrated to lead Western public opinion to discover the horrors of the Taliban regime, particularly toward women. The reopening of schools for girls was hailed as a new idea, something the communist regime had done in its time, which had been denounced because it did not respect traditions. The Northern Front was praised. Yesterday, they were warlords. The idea of returning to the monarchy was revived, which the Afghans themselves had already eliminated. But apparently nothing is ever ended in Afghanistan. I have no doubt that this people will redouble the intensity of its liberation struggle against the new occupiers, the United States and their subaltern allies. Afghanistan experienced the best moment of its modern history during the time of the so-called Communist Republic. It was a modernist regime of enlightened despotism that opened educational opportunities to the children of both sexes and was an opponent of obscurantism, thereby gaining decisive support within society. The agrarian reform that had been undertaken consisted mainly of a group of measures aimed at reducing the tyrannical powers of the tribal chiefs. The at least tacit support of the peasant majority guaranteed the probable success of this well-begun development. The propaganda conveyed by the Western media and by political Islam presented this experience as a communist and atheist totalitarianism rejected by the Afghan people. In reality, the regime, just like that of Ataturk in its time, was far from being unpopular. The United States in particular, and its allies in the Triad in general, have always been persistent opponents of Afghan modernizers, whether communist or not. They are the ones who mobilized the obscurantist forces of Pakistani-type political Islam, the Taliban, and the warlords, the tribal leaders successfully neutralized by the so-called communist regime, trained them, and armed them. Even after the Soviet retreat, Mohammad Najibullah's government demonstrated the capacity to resist growing attacks and would probably have won if not for the Pakistani military offensive in support of the Taliban and, increasing the chaos, the offensive of the reconstituted forces of the warlords. Afghanistan has been devastated by the intervention of the United States and its allies and agents, Islamists in particular. Afghanistan cannot be reconstructed under their government, formerly led by a clown without roots in the country who was parachuted in by a Texan multinational of which he was an employee. The supposed democracy, in the name of which Washington, NATO, and the UN called for help, and which they persistently use to justify the continuation of their presence, in fact occupation, was a lie from the very beginning and has become a crude farce. There is only one solution to the Afghan problem: all foreign forces must leave the country and all powers must be forced to refrain from financing and arming their allies. To all people of good conscience who fear that the Afghan people will then tolerate the dictatorship of the Taliban, or the warlords, I respond that the foreign presence has been up to now and remains the best support for this dictatorship. And I would remind these people of good conscience that the Afghan people were moving in another direction, one of great potential for a better future, at a time when the West was forced to intervene less in its affairs. As opposed to the enlightened despotism of communists, the civilized West always prefers obscurantism, infinitely less dangerous for its interests. Pakistan. The holding of the founding Congress of the Third World Forum in December 1974 in Karachi gave me the opportunity to get to know the country better, beyond what I had learned through reading and discussions with exiled intellectuals. Pakistan is a criminal creation of British imperialism, part of the political strategy of undermining Indian unity. Whatever one may think of the Congress Party, and I am strongly critical of it, it should be recognized that it succeeded in defeating this strategy and creating a multinational Indian Union managed through a secular electoral democracy. It was successful all along the line except with the Muslim Indians. The fundamental alliance of imperialism and fundamentalist theocratic Islam is thus the origin of the separation of the two Pakistans, West and East. The latter later became Bangladesh. What resulted was this absurd, ultra-reactionary state, always managed by Islamo-military dictatorships, yet faithful friends of Washington, which took over from the British as the dominant imperialist power. Here is yet another reason to doubt the sincerity of the Western powers' rhetoric about democracy. Pakistanis are nothing other than Muslim Indians who share history, territory, languages, and civilizations with other Indians, the Hindu majority. However, the majority of this country's intellectuals have internalized the views of theocratic Islam, to the point of forgetting the country's origin and believing it to be the authentic product of the unchangeable specificity of Muslim civilization. This theory, cherished by all of contemporary Islamic fundamentalism, had originally been elaborated in fine detail by experts of the British intelligence services, from which Maulana Maududi, one of the key figures of contemporary fundamentalism, derived much of his inspiration. Entire fragments, taken word for word, from the British reports can be found in this ideologue's works. The reports suggest propaganda topics to develop systematically with the aim of breaking the unified Indian national movement, that Islam is not susceptible to modern interpretations based on the separation of politics and religion, or that the idea of evolution and adaptation is alien to Islam, or that Islam does not allow the coexistence of a Muslim minority and others in the same state. But the aim of gathering all Muslims in the same state, with no respect for any other dimension of identity, linguistic and historical, has not stood the test of time. Bangladesh separated from West Pakistan and ended up acknowledging what it is, Muslim Bengal. Modern Pakistan's ruling classes have, moreover, treated the people just like their political ancestors, conquerors of northern India, had done in the past, as a conquered and dominated people, whether it preserved its original religion or embraced Islam. In Pakistan, these same ruling classes gave themselves an additional specificity of dubious origin. I verified this more than once, saying to them, somewhat provocatively, that Pakistanis are nothing other than Muslim Indians and, moreover, that Muslims are as numerous in India as in Pakistan. The response I received was always the same and quite instructive: no, we are not Indians, we are from Central Asia. I pointed out to them that this origin in Central Asia was indeed that of the Turco-Mongol conquerors of all of northern India, not only the northwest, but these conquerors had never been more than a tiny minority who dominated a people that had remained Indian. The proof is that Pakistan's official language, Urdu, is nothing else than Hindi written with the Arabic letters of Persian, and that no people of Pakistan speaks a Turkic language of any kind from Central Asia. But Pakistan needs this absurd origin myth to appear different, just as it needs the theocratic Islamic theory to reject the idea of a pan-Indian state. The impasse in which the Pakistani ruling classes have trapped their people is tragic. Cheap comprodorization and an obstinate rejection of democratization, under the pretext that this idea is foreign, are an expression of that. An Islamo-military dictatorship is, then, the rule. The attempts to escape from that tradition implemented by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto in the middle of the 1970s and later by his daughter have always been cut short. Benazir Bhutto, who is presented in Western media as a heroine of democracy and sometimes of secularism, had nevertheless chosen to provide resolute support to the Afghan Taliban, without which they probably would never have conquered Kabul. She was badly rewarded for it. She had not understood that Islamists wanted nothing other than all the power for themselves alone. I shall not pretend to know how the people of this country live with these problems today. Faraz Ahmed and Iqbal Ahmed have produced excellent analyses on these questions. Pakistan is just as multinational as India. It is made up of 4 distinct nationalities: Punjabis, Pathans, Sindhis, and Baluchis, without counting the Tibetan peoples of the Pamir Mountains. To these 4 peoples should be added the Muhajir, that is, the Indian Muslims who immigrated to Pakistan willingly or under duress since the partition in 1947. The large number of these refugees in Karachi reduced the Sindhis to minority status in their own province. The latter, of course, do not want to accept that change in their status, and a permanent civil war, latent or open, between these 2 communities has continued to wreak havoc for the past 50 years. The Baluchis have also revolted against the de facto domination of the Punjabis and Pathans. A nomadic people of small numbers, they were exterminated, and it is not the least of the paradoxes that this actual genocide was perpetrated by the Ali Bhutto government, anxious to make gestures of goodwill to the ultras of the military Islamic clique. That did not bring him good fortune, since he was later, in 1979, forced out of office and hanged by this same clique. The void created in Baluchistan was later filled by an influx of immigrants, Pathans, from Afghanistan, who today dominate the province and are in a state of quasi-secession. The Bengalis of the former East Pakistan straight out seceded, as is well known. India is recognized and constituted as a multinational state. Pakistan refuses to do that because its absurd theocratic Islamist ideology will not recognize any identity other than Muslim, and denies nationality. The result is appalling and is here, like elsewhere in political systems that claim to adhere to Islamism, an almost certain guarantee of permanent civil war and social decomposition. This is the case, for example, in Sudan, or in Algeria, where the Islamists claim that there are neither Arabic speakers nor Berber speakers, but only Muslims. The alternative to the criminal partition of British India had been the creation of a large, multinational federal state. That is what India is, despite the limitations of its political and social system. In most Indian states, while the Hindus are in the majority, Muslims make up a not insignificant minority, 12% for all of India. The former Northwest Province Sindh and Baluchistan would have formed 3 Indian states with a very large Muslim majority. Greater Punjab, like Greater Bengal and Kashmir, could have been 3 other states that would have been half Muslim and half Hindu or Sikh. Reasonable proposals like this were made at the time. But the Muslim leaders, who claimed to speak on behalf of the people, and were supported by the imperialists, preferred partition. All non-Muslims were mercilessly chased out of Pakistan, following the theory of the theocratic state. India did not respond in the same way, although obviously the ill treatment suffered by Muslims at the hands of fanatical Hindu groups was partly responsible for the exodus that followed partition. Certainly Islamism is not always accompanied by the negation of the nation. When a regime that claims to be Islamist governs a strong and ancient nation, as is the case in Iran, or in Turkey, Islamism can coexist with a heightened nationalism, here anti-Arab. This is all the more so in the case of Iran, where there is a coincidence between Iranian nationality and the Shia form of Islam, organized into a quasi-national church. But such coincidences are never acknowledged because they conflict with theocratic dogma. The latter is invoked, in turn, to deny the rights of minorities in Turkophone Azerbaijan and in Kurdistan. Militant Islamism has another disastrous effect, the negation of the pre-Islamic history of the peoples in question. In Egypt and Iran, attempts are made to convince the people that their history did not exist before the 7th century by lumping all previous eras into one indistinct mass called Jahiliya, era of ignorance, while Pakistan is proclaimed to be non-Indian. Critical sociologists and political scientists from these countries have forcefully analyzed the ravages of these jarring disjunctions. The pre-Islamic past is not only in a past that, as glorious as it was, has completely disappeared. The ancient civilization of these countries was transmitted to really existing Islam and even shaped it to a large extent. Without this past, there would not have been an Islamic civilization. Attempting to extirpate it is tantamount to impoverishing the societies in question. Yet that is exactly what the fundamentalists propose to do. Do they not condemn the Arab Islamic philosophy of the brilliant centuries of the Abbasid Caliphate because it had not broken with Hellenism? If this philosophy was as rich as it was, that is precisely because it had not ignored the centuries of the supposed Jahiliya. It should be no surprise that an ideological hodgepodge of this type must be accompanied by forms of exploitation, themselves archaic and savage, which are forbidden to be questioned since they existed in the Islamic past, and thus are not prohibited. Pakistan provides the most striking example of this, where there are entire regions, like Bahawalpur, in which serfdom and a particularly harsh treatment of serfs are still in place. Unquestionably, no less violent forms of exploitation exist elsewhere, such as India. But social movements can challenge these, and their right to do so cannot be negated by any theocratic dogma. It is important to note here that theocratic dogma, with all that it implies concerning the negation of national identities or attempts to erase history, is not a monopoly of Muslim history. The Church in medieval Christianity did not behave any differently. But it must be recognized that, in the contemporary world, only Islamic theocratic dogma has sufficient political power to establish itself in an actual absolute government. How can this be explained? I connect it closely with the rise of new middle classes produced by the expansion of peripheral capitalism. Doomed to be no more than comprador social classes with subaltern status in the world system and willing to accept this fate as compensation for the material advantages that it procures for them, these uneducated and traumatized classes are victims of an incurable dissonance. They want to benefit from the material advantages of the modern world under the most vulgar form of consumption but reject freedom of thought. The backward-looking religious illusion is not the only means by which they succeed in reconciling a compradorized submission to dominant capitalism and protection of a supposed identity. Ethnic chauvinism can fulfill the same functions. All forms of populism have prepared the terrain for the slide into an impasse with no way out, even when, as in the Arab countries, this populism accomplished real reforms that were indispensable and attenuated the violence of exploitation. Here we must speak of an Islamist regression that has arisen as a response to the crisis of an earlier populism, as in Turkey. This regression was greatly encouraged by the increase in petroleum revenues. Archaic Saudi Arabia, poor in olden times, could not exercise any attraction over the new Arab bourgeois classes. It should not be forgotten that Egypt traditionally used to subsidize Mecca and Medina, which were incapable of welcoming pilgrims with their own resources. The combination of the sudden fortune accruing to the Gulf from the petroleum industry and the permanence of the archaism that no local force threatened, to the great satisfaction of the imperialists, gave rise to an incredible myth: the fortune was precisely the result of the archaism. Theocratic Islamism, like other forms of the dissonance found in the comprador classes of the modern periphery, argues for the reconstruction of states on homogeneous foundations that would supposedly be guaranteed by religious or ethnic unity, even if it is accomplished by ethnic cleansing or the extermination of religious minorities, and the fragmentation of the world into appallingly anti-democratic political systems built on these foundations, all of which would be integrated into the world capitalist market. This project is the exact opposite of the internationalism of peoples, the humanist response to the cosmopolitanism of capital. In fact, this is imperialism's plan, even if it be presented under the insidious form of respect for communities, of which Anglo-American racist ideology is particularly fond. It is the basis of the strategic alliance between the hegemonists of Washington and the religious or ethnic reactionaries of the periphery. This is the program followed by the Third World's comprador classes. The popular classes have nothing to do with it. They are the unfortunate victims, easily manipulated up to now for various reasons. Central Asia. Central Asia has always strongly attracted me. This is so, not only because of its magnificent landscapes, but also because I want to know a bit more about its peoples, who succeeded in conquering China, India, Europe, and the Middle East, strongly affecting Islamic civilization. These peoples are frequently treated as barbarians in official histories and in popular consciousness, but they are certainly deserving of a more nuanced assessment. Reading the great Russian historians, the only ones, in my opinion, who have studied the region with subtlety and attentiveness, had convinced me that to understand their role in the shaping of the world was an important question for advancing historical materialism. An opportunity was offered to me by UNESCO's Silk Roads program. Directed by the Senegalese Doudou Diagne, his organizational and diplomatic skills are remarkable, as is his subtlety. This program allowed me to visit Xinjiang, summer 1990, Central Asia, still Soviet at that time, summer 1991, and Mongolia, summer 1992. Isabel accompanied me for the last two parts of the program, each of which lasted 1 month. These were not occasions for rambling as tourists, but serious study trips. The excellent historians who participated in these programs, more specifically, the Russians, and other Soviets of the time, and the Chinese, led discussions of the greatest interest. The analysis that I offer of the ancient system of globalization, the one that capitalism had dismantled and then replaced with the modern system dominated by Atlantic Europe, owes much to these discussions. 33 Too many Westerners in the group, however, fell too easily into exoticism. Journalists and television crews behaved as if that were too often the case, with a lot of arrogance, despite their ignorance may be a way of hiding it. There were also some remarkable specialists. For example, there was an expert in Buddhist art, the conservator of the Guillemot Museum in Paris, and also an expert in Mongol singing, an extraordinary and beautiful way of singing in which the sound comes from the lungs and the throat by I don't know what kind of technique, so unique that the Mongols could not believe their ears when a Frenchman reproduced it to perfection. There were also spies, an Israeli charged with contacting the Jewish communities of Soviet Central Asia, as well as Americans and Japanese who did not have any historical knowledge, but were specialists in communication strategies or mineral wealth. I was sorry that Easterners, Arabs, Turks, and Iranians, who should have been among those most interested in the region, were absent. The UNESCO team supporting Doudou Diagne was highly competent and extremely kind, making the trip relaxed and enjoyable, and helping us forget the strains of the difficult roads. But, beyond learning about the region's historical past and contemplating the scenery, the trip allowed me to discover some interesting aspects of its modern problems. The contrast between the perfect organization of the trip in China, the disorder of the one in the Soviet Union, and the total absence of any form of organization in Mongolia, while it is almost a caricature, is nevertheless significant. Xinjiang. I arrived in Beijing late. I thus joined the caravan, which was already at the doorsteps of Xinjiang, at Dunhuang, at the end of the corridor that connects China proper, the province of Gansu, to Mongolia and Xinjiang. I went as far as Lanzhou by plane, then from there, thanks to the kind assistance of my Chinese friends in the academy, I traveled by automobile to meet the caravan. The trip was quite educational for me. My visit to the capital of this interior province, among the poorest in China, provided an opportunity to assess the incontestable progress made due to the effective redistribution of the means of accumulation mainly financed by the wealthier coastal provinces. This is an aspect of the strategy of interprovincial integration often ignored by both defenders and critics of the capitalist path followed by the government. This impression was strengthened when I traveled through villages at the slow pace of car traffic in China. My guide interpreter, from the academy, was a very friendly young man and we chatted about everything including politics, obviously, and quite freely, as is the case in China. We stopped unexpectedly here or there in a large village to drink tea or eat something in some sort of cafe restaurant general store. I don't know exactly what to call this type of store that is found everywhere in China, generally managed by the commune. People were always welcoming, the peasant clients were jovial and curious, coming up to me and asking where I came from, who I was, if I liked the local cuisine, did I like the village, etc. These places were relatively clean, except for the toilets, of course. The impression I had from the quality of the buildings and the accommodations was of poor Europe in the 19th century, but not desolate scenes as elsewhere in the capitalist Third World, even in countries that are considerably wealthier. The UNESCO caravan had left Xi'an, one of the capitals of ancient China, starting and ending point of the long-distance trade of that time. I had had the opportunity in an earlier trip with Isabel to visit Xi'an and admire its vestiges, murals and old temples and the incredible cemetery of giant statues of the Imperial Army, an artistic and historical treasure of China. The corridor formed by the western finger of Gansu offers an unforgettable scenery. On the left side, heading west, we passed the high peaks of the Qinghai, towering up to more than 5,000 meters, while on the right was the Great Wall which we continually approached or veered away from, separating rural and peasant China from the Gobi Desert and Mongol herders. In Dunhuang, I marveled at early Buddhist caves. There I joined our group. At each of our stops, we were urged to participate in a 3 or 4 hour discussion that Chinese historians presented about different aspects of the region's history and the role it played in the relations between China proper, India, and the Byzantine and Islamic Middle East, such as the formation of the Uyghur peoples and states, religious developments, Buddhism, Nestorian Christianity, Islamization, social structures, modes of agricultural production, irrigation, and trade, technology, transfers, artistic styles, etc. In other words, it was good historical materialism as a whole. What struck me and perhaps others as well was the extent of the vestiges of enormous cities that had disappeared. In Turpan, we descended to an oasis located at the lowest point on the planet, 168 meters below sea level. This marvelous small city presented a distinctive characteristic that I have found nowhere else. Some of the streets, even some of the widest open to automobile traffic, were entirely covered by a trellis-bearing grapevines. Traveling around, then on foot, by bicycle, or in a horse-drawn carriage was done in the shade, and it was even possible to collect a few refreshing grapes from above one's head in passing. Kashgar, last stop on the trip, was the historical capital of the Uyghur Turks, in close contact with western Turkestan of the Uzbeks and Tajiks and, through them, with Persia and India. To the east, Kashgar commanded the 2 roads that lead to China proper, bypassing the terrible, impassable Taklamakan Desert by either the north or the south. To the west, it commanded access to the main passes that allow a traveler to bypass the Pamir Mountains through the roads of Afghanistan leading to the Khyber Pass to Peshawar. This entire region of very high mountains and pleasant valleys was closed to our expedition. To visit Afghanistan had become, of course, quite impossible. The heart of the Kushan state, where the 3 roads from Iran, India, and China met, was thus off limits to us. Fortunately, Isabel and I had traveled through this area in 1973. Kashgar is a pretty city full of history and charm. We also visited the former pre-1914 consulates of Russia and Great Britain, odd places that had been active centers for espionage and intrigue between the 2 powers, which watched each other carefully and fought each other for control of the region. Throughout the trip, I talked about everything: the past, Marxism, international and Chinese politics with Chinese colleagues. But, as almost always in China, at exactly 12 noon, regardless of the interesting discussion, we had to stop. At midday, it was time to eat. The Chinese stopped all activities, whatever it might be. Extremely fond of food, for them there was nothing that could justify being late. For example, there was a terrible risk that the food might get cold. And during the meal, it was forbidden to talk of anything other than the food. You tasted, commented, critiqued. The interrupted discussion was only resumed once the meal was over, starting from the middle of the last sentence uttered before we ate, I noted with amusement. In Kashgar, I had a strong urge to climb up the Pamirs. Peaks of more than 7,000 meters surrounded us. I discussed at length the car trip by the highway that led to Pakistan. There was almost insurmountable resistance by the Chinese with all possible and imaginable pretexts. The fears were not political. The highway was open to commerce and tourism, but simply the expression of the incredible fear the Chinese, in this case, peasants from rice-growing plains, had of high mountains. There were landslides, it was too cold, the road was too dangerous, etc. But I was stubborn and succeeded in getting what I wanted, a car and a driver. A Chinese accompanied me the whole trip, 3 or 4 hours of a steep climb, the same amount of time to go back down, seated next to me, eyes closed, paralyzed with fear. The Chinese soldiers at the last stop before the pass leading to Pakistan laughed as I did, rousing him, saying it's over and giving him some tea, which he drank with shaking hands, without daring to look at the incredibly beautiful peaks. I believe he will never forgive me for having persuaded him to accompany me. Xinjiang is an autonomous province, originally inhabited exclusively by Muslim Turkic-speaking Uyghurs, today living next to Chinese immigrants who are dominant in the vast areas open to agriculture by large-scale irrigation works. This coexistence is not without problems, and I am not one of those who deny its reality. The administration is certainly often arrogant in its behavior, but that is just as much the case in China proper. Even though as many Uyghurs as Hans carry out administrative work in Xinjiang, it is certainly experienced as Chinese by the majority of indigenous inhabitants. The progress achieved thanks to the government in education and health, although it has made it possible for this people to escape from incredible poverty and terrible, so-called feudal, forms of exploitation, does not always compensate for offended nationalism. Most of the Western visitors who were part of our caravan endlessly protested and straight out insulted the Chinese, whom they treated as imperialists. This was unbearably arrogant, all the more so since some of them were visibly intelligence agents of the real imperialist powers. I found this same behavior from the defenders of the rights of peoples in Soviet Central Asia and Mongolia. The official who was in charge of our caravan was himself Uyghur. He had studied Arabic in Damascus and spoke it perfectly with a pronounced Syrian accent. In Nanjing, I met a Chinese woman who had studied Arabic in Cairo and spoke Baladi, or native or local Egyptian Arabic, to perfection. She had even adopted the appearance of an Egyptian woman. The official did not know any Western language, he spoke only Chinese, Uyghur, Russian, and Arabic, and that made a good number of the Westerners in the caravan furious. So, you don't speak any foreign languages? Well, yes, for us, Arabic and Russian are foreign languages. I discussed with him, and other Chinese, the problem of Xinjiang without the least discomfort. I told them what I really thought. I did not defend Chinese policies unreservedly, but, on the contrary, expressed my fear that the government was incapable of resolving the national problem in Xinjiang and Tibet correctly. Yet I remained completely hostile to Western views that support the separatists of these two countries. The government of the People's Republic has freed the Tibetans and Mongols from a slavery, in the proper sense of the word, that supported the ruling class of Buddhist monks, the Dalai Lama in the lead. Just like earlier, the Democrats of the West supported the Islamists in Afghanistan, today they are instruments in the US hegemonic strategy of attempting to break up China. The interests of peoples have nothing to do with it. The US hegemonists have proven that point themselves, with their unconditional support for the worst regimes, the most criminal imaginable. Their rhetoric about democracy and rights of peoples has no credibility. The possible independence of Tibet and Xinjiang would inevitably end in unbelievable social regression and a strategic, perhaps even military, takeover of these countries by the United States. This is the actual aim of the strategy pursued by Washington and its European and Japanese allies. Former Soviet Central Asia. Our visit to Soviet Central Asia took place in quite different conditions. This was in July 1991, 1 month before the attempted coup d'état against Mikhail Gorbachev, his defeat, the collapse of the government, and the breakup of the USSR. The UNESCO caravan had departed from Merv, last stop of the Turkmen nomads, gateway to the Silk Road leading to Persian Khorasan with its historic cities of Mashhad and Nishapur. Having left Paris late, Isabel and I joined the caravan in Khiva by plane via Moscow. Traveling on acceptable roads in a caravan of autos, we visited historic cities, Khiva, Bokhara, and Samarkand. These cities were certainly interesting and beautiful in their way. Our colleagues, Russian and other Soviet historians, were very likable and the best guides one could have. The discussions they led at the sites we visited, and above all later in the evening at the hotel, were of the highest quality. Having read the best Russian and Soviet works on the region and its history translated into French or English, I always had questions to pose. I believe I received the best answers possible. Renovation of the monuments was impressive, too much in a way, since some of them, notably Tamerlane's gigantic constructions in Samarkand, were practically redone. Although these renovations had scrupulously respected the originals, the impression they gave is of something too new. I only saw something similar in Luxembourg, where the superb old city has been renovated so well, so properly repainted, that the impression given was that of an imitation of an old city recently constructed, which was not the case. But, as impressive as these monuments were, they remained to my taste a little too much like a caravanserai, having borrowed their styles here and there. They did not have the subtlety of the Persian monuments of Qom, Isfahan, and Shiraz. These Central Asian monuments embodied the relationship that existed between the culture of the Turkic nomads and the Persian source of its inspiration, the same thing, but less delicate. From Samarkand, we branched off to the south, toward Amu Darya, Oxus River, which we met at Terme, the gateway to Afghanistan, that is, the ancient Bactria of Alexander the Great, later the Kushan state, hub of Persian-Indian-Chinese relations. This was the setting of the route of the iron gates traveled by Alexander, all the more impressive since a violent storm accompanied us the whole length of this part of the journey. The long discussions that followed helped me to realize the importance this region had in the pre-capitalist past, and made me understand why Transoxiana, the Khwarezm of Islamic civilization, which is always wrongly thought of as a semi-barbarous periphery of the Caliphate of Baghdad, produced many thinkers, philosophers and scientists of the highest quality. Traveling back toward the north, we reached Dushanbe, the Tajik capital, huddled up against the feet of the Pamirs, a modern, Soviet-style city of no great interest, and then descended down to the garden-like Ferghana Valley from Kakand. Despite the best efforts of Daududayani and the entire efficient and friendly UNESCO team, the trip's organization was chaotic. Every day we left very late, 2 hours or even more. Something was always missing: fresh water, gasoline, a driver, 2 guides, or 3 papers. Soviet style. Consequently, we obviously always arrived everywhere late, but whatever. People at our destination either waited for us or did not do so. The plan, always extremely detailed and distributed at the outset, was continually revised. That reminded me of my Syrian friend Shalak's witty remark, which, in turn, reminded me of an Arab proverb: all action is made according to a plan, but the plan is improvised. At dinner, it was always the same surprise, the same pilaf, fatty rice with mutton, pompously offered to us as the delicious local specialty, the same specialty everywhere then. It could be hot, cold, or reheated. But when you were hungry, it was edible. The Chinese would never dream of traveling without a cook, professional or advanced amateur. The Russians, on the contrary, hardly ever think of these things. Many others think of them even less than they do. Notwithstanding this, Soviet Central Asia was not the hell that the contemporary dominant media wanted us to believe. It takes a remarkable degree of bad faith to conveniently forget that, in 1917, Russian Central Asia was more destitute and squalid than Bangladesh. Today it looks like a poor Europe. But of course it is suggested that it should be compared to Germany to properly assess the socialist disaster. For more than a half-century, the most advanced regions of the USSR, Russia and Ukraine in particular, financed the improvement that, as relative as it was, should be credited to the system. The Western powers have done the exact opposite. They have never stopped pillaging their dependent peripheries. The Karakum Desert south of the Amu Darya and the Kyzylkum Desert between the latter and the Syr Darya are among the most arid regions in the world. Gigantic irrigation works have made their valleys into a new Egypt. Plantations of prickly shrubs and cacti, seeded by airplane along agricultural areas to protect them from drying winds, have transformed a large portion of the deserts we crossed into steppe. If any European colonialism could be credited with even 10% of such achievements in Africa, there would be no end of harping about its successes. Thus emphasis is systematically placed on the environmental destruction associated with this type of development, too much water used by irrigation, which increases the drying up of the Aral Sea, too many chemicals used for agriculture, overfishing in the inland seas, etc. All of that is correct. It is also the case that the Soviet system completely ignored all considerations of this type. Moreover, it shared with capitalism this disregard for nature in which it saw only a resource to exploit, which has been no less destructive in Japan or the northeastern United States. As a version of the development of what I call capitalism without capitalists, the Soviet system did not sin from too much socialism, but, on the contrary, by ignoring the principles of socialism. At the outset, it had to work under the conditions of a poor country. Consequently, it left striking images of ugliness, each of its large cities surrounded by a cemetery of all kinds of detritus, old material thrown there any old way. Could it have been done differently or better? I believe so, and I think we should never stop trying to do better. That being said, it remains the case that without the irrigation works, the region would not be able to support the population that today makes up its nations. The reproach that Russian reactionaries now make to the Soviet regime is that it spent too much on Central Asia. On the political and social plane, Central Asia was certainly no better than the rest of the Soviet Union. The autocracy that predominated there, far from being the result of socialism, was instead its negation. But once again, we must not confuse a left critique of the system with the right critique offered by the dominant media. The nationalities policy implemented in the region was not above suspicion. Great Russian arrogance was a reality. Yet the borders of the republics were designed not to create problems, as some would like us to believe, but to resolve them. These borders, purely administrative as in Yugoslavia, were not intended to become the borders of independent states. They could thus be designed to resolve different kinds of problems. Separating territories populated by Turcophone Uzbeks from Persophone Tajiks was aimed at ending their mutual hostility. All of Transoxiana was Persian, and it was Turkified by a nomadic conquest that had not yet ended on the eve of the Russian Revolution. The alternative to these complicated borders, or enclaves as in Armenia and Azerbaijan, would have been the transfer of the populations involved, an attenuated way of saying ethnic cleansing. The complicated line of the borders did not hinder transportation, communications, and economic integration. It also did not prevent the creation of an immense state, like Kazakhstan, to give dignity to the unfortunate nomads of the steppe, even though much of its territory had already long been Russianized. It is the breakup of this region into 5 states that presents a problem and will present more tragic ones in the future. It is not my intention here to discuss the new problems now confronting the peoples of the region due to the intervention of the United States and its attempt to control the region's petroleum resources. I shall only say that, in my opinion, the best and probably only acceptable solution, but it is far from being the only possible or even the most probable one in the immediately visible future, requires the reconstruction of a genuine Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, and a rapprochement with Russia. The journey through the region was, on all these levels, quite educational, at least for me. The tensions quite visible, such as the absurd controls at the pseudo-frontiers of the era, were mollified due to Dowdadiani's immense diplomatic skills, but also due to the efforts of many of our Soviet partners. There was an Uzbek politician, a member of the Communist Party at the time, as he had to be, today he would have to be in the government's party, always the same, who was skillful and, well, nice. He was undoubtedly calculating, but relaxed, and called on us to get back into our vehicles by crying out in Russian, "To your horses." There was a driver who read Les Rois Maudits, The Accursed Kings, translated into Russian, of course a series of 7 historical novels by Maurice Drouin, during our long walks. How many drivers in the West would have the same curiosity? Mongolia. In the following summer, in 1992, Isabel and I participated in the third stage of the Silk Roads program. From Ulaanbaatar, to where we flew via Beijing, we traveled through the western part of Mongolia to Kobdo. The outbound and return trips were by different routes, 4,000 kilometers in all, the driving surface neither asphalted, of course, nor even covered with earth. No Silk Road ever passed through Mongolia. But, for diplomatic reasons, UNESCO had granted the request of this country to be part of the program. The trip was still interesting, though for different reasons, primarily to make the acquaintance of this unusual country. Of the 3 teams, this was by far the worst organized. I would even go so far as to say that it was not organized at all. The fault certainly did not lie with UNESCO, but completely with the local authorities. The so-called communist government had just given way to a victorious liberal coalition in the first round of multi-party elections. Later, this same coalition would give way to a return of the former communists. Traffickers of all sorts, who had come to draw the quickest profit from economic liberalization, had invaded the hotels in Ulaanbaatar. The reservations made for our caravan had not been honored. We were lodged in a sort of vacation resort for young people located about 10 kilometers from the city. It was a nice place, although of limited comfort, shared bathrooms and showers. The water was rather cold than hot. Above all, there was the loss of time for those of us who wished to see more of the capital. We visited it all the same, of course. It was a Soviet-style city without any great architectural interest. But the end of our return trip coincided with a pseudo-national festival dedicated to the rehabilitation of Genghis Khan, who definitely would not be in favor with the Soviet regime. As a feudal conqueror, he represented what the revolution had aspired to combat. The new regime attempted to substitute legitimacy based on nationalism for the preceding one, whose socialist values had exhausted their mobilizing potential. The Genghis Khan celebration was a grand spectacle of Mongol horsemen, superb on their small horses, dressed as during the era of the Great Khan. It was a very beautiful spectacle certainly, but devoid of any political or social content. We discovered that the country lacked tourist facilities to the extent that we would have to camp. A Canadian tent and a single blanket were given to each of us. The nights in Mongolia, even in summer, can be very cold. We discovered later that there was a supply of blankets, but that the Mongol staff had undoubtedly intended to steal them. After much grumbling and almost a revolt, we prepared to attack the truck where they were hidden. In the end, we were given extra blankets. Everything was in keeping with this. The field kitchen was a real antique piece, which would have been at home in a military museum. It was a rolling cast iron stove, equipped with a high chimney, fueled with wood and weighing I don't know how many tons. It must have belonged to an imperial army of the 19th century, Russian or Chinese. This field kitchen did not leave before us, it left with us, pulled by a truck. That meant that it would only join us at the campsite chosen for the day 2, 3, or even 5 hours later. We then had to wait much of the night before being able to eat something, or wait to eat the evening meal for breakfast the next day. It is actually not accurate to call it a meal. There was no proper cook, but simply a man, or woman, responsible for lighting the stove and boiling an old and poorly butchered sheep in the cauldron, garnished with some old cabbages. We had each been given a bowl at the outset, into which this disgusting soup was served, the only utensil we had for everything: eating, washing, brushing teeth, shaving, possibly even for use for other nightly needs. It was up to us to wash it in the stream not far from the campsite. A Swiss woman who was part of this adventure, what was she doing in this hell, ultimately cracked up and cried, shouting, "I wouldn't give this to my dog to eat." But eat it we did, since there was nothing else. Isabel and I were the type of people who knew how to adapt to anything, or almost anything. In any case, we were more resistant than most. The young people in the group, pretentious journalists, looked at us scornfully at the outset. These old people would not hold up, they thought. But they were the first to complain of the difficulties imposed on them by their profession. A poor Indian journalist who was a vegetarian stoically ate biscuits for 1 month. She was a charming woman, full of humor, and also quite adaptable. In China, I had eaten a delicious dish, a hot pot of mutton with legumes, spices, and other ingredients, accompanied by fine rice noodles. The dish was called the Mongol pot. Upon returning to Beijing, I said to a Chinese friend that I had never eaten the Mongol pot in Mongolia. He told me that it was a dish from northern China. So why is it called that then? The Mongols have never invented anything in culinary matters, so it was necessary to attribute something to them, he responded. In any case, the Mongol meal in question was served as soon as it was ready at any hour, and thus served as breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Many of us had taken the precaution of bringing along boxes of Nescafé and tea and some biscuits, which provided some relief from the everyday fare. We traveled in 3 types of vehicles: US Jeeps, Soviet Jeeps, Gaz, and ordinary, city, buses. This was the opportunity to discover the extraordinary qualities of Soviet equipment. These ordinary buses went everywhere, climbed up rocky slopes at a 45-degree angle, and crossed rivers, with the water rising up to our feet in the vehicle. It was continually necessary to repair the sophisticated US Jeeps, even tow them, but obviously in the buses the seats were of wood and the backs were rigid. The Mongols who accompanied us were not particularly interesting people, fairly ignorant. Half of them got drunk on vodka beginning in the morning, shouted and groaned, sometimes violently quarreled. The chef himself did not display any exemplary sobriety. Toward the evening, when it was time to look for a campsite, our Mongol guides were only relatively helpful. All of that would have turned into drama without Daoudayani's extraordinary competence. Setting up the tents took all the more time since we were not all, at the outset, experts in the activity. In any case, I was not. The country's climate was always extraordinarily violent and changed quite abruptly. One day we camped near a large and beautiful lake. There was beautiful weather, but then, all of a sudden, a wind of unbelievable power appeared. The lake was transformed into a stormy ocean. We tried to keep our tents upright, standing in front of their doors, firmly holding the pegs. Isabel's tent, solidly anchored, held. But mine did not. The wind passed, the night came, and everything had to be redone. On the scientific side, there was nothing comparable to the quality of information gathered in China and the USSR. The Mongol group did not include historians comparable to the Chinese or Soviets. Only one of them, an old communist in plain clothing who refrained from drinking, had something to say. I talked to him, then, in a sort of Anglo-Russian pidgin, occasionally calling on the few, and bad, interpreters. He was an administrator rather than a scientist, but he knew his country well, its problems and history. As far as the other foreigners were concerned, they were frankly mediocre. There was a West German woman, actually a specialist in Mongol history, who was reactionary enough to tremble with excitement over the worst stories of Genghis Khan's conquests and massacres. If she had been a little older, she would have reacted the same way to stories of the victories of Hitler's panzers. No doubt about it. There was also a stupid and ignorant American woman who probably would not have been able to find Mongolia on the map of Asia before the trip. What was she doing there? UNESCO had not rejected her application because, while the United States boycotted the organization, UNESCO fell over itself to indulge the Americans. This was a lame attitude. This American monopolized the use of a more comfortable US Jeep. There were a couple of quiet and unbearably egotistical English people. There was a very competent French musicologist, he is the one I mentioned earlier, who perfectly imitated the Mongol songs, who was quite likable. Also in the group was the charming Indian journalist I mentioned above. And, of course, there was Daudu Diane's secretarial team, Isabel Moreno and others who were remarkably polite and efficient. These friends made the trip, which could have been quite difficult, pleasant and enjoyable. The impression I had of the modern society was that the progress achieved by the government that resulted from the 1920s revolution was rather modest, once the people were freed from the slavery in which the Buddhist Church had held them. Of course, there was nothing democratic about the government. But the administration, as arrogant as it was, did provide some services, which abruptly disappeared with the capitalist liberalization. No more schools, no more community clinics, even no more commercial services. The private sector did not take over from the abolished state trading enterprises, as anyone endowed with the least bit of good sense could have predicted. What is more, the stock farmers no longer found the minimum of essential products, a little tea, some matches, or oil for their lamps. In return, they no longer marketed the surplus from their herds. And to cap it all, for this country that has many more goats, cows, and sheep than people, there was no more meat in the markets of Ulaanbaatar. Who can be surprised that the Mongols had re-elected the former communists to lead their country? The misery caused by this disappearance of trade was attenuated a bit by the sudden appearance of itinerant Chinese traders as in the 18th century, but it is better than nothing. Thanks to one of them who had spotted our caravan from far away and had rushed to join us, we were able to replenish our stock of tea and biscuits. In addition, I bought a magnificent and super warm down jacket that increased my comfort during the cold nights. In spite of everything that I just wrote, Isabel and I do not regret making this beautiful trip. The reward was worth the strain. The scenery was incomparably beautiful and difficult for me to describe. In any case, it was unmatched in many ways, the color of the Altai mountains and of the sky, etc. There were herds of wild goats and herds of Asian camels, with 2 humps. All of that would be impossible to see without traveling thousands of kilometers off of any roads. But it was also the only way to get to know the Mongol people a little. It is well known that the Mongols are equestrians. But you have to see them living in their own environment to understand the unity of the man or woman and his or her mount, their shared life. There was a children's race, from 5 to 6 years old, boys and girls seated on their horses, without saddles, their braids flying, covering 50 kilometers at full gallop. This is difficult to picture when you have not seen it. In the camps, we tasted cheese, hard as a rock, but so good after the daily fare of old mutton. Some appreciated the fermented mare's milk, but not I. Daudu Diane, in his capacity as a leader, was invited to eat sheep's tail, pure fat, no meat. This wealth of delicacies, for the Mongols, is, as one probably can imagine, rather repugnant, despite its utilitarian nutritional functions for the severe cold. Daudu submitted to this preferential treatment with incomparable self-control. As everywhere, human beings, behind their faces hardened by the conditions of their life, are nonetheless sensitive. A young Mongol running through the countryside returned carrying wild berries, which he offered to Isabel. Another wanted to give her a wolf cub with which he was playing. Isabel almost gave in, but there could be no question of crossing the frontiers with this wild animal. There was much nature, but very little in the way of monuments. There were a few abandoned Buddhist monasteries that the new government was proposing to restore and revive. Most of our Western fellow travelers were enraptured by the Buddhas crammed into these monasteries and were indignant that they had been closed by the communist terror. I was not the only one to be irritated along with Isabel by these attitudes. Numerous Mongols old and young were no less so, and reminded these Westerners that the monks who lived well without working held their people in slavery and subjected them to untrammeled exploitation, that their power had been overturned by a popular revolution, and that if the monasteries were closed it was because from the moment monks had been required to work in order to eat there were no more candidates to the monastic life. The ruins of Genghis Khan's capital, Karakorum, are quite modest in size and do not compare with the dead cities of Xinjiang or with the vestiges of cities in Uzbekistan, which shows the modest role of Mongolia in history. There were large conquests to be sure, but short-lived. Marco Polo, who visited Karakorum in its heyday, made clear that the city had only 30,000 or so inhabitants. This is also confirmation that the Silk Roads did not pass by there. Upon returning to Ulaanbaatar, we had the possibility during a brief meeting with critical intellectuals from the Center for History, who had been excluded from the trip, to supplement a little and more seriously our information on the country. India. There are very few other so-called emergent countries beyond China, if we exclude from the list the certificates of convenience issued by the World Bank. Due to their continental size, India and Brazil weigh heavily in the development of the international balance of power. South Africa, finally rid of political apartheid, already exercises a marked influence in southern Africa. Thailand and Malaysia and others are committed, it is said, to development paths that should not be reduced solely to the implementation of neoliberal formulas. India, like China, is a continental country that cannot be ignored if we are interested in the future of the world system. Fortunately, the Indian intelligentsia dominated by the left in the broad sense of the term has often produced high-quality analyses that are, moreover, easily accessible since they are published in English. A good number of these intellectuals are acquaintances or even personal friends, sometimes active in forum networks, and it is always a pleasure to have a discussion with them. But I have always believed it necessary to supplement knowledge acquired in this manner with site visits. I thus give much importance to the impressions that I have retained from multiple trips to India during the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, during which I visited some of its large cities: Delhi, Varanasi, Patna, Mumbai, Bangalore, Madras, Hyderabad, Kolkata, and their monuments and palaces, but also their slums, and also saw the countryside in the Ganges Valley and in the Deccan. Even if these visits were always relatively brief and certainly did not deserve to be called study trips, the fact of having often been accompanied by intellectuals of worth the best guides possible is an advantage from which most other visitors to India have not had the opportunity to benefit. Current Indian society is, for me, totally unacceptable. I am certainly not one of those numerous among Westerners who admire Hinduism and its rhetoric on nonviolence. I share the opinion of critical Indian intellectuals who emphasize the social disaster associated with the domination of the concept and practices of dividing society into castes. It is not my intention here to offer any sort of analysis of this fundamental dimension of India's history, culture, and social organization, as well as its relations to ancient and modern social classes and forms of exploitation, its interweaving with modern colonial development and contemporary peripheral capitalism, and its functions in the system of governments and in political life. An abundant and serious literature exists on all these subjects. I will only say that this cruel reality invalidates all rhetoric about nonviolence. Indian society is, in fact, particularly violent. British colonialism bears major responsibility for the persistence of the caste system, unparalleled in the modern world. With its characteristic cynicism, British imperialism systematically reinforced the power of the traditional dominant exploiting classes, Rajas, Zamindars, and others, and integrated them into the general system dominated by capital. Without such an alliance, it would have been impossible for the English to govern and exploit this immense country for their benefit. With their well-known hypocrisy, the British attempted to justify these villainous alliances by praising local specificity, particularly the caste system, and respect for traditions, the worst, of course. The result is that India presents scenes of human misery on a scale rarely seen elsewhere, except for Pakistan and, of course, Bangladesh. The rhetoric praising Indian democracy in contrast with its absence in China passes over this major fact in total silence. No statistic is necessary to know that, thanks to its revolution, China presents no comparable spectacle. It suffices to travel by road through the two countries, which I have done often, to be convinced of that, if one is honest. India's dreadful poverty is such that, during her first trip there in 1973, Isabel found it difficult to bear the strong emotions produced by this spectacle. We were in Delhi in the summer, staying in a magnificent hotel, whose name I have forgotten, which was a veritable fortress, isolated from the real country. Leaving the hotel simply to see the city, we came across a child literally dying from hunger who grabbed my foot, imploring us for something. What could we do except flee from the scene, powerless, ashamed, and in tears? The next day, we took the plane to Kabul. Such realities especially limit the meaning and impact of electoral democracy and the achievements made by the Indian national bourgeoisie, which founded and led the Congress Party. Here again, in contrast with the enthusiasm that most Third World anti-imperialist nationalists, including on the left, show toward the Indian ruling class, one of the leading lights of active non-alignment in the Afro-Asian world, and there are positive aspects to this stance, of course, Indian intellectuals have never been the victims of such blindness. By emphasizing, on the contrary, the class conflicts of contemporary India, the ambiguities of bourgeois nationalism in its relations with dominant international